In the examination hall of the college entrance examination, Lin Chen calmly exited, uttering the astonishing words, "I am too preoccupied with crafting mechs to contemplate university." Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the suburban warehouse of his family, where lay in quiet repose his magnum opus, the Palamelu experimental mech, a culmination of 3 years of dedication. The intricate design, the convoluted circuitry, and the formidable power system he conquered could not deter Lin Chen from pursuing his aspirations. This remarkable mech, capable of transforming between fighter jet and humanoid forms, bore the weight of his hopes, ready to commence testing. As the era of the Pacific Rim abruptly dawned, dimensional rifts opened, unleashing terrifying behemoths that plunged the world into chaos. Yet Lin Chen, wielding this unparalleled mech, was poised to rewrite history. He assembled a mech legion and audaciously launched a counter-invasion plan, plunging into parallel war. LDS. In the war-torn realms, the marauders faced devastating blows and fled in disarray within the interstellar battlegrounds. Resources from the insectoid planets were ruthlessly extracted in the realm of Train to Busan. The mech legion dispersed the undead, becoming a beacon of hope for the survivors. However, upon entering a world dominated by a formidable woman, the mech legion unexpectedly underwent a profound transformation. Lin Chen, from a passionate youth crafting mechs, evolved into a pivotal figure poised to alter the world's landscape, embodying his own epic saga amidst the tidal waves of parallel dimensions. Chapter 1. In a rush to return home and build mechs. Outside the first high school of Jean City, a throng of journalists hurriedly set up their equipment, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the students who were participating in the college entrance examination, alongside a multitude of anxious parents. At this moment, there remained approximately half an hour until the conclusion of the examination. "Someone has emerged," a parent shouted. The parents then witnessed a young man stepping out from the examination hall. At that moment, the quiet campus was devoid of movement, making the young man exceptionally prominent. He exuded an air of confidence and grace, appearing as if he were one with nature, each gesture imbued with an inexplicable charm. Among the parents gathered at the entrance, there were several women who were mothers. Upon seeing this young man, they couldn't help but be stirred. "How could there be a man in this world who is even slightly more handsome than my son? Why is he out so early?" one pondered. "He must have performed poorly," another speculated. While the parents engaged in hushed discussions, a reporter from Jean City Television, Hua Chiloa, displayed an expression of delight. A poor performance was mundane. It was the same story every year, and the audience had grown weary of it. A fresh twist on a failure would surely captivate the viewers. Hua Chiloa rushed over with her microphone, inquiring, "Hello, may I ask your name?" "Lin Chen." He replied with an indifferent expression. "May I ask, Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on this year's college entrance examination?" Hua Chiloa pressed further, "A mere few trivial questions, which only serve to squander my precious time." Lin Chen scoffed. "Seeing your confidence, you must be planning to apply to a 985 or 211 university," Hua Chiloa said, taking a deep breath and suppressing the urge to physically confront Lin Chen for his flippant remarks. Hua Chiloa's smile froze, leaving her standing in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Mecha Gundam? Those were constructs that no nation could even begin to replicate. The intricate construction, convoluted wiring, and stagnated power systems present formidable challenges to the research of mechs. What model of mech? The one I am crafting is a genuine, dual-form mech that can actually fly. Hua Chiloa's chest heaved with indignation. Her long hair did not imply a lack of insight. Mechs have long been a conundrum for humanity, first proposed in the last century, yet no faction has ever succeeded in truly developing one. And here is Lin Chen, brazenly claiming to be creating a mech, no less a dual-form one. Instantly, her interest in interviewing Lin Chen evaporated. She suspected he was merely succumbing to the pressures of the college entrance examination, spiraling into a state OFC. On fusion, it was a pity that such a handsome young man had seemingly lost his sanity. At this moment, the parents present shared a sentiment not unlike that of the journalist Hua Chiloa, harboring a strong urge to pin Lin Chen down and deliver a sound thrashing. They had encountered boastfulness before, but never had they witnessed such earnest bluster, especially from someone who wore a faint air of disdain and ambled away nonchalantly, It nearly drove them to the brink of exasperation. They were acutely aware that their children had dedicated 3 arduous years in preparation for this examination, while Lin Chen appeared to dismiss its significance. Lin Chen paid little heed to the journalist's interview, for he was on the verge of conducting a preliminary test of the mech he had devoted the past 3 years to constructing. His family resided in this area due to their ownership of a steel mill, which necessitated their decision to remain away from the city center to better manage their business. With familiarity, Lin Chen entered warehouse number 3. The original steel machinery within the warehouse has been removed, leaving behind a rudimentary and unconventional battle aircraft shaped mech, quietly resting at the center of the factory. This cold, mechanical entity exudes a striking industrial aesthetic. Its sleek and ruthless design possesses an unparalleled allure for men. The model of this mech is the Palamelu experimental type, capable of switching between battle aircraft flight mode and humanoid mech expulsion mode. The cockpit adopts a motorcycle configuration, requiring the operator to lean forward as if riding a motorcycle. In battle aircraft mode, the operator is exposed to the external air, whereas in humanoid form, the operator is enveloped and secured within the mech's armor. The battle aircraft mode boasts a height of 3 meters, while the humanoid form stands at 7.8 meters. It weighs 4,300 kilograms and generates a thrust of 158 knots, powered by an atomic reactor fuel axis 235 absent. The reheating system operates at 80 efficiency. Armaments: none. The mech currently being manipulated is the Palamelu, reputed as the divine weapon from the dance of angels and dragons. Lin Chen, of course, did not possess the intellect to construct the mech single-handedly. The credit lies with the system. He summoned the system panel, which displayed: Host, Lin Chen human. Intelligence, 100. Charm, 99. Emotional quotient, 60. Passing line, 60. Task 1. Participate in the college entrance examination. Task 2. Manufacture the mech Ragnaramiru humanoid weapon. Progress at 70. Task 3. 1 year after the interdimensional breach and the invasion of colossal beasts, thwart the alien plot to conquer the Azure planet. Fan value. 1 here is the refined and improved translation of your text. This encapsulates the fundamental situation. Within the Marvel Universe, the character known as Stark has acquired a technological core, consequently crafting his Iron Man suit. Presently, Lin Chen has gained access to a sophisticated system, rendering him scarcely inferior to Stark. In a remarkably brief span, he thoroughly comprehended the mech technology provided by the system. Over the course of nearly 3 years, he expended a considerable portion of his family's savings to bring the mech to its current state. Although the mech remains incomplete, lacking components such as nuclear fuel, zero-type scalpel, particle beam guns, and proton cannons, it has already met with Lin Chen's satisfaction. According to his timeline, he anticipates that the mech will be ready for formal testing in just a few days. Subsequently, Lin Chen prepared to undertake the most crucial step in the creation of a mech: the implementation of neural interaction technology within the flight suit. This technology is pivotal to the entire mech, as it necessitates the establishment of a neural interface line connecting the human body to the mech at the base of the tailbone, WHI. CH primarily serves to enhance the mech's maneuverability. This line is, in essence, the key to the mech. Just as Lin Chen was about to commence this task, an urgent phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he discovered a number that was both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the identity of the caller. It was his girlfriend, someone he had yet to even touch. What use is a girlfriend? Lin Chen pondered. She offers neither the cold touch of the mech nor the exhilarating roar of its engines. With a serious demeanor, he cast the phone aside and resumed his work on the neural interface. The following day marked the final day of the college entrance examination. Lin Chen once again lived up to expectations, being the first to exit the examination hall, his expression betraying an unmistakable disdain. Insanity, it must be insanity, exclaimed a parent waiting eagerly at the door, voicing the collective sentiment. The college entrance examination is undoubtedly a paramount event in a child's life, so why would anyone choose to emerge prematurely? Once again, it was Lin Chen who was the first to leave the examination room. Reporter Hua Chua was momentarily taken aback, clearly recalling her previous encounters with him. She hurried to catch up with Lin Chen, smiling as she began her interview. "Hello, Lin Chen, we meet again." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Hua Chalaw with the sight of his nonchalant retreat. Hua Chalaw stood frozen for a moment, gradually processing the situation, her heart racing as she realized he had the audacity to jest with the city's charming reporter under the pretense of discussing mecha design. Just wait and see. Before long, candidates began to stream out of the examination hall. Among them, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman was intercepted at the entrance by a young man holding a bouquet of flowers. After a brief exchange, a hint of hesitation crossed the woman's face. The young man, a fellow high school classmate, had come to confess his feelings as they approached the season of farewells. She found herself swayed. After all, he was far more accomplished than Lin Chen. Not only did he drive a Maybach, but his family also owned a publicly traded company. In stark contrast, Lin Chen, despite his handsome appearance and academic prowess, could only boast of having a steel factory and his family hardly a noteworthy advantage. Most importantly, while the other man was clearly drawn to her, Lin Chen had yet to even hold her hand, let alone engage in more intimate actions. Was she destined to endure a lifetime of solitude? Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she entered the luxurious Maybach and once again called Lin Chen, stating, "Lin Chen, let us part ways that I have now found a boyfriend who loves me more." Such an honest man truly deserves to remain single for a lifetime. As the second chapter commences, the mecha is about to undergo testing. Naturally, his excitement is not rooted in the breakup the notion of a so-called girlfriend or reporter's nev crossed his mind. What truly exhilarates him is that the mecha, crafted over 3 arduous years, is on the verge of soaring into the skies. The anticipation, thrill, and nervousness he feels are beyond imagination. In front of the third warehouse of the steel mill, a throng of workers has gathered, summoned by Lin Chen's father, Lin Xiaohan, who wishes to showcase his son's remarkable achievement. After all, his son has constructed a mecha that even empires have struggled to create as a father. How could he not take pride in this? Lin Xiaohan carefully holds a small metallic box in his right hand, containing fuel for the atomic reactor, commonly referred to as nuclear fuel, which he procured at great cost through connections from a nuclear power station. His only regret might be that his wife has bestowed upon him a son who possesses merely half of his youthful handsomeness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen enters the warehouse, dons a special uniform and goggles, and places the fuel into the atomic reactor. His blood surges with fervor as he connects the neural interface located at the base of his spine to the port behind the pilot's seat. He then proceeds to issue a series of operational commands while seated within the mecha. Pressurize the inflation chamber. PMA shows no abnormalities externally or internally. Activate the safety mechanism. Activate the anti-gravity field. A series of operations cause the rudimentary mech to exhibit peculiar behavior. The reactor, fueled and ablaze, surges to a staggering 2 million Kelvin, while the gas chamber began to react, instantly propelling the dual-wing thrusters to emit a brilliant azure plume. In that moment, Lin Chen realized his success. 3 years of relentless dedication had not been in vain. The trepidation that once occupied his heart was replaced with an overwhelming sense of joy coursing through his chest. Quickly, open the warehouse doors. "Do not obstruct my mech," Lin Chen shouted emphatically. The entrance to the warehouse was already teeming with onlookers, many snapping out of their stupor. Though they were bewildered by Lin Chen's intentions, the imposing machine he rode was undeniably formidable. A throng of individuals scurried aside, while some hastened to open the doors. Unable to contain his desire to soar into the azure sky, Lin Chen activated his portable recording device. He required fan points within the system lay an array of advanced technologies, such as the Annihilation Star Kinona weapon capable of obliterating an entire planet with a single shot, drawing energy from the celestial body itself. However, all of these marvels necessitated fan points for redemption. As the term suggests, each fan would bestow upon Lin Chen a fraction of these coveted points. Thus, he sought not only to test his mech, but also to elevate his fame, inspiring admiration from all. In that instant, unveiling the mech through video was undoubtedly the most prudent choice, promising significant benefits for his future endeavors, whether in penetrating the heart of the empire or establishing his own dominion. Lin Chen deftly maneuvered the mech into a flying form. Ascending into the open air, the workers of the steel mill were left in as state of astonishment. Goodness, that's stunning. I'm getting goosebumps just watching. I've seen this giant in cartoons, but never did I imagine witnessing a real mech in person. The mouths of the steelworkers formed perfect O's as they gazed in awe at the high-tech marvel, each heart stirring with an unexplainable excitement. Mechs epitomized the romance of manhood. Transcending age, even a stooped elder would be stirred by such a spectacle. In stark contrast to the workers' amazement, Lin's mother was consumed with worry, calling out frantically, "Son, come down. Don't fall. Rest assured, I won't fall." Lin Chen reassured her with a sidelong glance before urging his father to activate the camera, and then he piloted the mech soaring into the sky, reaching heights of 100 meters on the ground. The crowd could only see the mech's rear, adorned with two blazing blue thrusters. So swift, so exhilarating. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the mech's capabilities. Lin Chen was neither willing nor daring to unveil its full potential. On one hand, it was his inaugural experience flying, stirring feelings of trepidation. On the other, the mech was still a prototype, its ability to fly and transform being commendable. Lu in itself, 8T in altitude exceeding 50 meters, Lin Chen, unfamiliar with the controls, faced warning indicators on the display as the combat aircraft form transitioned into a humanoid shape. The 7.8-meter mech made its debut before the world. Although the metallic behemoth hovering in the sky appeared rather unrefined, with numerous wires and even welding spots that could not be deemed perfect, it nonetheless exhibited distinct lines and exuded an imposing presence. The fervor was palpable, a true spectacle of passion. "Goodness!" exclaimed many onlookers. The scene before them transcended their wildest imaginations. The combat aircraft mech could astonishingly transform into a flying automaton. As they beheld the towering humanoid mech ascend, a tidal wave of exhilaration surged within their hearts. Is that it? Will it not soar again? The workers clearly expressed a sense of longing for more. There are still many critical aspects that require enhancement, but the fact that it can already fly and change forms is commendable, Lin Chen remarked with satisfaction as he directed the workers to push the platform housing the mech into the warehouse. That night, Lin Chen sat alone before his computer, leisurely editing the video. He intended to upload it online to generate a significant impact. However, despite being a scientific prodigy thanks to the system, his editing skills left much to be desired, compelling him to seek out online tutorials. Meanwhile, Jean City Satellite Television commenced its news broadcast. A poised female host addressed the screen, stating, "Today, the majority of the Empire's college entrance examinations have concluded, but reporters have captured a rather intriguing scene. Let us delve into what transpired." The scene shifted to an interview conducted by reporter Hua Chiluo with Lin Chen. "A few trivial questions are nothing but a waste of my precious time," he declared. A candidate creating a mecha without any inkling of how to establish an empire? Reporter Hua Chiluo delivered a scathing critique to Lin Chen, simultaneously hinting at the audience before their screens, "I would advise all candidates that failing an exam is sequential one can always retake it. However, fabricating excuses to deceive is simply unacceptable. When these sentiments coalesce, they merely serve as a justification for candidates who falter in their examinations." Ultimately, without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Chen was designated as a case study for promotional materials by the Tian City authorities. This news concerning Lin Chen swiftly captured the attention and disdain of the citizens of Tian City, trending as one of the predominant topics of discussion. Chapter 3. The capricious college entrance examinee. That very evening, many became acquainted with Lin Chen's audacious proclamations. In a prestigious neighborhood of Jin City, Zhaohao, a prominent figure on Weibo with millions of followers, was scrolling through his feed when a particular piece of news captured his attention. Strictly speaking, it was Lin Chen who piqued his interest, as his sister A Jiao's boyfriend bore the same name. After a prolonged moment of reading Lin Chen's bold declarations, Zhao Hao's expression shifted to one of discomfort. The examination questions were too trivial, hindering his noble pursuit of crafting mechas, too preoccupied with creating mechas to attend university. While his words appeared to disdainfully dismiss the college entrance examination, it was evidently a reckless outburst. From Zhao Hao's perspective, It would not be long before Lin Chen became the target of ridicule from netizens, subjected to scornful criticism. If his sister were to be publicly associated with such folly, she would undoubtedly share in the derision. Promptly, Zhao Hao called a Jiao to inquire about her relationship with Lin Chen. I have broken up with him. My current boyfriend comes from a family that owns a publicly listed company, and he drives a Maybach. Do you know what a Maybach is? It costs several million. A Jiao's ex-girlfriend excitedly informed Zhao Hao over the phone. Well done, Zhao Hao exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration after hanging up. His sister had wisely severed ties with Lin Chen and found a boyfriend who drove a Maybach. Perhaps he could bask in her fortune as well. An idea struck him. Since his sister had already ended her relationship with Lin Chen, what did he have to lose? Drawing from his experience as a Weibo influencer, he recognized that this news about Lin Chen was undeniably eye-catching, and sharing it would surely attract significant traffic. Soon, Zhao Hao reposted on Weibo, embellishing the narrative with exaggerated flair, claiming that his sister possessed an uncanny ability to discern talent, having long recognized Lin Chen as a lost cause, which prompted her to seek a new boyfriend, one who drove a Maybach. Half an hour later, Zhao Hao revisited Weibo, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the influx of comments and likes. Indeed, his sister's discerning eye was remarkably sharp. The ostentation was relentless, and the fervor surrounding the mech creation was refreshingly unique. As Zhao Hao had anticipated, countless netizens generously offered their mockery and disdain. Before long, numerous shares and reposts began to emerge, rapidly disseminating this news across every corner of Weibo. Information about Lin Chen was extensively circulated, effortlessly landing on the trending topics list. The news swept through the empire like a typhoon, with many becoming aware of a rebellious student named Lin Chen from Jin City. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, engrossed in editing his video at his computer. The following day, Lin Chen awoke and uploaded the meticulously edited video online before stepping out to pilot his mech into the skies, preparing to practice his operations. The potential repercussions of the video were far from his concerns, as it was merely a test video of the mech, not some celebrity playing basketball or a star injuring themselves in a frivolous incident. Just as Lin Chen departed, a Mercedes-Benz rolled into the steel factory. Lin's father was directing the workers as they unloaded steel when he heard a commotion and approached with a smile to greet the man inside the vehicle, his brother-in-law. Ma Jian, where's Lin Chen? That little rascal? Ma Jian asked, his expression filled with irritation. He went out for a drive. What's the matter? Lin's father responded, puzzled. Lin Chen has truly disappointed me. After the college entrance examination, he insists on showing off to reporters. Now, the entire internet knows the reasons for your son's capriciousness. These trivial questions will only waste his precious time in building mechas. Lin's father appeared awkward and said, keep your voice down. There are so many outsiders around. Ma Jian's face darkened as he muttered, that little brat. I swear I will break his legs today. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the sky. Ma Jian instinctively looked up, his mouth forming a perfect O, staring in disbelief at the colossal figure descending from above. It was a robot approximately 3 stories tall, its imposing lines glimmering with a metallic sheen that instilled a sense of awe. Ma Jian couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling insignificant before the massive machine. Suddenly, he stiffened, as if a realization struck him. Wasn't this a mecha? Was it truly crafted by Lin Chen? Almost immediately, he witnessed the robot transform into a form resembling a fighter jet and swiftly dart into warehouse number 3. Moments later, Lin Chen casually emerged from the warehouse, asking, what brings you here, uncle? Your uncle is quite disappointed in you, Lin's father remarked with an odd tone. Is that really your creation? Ma Jian gazed at his nephew emerging from the warehouse with a mixture of disbelief and disappointment, for it was the very warehouse where the mecha had just flown in. I constructed it, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Ma Jian's expression turned grave as he admonished, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How could you create such a colossal machine without confiding in your uncle? I am your own uncle. Yet, a smile gradually spread across his face, realizing that Lin Chen was not merely boasting in front of the reporters. The anger that had simmered within him dissipated, for this mecha was indeed Lin Chen's creation. As for attending university, it would be the institutions that would seek Lin Chen's favor. He plunged into warehouse number 3, his hands caressing the mecha with tender reverence. The cold, hard texture was far more pleasurable than touching the body of Lin Chen's aunt. Lin Chen followed him inside, observing his uncle handle the mecha with a gentleness that surpassed his care for his own wife, his expression one of utter enjoyment. Deciding not to disturb this moment of appreciation, Lin Chen merely cautioned him about areas that were off-limits, such as the still warm thrusters. I understand. I will only touch it gently and never recklessly. When I was your age, I devoured Gundam comics every day. Ma Jian nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. The sensation he experienced was incomparable to that of Lin Chen's aunt. It was so cold, so solid. However, his indifference did not reflect the sentiments of others. Once the mecha testing video was released, it ignited a tempest across the internet, spreading like wildfire. Within merely half a day, it engulfed the entire network of the empire. From Weibo to various communities and forums, people witnessed the reality of mecha within the video. And not just any mecha, but one capable of transforming and flying. It is a mech belonging to the empire, crafted by a capricious college entrance examination candidate of the empire. Meanwhile, in a bid to gain attention, the instigator Zhao Hao is savoring lunch with his sister, Jiao. The siblings are basking in their success, owing to Lin Chen's whim. Zhao Hao's recent surge in popularity has the potential to earn him a monthly income in the six figures, while Jiao has secured a boyfriend who drives a Maybach. Suddenly, the phone rings. Zhao Hao glances at it and chuckles at Jiao, saying, "See? My friends are all eager to curry favor with me now." However, upon answering, the conversation unfolds quite differently from what he had anticipated, filled with jests and mockery. "Zhao Ritian, is your sister blind? She broke up with Lin Chen over just a Maybach? A mere Maybach? It costs several million." Zhao Hao is left utterly bewildered. "If I were you, I would send Jiao over to Lin Chen's bed, and then check your Weibo to see how much people are ridiculing you, and what the trending topics are." "You fool." The voice on the other end abruptly cuts off. Zhao Hao, his face a mask of confusion, feels a surge of anxiety. What on earth has transpired on Weibo? Chapter 4. The pauper with a Maybach. He hastily sets down his chopsticks and opens Weibo, scanning the trending topics for what his friends had urged him to check. The hot search rankings read, Kai Han will portray the male lead in the Fortress of Shanghai. Luo Yang's group activities. Zhang Chang's wife cheating on her manager. What nonsense is this? Zhao Hao finds himself at a loss, as Weibo remains filled with trivial matters concerning celebrities. However, when he scrolled to the 8th trending topic, his body suddenly stiffened. The title that caught his eye read, College Entrance Examinee and Mecha. This position should have been occupied by his own topic. Why had it changed? Though the subject remained focused on mechas, and the content would undoubtedly relate to Lin Chen, an instinct told Zhao Hao that this was precisely the information he had been seeking. For reasons unknown, his underlying anxiety intensified, for the title seemed awry. He quickly clicked in, and the content revealed itself. Was it a genuine mecha or merely special effects? Below was a video. In the initial frame, a vast warehouse came into view, at the center of which stood an industrially aesthetic combat-style mecha. Then, Lin Chen appeared on screen, donning a special suit as he mounted the mecha. With a series of deft maneuvers, the mecha astonishingly began to respond. And then it soared into the sky. What on earth was I witnessing? Zhao Hao's heart raced with excitement as he continued watching. Although he harbored a tendency to slander Lin Chen, the mecha had ignited an unquenchable passion and desire within him, especially when the mecha transformed into a humanoid form. Zhao Hao's exhilaration reached its zenith. This was the epitome of a true mecha, without exception. Eventually, Zhao Hao grasped why his close friend had called him earlier. Was it a discerning eye for talent, or sheer folly, to break up with someone merely for driving a Maybach, in comparison to piloting a mecha? Zhao Hao felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing to spit blood. Comparing a Maybach driver to one commanding a mecha was akin to juxtaposing worlds that were not even in the same league. As the video concluded, the comments section emerged. Wow, he actually transformed. I've watched it 5 times. It's incredibly impressive, a true charm for attracting admirers. Is this really the same capricious student from yesterday's college entrance examination? It seems that the exam truly squandered his precious time. Goodness. A ridiculous topic from a popular influencer almost led me to believe it. Suddenly, a useful comment caught Zhao Hao's eye, causing him to freeze momentarily. He quickly exited and navigated to his Weibo homepage, intending to delete yesterday's post. Otherwise, he might face a barrage of criticism, jeopardizing his hard-earned influencer status. However, upon reaching his homepage, he was astounded to discover that his follower count had mysteriously diminished by 2 zeros, accompanied by numerous comments. Are you blind? He ditched someone driving a mecha for a guy in a Maybach. I've already cleared my name. I seek Lin Chen's address to engage in 3 days and nights of dialogue with him. The online mockery of Lin Chen had subsided, and no one was inclined to defame a college entrance examinee capable of constructing mechas. The previous harsh criticisms now resonated as strikingly ironic. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt no desire to continue reading. He slumped helplessly in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his heart heavy with regret and anguish. What foolish actions had he undertaken in pursuit of clout? His influencer status was utterly ruined. Jiao remarked, "Brother, have you become a drama king? Just look for yourself." Jiao picked up her phone, and, after a brief moment of scrolling, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? He actually built a mech? Although she lacked knowledge about mechs, she understood one fundamental truth. While a mechbot was rare, mechs were nearly non-existent and deemed impossible to construct. Yet, Lin Chen had indeed accomplished this feat. How could she have chosen to discard someone who created mech for the sake of a mere mechbot driver? That impoverished mechbot owner was utterly unworthy of her. He must have loved her, wanting to surprise her, which was why he had kept it a secret. Suddenly, Jiao sprang up from her chair and dialed Lin Chen's number, only to realize that he had already blocked her. Ah, how foolish of me. I let go of a wealthy and handsome mech creator for someone who merely drives a mechbot. Jiao wailed, collapsing onto the floor in despair, lamenting her inability to resist the allure of the impoverished mechbot driver. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's family continued their lunch, somewhat aware of external happenings. Since the video was released, the internet had fallen silent regarding any slander against Lin Chen. Rather, people were eager to curry favor with him. Lin's father casually remarked, "This morning, your uncle called to say someone is interested in buying your mech, offering 50 million. The dining table was enveloped in silence, with no notable reactions. 50 million seemed substantial. Yet in reality, it was merely the equivalent of 1 or 2 years' income for both Lin Chen's family and his maternal grandfather's side. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin's father inquired further. "I have my own plans," Lin Chen replied somewhat ambiguously. Indeed, his most splendid aspiration was to establish a research base provided by the empire. For only then could a continuous influx of materials be assured, and he could also possess his own faction. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. Participate in the college entrance examination completed. Please claim your reward. Task 2. Manufacture a mech. Progress. 71. Task 3. Prevent the invasion of monsters. Crush. Fan value. 1. 25 million. Lin Chen's body suddenly stiffened. How could it be that in such a short span, he had amassed over 1 million followers? If this pace of growth continued, accumulating even more fans would not be far-fetched, and the technical documentation for exoskeleton mechs and individual combat mechs would soon be within reach. In truth, the technology for individual combat mechs was what Lin Chen valued most, as donning a multifunctional protective mech was akin to piloting a simplified humanoid tank. Subsequently, Lin Chen prepared to claim his reward. Ding, acquired stance expertise. Stance expertise? Lin Chen wore a puzzled expression. Almost immediately, it felt as though he had gained an innate understanding of stance experience, something that was not unfamiliar. Lin Chen closed his eyes to immerse himself in this sudden reward. And before long, when he reopened his eyes, he had transformed into a seasoned expert capable of excelling in any environment. In the afternoon, Lin Chen unexpectedly received news from his uncle that he had once again become a trending topic online. The discourse remained centered around mechs, but divisions had begun to emerge. Some believed the videos were authentic, while others contended they were merely the product of special effects, with certain experts laying out their analyses clearly. This is the essence of the internet, where discussions range from grand imperial affairs to the mundane acts of eating and relieving oneself. Every piece of news can incite a barrage of vitriol from countless netizens, yet certain forums remain inexplicably harmonious. Filled with messages such as "the original poster is a good person. May they enjoy a peaceful life, and thank you for the seats." Unfortunately, Lin Chen's mecha is ill-suited for such forums, thus sparking similar animosity among netizens. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen chuckled. No matter the disputes that unfold online, the ultimate beneficiary remains himself, for as his fame grows, so too does his legion of followers. Upon opening his computer and entering Weibo, he was met with a series of scornful jibes. "This fraud, and I am Professor Yang Yongkong. Individuals like this deserve to be sent to our Addiction Rehabilitation Center for electric shock treatment. The experts have seen through the FAAD, haven't they?" Lin Chen chose not to dwell on the malicious slanders proliferating online, fully aware that no matter how robust his physique, even attaining the strength of a mythical beast would be futile against the omnipresent keyboard warriors. With a smile, he closed his computer, allowing the rampant mockery on the internet to continue its inevitable escalation. Ultimately, there will come a day when the truth renders these individuals speechless. 2 days later, within warehouse number 3, the music broadcast from Jinshi played softly as Lin Chen diligently optimized the internal circuits of the mecha. His father entered and remarked, "Your mother just went to your grandmother's house. Order takeout for lunch. Since your mother is absent, I shall be going out for drinks." Suddenly, the music abruptly ceased, and a voice from the broadcast announced, "A tragic collapse has just occurred at Daga Bridge. Please reroute any relevant vehicles. Rescue operations are currently being organized." Lin Chen's body tensed, and he turned rigidly, inquiring, "Did my mother just go to my grandmother's house?" Jinshi is a city traversed by the Haihe River, and Lin Chen's grandmother resides in the urban area, making the bridge an essential route. Coincidentally, one had just departed for the city, while the other had experienced a catastrophic collapse. "Hurry and rescue your mother. She must have fallen into the river," Lin's father urged anxiously, his heart filled with concern. In a matter of moments, Lin Chen donned his flight suit and goggles, leaping into the mech. After a few operations on the control panel, the atomic reactor ignited and the inflation chamber reacted. With a whoosh, Lin Chen propelled the mech forward, a blue-tail flame trailing behind him. This time, the mech would serve to quell the scornful mockery circulating online, though the situation had yet to reach widespread notoriety. However, Lin Chen could scarcely afford to consider such matters. His mother had fallen into the river. Chapter 5. I believe I can do it too. A colossal shadow loomed above Jinshi, swiftly hurtling northward. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a mech, forged from steel, was soaring through the sky, imposing in stature, with someone evidently at the helm. On the ground, many gazed in the direction the mech had departed, their eyes barely able to discern the diminishing black. At that moment, the renowned Daga Bridge in Jinshi had collapsed, and countless survivors were struggling amid the densely packed waters of the Haihe River. Dear viewers, today a major incident has occurred in our city. The bridge has collapsed. Fortunately, various rescue departments of the Empire are hastening to the scene. Let us delve into the specifics of the situation. As a model journalist of the city, reporter Huachi Lua was the first to arrive at the scene. Accompanied by a photographer, she approached the officials organized by the Empire for the rescue efforts. The official, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, wiped his brow and stated, "All departments are cooperating actively, but the number of victims is overwhelming, and the rescue is progressing slowly. It is relatively easier to save pedestrians, but the most challenging situation involves the 56 vehicles that have plunged into the water." With that, he swiftly removed his clothing and leapt into the Haihe River. In that moment, apart from the cacophony of the water's surface, both the police on the banks and the onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Even the Empire's officials had jumped in to assist. The situation appeared dire. With each passing second, more lives could be lost to the depths of the river. Just as the rescue efforts were lagging, a piercing sound suddenly pierced the sky. Many instinctively glanced upward, speculating that the Empire had dispatched a helicopter for assistance. However, in the blink of an eye, a small black dot, moving at an astonishing speed, appeared above the Haihe River. Lin Chen gripped the control stick, and before the astonished crowd, the fighter jet transformed into a humanoid form, exuding an imposing presence in the air, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. The crowd on both banks, previously frozen in shock, erupted into a flurry of excitement. What on earth is that? Such an impressive mech. Isn't that the mech that has been the subject of endless debates on Weibo? Soon, the spectators began snapping photos and live-streaming the event. For this was no mere special effects concocted by experts. It was a genuine mech. The journalist, Hua Chiluo, found her lips forming a na shape in astonishment. A mech, an authentic mech. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she speculated whether the headstrong Lin Chen might be inside. While the crowd remained in shock, Lin Chen, situated within the humanoid mech above the Haihe River, anxiously dialed his mother 3 times, only to be met with silence on each occasion. Preparing for the worst, he resolved to pilot the mech into the river. What on earth was happening? A group of arriving police officers, just stepping out of their vehicles, were confronted with a truly astonishing sight. They felt the immense pressure emanating from the towering mech, standing 3 stories high, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "The mech has entered the river. What should we do, Captain?" one officer inquired. The middle-aged officer remained silent, pondering whether the small pistol at his waist could possibly intimidate a behemoth of such proportions. "Good heavens, the mech has plunged into the river," exclaimed a young officer in disbelief. "Is it perhaps coming to assist?" The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the immense power the mech could unleash if it chose to help. It could effortlessly retrieve the vehicles that had fallen into the water. In that moment of collective anticipation, Lin Chen maneuvered the mech slowly into the river, the water rising to his waist. Fortunately, he had received rewards for his adept piloting skills, making the task of retrieving vehicles from the water a mere trifle for both him and the mech. With a thrust of 158 kilonewtons, the mech could easily hoist a car from the depths of the Haiha. The rescue team on the riverbank shouted in unison. Now those trapped inside the vehicles have hope. A black BMW was retrieved from the river, the occupant in a state of unconsciousness. A red Ferrari followed suit, its driver also in a similar plight. The rescue team, overwhelmed by shock, found themselves transfixed by the sight of a mysterious mech that had emerged, promptly resolving the most pressing dilemma at the scene. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen realized that he could no longer extract any more vehicles from the water. However, urgency consumed him as his own Audi remained unfished from the depths. Undeterred, he made another sweep through the river, only to meet with failure once more. Didn't my mother fall into the river? The cockpit door of the mech opened, and Lin Chen rose to his feet, his gaze locked onto the water's surface. How heroic. A savior, indeed. He rescued my wife, and I must ensure that my daughter offers herself in gratitude. The crowd and families of the victims erupted in applause, generously bestowing accolades upon the hero. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted into the river, "Mom." The atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence as it dawned on the onlookers. The man piloting the mech had saved many, yet had failed to rescue his own mother. "Mom," Lin Chen called out again, desperation tinging his voice. "Your mother is right here." A woman's voice resonated through the hushed crowd. Lin Chen froze, turning to find his mother standing safely on the bank, her clothes completely dry. In an instant, he maneuvered the mech once more, astonishing the onlookers as it transformed into a fighter jet. Lin Chen leapt from the mech and approached briskly, his expression a mixture of excitement and disbelief as he scrutinized his mother from head to toe. "Mom, you didn't fall into the river, did you?" The onlookers felt an odd dissonance in the air. "I had just crossed the bridge when it collapsed, and then I stood by the shore to watch the commotion." Lin's mother chuckled. "Where's your phone?" Lin Chen found it hard to accept this reality. Was it truly a figment of his imagination that his mother had fallen into the river? "It's in the car. You didn't think I..." The surrounding crowd fell silent once more. What was this? Their hero piloted a mech, descending like a deity amidst the people's peril, saving countless lives. Yet, this illustrious hero's true mission was merely to rescue his mother, and the salvation of others was merely a means to ascertain his mother's safety. Reporter Hua Chiluo approached with uncontained enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hello, Lin Chen. It's wonderful to see you again. I never thought you would actually be building a mech, one that even the Empire couldn't create. It's truly astonishing." A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Hua Chiluo's face. What logic was this? Lin Chen turned in frustration, reproaching, "Mom, you really have delayed my precious time for building the mech." The following day, the internet erupted once more. Was this not sufficient? No matter, mobile live broadcasts and Gene City News could corroborate the events. All of this was undeniably real, and thus, the so-called experts and professors fell silent, rendered speechless. On Weibo, Bilibili, forums, and Tieba, chaos has ensued. It is indeed a genuine mech. Astonishingly, one is piloting a mech to rescue their mother? Brothers from Gene City have witnessed it firsthand. The mech is undeniably real. The entire internet is in a frenzy, with discussions centering around mechs. Kyoto University is currently engrossed in conversations about mechs as well. The pressing concern is the fear of being outpaced. The vice president concurred. "Our national capital university is the most esteemed institution in the empire, the most coveted university. If Lin Chen possesses any sense, he will undoubtedly choose National Capital University," a certain university leader proclaimed with pride. Laughter erupted among the crowd, light and carefree. With its profound heritage, National Capital University, as the direct institution of the empire's chief, wields an irresistible allure. A mere admission letter renders all unable to resist its temptation. Chapter 6. The astonished academics. Many universities across the empire are still deliberating on the topic of mechs and Lin Chen. However, these institutions are uniformly adopting a cautious stance, believing that gathering more pertinent information about Lin Chen and the mechs before making a declaration is prudent. Meanwhile, in the Jizhou province, the 4th Legion, a formidable force of 100,000 stationed to defend the national capital and Jin City, remains deployed across various cities in the province. Among them, J City's military university was established by the 4th Legion under the command of His Majesty Emperor Jiang Mingyuan. This is neither a 985 nor a 211 institution. The Legion commander, who concurrently serves as the university president, was the first to voice his opinion in the meeting, stating solemnly, "As you all are aware of the specifics, let us hear your thoughts." Incredibly, the authenticity of mechs is well understood by all. With genuine intent, "I wish to extend an invitation to Lin Chen to join our university," remarked the vice president with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, the empire requires talents of such caliber. After much discussion, to demonstrate sufficient sincerity and to prevent other universities from securing his admission first, it was ultimately decided that General Liang Shizhong, commander of the 4th Corps and president of the Direct Military University, would lead the team. Preparations would be made today, and tomorrow he would personally lead the delegation northward to Tianjin to extend an olive branch. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's attention remained fixated on the system panel. Following his heroic act of saving lives at the Haihe River, his fan value had surged past the remarkable threshold of 2 million. Although this figure paled in comparison to the fan bases of many celebrities, it nonetheless filled Lin Chen with excitement, for this milestone represented the minimum standard for system redemption. Upon opening the system marketplace, he encountered a plethora of astonishing technologies: 3D projection technology, 2 million fan value, biocultivation chamber, 50 million fan value, T600 robot, 300 million fan value, T800 robot, 600 million fan value, T1000 robot, 1 billion fan value. The system marketplace was replete with an array of marvels. Yet Lin Chen's current capabilities allowed him to redeem only the most affordable 3D projection technology. This technology could be utilized for on-site simulations and data calculations, among other applications. It shall suffice, Lin Chen decided, selecting the 3D projection technology. Subsequently, through the system's aid, he imbibed this knowledge into his mind, swiftly mastering the technique. In the afternoon, I completed 50 of the three-dimensional technology, and by the late night, I achieved a full 100. With this three-dimensional technology, I shall become increasingly adept at the fabrication of mechs. Activation. Lin Chen, with dark circles under his eyes, placed a small box on the ground. This three-dimensional technology enables multi-touch interaction. For instance, the entire landscape of Jin City can be represented in 3 dimensions on a sand table, allowing the controller to simulate using hands, feet, or even data. Naturally, it can also be utilized for certain purposes, such as employing three-dimensional technology to replicate a beautiful woman, thus alleviating the solitude of long nights. At the moment the three-dimensional technology was activated, the entire warehouse was enveloped in a cerulean glow, which then coalesced into a miniature virtual warehouse. This ethereal repository, composed of blue light, mirrored the actual warehouse where Lin Chen resided, rendering every tangible object through the lens of three-dimensional technology. Lin Chen smiled contentedly before succumbing to sleep atop the mech. The following day, a team from the Zhili Military University arrived at Lin Chen's residence. "Are you soldiers of the Empire?" Lin's father inquired, bewildered by the sudden appearance of military personnel, especially given their evidently high-ranking attire. However, he pondered their purpose. Could it be that constructing mechs was illegal, stirring even the imperial military? "Greetings, I am Liang Shizhong, the commander of the 4th Legion and also the president of Zhili Military University. This is..." Liang Shizhong introduced himself. "Hello, we have come to your home for..." Lin's father felt a mix of trepidation and urgency, unwilling to appear dismissive. These individuals, each more formidable than the last, particularly the commander of the 4th Legion, who commands an impressive force of 100,000 troops. In the Empire, only the Emperor, the Chief of Staff, and the United Front Department possessed the influence to balance such a figure. "We come without malice, seeking to discuss certain matters with Lin Chen," Liang Shizhong explained. He had been tinkering with the mecha in the warehouse all night and had likely fallen asleep inside. "I shall go rouse him." "There is no need for that. Please notify him first. The technologies involved here are not for us to scrutinize," Liang Shizhong replied. Lin's father nodded, feeling a sense of fondness for Liang Shizhong. He hurried into warehouse number 3, prepared to awaken Lin Chen, only to be astounded by the scene before him. A massive sand table projection revealed a miniature warehouse, with a striking humanoid mecha at its center. This was the complete form of the mecha. It exuded an aesthetic of violence and featured distinct skeletal armor lines, with additional weaponry integrated into the wing structures. In short, it resembled a harbinger of devastation upon the battlefield. Lin Chen awakened. Lin's father called, breaking free from his trance. "Father, is there something you need?" Lin Chen inquired. "Indeed. It is about." Lin's father recounted in detail the purpose of Liang Shizhong and his companion's visit. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen replied, "Let them enter. Even if they were to pry, they would glean nothing of significance." Lin's father exited the warehouse and approached Liang Shizhong and the others. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire?" The vice president of the Zhili Military University asked in a hushed tone. "Everything is fine. Lin Chen has indicated that if there is anything, you may address him directly," Lin's father assured them. "How wonderful it is." A throng of individuals surged into warehouse number 3, eager not only to converse with Lin Chen, but also driven by the desire to observe the mecha up close. Liang Shizhong and his companions entered the warehouse with palpable excitement, swiftly overwhelmed by the astonishing atmosphere within. Is this the three-dimensional holographic technology? Goodness! It truly is three-dimensional holographic technology, remarkable, yet entirely incomprehensible to me. My hypertension is acting up. Someone assist me to a seat. The entire scene was in disarray, filled with awe. Considering the Empire's current capabilities, it would take at least another century to fully realize such technology. And yet here it is. Unbelievable. Liang Shizhong inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, resolutely determined to secure Lin Chen's cooperation at any cost. This interaction with touch-sensitive three-dimensional technology and mecha left Liang Shizhong's small team in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape like OS. Reluctant to disturb the intricate sand table while desperately yearning to unravel its underlying principles. One might think they had stepped into a science fiction film. The fortune of the Empire, the fortune of the Empire. After witnessing this three-dimensional technology, I feel as though the decade I spent studying it was utterly futile. Within this small team were numerous academicians from various fields of military industry, such a repository of knowledge. Yet, the more they observed, the more they were struck with trepidation. This three-dimensional technology seemed extraordinarily advanced, yet it remained completely elusive to their understanding. I realized I comprehended nothing at all. The engineer academician of the Zhili Military University, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. His eyes wide with alarm. Quick, fetch the emergency heart medication. Old Lu is having a heart attack." A flurry of chaos ensued. Liang Shizhong, initially captivated by the three-dimensional technology for a mere half-minute, soon shifted his focus to the mech located at the center of the warehouse. With a glimmer of hope, he inquired, "Is this truly your creation?" Lin Chen, yawning, nodded in affirmation. Liang Shizhong felt a surge of excitement and asked, "You are indeed a genius of the Empire. I have seen it in the video. This mech can transform as well. Could you explain how that transformation occurs? May I touch it?" Liang Shizhong asked cautiously. Lin Chen nodded, indicating it was permissible, and then elaborated. "This mech employs 9th-generation atomic reactor technology, inflatable chamber technology, anti-gravity technology, and neural interaction technology. Do you comprehend?" Liang Shizhong hesitated. It seems I might understand." Chapter 7. Do I look like a fool to you? Liang Shizhong's face flushed with embarrassment. He regretted asking a genius about technical matters. Now, not only did he feel lost, but he also sensed an inexplicable awe towards Lin Chen's brilliance. He then queried, "When was this mech constructed?" Liang Shizhong nodded, somewhat satisfied with the timeline, acknowledging that such an advanced mech must have been crafted over time. "And what about this?" Liang Shizhong pointed towards the three-dimensional sand table, the members of the small team. In less than a day, a complete three-dimensional technology was developed. This astounding feat leaves the research teams of the 5 great empires with little dignity to uphold. After all, have their lifelong projects been reduced to mere folly? The swiftness and sophistication of this technology are such that, had it not been witnessed firsthand, it would be met with disbelief if shared. Suddenly, all eyes converged on Liang Shizhong, as if signaling an important message. With a serious demeanor, he stood tall and addressed Lin Chen. "On behalf of the 4th Legion and the Zhili Military University, I extend to you an invitation to join our ranks." The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted from shock to solemnity. The fervent gazes of those present reflected their eagerness. A talent like Lin Chen joining them would be a boon for the Empire, while his affiliation with the capital university would signify a misfortune. given that the institution primarily nurtured talents for rival empires. Thank you for the recognition from the empire. I am open to joining, but I have a stipulation. Lin Chen replied with a smile, signaling the commencement of negotiations. The goals they had set were on the verge of realization. You may rest assured. We shall spare no effort to fulfill your request, Liang Shizhong replied earnestly, determined to retain such a prodigious talent, even if it meant sacrificing everything. After all, he reasoned, what excessive demands could a young man possibly have? Perhaps merely a yacht, leisurely indulgences, and a few romantic escapades. If such were his desires, Liang Shizhong could easily arrange for a multitude of companions from various professions, ranging from flight attendants to nurses. I require a research base along with a competent scientific team. And within this facility, no one shall dictate my actions, Lin Chen declared. That is not an unreasonable demand, Liang Shizhong responded. Their interest in Lin Chen was not to facilitate his education, but rather to assist the empire in military research, particularly in the realms of mecha and three-dimensional technology. Whether or not I pursue education is a matter of personal choice. No one shall impose restrictions upon me, Lin Chen reiterated. His agreement with Liang Shizhong was primarily motivated by the influence of the latter's powerful associate, Emperor Jiang Mingyuan. Liang Shizhong remarked, even if you wish to learn, we possess little that could instruct you. Should you desire it, we would be willing to bestow upon you a professorship. However, the title of academician would require the emperor's endorsement. That sounds promising, Lin Chen paused before adding, I will need a substantial supply of materials. And I hope for your cooperation. For this? Liang Shizhong gestured towards the mecha. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed. The specific data is? Liang Shizhong inquired. Let us examine the practical effects from the perspective of three-dimensional technology, Lin Chen suggested, inputting data into the system. The three-dimensional technology generated a simulation of a flat battlefield. One side featured 20 imposing armored tanks collaborating with numerous soldiers, while the opposing side showcased 5 mecha equipped with weaponry. All of this was a result of the simulated capabilities of the three-dimensional technology. Undoubtedly, the confrontation on the battlefield culminated in the triumph of the mechs. Although tanks roamed unimpeded due to their formidable armor, the mechs adeptly evaded attacks from the air, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the tanks. The onlookers were left speechless, their minds grappling with disbelief. Could mechs truly vanquish the imposing tanks with such ease? Liang Shizhong, possessing a profound understanding of military strategy, recognized the implications of the simulated outcome before him. The mechs could be employed for rescue missions and escort duties, and once mass-produced, they would serve as the cavalry of the battlefield, the reapers of ground forces, and hunters of low-altitude targets. Furthermore, the mechs could form a formidable firepower network, effortlessly intercepting any supersonic fighter jets. Lin Chen gestured across the three-dimensional sand table, and the previously simulated scene vanished, replaced by an image of a mech, accompanied by a series of data. Liang Shizhong and his colleagues furrowed their brows, unable to conceal the tumultuous waves of astonishment within. Mech, Palamelu experimental model, capable of modifications into heavy artillery mechs and assault mechs. Weight, 4,300 kilograms. Height, 7.8 meters. Maximum speed, 350 kilometers per hour, at a maximum low altitude of 3,000 meters. Weapons, particle beam rifle, plasma cannon, proton cannon, etc. This array of data shattered preconceived notions about mechs. For a long time, many believed that mechs could not be utilized on the battlefield, as their sheer size rendered them easy targets. However, Lin Chen's mech showcased to them what it truly meant to possess the ultimate weapon of warfare. Everyone was filled with trepidation. While the data displayed before the mecha was somewhat comprehensible, the information that followed was utterly perplexing yet undeniably impressive. However, one couldn't help but wonder for whom Lin Chen had devised such a weapon. Was it a means of vengeance against schoolyard bullies? That seemed rather excessive. At that moment, an inquisitive academic posed a question regarding the energy source of the mecha. Without elaboration, Lin Chen gestured with his right hand, revealing a series of power systems before the assembly. The 9th-generation atomic reactor, the primary structure utilizes major technologies. The data was extensive, yet whether the esteemed scientists present could decipher it remained uncertain. Academician Sun wore a bewildered expression and quietly inquired of his companion, Old Wang. Do you understand this atomic reactor technology? It seemed as if he might. I feel the same, came the response. I think I grasp everything. Yet it feels as though I know nothing at all. Lin Chen was confident in presenting all this information, fully aware that these individuals would struggle to comprehend it. After all, the technology was eons ahead of their own civilization. Yang Shizhong clenched his teeth and declared, "We can manage this. I will report to the Emperor. As long as we can achieve mass production, dismantling the Third Legion's warships will pose no challenge." Subsequently, Yang Shizhong and the others marveled at the revelations before departing with a lingering sense of awe. The meeting concluded flawlessly. The imperial palace was situated within an expansive estate. The emperor of the empire, Jiang Mingyuan, is an affable middle-aged man. He possesses neither a towering stature nor a striking appearance. His sword-like brows hang limply, revealing his ailing condition, with a pallid complexion that serves as the best testament to his health. Yet, his eyes are imbued with profound wisdom and weariness, as if he has long since penetrated the depths of existence. "Is there something amiss?" Jiang Mingyuan inquired while meticulously tending to the flower bed. "It's a matter of great urgency," Liang Shizhong replied, casting a glance toward the villa. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Mingyuan observed that his 3 children remained unperturbed and remarked, "Is it the Yang family that is growing restless, or has the elder council concocted another scheme? Speak your mind." "Neither, it is this." Liang Shizhong proceeded to recount in detail his observations and the agreement reached with Lin Chen. The situation was indeed astonishing and difficult to believe, yet the facts stood immutable. At first, Jiang Mingyuan's countenance was grave, but as Liang Shizhong concluded his narrative, it transformed into incredulity. An anthropomorphic mech capable of flight and transformation that can effortlessly annihilate tanks? A multi-touch 3-dimensional technology? All conceived by a mere high school graduate? Do I appear to be a fool? Jiang Mingyuan ceased his watering, gazing at his interlocutor in astonishment. Chapter 8. Official news of the Empire. Not only would I find it hard to believe, but anyone you tell would be equally incredulous. If such a formidable high school student existed, the Empire would already be soaring to the heavens. It is all true. I have brought the documentation. Please take a look, Liang Shizhong said as he opened his laptop, revealing comprehensive information regarding Lin Chen. Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brows as a series of documents presented themselves before him, and his expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. Could it be that the youth of the Empire possessed such remarkable talents? The art of constructing mechas and mastering 3-dimensional technology seems to be child's play for them. It is utterly beyond belief. A flush crept onto Jiang Mingyuan's aged visage, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared not merely foolish, but truly naive for having been unaware of such a prodigy emerging from the Empire. His demands, Liang Shizhong remarked, all will be met. This individual shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the Empire in the future. Additionally, Xiu'er is with you. Please ensure she looks after him well. Jiang Mingyuan gazed at Lin Chen's identity information, nodding in approval. The clarity of his background was nothing short of ideal. Should the Grand Princess employ her charms to win hearts? Liang Shizhong expressed surprise, sensing an exhilarating twist in the situation. Xiu'er possesses commendable medical skills. I meant for her to monitor his health. Jiang Mingyuan inhaled deeply, clenching his fist discreetly, his expression revealing a struggle to restrain his emotions. As a father, how could he allow his beloved daughter to use her allure to sway someone's affections? Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding circumstances, for on that Saturday morning, he was summoned by his uncle Ma Jian for an arranged marriage meeting. In his words, since he was not attending school, he was no longer a child, and it was high time to consider marriage. The prospective bride was reportedly the only daughter of a well-known enterprise in the city. The meeting was set at a Chinese restaurant. Out of respect for his elders, Lin Chen ultimately consented to attend and see for himself. That morning, he rode a shared bicycle to the agreed-upon venue. Within the Chinese restaurant, Ma Jian was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a father and daughter seated across from him. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lin Chen parking his bicycle outside the glass window and turned to smile, saying, "General Liu, that is my handsome nephew. Not only does he possess great looks, but he is also quite intelligent, having established a steel factory." He was interrupted by General Ma, whose expression remained impassive, as he cut off Ma Jian's introduction with precision. Meanwhile, the young woman shifted her gaze from the news on the television, her brows furrowing slightly, as if Lin Chen had left an unfavorable impression on her. Despite Lin Chen's striking appearance, his tardiness, reliance on a bicycle, and humble background of running a steel factory did little to elevate his status in her eyes. Such traits hardly warranted admiration. He belonged to an entirely different echelon. Lin Chen entered the restaurant, casting a glance around before approaching their table. Ma Jian proceeded to introduce him. "This is General Liu. And this young lady is Miss Lu Hui. Lin Chen greeted them with a smile. Following this, Ma Jian continued to speak animatedly. Lin Chen took a moment to scrutinize Miss Lu Hui. Her stylish ankle boots, black stockings, slender waist, and cascading waves of hair made her a stunning woman. Yet he felt a trivial connection. Eventually, Ma Jian sensed he had shared enough and turned to Miss Lu Hui, inquiring, "Do you find this suitable?" The television sound was low, yet it reached each ear with clarity. As the Lu father and daughter approached the entrance, their steps faltered, and their mouths formed a na shape in astonishment as they beheld a photograph on the screen, only to glance back at Lin Chen, who sat across from them. How could this be? The two individuals bore an uncanny resemblance. In the blink of an eye, a person once deemed a mere pauper transformed into a pivotal figure within the imperial military. Although she lacked understanding of the intricacies of the mecha, she was acutely aware that with Lin Chen's current age and accomplishments, one could only speculate whether the next commander of the empire might be Lin Chen herself. Lu Hui felt utterly foolish, nearly missing the chance to connect with such a remarkable individual. Lin Chen then approached the doorway, addressing the Lu family who stood in her path. "Miss Lu, if you would kindly step aside. Shall we exchange WeChat to discuss further?" Lu Hui's demeanor shifted dramatically, laced with a hint of desperation. "I've reconsidered. I am rather taken by appearances. Truth be told, I was smitten the moment I laid eyes on you." Lu Hui, discarding her pride, felt that even a brazen advance would be worth it at this juncture. "I apologize, but I must ponder this further. My interests lie not in women. Only the cold, unyielding mecha captivates my attention," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Lu Hui felt as though she might suffocate from disbelief. What sort of absurd reasoning was this? Did not men typically prefer the touch of soft and fragrant women? Meanwhile, at the second high school of Jin City, a meeting was underway. The principal presented the latest official news to the faculty. The conference room erupted in astonishment. "Goodness, Lin Chen has been appointed as a professor? After dedicating my life to teaching, I never once brushed shoulders with a professor. Who would have thought? Our second high school is destined for greatness." Numerous teachers were left in shock. Lin Chen was no longer a student, but had ascended to the role of professor. Lin Chen had received official recognition from the empire. Thus, is it true that his controversial mech is genuine? A homeroom teacher, grappling with a tumultuous array of emotions, inquired of the principal. "I believe it to be so." "After all, this is official news," the principal responded. The teacher's feelings were in disarray, as he had faced considerable ridicule due to Lin Chen, particularly following the Gaokao, where Lin Chen's audacious proclamations were particularly galling. Even he had felt a sense of shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Now, the principal hastily ordered the retraction of the school's statement distancing itself from Lin Chen, replacing it instead with a message extolling the virtues of moral education. The principal's face flushed with embarrassment. When Lin Chen had been at the center of controversy, the school had issued a statement to preserve its reputation. Yet now, the school's previous actions appeared foolish, attempting to dissociate from a student capable of creating mechs. In the face of irrefutable evidence, the principal found himself shifting from a position of shame to one of pride. With proper promotion, Lin Chen could truly elevate the standing of the second high school. Chapter 9. The mech is a charm tool, luxury cars are merely. Click to publish a new tweet. Schools tagged by the second high school in Jin City were confronted with this disgraceful spectacle. The previous tweet severing ties with Lin Chen had vanished, replaced by a new message detailing the school's moral guidance towards him. Yet other schools found themselves powerless to object, for Lin Chen was indeed a graduate of the second high school. Nonetheless, the current actions of the second high school were utterly distasteful. Had they not previously claimed to be ashamed of Lin Chen? Did you see that? The second middle school is truly shameless. The topic of distancing themselves has vanished. How brazen can they be? Just recently, they were clamoring that Lin Chen was not one of their students. Beneath the second middle school, other institutions mocked them. Yet it is well known that they produced a genius capable of creating mechas. The reason Lin Chen could construct such marvels is entirely due to the teachings of the second middle school. If they are indeed so remarkable, why do they consistently rank at the bottom of the city's academic standings, even trailing behind the town middle school? As time unfolds, official news from the empire begins to spread nationwide. An increasing number of individuals come across reshares and forwards on their social media platforms, all becoming aware of the empire's confirmation regarding Lin Chen. Many are astonished. The mecha, previously surrounded by controversy, is indeed real. News about Lin Chen has also reached the ears of the other two major powers within the empire, yet both the Council of Elders and the empire's supreme commander, Yang Ming, have chosen to remain silent. At the same time, other universities within the empire have begun to pay attention to this matter, and chaos ensues as they spare no effort to recruit Lin Chen into their ranks. The vice president of the capital university gazed at the television in shock, murmuring, "Is it truly real?" He then dashed out in a frenzy. "Principal, the mecha created by Lin Chen is authentic," the vice president shouted as he rushed. Soon, the entire capital university was abuzz with excitement. The capital university exuded confidence. After a brief discussion, it was ultimately decided that the president of the university would personally lead a delegation to Jin City the following day. They firmly believed that Lin Chen would undoubtedly abandon the Zhili Military University in favor of the capital university. This was not merely the president's confidence, but a testament to the formidable strength of the capital university itself. Even the official news from the Huangyan Empire had reached the Western powers. Could it be that the impoverished and underdeveloped Huangyan nation possessed the capability to manufacture mechas? How laughable! Huangyan had only just rid themselves of that disgraceful queue. Was this individual from Huangyan truly capable of creating mechas? He was even more handsome than my boyfriend. How absurd! Given the technological backwardness of Huangyan, were they not supposed to have only just cut their queues? Of course, the citizens of the Western powers were incredulous. It was said that Huangyan had only recently discarded their unsightly queues, and their industrial foundation was exceedingly primitive. How could such a destitute nation possibly manufacture mechas? Ridiculous. Especially those factions that had historically opposed the Huangyan Empire scoffed at such rumors. On the morning of the following day, a throng of people had gathered near Lin Chen's steel factory, bustling with activity. According to reliable intelligence from the workers within the factory, Lin Chen would ride out on his mecha every morning for a leisurely spin. These individuals had traveled from afar upon hearing the imperial news, their sole purpose being to behold the grandeur of the empire's mechas. I had spent half my life riding a woman, believing myself quite the man, only to realize now that riding a woman pales in comparison to riding a mecha. That is the true mark of a man. Mechas embody the romance of masculinity. Men should pilot mechs. What is there to discuss about romance? People anxiously craned their necks in anticipation. At this moment, within the confines of the steel factory's third warehouse, Lin Chen sat atop the mech, examining the system panel, exclaiming that the fan value had unexpectedly increased by 4 million. Indeed, collaborating with the Empire was the wisest choice. "Boss, the warehouse door has opened." Two workers shouted urgently, as if they could hardly contain their eagerness to see Lin Chen soar, wishing they could hasten the experience. Lin Chen nodded, took a deep breath, leaned forward, and manipulated the controls on the display. The reaction furnace ignited. The inflation chamber began to react. The two workers were filled with awe and exhilaration as they watched the mech slowly ascend. As the mech soared out of the warehouse, Lin Chen inhaled deeply once more, lightly pressing down with his feet, twisting the handle with his right hand. Whoosh! The combat aircraft form of the mech shot towards the sky, trailing a blue jet of flame. Lin Chen relished this sensation. After all, what is the purpose of creating a mech? It is to relish in the admiration of others. Despite having already attained mastery through system rewards, he still cherished taking the mech out for a spin each day. In his own words, if he didn't take the mech out to flaunt for a while, he would feel utterly restless. Within less than half a minute of its appearance, the mech had ascended into the heavens, leaving the factory perimeter enveloped in a sudden silence. The imposing silhouette of the mech was indelibly etched into the minds of all present. After a long moment, the crowd erupted. "Wow, so cool. This is what a true man looks like." The first to be overwhelmed with excitement were a group of stunning women, whose shrieks echoed as they were instantly captivated by the imposing design of the mecha. They would even willingly fulfill any outrageous request from Lin Chen if it meant he would take them for a flight in the mecha. Meanwhile, many affluent heirs and the scions of officials wore expressions of discontent. Could it be that mechas were destined to become the ultimate charmers? What need would there be for luxury cars in the future? As the fervor among the crowd ignited, particularly sparked by the earlier breathtaking visual spectacle that nearly took their breath away, Lin Chen stood in the mecha, suspended in midair. He could sense the adoration and envy emanating from below. This was the essence of what a true man ought to do. With a gentle tap on the power transmission, he gripped the control stick, and the fighter jet form of the mecha swiftly transformed into its humanoid shape. When the towering 8-meter-tall humanoid mecha emerged, the crowd erupted once more in exhilaration. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a charming device. The tone of the wealthy heirs and official offspring turned rather bitter. With Lin Chen's arrival, their once prized luxury cars seemed to be nothing more than scrap metal, nearly forgotten. The focus of cameras and videos shifted entirely to the mecha rather than their extravagant vehicles. How infuriating. Is it over? Ah, I wish to see more. It is simply too cool. The thoughts of many resonated similarly, yearning to bask in the allure of the mecha a little longer. Just then, a voice rose from the crowd. Look, it's Lin Chen. The expressions of the wealthy heirs and the offspring of officials darkened once more. Unable to suppress their silent curses, how shameless of this fellow to still seek to impress. Chapter 10. Prestigious universities present tempting offers. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen as he gradually emerged. His tall figure exuded an air of elegance, as if he were the sole entity in existence, nonchalantly advancing with unrestrained confidence. Lin Chen proclaimed a momentous announcement. From now on, I shall be a professor at the Zhili Military University. For those interested in mechas, you may follow my Weibo account, numbered to XX. I will occasionally share detailed analyses of mechas, and rest assured, there will be more than just this one. As you can see, it lacks weaponry. The crowd erupted in excitement. Will mechas be equipped with weapons in the future? Could it be that the Third World War is on the horizon? Mechas are destined to be the primary instruments of warfare. I yearn to pilot a mecha. I may not possess extraordinary talents, but I am exceptionally skilled at operating mechas. Is it truly the case that one can pilot a mecha simply by enrolling in Zhili Military University? A cacophony ensued among the crowd. The mere thought of the Empire's mecha legion gracing the battlefield, harvesting the lives of adversaries, ignited a fervor within them, stirring their blood and evoking exhilaration. Many silently vowed that a true man ought to enroll in Zhili Military University and pilot a mecha. This was the essence of manhood. And what of women? Can they provide men with the thrill and exhilaration they seek? Certainly not. Only mechas can fulfill a man's every desire for pleasure and conquest. In the afternoon, a procession of black luxury vehicles made their way towards Jin City. The vice president of Guodu University sat in the back seat of the car, repeatedly watching the mech video released by netizens that morning. After a long pause, he said with a hint of resentment, "How audacious. What is the Zhili Military University? Daring to compete with Guodu University for talent." The confident president, seated in the front passenger seat, reassured him, "Do not fret. We have our opportunities. The developmental potential of Guodu University surpasses that of any institution in the empire. Guodu University is indeed one of the world's renowned institutions, while the Zhili Military University is merely a mediocre establishment in the empire. In comparison, the former could be likened to a first-tier city, whereas the latter is simply a remote, impoverished area. As long as Lin Chen is not foolish, he will know which path to choose. But what if he doesn't come?" The vice president retorted. "Fear not. He is just a spirited young man. We can certainly offer him several campus beauties as companions." The president chuckled. The others in the vehicle felt a twinge of inferiority, acknowledging the president's cunning. Such a scheme is an irresistible temptation for any man, especially for a vigorous youth like Lin Chen. Before long, following a series of registrations, they arrived at the entrance of warehouse number 3 at the steel factory. As long as Lin Chen can enter Guodu University, once the mechs are mass-produced, we will share in the accolades. Everyone must embody the spirit of Guodu University. The president rallied the team before disembarking. In an instant, the group was filled with enthusiasm, perceiving their visit to Lin Chen's home as a tremendous honor for him, which elevated their collective morale. However, upon stepping out of the car, they froze in astonishment at the sight before them. Why are there so many people? The principal's expression was far from pleasant. I recognized that individual as the president of Luzhou University, and the other was the president of Shikai University in Jincheng. Listening to the whispers and pointed fingers of his subordinates regarding a certain individual, the president of Guodu University felt a darkening mood, an unsettling premonition blossoming within him, as if these people shared his same ulterior motives. Among the gathered crowd of 30 to 40 individuals, nearly all the prominent university presidents of the empire had assembled here, intent on courting Lin Chen. At present, Lin Chen was akin to a prized delicacy. Wherever he chose to enroll, that institution would subsequently reap the benefits of his contributions to mecha development. These individuals huddled together in small groups, exchanging pleasantries with feigned camaraderie. "Oh, Luzhou University is quite renowned," one remarked. "Indeed, and Shikai University is also quite illustrious," another replied. Yet, beneath the surface of their cordial exchanges lay a facade of insincerity, their hearts and words in stark contrast. How could the mediocre Luzhou University dare to compete with us at Shikai University? One sneered. Shikai University, you should really mind your own business, another scoffed. At that moment, Lin Chen, irritated by the commotion from warehouse number 3, stepped outside with a frown and declared, "Thank you all for your kind intentions. But I have already made arrangements with Captain Liang Shizhong. Wait, if you choose Shikai University, you can have your pick of the campus beauties and esteemed female mentors." The president of Shikai University urgently interjected. Lin Chen, a local resident, ought to remain in the city, along with his mecha. My granddaughter graduated from elementary school this year. As long as she can gain admission to Luzhou University, I will introduce her to you. Furthermore, I can arrange for several alluring starlets to accompany her studies. The president of Luzhou University exclaimed. Old fool, where's your dignity? The president of Shikai University retorted mercilessly. If you had any sense of shame, would you allow people to indulge with the university flower and mentors? That is far better than what you are suggesting regarding your elementary school graduate granddaughter. Do you dare to say another word? What of it? Go to hell. The presidents of Shikai University and Luzhou University had long harbored mutual disdain for one another, and had restrained themselves for quite some time. Had it not been for the efforts of others to hold them back, a full-blown brawl might have already ensued. Lin Chen took a deep breath, waved his right hand in the air, and a virtual mobile keyboard suddenly materialized. After a few swift taps, he quickly made a call and said, "Gatekeeper, please escort these individuals away. They are excessively noisy and seriously disrupting my concentration on crafting mechas." He then slowly entered warehouse number 3 and locked the door behind him. A profound silence enveloped the entrance of the warehouse, soon followed by a collective gasp. The numerous esteemed university presidents and their teams were utterly astonished by Lin Chen's casual phone call. He can just conjure a phone out of thin air? How remarkable! What kind of technology is that? Is this a film set? Has virtual three-dimensional technology truly been realized? No wonder he is a distinguished graduate of Shikai University. A marvel of the scientific community that you can only envy. Look at that shameless demeanor of yours. As people were still in a state of shock, they were unknowingly ushered out by a few guards from the steel factory. The president of Guadu University, realizing the situation, stood at the entrance with an awkward expression. Turning around, he noticed that his entourage was looking at him with eager eyes, filled with frustration, wishing they could dismantle the front door of Lin Chen's home. What a disgraceful predicament this was. To quote a classic phrase, before arriving, he had fancifully proclaimed himself a wolf from the north at a meeting at Guadu University, asserting that once he reached Lin Chen's residence, he could easily persuade him to join the university with just a few words. Yet, before he could utter a single syllable, he was treated like a dog and shooed away. Reflecting on the earlier decision to maintain an air of superiority by remaining silent in front of others, he realized that the presidents of other universities were unaware of his esteemed position at Guadu University. The frustration was overwhelming. The president was in a frenzy internally. "What shall we do, President?" inquired the vice president, whose expression was rather peculiar. Chapter 11. The world cannot remain still. The president of Guadu University lit a cigarette, gazing melancholically at the sky. While his team speculated about clever strategies, he slowly remarked, "I believe we must demonstrate our sincerity and win Lin Chen over with genuine goodwill." In the ensuing days, numerous universities gathered at Lin Chen's doorstep, yet their fervent desire to meet Lin Chen remained unfulfilled. Each morning, they could only gaze in awe as Lin Chen showcased his magnificent mech, performing dazzling feats in the sky. This news rapidly permeated the entire internet, with Weibo transforming into a vibrant hub for mech enthusiasts, rapidly becoming a prominent platform for influential voices. It appeared that Lin Chen had firmly set his sights on the Zhili Military University, an institution steeped in rich heritage, albeit constrained by the peaceful times in which it exists. One might ponder whether it is still possible to modify one's application to the capital university, given the prevailing circumstances. It is anticipated that once mechs officially enter service, students from Zhili Military University will be prioritized for selection. Consequently, many individuals have shifted their narratives, no longer boasting about the capital university. Instead, the previously understated military university has become a topic of fervent discussion. Some students, having already submitted their applications, have even felt a pang of regret, wishing they could retract their choices. Once, the capital university was undoubtedly the prime choice for every top student, but it now seems that only a fool would opt for it. After all, who wouldn't aspire to be the next individual following Lin Chen? To soar through the azure skies atop a mech? Naturally, the allure of piloting a mech to vanquish monsters would be even more exhilarating. Simultaneously, As reports about mechs were meticulously conveyed by journalists to foreign lands, they left foreign dignitaries utterly astonished, gazing upon a series of formidable steel bodies. Their immediate reaction was to wonder if these were the large transforming toys created by Huangyan Nation. After all, Huangyan typically remains discreet. Yet the sudden emergence of such a colossal robot was astonishing, a reality that left many leaders of Western powers struggling to accept. This was undoubtedly disconcerting news. Although Huangyan had developed rapidly over recent years, the Western powers still possessed their own advantages, stemming from the overall strength of their nations. Yet, as the Western powers remained oblivious, the robots of Huangyan had already been unveiled. At a press conference in Jianli Nation, a European journalist posed a question. Your Majesty Emperor Pulong, what are your thoughts on Huangyan's creation of mechs? The emperor retorted, well, our esteemed Jianli, the foremost power in the world, currently lacks the technology to produce mechs. Do you truly believe in the existence of such machines? The journalist displayed a look of astonishment. If Jianli could not fabricate mechs, then no other nation could possibly do so. This was an affirmation from the world's leading power. Suddenly, the journalist seemed to comprehend how to announce the mech situation to the citizens of Jianli. Mechs were merely gigantic toys. Before long, the press conference concluded, and Emperor Pulong promptly set off for Jianli's prestigious Cambridge University. In reality, the military had verified the authenticity of the mechs, and the decision to withhold this information from the journalist was merely a tactic to maintain the superiority complex of Jianli's populace. Thus, Jianli Nation must grant a green card to the young man named Lin Chen. Consequently, the mechas would belong to Jianli Nation in the future. The following day, Emperor Pulong arrived at Cambridge University aboard a private jet. Ah, my emperor, it has been far too long, exclaimed the university's president, a woman in her 40s, as she welcomed him at the entrance alongside the university's senior officials. Hello, Mrs. Smith. You remain as enchanting as you were at the ball 3 years ago, jested Emperor Pulong. Thank you for your kind words. Upon entering Mrs. Smith's office, the two began to discuss matters of importance. Mrs. Smith, I would like to request that you issue a formal invitation on behalf of Cambridge University to a prodigy from Huangyan Nation. Of course, there is no one in the world who could refuse an invitation from Cambridge University, Mrs. Smith replied with a smile. May I inquire what field this prodigy excels in? He is a genius in the military-industrial sector. He ought to be referred to as an extraordinary scientist. Just take a look at his videos, Emperor Pulong said, as he opened his laptop, revealing a compilation of videos and extrapolated data. Wow, this individual from Huangyan is remarkably handsome. A chance encounter with him would undoubtedly be a most romantic affair, Mrs. Smith remarked with generous laughter. Emperor Pulong's countenance was less than agreeable, after all. She was the distinguished female president of Cambridge University, whose perspective on issues was distinctly unique. Following this, when Mrs. Smith clicked to play the video, her captivating visage immediately transformed into one of seriousness. She fixated intently on the screen, utterly absorbed by the exhilarating visuals that compelled her focus, rendering her oblivious to all else. After a considerable time, once the video concluded, Mrs. Smith, with an expression that suggested her intrigue was far from sated, remarked, "That handsome Lin Chen, how did he create such a remarkable mech? He has truly captivated me. He simply must come to Cambridge University." Emperor Pulong responded, "Indeed. Cambridge University is the haven of academia. Such a prodigy must certainly be brought here. I shall arrange to investigate Lin Chen's background tomorrow and formally submit the application. No, to convey our sincerity, I will have my husband, Mr. Smith, personally travel to the kingdom of Huangyan." Mrs. Smith smiled in agreement. Once the business at hand was concluded, Emperor Pulong, admiring how the attire accentuated Mrs. Smith's exquisite figure, suddenly chuckled. "Mrs. Smith, I have heard that you and your young husband welcomed a little baby?" "Indeed," Mrs. Smith replied, her complexion slightly faltering. Emperor Pulong became animated, and deducing from the timeline of the ball and the birth, he concluded, "So, that child is mine? I cannot be certain. There were many people at the ball. However, the child's biological father is undoubtedly not Caucasian, for the child is quite dark." Emperor Pulong wore an expression of incredulity. It seemed that 3 years prior at the ball, there were indeed many others present, both black and white, after his own attendance. The private life of Mrs. Smith appeared to be so disordered, and it was perplexing to him that despite her being of Caucasian descent, her complexion was remarkably dark. Not only did the kingdom of Jianli respond swiftly, But other nations' dignitaries also began to take notice of Lin Chen. This gentleman was strikingly handsome, and the mechs he created were even more impressive. It was hard to believe such a person could originate from the kingdom of Huanyan. Could it be that such a colossal mech belonged to Huanyan, the kingdom of Sanhan? Situated in close proximity to Huanyan and only the size of a province, immediately dismissed the possibility upon receiving detailed intelligence about Lin Chen. However, the undeniable truth lay before them, and they ultimately chose to believe. Yet, rather than feeling apprehensive about their neighbor's burgeoning military strength, the people of Sanhan were filled with excitement, for Lin Chen's exceptional abilities suggested he must be a descendant of their own lineage. Indeed, their ancestors once occupied the entirety of Huanyan, leaving behind descendants. This reflected a robust confidence from a small nation, regardless of the matter at hand. They would find any irrefutable evidence to assert Sanhan's claim. Chapter 12. The eternal quest for recognition in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Hua. The emperor was taken aback. What? The kingdom of Huangyan possesses mechs? The emperor found it hard to fathom. Your Majesty, should we not seek to recruit Lin Chen to serve the Great One Nation? Proposed the Minister of Education. Alas, have you forgotten the grievances we hold against the kingdom of Huangyan? Such a prodigy would never grace our land of Hua. Consequently, nations across the globe have set their sights solely on the city of Jin in the kingdom of Huangyan, particularly the steel mill owned by Lin Chen. However, there exists an unspoken rule that none dare breach. Everything hinges upon the safety of Lin Chen. Presently, Lin Chen has become the object of desire for many nations, with the prospect of him becoming a scientist for another country increasingly plausible. Yet, should an assassination occur and the perpetrator be uncovered, would the nations simply relent? Thus, not only must these countries devise plans, but they must also guarantee Lin Chen's safety, offering assistance when necessary. As time unfolds, numerous prestigious universities worldwide, following the lead of the imperial universities, have begun to extend enticing offers to Lin Chen. For instance, a tropical tribal nation hopes he will consider studying or teaching there, with the promise that their princess may wed him. This has sparked discontent among citizens within the empire, who have taken to the internet to voice their opinions, with some even threatening that should Lin Chen betray the empire and become a sycophant for foreign powers, they would desecrate his ancestral grave. Why does the empire always harbor those who idolize foreign lands? Personally, I would never venture abroad. Life is splendid here at home, where, should Lin Chen desire, he could indulge in the company of countless women. Is it not better to leave a legacy of honor within the empire? The fervent discussions online are indeed intense, yet confined within a limited sphere, for we are living in an era of peace, a time dominated by the youthful stars of the entertainment industry. Thus, even though Lin Chen has created a world-shattering mech, he garners merely a few million fans within the empire, a number that pales in comparison to the fanbase of certain youthful celebrities. This is the lament of a waning empire. As for the olive branches extended towards him, Lin Chen has never expressed any inclination, making it evident that the concerns of netizens are unfounded. Today, however, a multitude of fully armed troops, police, and armed forces swiftly surrounded Lin Chen's residence, sealing it off entirely. A camouflaged officer from the empire approached Lin Chen with a guard, rendering a crisp military salute. With solemnity, he addressed, "Greetings, Professor Lin. I am Li Xian from the 4th Corps, holding the rank of commander, and I have been ordered to escort you safely to J City." Safely escort me? Lin Chen retracted his virtual technology. Indeed, the Empire has received intelligence indicating that recent external forces have targeted both you and the mech, Li Xian responded. Do you think that I would be unsafe piloting the mech? Not at all, Li Xian replied, lowering his demeanor considerably, recognizing the immense significance Lin Chen holds for the military and the Empire. Is the base prepared? Lin Chen inquired once more. Yes, we are ready to proceed to the J City base at any moment. May I do so tomorrow? I wish to bid farewell to my family. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, aware that this departure would irrevocably alter his way of life. Certainly, although we could expedite the process by transporting the mech and relevant equipment in advance, Li Xian suggested. Several modified machines require relocation. Lin Chen opened the gate of warehouse number 3, inviting Li Xian to enter, and added, there is no need to move the mech. I can simply pilot it over. Li Xian's gaze swept across the expansive warehouse, filled with incomprehensible machines. Although he lacked knowledge of their operation, he was certain that anything used by Lin Chen must possess remarkable capabilities. His attention soon fixed on the mech standing silently in the center of the warehouse. and he was immediately struck with awe. This was the combat aircraft form of the mech. Indeed, it appeared formidable, majestic, and extraordinarily impressive. Lin Chen and the guard were at a loss for words to adequately describe the mech. Presently, its form resembled that of a fighter jet. Yet it was incomparable to any mere metallic contraption, for this mech could transform into a humanoid shape and soar through the skies like a helicopter. "Professor, may I touch it?" Lin Chen asked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he sought Lin Chen's permission, fearing that a careless touch might damage it, thus branding him a traitor to the Empire. Lin Chen nodded in assent. Lin Chen cautiously placed his hands upon the mech, seemingly savoring the moment as he remarked, "Wow. It is so magnificent, so solid. I can even feel its strength." The guard behind him swallowed hard. As dusk approached, nearly 200 fully armed soldiers were tasked with ensuring the safe transport of the machines. In GJ City, after Lin Chen had consented to Liang Shizhong, preparations for the relocation of the original base had already commenced swiftly. The base was once a military installation, a vast arsenal surrounded by thousands of troops. However, it is destined to transform into a mech manufacturing facility dominated by Lin Chen. In addition, various materials such as titanium alloy, nickel, antimony, and mercury, resources at the Empire's disposal, are being supplied to the base. After the equipment has been relocated, Lin Chen's family gathers for dinner. The atmosphere at the table is subdued, as the impending changes to their way of life inevitably evoke a sense of parting. "Let us turn on the television and see the news," suggested Lin Chen's mother, who found it difficult to eat and sought an excuse. The television flickered to life, broadcasting the evening news. "Good evening, viewers. According to reports from Sanhan Media, it has been confirmed that our prodigy Lin Chen is a descendant of Sanhan." Lin Chen's parents exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Having raised him for 19 years, how could they have been unaware of such a significant truth? How shameless can this tiny country be? Lin Chen thought in disbelief, though he quickly acclimated to the absurdity. The nation of Sanhan, always eager to claim anything commendable as its own, seemed to be seeking validation to fill its void of insignificance. Upon the broadcast of this report, a considerable stir arose within the Empire. "Here they go again, this Sanhan ploy. I've had enough," he mused. Upon opening his computer, he found that many on Weibo were engrossed in the question of his identity as a Sanhan citizen. Unable to resist the allure, he found himself drawn into the embrace of Sanhan. Observing this situation, Lin Chen gently tapped on the keyboard, declaring, "I am a native of Jincheng." Upon clicking publish, millions of followers instantly received Lin Chen's message, which was soon followed by a wave of jubilation. Although Lin Chen's statement was brief and devoid of grandiose declarations, it clearly conveyed his stance. This particular phrase sparked immense reactions, leading to widespread sharing and rapidly ascending the trending topics on Weibo. Shortly thereafter, a certain celebrity's female fan became incensed. How could such a significant event, her idol Kai Han suffering from a stomach ailment, go unnoticed? Shouldn't this matter be common knowledge? Yet, it appeared that Lin Chen had maliciously overshadowed her idol's trending status. Who was Lin Chen anyway? She had never heard of him. This was unacceptable. He must be exposed. Weibo is not a platform where just anyone can infringe upon the prominence of a major star. Chapter 13. Fans with impaired judgment. The female fan ignited a firestorm, posting on Weibo, "Who is Lin Chen? Is he some kind of Appa from the Sanhan Kingdom? What drama has he starred in? Is he more handsome than Kai Han?" She accompanied her post with 2 stunning photos of Kai Han excelling at basketball. This tweet was rapidly disseminated by numerous female users, as they rallied in defense of their idol. Why should Lin Chen's presence overshadow Kai Han's popularity? Who did he think he was? The internet erupted in fervor. "Oh, Kai Han, I love you. Kai Han is the most cultured star in the Empire." A multitude of Kai Han's fans began to extol his virtues, likening him to a radiant beacon, as the balance of victory began to tilt back towards discussions of Kai Han's unfortunate predicament, reclaiming his place atop the search rankings. Yet, at that very moment, millions of discerning netizens, who did not blindly follow trends, erupted in outrage. The genius scientist responsible for creating mechs for the Empire, the sole luminary of the Azure Planet, has been audaciously summoned by an actor to the distant land of the 3 cold nations. This is not only a disgrace for the Empire, but also a profound sorrow for the scientist. How astonishing it is that in this era, a scientist finds himself overshadowed by an entertainer. The significance of Lin Chen to the Empire is self-evident. How could one even suggest sending him to the 3 cold nations? The Empire could function without such a star, But if Lin Chen were to venture to another nation, the consequences would be unfathomable. In an instant, two factions erupted in fierce debate online. The patriotic youth of the empire showed no concern for the identity of the celebrity, offering their most sincere greetings. This incident serves as a signal. What holds greater importance, the empire's scientists or its entertainment stars? At this moment, Lin Chen furrowed his brow as an unexpected flood of comments poured into his Weibo, demanding vehemently for an apology to Kai Han. Initially, Lin Chen contemplated retaliating. But after a moment's reflection, he suppressed his impulse and issued a statement. The entertainer misleads the nation. The literal meaning is clear to all. Yet Lin Chen's true intent might elude understanding. Through this episode, he developed a strong aversion to the entertainment industry and to those women whose minds seemed filled with nonsense, perplexed by their unwarranted sense of superiority. This statement sparked considerable reaction. Behold, this is the true scientist of the empire, not those sycophants who idolize foreign cultures. At this moment, Lin Chen became the embodiment of public sentiment, a single phrase overshadowing countless words, rendering them pale in comparison to the declaration of the actor's folly has led to national disgrace. The following morning, the top trending topic on Weibo transformed into an official statement from the police. While discussions surrounding Kai Han's well-intentioned suggestion for Lin Chen to visit the Sanhan Kingdom had vanished without a trace, as the public instinctively clicked on the police announcement. Astonishment washed over their faces, disbelief evident as they perused the contents of the statement. The Capitol Police declared, in light of certain inappropriate remarks made by celebrity Kai, he has been apprehended at dawn and is to be detained for 15 days, with a mandate to apologize to Professor Lin. Additionally, in response to Sun's malicious slander against the image of our distinguished scientists, the police of Jianzhou province have been instructed to arrest him, subjecting him to a 3-month detention. Accompanying this announcement were several photographs, Kai Han, handcuffed and exposed, squatting on the ground, and another of Sun, similarly restrained, with his identity obscured by a blur. Those privy to the truth rejoiced, for the police's actions ignited a wave of excitement. I must see Sun, they exclaimed, lamenting the malevolent pixelation. Sun was undoubtedly a mindless fanatic, a fact beyond dispute. Such fans exhibit this behavior, fervently defending their own while launching relentless attacks on others, thriving in the chaos of verbal warfare, only to tarnish their idol's reputation before moving on to the next. The online community erupted in applause, swiftly redirecting their focus to Sun's Weibo account. The Weibo account has issued an apology. Sisters, I am sorry. I did not know that Lin Chen was an obscure scientist. It is my fault, and I apologize. Subsequently, an enraged legion of netizens unleashed a torrent of vitriol beneath the post, and then they flocked to Kai Han's Weibo, disregarding the apology, to unleash yet another wave of abuse. After indulging in their tirade, they contentedly shifted their focus to Lin Chen's Weibo, perusing his latest updates. Lo and behold, astonishing and spectacular, Lin Chen's Weibo was inundated with inexplicable comments that left many bewildered. At this juncture, Lin Chen was oblivious to the happenings online. Or rather, he was confident that the empire's officials would resolve such matters. After exchanging a few words with Li Xian, he officially relocated to a secret base near the military university of Zhili. This base, situated 10 kilometers east of the university by the seaside, employed both surface and subterranean structures. The empire was urgently requisitioning various materials necessary for the mechs. Furthermore, the empire had assigned dozens of experts and professors from the military industry to assist Lin Chen, along with over 100 research personnel and an additional 100 operational staff for the base. After all, Lin Chen could not manage everything personally. As long as he maintained control over several crucial technologies, the rest would naturally be handled by others. This illustrates the empire's regard for Lin Chen. However, upon his arrival, he delivered them a merciless blow. Is this the secret base you have been boasting about? Where's the runway? Are we to awkwardly discover that the mechs cannot take off after constructing them underground? After Lin Chen accompanied the commander of the 4th Corps, Liang Shizhong, on a tour around the base, he promptly posed several critical inquiries. The base exuded a serious atmosphere, yet such solemnity was of little relevance in this context. Liang Shizhong appeared quite embarrassed. He lacked understanding of the operation of mechas and, naturally, could not fathom the environmental requirements necessary for them. Subsequently, after an arduous 2 weeks, a substantial assembly of engineers was summoned, and under Lin Chen's direction, the base was finally renovated to accommodate the needs of the mechas. The facility boasted vast hangars, maintenance bays, elevators, cranes, runway decks, command rooms, and more, evoking a scene reminiscent of a science fiction film. Here's the list of supplies that have been transported. Liang Shizhong said as he transferred ownership of the base to Lin Chen, while also instructing him on the operational procedures of the facility. After all, as a prominent figure in the empire commanding an army of 100,000 and serving as the president of a university, he could not feasibly oversee the management of a base. Moreover, it had already been agreed that the base would henceforth fully cooperate with Lin Chen. As operations commenced and a plethora of supplies flooded into the base, Lin Chen perused the list while walking alongside Liang Shizhong. Suddenly, he paused, noticing the inclusion of certain medications. With a look of surprise, he exclaimed, "Why are there pharmaceuticals on this list? This is a mecha manufacturing base, not a pharmaceutical company." Liang Shizhong's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, "There are two versions of the list. What you are currently viewing is the inventory for the base's medical department, which does not fall under your jurisdiction." Chapter 14. Pretentious outsider. The aircraft's captain immediately intervened. As time progressed, the prolonged absence of maintenance for the aircraft stirred the attention of the airport police. Upon understanding the situation, two officers, with stern expressions, addressed Smith. "Sir, awaken. You are suspected of obstructing imperial duties, and you must accompany us." They proceeded to place handcuffs upon him. "What do you mean I obstructed public duties? I am a citizen of the great empire, and you have no authority to take me away." Smith continued to protest vehemently. "You have been sitting on the plane, foolishly grinning for an hour, causing a delay. You must be mistaken. It is your empire's timing that is at fault." Smith insisted, viewing himself as an innocent victim. However, regardless of his arguments, he was escorted to the police station. In a historic first for the empire, Smith became the inaugural citizen arrested for daydreaming. 2 hours later, he was released from custody thanks to the intervention of the great empire's embassy and the prestigious capital university. Inside the car, Smith exclaimed, "Oh, God. Is this the environment from which your nation's Lin Chen emerged? How tragic. I fear for his freedom." As an internationally renowned figure and an alumnus of the same university as the president, Smith was not unfamiliar with the nuances of the situation. He inquired, "Mr. Smith, what brings you to the great empire?" "Ah, so you are also interested in that mecha of his?" The university president responded. "Mecha? Upon our verification, it is merely a large toy. Your intelligence is erroneous. I witnessed it firsthand, and it is indeed real." "What? It is real?" Smith was momentarily taken aback. His initial dismissiveness towards the invitation suddenly transformed into earnest concern. Even his breathing grew heavier, recognizing that such a talent must surely be brought to the empire of Jianli. The president of the National Capital University cast a profound glance at Smith, understanding that if this genius eluded their grasp, then the Jili Military University would stand no chance either. He instructed the driver to turn the vehicle towards Jin City. An hour later, the group arrived at Lin Chen's residence. Upon disembarking, they were promptly intercepted by the security personnel stationed at the university's entrance. "Who are you looking for?" the guard inquired, his gaze fixating on Smith. "I am the president of the National Capital University. I am Professor Smith from Cambridge University, here specifically to seek Lin Chen on behalf of the Empire of Jianli. I kindly request you relay my message," Smith stated. "Apologies, but he has just stepped out," the guard replied. "Where has he gone?" The president of the National Capital University inquired, astonished. "How would I know? I'm just a security guard," the guard shrugged. "I represent Cambridge University in extending an invitation for Lin Chen to join us in the Empire of Jianli. If this matter is delayed, you shall bear the consequences." Smith exclaimed, his irritation with the environment of the Huangyan Empire palpable. "He is not here." Several guards exchanged glances with the president, a dawning realization settling in, coupled with a tinge of displeasure. It appeared that this faux foreigner was attempting to lure Lin Chen away to the Empire of Jianli. How absurd that such a pretender could hold the position of a university president. When will he return? The president of the National Capital University grasped Smith, who was still vociferously protesting. "How would we, mere security guards, know?" The security guard's tone gradually became less courteous, and he felt increasingly nauseated by the grotesque demeanor of the president of Guidu University. "Very well, we shall return tomorrow. It is imperative that we arrive early, as Lin Chen is exceedingly busy. He hardly has time to attend university," the guard remarked. The president of Guidu University was on the verge of exploding with rage, as if he could once again envision the moment he was expelled by this security guard. The following day, Smith cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, old classmates. Your university's campus beauty excels in her physiology class. on their way to Zhili Military University. They soon arrived at the university's entrance. Lin Chen should be here today, right? Smith inquired of the gatekeeper. Hold on. He is currently at his busiest. Let us not disturb him, the gatekeeper replied. You must be jesting with me. Immediately go inside and summon Lin Chen, or I shall enter and find him myself. Smith's inner fury surged. I advise you not to make any rash moves. Do you believe that with a single phone call, I could summon a horde of workers to restrain you? The security guard retorted disdainfully. Oh, for heaven's sake. I am merely here to deliver an invitation. Is that too much to ask? Smith remained furious. His outburst stunned the passing pedestrians and students. This was a blatant display of discrimination against the Empire. How could the radiant flame Empire resort to violence? Wasn't the Jinli Empire always touted as the center of the world, the paradise of the Azure Star? It seemed they were truly of such character. In an instant, many individuals took out their phones, recording the incident and posting it on their social media accounts to reveal the true face of the Jinli Empire to their compatriots. Arrogance and hubris. Behold, this is the essence of the Jinli Empire. Alas, has there been an altercation? Truly, the Jinli people are formidable. The foreigner is introduced by the president of Guadu University. It is no wonder that each year, the empire loses a multitude of talented individuals. Given the close association of that sycophant with the foreigner, the netizens on social media expressed their utter disdain for Smith's recent remarks, extending their ire to the president of Guadu University as well. The emergence of Lin Chen is a stroke of fortune for the empire, however. The audacity of this misguided individual to bring a foreigner to tempt Lin Chen into the Jinli Empire is astonishing. As the situation escalates, Lin Chen ultimately steps forward. Left with no other choice. Is there something you need? Lin Chen inquires. Are you Lin Chen? Smith asks. Yes, that is I. On behalf of the Jinli Empire and Cambridge University, I extend an invitation for you to develop your career in Jinli. Here is the invitation, please accept it. Smith, panting slightly, adjusts his tie and retrieves a precious invitation from his briefcase. In that moment, the world falls silent. Not only the gazes of those nearby, but even several streamers and the audience in the live chat hold their breath. All eyes are fixed on Lin Chen's hands, waiting to see if he will accept this invitation from across the ocean. Chapter 15, The Elegant Gentleman. The invitation from the Jinli Empire is a coveted treasure for many. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen furrows his brow. To decline would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit, yet to accept would seem equally unfavorable. Thus, a plan took shape in his mind. After dispatching the guest with the invitation, he would publicly tear it apart. Perfect. I shall contemplate this. Lin Chen maintained a serene expression as he accepted the invitation. Smith's breath quickened, and he exclaimed, Oh, this is splendid. You have made an excellent decision. Henceforth, we shall coexist in the magnificent and mighty empire. I am quite busy, you see. Once Smith and the president of the National University departed, the online populace had already commenced their vehement denunciation of Lin Chen. Traitor, this is a disgrace to the empire. Spare me. Lin Chen has a fondness for those noble steeds of the empire. Bah, disgusting. Why didn't your ancestors rise from their graves? Suddenly, the narrative shifted dramatically. In full view of the onlookers, Lin Chen tore the invitation from the empire to shreds, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the fragments danced like snowflakes. The coveted invitation to the mighty empire vanished. He demonstrated, through action, a paragon of refined gentlemanliness. He neither tarnished the empire's image nor failed to convey his resolute determination. Bystanders immediately raised their thumbs in approval, and the online community fell silent, seemingly having misjudged Lin Chen. What a startling turn of events. This is a refined gentleman, mindful of our image. If only my husband could possess even a fraction of his charm, I would never stray. True patriotism does not require proclamation. It is demonstrated through tangible actions. Undoubtedly, Lin Chen embodies this principle of proving oneself through deeds. Misunderstandings have clouded public perception of Lin Chen, yet as the truth unfolds, his followers multiply. The events that transpired in Jin City have stirred considerable discussion online. In response to Smith's invitation for Lin Chen to join the formidable empire, netizens have merely expressed disdain for the shamelessness of the Western Empire. However, the reaction towards the president of the National Capital University is entirely different. His actions are deemed more contemptible and repugnant than Smith's. How could a prominent university president, of all people, attempt to lure Lin Chen to the empire alongside a foreigner? Tonight, the university's forum has been overtaken by a coalition of hackers from within the empire, allowing anyone to voice their grievances freely. What sort of disgraceful president is this? Is he not concerned about the talent drained from the empire? The online community is venting their frustrations fervently. Meanwhile, the president of the National Capital University, in front of his computer, is shouting, "You know nothing? The excellence of the empire can only be appreciated by those who have experienced it. No one understands my intentions. In my quest to send more students abroad to the empire, what does it matter if I am vilified daily?" Early the next morning, as the president arrived at the university, he was encircled by a group of enraged students, glaring at him with resentment. How could someone as shameless as you become president? Why is the forum filled with insults directed at you? In the past, I took great pride in Kudo University, and my family was equally exhilarated by my admission to this esteemed institution. However, this morning, my parents unexpectedly called me, chastising me for being unfilial and claiming that attending a second-rate university would be preferable to being at Kudo University. I can almost envision a near future where discussions about Kudo University are met not with envy, but with disdain. Amidst the surrounding criticism, the president of Kudo University appeared visibly enraged, his face darkening with indignation as he declared, "I am your president. How could I ever betray your trust? Do not be swayed by rumors. My only connection to that Smith fellow is that we were once alumni of Cambridge University." At that moment, a girl with a face marked by acne shouted, "Everyone, do not be deceived. Just a few days ago, I overheard him in conversation with our campus beauty, Xiao Bilo, discussing an intimate exchange with that foreigner named Smith regarding a physiology lesson." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving even those who wished to avoid conflict in disbelief as they gazed at the president. Is this true? Did Xiao, our campus beauty, consent, or was she coerced? President, please clarify your position. Otherwise, we may have to seek confirmation from Xiao herself. Let us take the president to the police station. I refuse to believe this man is not a spy for the formidable empire. Indeed, he must be an agent of a foreign power, tirelessly cultivating talent for our adversaries within our own empire. At that moment, the president of the National University felt a persistent buzzing in his ears, overwhelmed by regret. He pondered how he could have been so foolish as to harbor jealousy towards the seemingly insignificant military university of Gili. Had he not meddled in Smith's affairs, such a calamity would not have befallen him today. Now, his illustrious reputation lay in ruins. A surge of heat rushed to his head, and before he could finish his thoughts, he collapsed to the ground. Alas, the president had fainted. A week later, Lin Chen officially arrived at the base. Situated 10 kilometers east of the university along the coastline, the base featured both above-ground and subterranean structures. The empire was urgently requisitioning various materials needed for the mechas. Additionally, dozens of experts and professors from the military industry were assigned to assist Lin Chen, along with over 100 researchers and numerous operational personnel. Clearly, Lin Chen could not handle every task single-handedly. As long as he mastered several crucial technologies, the rest would be managed by others. This illustrates the empire's attitude towards Lin Chen. The base contained vast hangars, maintenance facilities, elevators, cranes, runways, command rooms, and more, creating a scene reminiscent of what one might only witness in science fiction films. "Here is the inventory of the transported materials for your review," Liang Shizhong said, as he transferred the ownership of the base to Lin Chen while simultaneously instructing him on its operations. After all, as the president of a university, it is naturally impossible for him to manage a base. Moreover, there had long been an agreement that this base would fully cooperate with Lin Chen. The base began its operations with a significant influx of supplies. As Lin Chen perused the list with Liang Shizhong while walking towards the base, he suddenly paused, noticing the inclusion of several medications. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Why are there medicines on this list? This is a base for constructing mechas, not a pharmaceutical company." Chapter 16. The elegance of the imperial flower. Liang Shizhong's expression became somewhat peculiar as he replied, "There are 2 lists in total. What you are currently looking at is the inventory from the medical department, which is not under your purview." "The medical department?" Lin Chen queried, astonished, as he had never heard of such a department before. The base has always maintained a medical department to ensure the well-being of those engaged in research, Liang Shizhong explained. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind them, accompanied by a woman's voice that stated, "Indeed, the medical department was established to oversee the health of researchers as well as the troops stationed around the base." The speaker was an exceptionally beautiful woman who extended her slender right hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, Professor Lin. I am Jiang Xior, the head of the medical department at the base. Hello, Lin Chen responded politely, shaking her hand. Allow me to introduce this individual. She is the Princess Chang. Miss Jiang Xiuer has been responsible for the medical operations at the base, essentially handling logistics, Liang Shizhong added. He then further informed Lin Chen. If you have any questions at the base, feel free to consult Miss Xiuer. She hails from a military background, is efficient in her work, and possesses both beauty and grace, earning her the title of the Imperial Flower. Later, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiuer engaged in a brief discussion regarding matters pertaining to the base, after which they dispersed. Subsequently, once Lin Chen had thoroughly acclimated himself to the entirety of the base, he commenced the official proceedings. Following the morning exercises and breakfast, the personnel, under Lin Chen's leadership, who held the highest authority aside from the medical staff, were gathered together. With his command, all individuals involved in the construction of the mechas quickly assembled before him, forming an orderly line. Among them were both the young and the elderly. Yet they shared a common trait, an invigorated spirit, their gazes fixed upon Lin Chen with fervent enthusiasm. Lin Chen had succeeded in gaining the unwavering trust of each individual over the past few days. What had once seemed incomprehensible about the mechas was rendered as simple as child's play through his explanations, even though the complexities would soon deepen. Everyone understood that the gathering today signified the commencement of the mecha manufacturing project. The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. They yearned for the immediate completion of a brand new mecha. Lin Chen, undaunted, felt the hopeful gazes of the hundreds below as he declared, "You may have an inkling as to why I have summoned you here today. Indeed, from this day forward, we shall officially embark on the creation of mechas." The crowd erupted in excitement, followed by a murmur of low voices. "This is fantastic. I have been dreaming about constructing mechas every night. I am the chief engineer of the Empire's first aircraft carrier. Such antiquated vessels cannot impede my progress in crafting mechas. Haha. Once the first mecha emerges from our base, we shall etch our names into the annals of the Empire's history. The moment is at hand, and the engineers are ablaze with fervor, filled with vigor." Lin Chen spread his hands, and the base fell into an immediate hush as he began to delineate the tasks. The base operates with well-defined roles. Those adorned in yellow uniforms are the mech maintenance engineers and fabricators, tasked with the more laborious duties, while the individuals in white uniforms are the mech researchers and designers, responsible for the internal structures of the mechs. The security personnel are armed to the teeth, stationed at every corner and passage, maintaining a vigilant watch around the clock, as a group of aspiring mech maintenance engineers excitedly departed with their blueprints. Only 100 or so true researchers remained on the premises. These individuals constitute the core of the base, the primary contributors to the construction of mechs. Lin Chen, naturally, is there to observe their labor. At this moment, the multitude of researchers anxiously awaited Lin Chen's directive. With a smile, Lin Chen remarked, "Your current knowledge base is insufficient. You are not yet equipped to partake in the design of mechs. I must first elucidate the operational principles of the mechs." The assembly was taken aback. How could their knowledge be deemed inadequate? Was there a single individual present who was not a genius? If they are lacking in knowledge, what then of the outsiders? Are they merely the Empire's fools? Subsequently, Lin Chen led them to a vast classroom. The creation of mechs is, in fact, quite straightforward, but one must thoroughly grasp the underlying principles. In a room reminiscent of a hotel lobby, Lin Chen stood at the podium, retrieving a diminutive black box from his pocket. After pressing a few buttons, the bright lights of the room dimmed, replaced by a cascade of blue light emanating from above the black box, forming a virtual image of a mech. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What kind of technology was this, and why had it never been mentioned before? Goodness, is that image processing technology? It appeared incredibly impressive, yet its principles eluded comprehension. The focus should be on the mech imagery, not on unrelated distractions. The crowd was taken aback. Such remarkable technology left them utterly perplexed, which was quite embarrassing. This was image processing technology. But the emphasis was not on that. It lay within the mech itself. The application of image processing technology on the screen allowed Lin Chen to deconstruct the mech into a 3D representation, facilitating a better understanding for the audience. Here lies the power hub of the mech. The 9th-generation atomic reactor employs. Its principle is based on nuclear fission interacting with particles. Lin Chen elaborated. The crowd was again struck with astonishment, their faces flushed with embarrassment. It was all too profound, and they struggled to grasp the concepts. He spoke too rapidly, leaving them unable to retain the information. Goodness, such impressive technology, and I understood not a word. The literal meaning seemed somewhat clear. Wong, may I borrow your notes? Yet, upon observing the expressions of their colleagues, equally bewildered, they felt a bit of solace and shared embarrassment. It was humiliating, if everyone shared the same confusion. Perhaps the shame would dissipate. However, Lin Chen's explanations were simply too intricate. At that moment, as Lin Chen concluded, he smiled and inquired, "Do you now understand the atomic reactor?" It seemed some comprehension had been achieved. The spacious classroom echoed with the timid voices of the researchers. Lin Chen was taken aback. Logically, these individuals should possess high intelligence. Yet, despite his clear articulation, they only began to grasp the concepts now. "If there is something you do not comprehend, please voice it," Lin Chen stated. In the classroom, a group of esteemed scientists in the field of science blushed. "I do not understand this. I do not understand that. Aside from knowing it is called a nuclear reactor, I understand nothing else." It was not due to their lack of intelligence, but rather the sensation that what Lin Chen was discussing had transcended their comprehension. This knowledge was utterly alien to their era. Is he even human? Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his fists subtly clenching, a clear indication of his restrained emotions, and remarked, "What I mean is, you understand nothing at all." This was indeed a moment of profound embarrassment. "Very well, I shall elaborate further." Lin Chen resumed with renewed vigor, passionately explaining the concepts, even employing image processing techniques to demonstrate the underlying principles. The researchers in the audience displayed expressions of rapt fascination, undoubtedly enriched by the experience. However, whether they truly understood remained uncertain. Chapter 17. Utter confusion. Upon hearing this, the onlooking students were left astounded. This was a blatant discrimination against the empire. Hasn't the kingdom of Jianli always proclaimed itself as the center of the world, a paradise on the Azure planet? How could such statements be uttered in a public setting? In an instant, many students from the direct military university pulled out their phones, recording incessantly and posting the footage on their social media accounts, revealing the true face of the Jianli kingdom to the people. Arrogance, hubris. Behold, this is the essence of Jianli nation. How outrageous. This is a deliberate smear. Truly, the people of Jianli nation possess remarkable audacity. The foreigner was invited by the president of Guodu University. It is no wonder that the sycophant has grown so close to the foreigner, as each year the empire loses a plethora of talented individuals. The netizens on social media expressed their profound disdain for Smith's earlier remarks, extending their ire towards the president of Guodu University as well. The emergence of Lin Chen is indeed a stroke of fortune for the empire. However, this scoundrel is attempting to lure Lin Chen away to Jianli nation. Vice President Sun inhaled deeply and spoke with gravity. "We have no constraints on Lin Chen. Furthermore, he is merely a professor at our university and has not actually visited the campus. He has gone to a special location." "What? He has gone to a special place? Oh my heavens, you must bring him here at once, or he may miss the chance to join Jianli nation," Smith exclaimed. "He has an agreement with our president not to visit any other place. I regret to inform you, Jianli nation," responded Vice President Sun coldly. "I refuse to believe it. No one in this world would turn down the opportunity to join Jianli nation." Smith, filled with indignation, declared that Jianli nation is a land of freedom and beauty. The most exceptional nation, thus the opposing party must be fabricating lies to deprive Lin Chen of this invaluable opportunity. How intriguing. You doubt it, do you? Vice President Sun's demeanor turned frosty as he pulled out his phone and initiated a video call, soon revealing Lin Chen's figure on the screen. At this moment, Lin Chen was engrossed in his work when he answered a video call, gazing in surprise at the unfamiliar face. "What is it?" he inquired. "It is like this." Vice Principal Sun recounted the situation in detail. "What a mess. Hurry up and leave. I am quite busy," Lin Chen said, promptly disconnecting the call. "Did you see that just now?" That was Lin Chen. Aside from a hint of fatigue, he appeared to be in good spirits. Immediately, Vice Principal Sun gestured dismissively, ordering, "Have the guard expel this repugnant foreigner, along with the president of Guodu University. Let go of me. How dare you lay hands on me in your pathetic institution?" The president of Guodu University fumed, indignant that he, a leader of such a prestigious university, was being treated like a dog by this third-rate institution. This incident reminded him of a past humiliation, when he had similarly been cast out like a dog, though this time he at least had the opportunity to speak. "Without the technological support of our esteemed Jianli nation, your mechas are nothing but heaps of scrap metal," Smith continued to shout in the future. "You will all regret what happened today." His voice gradually faded away. Meanwhile, the events unfolding at the Zhili Military University became a hot topic online. Regarding Smith's invitation to Lin Chen to join Jinli Nation, netizens merely exchanged a few derogatory remarks about the shamelessness of the Western Jinli Nation. However, their disdain for the president of Guodu University was far more intense. His actions were deemed even more contemptible and revolting. As the president of a renowned institution, he had the audacity to entice Lin Chen with the foreigner to join Jinli Nation. Tonight, the Forum of Guodu University has been overtaken by an alliance spontaneously organized by hackers from the empire, allowing anyone to express their thoughts freely. What a disgraceful principle. Is it not enough that the empire is losing talent? It is said that this individual is a staunch supporter named Yang, a true sycophant, one adulating the Arctic nation and the other the esteemed Jelly nation. The discontented netizens are venting their frustrations. Meanwhile, the principal of Guodu University, in front of his computer, is shouting, "You know nothing? The excellence of the Jelly nation can only be understood by those who have been there. No one comprehends my intentions. To send more students to study in Jelly, I endure daily slander. What does it matter?" The following morning, as the principal arrived at the university, he was surrounded by a group of furious students, their gazes piercing. How did someone as shameless as you become the principal? Why is the forum filled with insults directed at you? I have always taken pride in Guodu University, and my family rejoiced at my admission. Yet this morning, my parents called to chastise me for my perceived disloyalty, claiming that even attending a lesser institution would be better than Guodu University. I can already envision a future where discussions about Guodu University are not filled with envy, but rather disdain. Amidst the surrounding accusations, the president of Guodu University felt his face darken with anger and humiliation. He exclaimed, "I am your president. How could I possibly betray you? Do not be swayed by rumors. My only connection with that Smith is that we were once alumni of Cambridge University." At that moment, a girl with a face full of blemishes screamed, "Everyone, do not be deceived. Just a few days ago, I overheard him conversing with our campus beauty, Xiao Biro, claiming he wanted to engage in an in-depth discussion on physiological matters with that foreigner named Smith." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, even among those who wished to avoid conflict, who looked at the president in disbelief. "Is this true, President? Was Xiao Biro a willing participant or coerced? We urge you to clarify this matter, or we shall have to seek confirmation from Xiao herself. Let us take the president to the police station. I refuse to believe this man is not a spy from the enemy nation. Indeed, he must be a spy, continuously nurturing talent for the adversary within our empire." At that moment, the president felt a buzzing in his ears, and regret flooded his heart. How foolish he had been, allowing jealousy towards that wretched military academy in Zhili to cloud his judgment. If he had simply ignored Smith's affairs, how could such a calamity have befallen him? Now, his lifelong reputation lay shattered in an instant. As a surge of heat rushed to his head, he could not finish his sentence before collapsing to the ground. It was dreadful. The president truly was a spy for the enemy nation, and his cover had been blown, leaving him in a state of shock. Within the confines of the base, all progress was remarkably smooth. The researchers, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, had entirely shed their ignorance regarding mechas. Although they had yet to achieve complete mastery, their understanding had significantly deepened. Consequently, the task of constructing the mechas had officially commenced, with Lin Chen overseeing the operations. At that moment, the gaze directed at Lin Chen was imbued with an intensity akin to religious fervor. Previously, it was common knowledge that Lin Chen was exceptionally skilled, and the mechas were perceived as formidable yet enigmatic. However, it was only upon engaging in the actual process of mecha construction that one could grasp the extent of Lin Chen's capabilities, which had been gravely underestimated. Was he truly human? He seemed more akin to a deity of technology. Chapter 18. The first mecha constructed by the Huangzhen Empire. As the researchers within the base had acquired a fundamental understanding of the internal structure of the mechas, the atmosphere became bustling with activity. With the involvement of the researchers, Lin Chen's burdens were considerably alleviated. The assembly of internal components, the construction of inflatable structures, and the installation of dual-wing thrusters commenced. The process of assembly was not swift. Daily progress could be described as gradual. Yet at least it did not necessitate Lin Chen's direct intervention. During the days of mecha construction, Lin Chen often took the opportunity to step outside. For example, bang, bang, bang. The troops stationed outside the mecha's perimeter belonged to the base's defense forces, comprising nearly 10,000 personnel. At that moment, The sound of concentrated gunfire echoed from the shooting range of the unit. The gunfire ceased, and a group of junior officers on rotation gazed at the target, their expressions instantly morphing into astonishment. Goodness, Professor Lin truly is remarkable. His marksmanship is exceptional. None of the shots hit the target. One exclaimed. Chow, you must have misread the target, another retorted. Professor Lin's skills are indeed becoming increasingly profound. The physical prowess of a scientist, akin to that of us soldiers. May be hard for some to believe. I heard Miss Jiang Xiuer mention that since Professor Lin began his training here, his fundamental physical fitness, reflexes, and combat abilities have surpassed the average level. Listening to the officer's discourse, Lin Chen inquired, Miss Jiang frequently comes here? The officers regarded him with peculiar expressions and replied, she oversees the entire medical operations of the Fourth Corps. You weren't aware? Lin Chen awkwardly shook his head, as his relationship with her was merely casual, and thus he was oblivious. At that moment, Li Xian entered the shooting range accompanied by a researcher from the base, saluting as he addressed Lin Chen, Professor Lin. This individual seeks your attention. Is there something amiss? Lin Chen turned to the researcher, Su Xiaohu. Professor, we. Su Xiaohu's words were somewhat hesitant, clearly indicating that this was not a suitable venue for discussion. It's fine. We are all soldiers of the Empire, not outsiders, Lin Chen reassured him. The junior officers of the Fourth Corps stiffened slightly at his words. So soon? Lin Chen remarked in surprise. It has been nearly a year since the base commenced the formal production of mechas, and you have been visiting the barracks almost daily. After Lin Chen departed, it took a considerable while for the junior officers at the shooting range to grasp what had just transpired. What was it that had been said? In just a few hours, the mechs would be completed? Indeed, it seemed so. Goodness, does that mean our legion will transform into a mech army? Military exercises will be exhilarating. How splendid. Do you truly believe that? With over 100,000 personnel in the legion, if each were assigned a mech, we would sweep across the entire world. A group of junior officers, despite acknowledging the impracticality of such a notion, could not help but feel a sense of pride. For mechs, after all, were constructed within their base, stirring a sense of vanity within them. Meanwhile, within the base, the mechs were completed. A brand new combat machine lay quietly in the hangar, its white armor exuding a striking industrial aesthetic, perfectly designed, far cooler than Lin Chen's prototype. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent, as medical staff and maintenance personnel alike gazed eagerly at Lin Chen, who was tinkering away atop the mech. We have succeeded. After thorough inspection, Lin Chen confirmed the mech's completion, taking a total of 205 days, 3 hours, and 6 minutes. The tension that had held everyone captive finally released. Ah, my year of hard work has not been in vain. Cheers erupted, waves of sound resonating far and wide. Ultimately, the mech was named Heavenly Dragon by Jiang Xiuer, followed by a series of names such as War Dragon and Radiant Dragon. The names proposed by Lin Chen and his companions, like Chunky, Mountains, and Invincible, metaphorically signifying invincibility, were utterly eclipsed. Night fell. Liang Shizhong promptly summoned a helicopter to fly directly from City A to the base upon receiving notification from headquarters. After verifying the situation, he immediately dialed the phone. Your Majesty, the mecha has been completed. Completed? Jiang Mingyuan found it difficult to maintain his composure, rising excitedly from his chair. He had previously reviewed the data, which had been handed over to subordinates and analyzed by countless experts. Comprehensive estimates had been made regarding its energy, speed, armor, and attack power. It could perform all the tasks that combat helicopters and tanks could accomplish. With ample energy and ammunition, it would serve as the light cavalry of the battlefield. Send the orders. I shall visit tomorrow. I want to witness the official birth of the Empire's first mecha with my own eyes, Jiang Mingyuan declared with unwavering determination. And what of Princess Jiang Xiuer? He turned a glance at his 3 children at the dining table, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, You tell her. In truth, Xiuer likely still harbored resentment over the stepmother he had chosen for her. On the phone, Liang Shizhong altered his tone, speaking as a longtime friend. That day, Jiang Mingyuan canceled all his appointments for the following day. Although this matter was not publicized, the other 2 factions within the empire were essentially aware of it. Upon hearing the news, they understood precisely what Jiang Mingyuan intended to do. While they contemplated courting Lin Chen, they ultimately decided to abandon this tempting notion. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Jiang Mingyuan had only a few years left to live. Even if they were to gain his favor, who would be left to support his widow and 3 children when the time came for him to depart this world? Lin Chen displayed little reaction to the news of Jiang Mingyuan's arrival at the base tomorrow. Lying in the bedroom of the facility, he opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1, construct mecha, 90. Task 2, prevent monster invasion. Countdown begins. Fan value, 7 million. Must one install weapons to truly consider it complete? After reviewing the system panel, Lin Chen fell into a profound silence. The mecha had been fully constructed, yet it remained incomplete. And regarding the monster invasion, the countdown indicated its imminent approach, but how exactly would the invasion occur? He pondered for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, and thus decided to cease his mental turmoil. Instead, he took out his phone and thought it best to post on Weibo, perhaps earning some fans in the process. Today presented a splendid opportunity to garner followers. An Empire-manufactured mecha would surely attract more attention than one created by an individual, wouldn't it? Accompanying his post was a striking image of the technologically advanced mecha. Weibo exploded with activity. For Lin Chen's followers and mecha enthusiasts, this was destined to be a sleepless night. So cool. This is even more impressive than the previous mecha. Is this truly an Empire-manufactured mecha? Where will it be tested? I wish to see. Are the mechas for sale? 3 billion. No questions asked. I simply have the wealth. You broke folks upstairs, stay away. I'm spending 2 billion on 2 mechas, one for fun, and the other as a decorative piece at home. Countless individuals seemed to be struck by the exhilarating engine of Lin Chen's Weibo post, swiftly transforming a once obscure topic into a trending sensation. The prominent stars, who typically dominate the charts, gazed in astonishment at this unexpected newcomer. Shouldn't the realms of social media trends and hot topics be monopolized by the entertainment industry? The mere construction of a mecha has elicited such a commotion. It is truly remarkable. Chapter 19. The mecha, eternal as the long night the following day. Within the confines of the mecha base, all preparations were meticulously set in place. Even the command room, which had never been utilized before, began to see the presence of personnel ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Lin Chen, however, paid little heed to these trivial matters. He leisurely finished his breakfast in the cafeteria, observing the maintenance crew as they transported the mecha to the lift shaft. At that moment, the hall was brimming with people. All those involved in the project had gathered, eager to witness the fruits of their labor. After nearly an hour of waiting, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and turned to Liang Shizhong, inquiring, "Why have they not arrived yet? It feels as though we are awaiting royalty. Look at those faces, filled with tension and anticipation, while you. If they wish to arrive, let them. I am not beholden to their hospitality." Just then, the distant roar of a helicopter echoed, descending onto the runway of the base. As several individuals stepped inside, Lin Chen's earlier grievances were instantly cast aside, replaced by a sense of astonishment and bewilderment. At the entrance, several imposing men, radiating an air of seriousness, surrounded a middle-aged man who was both familiar and foreign to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was not entirely unfamiliar with Jiang Mingyuan. He had often seen him on television during his childhood. At that time, Jiang exuded vigor and vitality, but now, upon his reappearance, he resembled a frail elder. "Is he the father of the flower of the empire?" Lin Chen inquired. "Indeed, and accompanying his majesty are the commanders of the 3rd, 5th, and 6th legions." This indicated Jiang Mingyuan's significant regard for mechas, as he brought 3 prominent figures on par with Liang Shizhong for this test. As Jiang Mingyuan passed, the personnel at the base instinctively made way. "Lin Chen. Excellent. Splendid." Jiang Mingyuan approached Lin Chen, smiling warmly at his youthful visage. Although he yearned to articulate a more profound appreciation, he found that no words could adequately convey Lin Chen's remarkable achievements. He had managed to construct a mecha for the base in merely 1 year. After a brief contemplation, he settled for the simplest acknowledgement. "Thank you." Lin Chen's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. Jiang Mingyuan gazed at the future pillar of the empire and remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed. Shall we commence?" Lin Chen, not overthinking, turned and spoke into his earpiece. "Begin the test." With that, he made his way to the changing room. Currently, there were no other pilots at the base, so he would be undertaking the testing of the new mecha himself. The flight suit was more formal than before, and the goggles had been enhanced with communication and night vision capabilities. Moments later, Lin Chen emerged in his distinctive uniform. There exists a striking sensation akin to watching a science fiction film, an inexplicable yet impressive aura, undeniably cool. This ensemble would undoubtedly elicit shrieks of excitement from many young women in the outside world. Lin Chen mounted the mech, affectionately dubbed Tuanzi, aboard the Tianlong. He connected the neural interface at the base of his uniform to the designated port and initiated the startup sequence. The screen beside the indicator suddenly illuminated with the image of Liang Shizhong, who announced, "This test is a comprehensive evaluation, encompassing." "Understood," Lin Chen replied. At this moment, the alert signal relayed from the command room resounded throughout the entire base. The Tianlong was ready for departure. The personnel in the command room were filled with exhilaration as they observed everything unfolding in the mech corridor through the base's video feed, including Lin Chen's operations at the console. "Pilots, please vacate the flight deck." Two crew members holding red guiding rods promptly scurried away. "The corridor is cleared. You may proceed." The reactor temperature surged to 2 million Kelvin, initiating the inflation process. The reheating system ignited. The dual wings of the Tianlong began to emit a cascade of blue exhaust flames. In that moment, every individual at the base experienced a profound visual impact and a sense of pride. A year of effort had not been in vain. The Tianlong was about to soar. Whoosh! Lin Chen skillfully piloted the mech off the flight deck, ascending into the cerulean sky. Observing the speed at which the Tianlong was flying on the screen, Zhang Mingyuan in the command room was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, our combat helicopters cannot match this velocity." The battle helicopter is the ace of low-altitude combat, capable of vertical takeoff and landing. An irreplaceable asset that no fighter jet can rival, as their functions are inherently different. At this moment, witnessing the Tianlong soaring at low altitude naturally draws everyone's attention. The Tianlong transforms, morphing into an imposing steel giant standing 8 meters tall under Lin Chen's adept control. The maneuvering is so skillful that it appears as though the mech is a sentient being, executing each movement with remarkable fluidity and grace, devoid of any rigidity. In that instant, those present with a modicum of military knowledge gaze at the Tianlong in astonishment, their initial indifference replaced by sheer awe. Such a mech could seamlessly appear in any corner of the battlefield, and when equipped with counter-interference tracking systems, it embodies an invincible presence, truly inconceivable. "Your Majesty, our 6th Legion has not been equipped with new large-scale weaponry for quite some time. The aircraft on our 3rd Legion's aircraft carrier have not been updated in 2 years and are in dire need of replacement. There is little to discuss. The 4th and 5th Legions have always been brother legions, and what they possess, we shall also acquire." The 3 Legion commanders of the Empire looked on with fervent envy towards Liang Shizhong. At this moment, the Tianlong, having just been produced, lacks the capacity for large-scale deployment. But once it is operational, well, you can converse with Lin Chen about that. Jiang Mingyuan's words carried a double entendre. Meanwhile, outside the base, the vast troop of over 10,000 remained unexercised, as the officers recognized that even if drills were conducted today, the results would be far from satisfactory. Thus, they opted to embrace the palpable military prowess emanating from the Empire. One by one, they tilted their heads to gaze at the heavens. As a sharp sound sliced through the air, they knew that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. "It has come. It has come." Li Xian, the highest-ranking officer in the military camp, was the first to scramble atop the wall, clutching a pair of binoculars and shouting at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged in the sky, gradually becoming clearer. It was the mecha produced by their protected base. The advent of the mecha was a testament to their dedication and hard work. The atmosphere in the camp erupted with excitement. "Ah, the heavens did not give birth to me, Li Teniu. Yet the mecha shall endure like the eternal night. Look, it can transform. Once, I believed that men wielding guns were the most handsome, but now, those who ride mechas are the epitome of allure. Hey, you there? Stop hogging the binoculars and let us feast our eyes." The waves of enthusiasm surged through the camp, as if they were about to tear the sky apart, the fervor surpassing that of a superstar's concert. Chapter 20. The official appointment of the commander at the Zhili Military University, under the guidance of Vice Principal Sun. A group of top students was making their way toward the base. However, the students were completely oblivious to the purpose of their excursion. Observing Vice Principal Sun occasionally glancing upward, their curiosity only deepened. What exactly is Old Sun taking us to do? Who knows? All it does is waste my precious study time. The crowd was astonished. Were they to witness the mecha? Old Sun has deceived us once again. He is renowned for misleading the freshmen each year. People grew increasingly skeptical of Vice Principal Sun's assertions. Soon after, 2 sentinels halted their progress, declaring, "Visitors must stop. The Empire is currently testing its mechs ahead." although they were baffled as to how soldiers could be stationed in such a remote location after wandering all morning. The attendees from the Zhili Military University erupted in cheers. Incredible! Vice Principal Sun truly brought us to witness the mechs. Allow us to pass. We wish to see the mechs. My blood surged with excitement. A true warrior would ride upon the formidable mechs and achieve unparalleled glory. Oh, I recently broke up with my girlfriend, yet now I feel no sorrow whatsoever. The atmosphere was electric, fueling Vice Principal Sun's pride as he proclaimed, I have brought you, the finest students of this university, to witness the grandeur of the empire. He feigned calmness, though his heart raced with anxiety. But sir, they won't let us through. Someone remarked. The smugness vanished from Vice Principal Sun's face as he fished out his identification, addressing the sentinels. Veterans, I am the Vice Principal of Zhili Military University. We are all comrades here. We can observe from a distance. Proceed, the sentinel replied after reviewing the credentials. Soon, Vice Principal Sun led dozens of outstanding students forward, where they were met with a breathtaking sight. A colossal mech was soaring through the low skies. It could actually fly? Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. How much energy would be required to lift such a massive entity into the air? Oh, junior brother, do feel my chest. Is my heart not racing fiercely? A throng of voices erupted in excitement and joy. For so long, the Zhili Military University was ranked far below 100 among the imperial universities, never managing to enroll a full complement of students. However, this scenario is poised for transformation. Once mechs enter mass production, Zhili Military University will emerge as the cradle for mech pilots, attracting the elite from various provinces. Suddenly, a colossal figure loomed before us, an 8-meter-tall behemoth, towering 3 stories high, rapidly advancing. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would feel a shiver of fear, dwarfed by its presence. It was a visceral sensation of inferiority and helplessness. Flesh and blood standing before a titan of steel. The mech halted mid-air, fulfilling the fervent dreams of the crowd, a sight once confined to animated fantasies, now realized. All were captivated by the imposing form of the mech, suspended gracefully in the air. How magnificent! Quick, capture this moment. This was more breathtaking than any Hollywood blockbuster. At that moment, the cockpit of the mech, Tianlong, opened, and Lin Chen rose to gaze down, commanding attention. Hey, this is a restricted area. Do not advance any further. On the ground, the university students who had stealthily come to witness the mech stood frozen, as if carved from stone, utterly mesmerized by its astounding presence. It felt akin to a science fiction epic, a feast for the eyes. Oh, I am utterly dismayed to discover that there exist men in this world who surpass my own handsomeness, akin to that of Wu Yanzu. It irks me greatly. Have you noticed that this mech is currently not being piloted, but is rather hovering serenely in midair? Moments ago, as I descended from the Tianlong, a multitude of individuals at the base greeted me with a resounding round of applause. Even the emperor of the empire, Jiang Mingyuan, made an early appearance on the runway, and as the applause subsided, he approached Lin Chen, gently patting him on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "You have worked hard. Today we were all astounded by the mech, and your piloting skills are truly impressive." Lin Chen humbly offered a few polite words in response. "Has this mech been named?" Jiang Mingyuan inquired. "The Imperial Blossom's Elegance has named it Tianlong." "A splendid name, Tianlong, the War Dragon, the Radiant Dragon." Jiang Mingyuan nodded, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Before expressing his confusion, "The Imperial Blossom's Elegance? Is that not your daughter's moniker? Were you unaware?" Indeed, Jiang Mingyuan was oblivious to this nickname. His daughter had been residing with Liang Shizhong since childhood, only aware of the good life she led in some recent happenings. After all, the Imperial Palace demanded his attention for his other 3 children as well. Scanning the area, he failed to spot Jiang Xiu'er, his expression tinged with disappointment as he remarked, "The appointment letter from the commander's office will arrive in a few days. From this moment forth, you shall be the highest commander of the entire base, responsible for all matters concerning it and for the full-scale production of mechs. This is a strategic alliance. A new power within the empire is quietly rising, and it bears the formidable name of the Mech Corps, a truly captivating title. What a comparison. The strength of those legions pales in insignificance." Lin Chen had seen off Jiang Mingyuan in the afternoon. Although they were a father and daughter, an inexplicable barrier seemed to exist between them. Jiang Xiu'er was graceful and competent, unlike those rebellious women one often encounters. Nevertheless, her affairs were of no concern to him, as he still had important matters to attend to. With a chuckle, Lin Chen rose from his bed and turned on his computer. Initiating a video call with the command center's supervisor. Have you prepared the materials I requested? He inquired. Yes, please send it over, Lin Chen continued. The supervisor of the command center looked on in disbelief. The esteemed Lin Chen had now ascended to the highest command of the base, yet he harbored such thoughts? It seemed that no matter how brilliant he was, he could not escape the follies of youthful exuberance. Without hesitation, he proceeded to send several gigabytes of video from his computer. Chapter 21. The Mecha Design of the Empire. Indeed, what was sent was a video. The content showcased Lin Chen testing the mecha today, devoid of any inappropriate material. To Lin Chen, the thrill of mecha far surpassed any excitement derived from women. With fervor, Lin Chen opened Weibo and shared the video. Within less than an hour, it had garnered millions of views. Was this the Empire's first mecha? How cool. The audience exclaimed, this year, I shall apply to the Zhili Military University. What a nonsensical notion, be it the Western opening or the normal university. Even if I were to achieve the status of a top scholar in the Empire, nothing could deter my resolve to attend the Zhili Military University. Ultimately, this video sparked considerable contemplation among the younger generation, who represent the primary demographic of mecha enthusiasts. Should the opportunity to pilot a mecha arise, they would undoubtedly forego their initial university applications in favor of Zhili Military University. Given that the Empire has successfully developed mechas, the next step must surely involve selecting pilots. Thus, Zhili Military University will undoubtedly become the institution for training mecha operators. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the significant impact his statements would generate, and it was precisely this influence he sought, along with the adulation of fans. After posting, he observed his fan count soaring on the system panel, before rubbing his sore shoulders and heading off for a shower. Online, mere half an hour after Lin Chen updated his Weibo, it was reposted on the Empire's largest military website. An article titled The Ultimate Weapon of the Empire appeared there. This post was freshly created by one of Lin Chen's fans and naturally attracted the attention of a vast online audience, drawn not merely by the author, but by the four compelling words in the title, War Machine. Within the post, the discussions unequivocally revolved around Lin Chen and mechas. Is the Empire on the verge of ascendance? One cannot help but yearn for a first-hand experience. The Empire exudes an air of grandeur, and Lin Chen truly stands out. Aside from the act of procreation, there seems to be nothing he cannot accomplish. The forum thread has maintained a prominent position for an extended duration, and as time passes, it continues to swell with an increasing number of discussions, subsequently disseminated across the vast expanse of the internet by various media outlets. A fervent wave of discourse surrounding mechas has erupted online, surpassing the astonishment and excitement generated by Lin Chen's previous solitary creations. After all, the thrill of imperial production far eclipses that of individual endeavors. News of the successful testing of mechas by the Empire has ignited considerable buzz, swiftly ascending to the headlines of major news platforms and claiming the top spot in online search trends. Concurrently, numerous news agencies have dispatched personnel to the Zhili Military University. Given that Lin Chen's publicly acknowledged identity is that of a professor at this institution, such a sensational event has also caught the attention of the Jianli and Polar nations. Emperor Pulong's countenance darkens as he glares at the mecha blueprints submitted by the prestigious Academy of Sciences of the beautiful Jianli nation. Mr. Meter-san, is this the mecha design that the Academy has spent an entire year developing? Emperor Pulong inquires, pointing at the illustrations on the blueprints. The design features two metallic tracks at the base, heavy armor, with the sole weapon being a submachine gun mounted at the front of the armor. The appearance is exceedingly simplistic, in stark contrast to the impressive, formidable mechas of the Huangyan nation. One can only describe their own mecha as lacking in stature, wealth, and appeal. Indeed, observe how its metallic treads enable traversal across any terrain. This artillery piece can effortlessly rend any adversary asunder. Metzen's boastfulness is a rather proud display of a year's worth of the Academy's endeavors. Do not presume, for merely adorning your tank with a visage will obscure its true identity from my discerning gaze. Emperor Pulong, in a fit of fury, roared with unrestrained rage. No, this is the intention of the Senate. They are not but a cadre of foolish swine. Look at the mechs of the Huangyan nation. Let us compare them with our own. The mechs modified from tanks, how can one even draw a comparison? The Emperor commanded his secretary to activate the projector, and instantly, a video of the Tianlong test mech illuminated the wall. Without comparison, there is no pain. In stark contrast to the majestic Tianlong, the mech depicted in the design is merely a child's plaything. 1,000 curses. Oh, impossible. It even possesses transformation capabilities? Such creations should rightly grace our splendid jelly nation. Metzen found it difficult to accept this reality. I now command you, in my capacity as Emperor of Jelly Nation, to redesign a mech of even greater magnitude than that of Huang Yin. The following day, the Academy of Jelly Nation commenced drafting new mech designs. Determined to fulfill Emperor Pulong's decree. This time, they aimed to conceive a colossal mech, towering at 80 meters, capable of crushing all in its path. As long as it surpasses Huang Yin, that shall suffice. Meanwhile, in the Huang Yin nation, the enthusiasm for mechs has waned somewhat, while such content is undeniably exhilarating. An overexposure leads to desensitization. Consequently, most individuals now merely glance at it occasionally. Shifting their focus back to the latest sensational news from the entertainment industry and the impending college entrance examinations. After all, the remarkable emergence of the Lin Chen Empire during last year's exams remains fresh in everyone's memory, sparking curiosity about whether this year will unveil another prodigious talent. Perhaps one capable of constructing a spacecraft. Students are diligently preparing for the crucial exams, while Guodu University is also formulating its admission criteria for new students this year. During a meeting, the president of Guodu University, recently released on bail from the police station, took the floor. This year, the number of candidates from Guodu surpasses every previous year. Thus, the admission threshold for Guodu will be set at 450 points. For the Jinzhou province, it is 680. For the Jizhou province, 710. For the Luzhou province, 710. And for the Yuzhou province, 720. Upon hearing this, the attendees were collectively taken aback. An admission score of 450 for Guodu? Such a high benchmark poses an incredible challenge for the candidates from Guodu. As for the other provinces, it seems futile. Not only will they not receive additional slots, but this year, fewer will be allocated to them to favor the candidates from Guodu. The candidates from Guodu and those from other provinces can no longer be compared. Otherwise, the offspring of the leadership class may soon find themselves in a different position. Yet, will this approach result in an insufficient number of qualified applicants? Indeed, Guodu University possesses such formidable prestige that no candidate can resist the allure of attending. This embodies the profound confidence of Guodu University. As the impending college entrance examination loomed, Lin Chen and Liang Shizhong deliberated for several days, ultimately devising a grand plan to inaugurate an entirely new academic discipline, the mecha department. This innovative field, as its name suggests, focuses on the art of piloting mechs. Despite the fact that the Zhili Military University is regarded as a third-rate institution within the empire, this mecha department is unparalleled, not only within the empire, but across the globe. Chapter 22. The invasion from another dimension is approaching. The empire's sole mecha program has officially been set in motion. Given Lin Chen's exceptional piloting skills, he has been appointed as the chief instructor for driving techniques. Subsequently, Liang Shizhong discreetly facilitated a substantial advantage to the imperial leadership and the Ministry of Education, securing approval for the project. Thus, Zhili Military University has officially commenced this groundbreaking program. In a whirlwind of excitement, social media platforms such as Weibo, the Ministry of Education's official account, and news outlets in Jizhou province began to generate tremendous buzz. Many students preparing for this year's examination initially regarded the news with skepticism. The establishment of a mecha department at Zhili Military University? After multiple confirmations, countless students found themselves utterly astonished. A mecha department? This is truly eye-opening. I must enroll. Oh, the exhilaration. I aspire to be among the Empire's first cohort of mech pilots. 60 individuals? The competition seems daunting. The only mecha department in the world proudly resides in our Hebei province. Brothers and sisters, let us venture forth to the illustrious Hebei. As long as the mecha program is not located in the capital, the candidates from other provinces will have little chance of securing a spot. This year, the mecha program has ignited immense excitement among the students preparing for the college entrance examination. After thorough verification of the news, sentiments have indeed shifted. The Zhili Military University offers the opportunity to learn mecha piloting, and although the competition for the mere 60 available slots will be fierce, trying one's luck is always worthwhile. Even if one does not succeed, there remain options for second or third choices. Many students harbor such thoughts. Firstly, piloting mechas is undeniably thrilling. Secondly, as a groundbreaking weapon of warfare, becoming a pilot guarantees a status and benefits within the empire that rival those of aviators. With the prospect of becoming a mecha pilot at hand, Only a fool would overlook the Jili Military University. As for the candidates from the capital, they are seething with frustration. The privileges associated with their capital status have become utterly useless, as they may not even meet the cutoff scores for the first round of selection in the competition for those 60 coveted spots. How exasperating! Shouldn't the Empire's finest offerings be found in the capital? As time progresses, we find ourselves in the aftermath of the college entrance examination. Parents are preoccupied with the status of various universities across the Empire and the yet-to-be-released results of their children. In the evening, within a certain residence, a candidate expressed to their family, "I intend to place the capital university as my first choice. It would be even better if I could secure an opportunity for immigration to the prosperous nation." What a frustrating situation. The family erupted in furious outrage, exclaiming, "Your great-grandfather served in the military, your grandfather served in the military, and your father served in the military. Our lineage has been dedicated to the armed forces for generations. How could you possibly pander to foreign ideals? I should have splattered you against the southern wall when you were still a tadpole." Such sentiments echoed throughout the empire, as similar scenes unfolded in various locales. In one neighborhood, a mother cheerfully remarked to her son, "My dear, your father has already sought the favor of high-ranking officials in the 4th Legion. As long as you apply to the Jili Military University, you are certain to be admitted to the mecha department." The young candidate, taken aback, responded, "If my father were truly acquainted with high-ranking officials in the 4th Legion, would he have spent 20 years raising pigs there?" The following day, as the examination results were announced, a frenzy ensued with many candidates selecting Jili Military University, specifically the mecha department, as their first choice. This nearly guaranteed that Jili Military University would prioritize these candidates. How splendid! However, when the application forms were delivered to the capital university, an urgent meeting was convened. Except for candidates from the capital, nearly all others from various provinces seemed to have tacitly agreed to list Capital University as their second choice. The president of Capital University was instantly dismayed. The confidence and bravado he once exhibited had vanished, for the empire's most prestigious institution had become relegated to a secondary tier, vying for candidates that others had disregarded. While this might have been acceptable for other universities, as they could still maintain some semblance of dignity, it was particularly disheartening for Capital University, the apex of academic prestige, the foremost institution of the realm. The president of Guadu University has already witnessed the contemptible faces of the presidents of other universities. Naturally, these institutions do not share the same mentality as Guadu University. Every year, they merely select from the remnants of others, primarily choosing 60 individuals as part of a secondary tier, which has little impact overall. However, witnessing Guadu University's humiliation is a different matter entirely. Historically, Guadu University has always been in a position of superiority, selecting first from the pool of candidates, and now, they find themselves alongside others and sifting through what remains. This sentiment brings a certain satisfaction. Consequently, various leaders gather to celebrate, reveling in the embarrassment of Guadu University. Other military universities within the empire express their discontent regarding the current status of Jili Military University. Envious of the privileges enjoyed by Jili Military University, they vociferously proclaim during meetings, "What is Jili University? After all, just the watchdogs of Guadu and Jincheng. Is possessing a mere mecha really that impressive?" They strut about as if they are of paramount importance. Secretary Liu plans to contact Liang Shizhong this evening, hoping to invite him for a drink to see if he can procure 2 mechas. Meanwhile, within the base, Lin Chen remains oblivious to all of this. His sole responsibility is to instruct on the manufacture and operation of mechas. Matters such as selection and assessment fall under the purview of the Empire and Liang Shizhong. Observing the towering 4-meter sword crafted from ultra-hard chromium, Lin Chen nods in satisfaction and speaks to the crew via his headset, ensures safety. The colossal sword is hoisted onto the mecha by a crane. Lin Chen turns to the researcher beside him and inquires, "Old Wang, where are our long-range weapons? The particle beam gun and proton cannon technology you have provided us with is remarkably advanced. Previously, we had devoted all our efforts to the Tianlong, so it will take considerable time to comprehend this innovation." Researcher Wang marked today's work as completed, his face flushed. Why not first create a rifle suitable for the Tianlong? Just to make do for now? Lin Chen did not blame Wang. After all, the technology was indeed cutting edge, and the base had primarily focused on the development of the Tianlong. Make do? Wang was puzzled, as if Lin Chen implied it would be needed imminently. It is always prudent to prepare in advance. Lin Chen nodded, knowing that according to the system's countdown, an alien conspiracy involving interdimensional beasts would likely invade in just a week or so. In fact, Lin Chen's conjectures were accurate. Above the waters of Jinli Nation, a certain area of space suddenly became blurred, twisting and vibrating as a singularity occurred. Chapter 23. The catastrophe brought by the beasts. The singularity rapidly expanded, distorting the surrounding space. A massive rift tore through the ocean floor, revealing a circular gate approximately 100 meters wide, creating a passageway connecting different dimensions, forming a colossal portal. Subsequently, a gigantic shadow emerged from the passage, its elongated body taking several seconds to completely exit. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, young men clad in shorts whistled, while women in vibrant bikinis danced joyously, their lively figures twisting and turning with exuberance. Greetings, Jennifer. Are you interested in experiencing my boldness tonight? No, that will not suffice. It takes at least 3 robust men to stir my excitement. Matina, hurry here, for I have discovered a remarkably muscular young man. Laughter and playful banter filled the luxurious cruise ship, oblivious to the impending danger that loomed. Meanwhile, a massive shadow beneath the sea caught the attention of the crew on deck, who shouted, "Oh, everyone, come and see the whale." At this exclamation, the young men and women on deck immediately ceased their socializing and leaned over the railing to peer below. Good heavens, it is so large, so dark, so powerful. Is this whale not extraordinarily immense? The shadow in the water gradually became clearer. It stretched nearly 100 meters, surpassing even the size of the cruise ship. And the surrounding fish dared not approach. A seasoned crew member gasped in terror. My God, that is not a whale. Captain All, quickly employ your finest navigational skills to make the ship flee. This is undoubtedly a perilous giant creature. With a splash, the shadow erupted from the water. It was a terrifying and grotesque giant being, reminiscent of a western dragon, yet far larger. Its body was estimated to be between 80 and 100 meters in length, entirely cloaked in a dark crimson hue. Most strikingly, it sported a pair of mechanical wings, an abomination of flesh and machinery. A monstrous creature soared from the depths of the ocean, unfurling its wings above the surface of the sea. Its elongated neck supported a grotesque head, adorned with spiraling horns and 2 colossal blue eyes, each the size of a grinding stone, gazing down upon the diminutive, panicked figures below. The tourists were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment, as they stared vacantly at the sky, eclipsed by the looming beast. With a resounding roar that seemed to tear the very fabric of the heavens, the creature jolted the passengers aboard the cruise ship from their stupor. Ah, it is a monster. Surely, this is a creation of the Huangyan nation, come to assault us. Quick, call 110 for help. One cried out in desperation. Damn it. You Huangyan pigs, this is the free and glorious Jinli nation. Do you expect your police to traverse the Pacific to collect our remains? May we at least be left with bodies to retrieve? The tourist shouted in terror, yet the monstrous maw gaped wide, unleashing a brilliant beam of blue light that struck the cruise ship. In the blink of an eye, the vessel was obliterated, leaving a chaotic scatter of debris adrift upon the waves. It was evident that the creature possessed intelligence. After dispatching the insignificant ants aboard, it turned its gaze towards the east, where the outlines of a city loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the Jianli nation, Emperor Pulong was embroiled in a heated argument with the Council of Elders. Damn it, you foolish pigs. The Huangyan nation has developed their own mechs, and to my utter disbelief, they can even fly. Are we, the mighty Jianli nation, to rely on pitiful combat helicopters for our military exercises henceforth? Emperor Pulong bellowed in frustration. A senior member of the council remarked, we perceive that the pressure of your recent duties is overwhelming. Hence we have decided to appoint Chancellor Mario to handle state affairs. Farcical. You cannot act in such a manner, for I am the emperor of the empire. Emperor Pulong bellowed vehemently. The emperor is merely a representative of the state. The council possesses the authority to appoint or dismiss any emperor, declared the Grand Elder Karbaki. Suddenly, a contingent of guards clad in black stormed in, forcibly seizing Emperor Pulong. Now I comprehend why Jiang Mingyuan sought to usurp the council of Huangyan nation. It is because of you, your short-sightedness. You foolish swine shall await your fate. Without me, the Jianli nation will soon adopt the Huangyan tongue. A stack of documents came crashing down upon Karbaki's face. Previously, the Minister of Defense had also deemed Emperor Pulong excessively inept for constructing feudal mechas. Yet as disaster unfolded in Watan City along the western coast, he realized the clarity of the emperor's directives. Truly, he was the prophet of the Jinli nation, the embodiment of liberty. Grand Elder Karabaki hastily perused the documents, only to be rendered speechless. What? A monstrosity exceeding 80 meters has appeared in Watan City? Our heavy weaponry cannot even target the creature, and it possesses some enigmatic energy shield? We are left with no choice but to rely on conventional arms for defense? The council struggled to fathom this revelation, as they could not conceive of any rationale to accept such a notion. After all, where in the world did such monsters arise? Displaying an air of veracity, with weapon systems rendered ineffective against them, and an energy shield to boot, did they think they were filming a movie? Ultimately, the Minister of Defense was compelled to arduously deploy military satellites, capturing images of the devastation currently unfolding in Wharton City. The Council of Elders, led by Karabaki, had no choice but to accept the grim reality. Regardless of how this monstrous threat was vanquished, the wrath of the citizens of Jianli would ultimately be directed at Pulong, rather than the Council. Damn it, you are the parasites of our Jianli nation, Emperor Pulong accused. A series of commands were issued, instructing the troops near Wharton City to hastily support the disaster site. Emperor Pulong sat in disbelief, gazing at the images transmitted from the satellite. How could the monster possess mechanical wings? Was there someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes? In an instant, he harbored a suspicion of which nation could possess such capabilities. Indeed, it must be those yellow-skinned monkeys from Huangyan National meddling behind the curtain. Meanwhile, Wharton City, renowned not only in Jianli but across the globe, was a bustling metropolis. A fusion of finance, culture, and technology, adorned with towering skyscrapers and teeming with traffic. Yet now, it bore no semblance of its former glory. The city lay in ruins, with skyscrapers crumbling and the air filled with the incessant wail of alarms, mingling with the acrid smoke that billowed into the sky. Vehicles on the streets were hopelessly congested. Desperately attempting to flee this perilous mass slaughterhouse, 2 combat helicopters, armed with heavy weaponry, arrived, bringing a glimmer of hope to the disaster-stricken populace. Fear began to dissipate as they disembarked, gazing in awe at how the malevolent beast succumbed to the indomitable firepower of Jianli. Behold, that is the latest combat helicopter developed by our esteemed nation, Jianli. We are saved. We must eradicate the malevolent beast to avenge my deceased African-American fiancé. The soldiers within the 2 helicopters also felt the encouragement from the populace below, which further solidified their resolve to strike down the monster. They shouted into their radios, "Go, go, go. Our guidance system has malfunctioned," the armament officer cried out in haste. Regardless, we must urgently inform our comrades in the other helicopter to launch the missiles without delay. Thus, whoosh whoosh. For missiles obliterated 2 office buildings that had narrowly escaped the monster's grasp. Chapter 24, Wharton City is no more. The citizens of Jianli have plunged into utter despair. Shifting from hope to hopelessness, the military was not here to vanquish the beast, but rather to assist it in the destruction of our city. Damn it. It must be that old fellow, Pulong, who summoned the monster. Run for your lives. Panic once again enveloped the hearts of the citizens of Jianli. People, in a frenzy, desperately sought to flee the city. This was a catastrophe brought forth by the monster, as countless structures were reduced to rubble beneath the colossal beast's wings, leaving devastation in its wake. In Wharton City, the monster's path could be described as a sweeping destruction, with nothing able to impede its advance. To the monster, the insignificant little ants on the ground were utterly oblivious to true power. Roaring, the monster effortlessly crushed a viaduct, sending plumes of dust into the air. In merely half an hour, the devastation wrought in Wharton City resulted in immeasurable losses. A young African-American man, bound with explosives, stood atop a vehicle, shouting defiantly, "Hey, you malevolent giant, come on." Yet, how could such a diminutive creature, hardly worthy of being called a pest, capture the attention of a beast towering over 80 meters, which continued its rampage unabated? With a resounding crash, a metallic disc bearing the likeness of the young man appeared on the ground. Soon after, the formidable forces of the Empire of Jianli arrived en masse, machine guns and RPGs unleashing torrents of fire. They opened fire. Drawing from the experiences of the previously annihilated troops, it became evident that no guidance system could lock onto this monstrous entity, which seemed to generate an energy shield of sorts. Consequently, the volunteer forces were armed solely with conventional weaponry. However, to contend with such a creature, these armaments were utterly inadequate, akin to an ant army attempting to besiege an elephant. Suddenly, the beast emitted a brilliant blue light from its maw, and in the blink of an eye, the ground forces were decimated. At that moment, a squadron of fighter jets descended from the heavens, rapidly arriving at the battlefield. We are saved. The citizens of Wharton rejoiced, believing that the true pride of the empire of Jianli's fighter jets could obliterate anything, and this beast would be no exception. A total of 36 precision-guided missiles were launched. However, without proper guidance, the efficacy of the fighter jets paled in comparison to a soldier wielding a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. 36 missiles were launched, yet only 3 succeeded in breaching a portion of the monster's energy shield, while 2 struck its body. The remaining 29 had long since veered off course. On board a fighter jet, an Air Force pilot remarked through his headset, "Our guidance systems are indeed incapable of locking onto the creature." The Air Force captain ordered, "Retreat, swiftly." Consequently, 9 fighter jets promptly altered their course and sped away into the distance. Meanwhile, countless citizens on the ground remained oblivious to the Air Force's departure. Upon witnessing the monster's colossal form rise amidst plumes of smoke, they erupted into fervent cheers, exclaiming, "Our mighty empire of Jianli truly deserves its title as the world's hegemon. Our military prowess is unparalleled. Our Air Force has completed its mission and returned." They questioned why only 2 missiles had found their mark. As the crowd celebrated, a sudden roar from the monster silenced the battered city. In disbelief, countless citizens gaped with mouths agape, resembling the shape of the letter O, as they stared at the creature, which bore merely a superficial wound. Just moments ago, 2 missiles had been fired, yet they had only managed to break the monster's skin slightly. Goodness! Our Air Force did not return. They fled in fear. They lamented, "Is this truly our military? The power of my mere urine exceeds that of the recent shelling." In the free and resilient nation, the monster persists daily. The citizens of Wharton were utterly despondent, as the ground forces were obliterated by a single spout of the monster's saliva, rendering the Air Force completely ineffective. The news of the monster's assault on Wharton City swiftly swept across the 50 provinces of the Kingdom of Jianli like a tempest, shocking the entire Jianli Empire. The immediate reaction from the populace was disbelief. It is well known that Jianli is a paradise, a realm encompassing beauty and freedom, the most exceptional of empires. How could a monster possibly attack? Moreover, this creature possessed mechanical wings, a protective shield, and extraordinary abilities. It must be a fabrication, certainly a lie. However, as reports proliferated, accompanied by a growing array of videos and photographs depicting the monster and the disaster-stricken Wharton City, the collective astonishment of the people was palpable. The monster was, indeed, a tangible reality. Within mere hours, half of the once thriving Wharton City lay in ruins. How could this beast, armed with mechanical wings, exist? It must surely be a bioweapon from the polar nation. Missiles failed to target the creature? Only by shattering its protective shield could it be harmed? Simultaneously, the citizens of Jianli turned their gaze towards the beleaguered Wharton City, which had suffered for half a day under the monster's onslaught. Reporters from various nations hurried to the city. Indeed, from the city's outskirts, one could observe a colossal dragon-shaped monster rampaging indiscriminately through buildings and living beings alike. A convoy of tanks surged into Wharton City, unleashing artillery fire in an attempt to confront the beast. Such a breathtaking scene could only be witnessed in grand war epics. The Iron Tide was capable of tearing apart any adversary, and the relentless barrage of shells struck the monster without restraint. Congratulations were in order for successfully inflicting pain and fury upon the creature. Subsequently, a cacophony erupted as the monstrous creature unleashed its fury, trampling like a giant upon the battlefield. The fighter jets seemed destined for demise, their munitions failing to connect, and within moments of their appearance, 2 were swatted down like mere flies. 10 armed helicopters emerged, yet apart from their desperate close-range bombardments, they proved equally futile against the beast. With the military's weapon guidance compromised, vanquishing this formidable creature would undoubtedly require an escalation of firepower. In the makeshift refugee camp, hastily erected 10 kilometers outside of Wharton City, One-Stapper citizens now sat in disarray, their faces smeared with dust and despair, voicing their grievances. Why can't our military defeat this monster? We are supposed to be a superpower, yet our tanks and aircraft are rendered useless in its presence. Cursed be Pulong. His budget cuts are the reason we falter against this beast. It must be that the Traveler 1 launched by the previous council has drawn the attention of extraterrestrial forces. The citizens of Wharton expressed profound disillusionment with the central authority of Jianli Nation. They had long boasted of their status as global hegemons, quick to intimidate and retaliate against any dissent, yet the arrival of the monster laid bare the fallacies of their claims, revealing their military arsenal as flimsy as paper. As night fell, the forces of Jianli Nation were unable to impede the creature, which relentlessly wreaked havoc upon the city, now teetering on the brink of ruin. However, A glimmer of hope emerged. Aside from the Air Force, 2 fully mobilized legions, comprising a total of 200,000 troops, were swiftly advancing towards the western coast. Even their prideful Pacific fleet intended to converge upon the west coast, only to be met with a furious rebuke from Emperor Pulong. How foolish. Monsters cannot be locked onto by guidance systems. Do you imbeciles wish to merely join the fray and bomb our cities and populace? Chapter 25. The monsters must surely hail from the Huangjin Empire. As night fell, the emperor's residence was ablaze with light. Staff members hurried about, orchestrating the response to the disaster in Wharton City and coordinating military movements and traffic. Upon hanging up the phone, Emperor Pulong pressed his forehead in exhaustion. Feeling the weight of despair that had replaced his earlier vigor, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the rampaging monster. The guidance systems proved ineffective. Only by shattering its protective shield could they hope to strike a meaningful blow. It could soar through the skies, unleashing a unique energy wave. Yet, the question loomed, from whence did this creature emerge? Emperor Pulong was filled with doubt. It was inconceivable that this beast lacked intelligence. Observing its actions, it was evident that the creature possessed primal instincts, driven by a singular purpose, to obliterate everything in its path. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs entered and spoke. Your Majesty, there is growing skepticism regarding your capabilities, with many believing you can no longer manage state affairs. Emperor Pulong glanced at him and replied, Is this due to the monster? The minister nodded. We should convene an emergency press conference. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Pulong understood that the council would undoubtedly shift the blame onto him. It appeared that adhering to the old ways was the only course of action left. Thus, this monstrous creature must surely have originated from either the polar regions or the perilous empire of Huangyan. Indeed, it must be so. Following a hasty arrangement and notification, an urgent press conference commenced at the entrance of the imperial palace. Your Majesty, Emperor Pulong, may I inquire if the monster was summoned by you? A reporter from the polar nation boldly posed the first question. Emperor Pulong's countenance stiffened as he inhaled deeply. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence. The expressions of all present were undeniably strained. Could this truly be happening? If that old rascal Pulong possessed such powers, he would have long ascended to the heavens. The journalists assembled were acutely aware of the profound and long-standing animosities between the Polar Empire and the Empire of Jianli, leading them to exhibit understanding. Another reporter interjected, Might I ask, do you bear any undeniable responsibility for the monster's assault on the city of Wharton? I extend my sympathies to the citizens of Wharton. The imperial palace has already enacted military arrangements, and at dawn, 2 legions comprising 200,000 troops will be dispatched to the city to vanquish the beast. As he spoke, Emperor Pulong offered a mysterious smile. Relishing the moment of ostentation, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he declared, Long ago, I foresaw a world fraught with peril, and thus I commanded the Academy of Sciences to develop a colossal robot capable of crushing all adversaries. Regrettably, the Council of Elders attempted to deceive me with mere tanks. With that, he produced a blueprint concerning the mechanized armor. A flawless presentation. Not only did it showcase his own capabilities, but it also served to tarnish the reputation of the Council of Elders. The journalists were left astounded. Was Pulong truly so brazen? If he possessed such formidable foresight, why had he not preemptively evacuated the citizens of Wharton? A reporter from the Huangyan Kingdom inquired, May I ask where the monster currently rampaging through Wharton City originates? In my estimation, this malevolent creature likely hails from one of the 2 empires, the Polar Empire or Huangyan itself. Emperor Pulong replied solemnly, his demeanor imbued with gravity. Upon his pronouncement, the audience erupted in disbelief. Here we go again. The plague was introduced by them into the Jianli kingdom, and their underground operations triggered earthquakes in Jianli. Whenever Jianli faces any calamity, you invariably find faultless excuses to shift blame onto these 2 empires. On that very day, far across the ocean in the Huangyan kingdom, due to the time zone difference, night in Jianli coincided with daytime in Huangyan. Consequently, while the monster wreaked havoc in Jianli during the day, it was night in Huangyan, and by the time the news reached them, it was already the following morning. At that moment, the news was still in its nascent stages of dissemination, and some who had just awakened were blissfully unaware. For instance, Lin Chen had just risen from slumber, groggily brushing his teeth while occasionally glancing at his sculpted 6-pack abs, honed from his military training. Strange. Why do they seem to be increasing? According to Li Xian, the pinnacle of abdominal training is to diminish the abs until they reach a state of singularity. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, and Jiang Xiu'er called from outside, Lin Chen. Hurry up, something serious has happened. With a toothbrush clenched between his teeth, Lin Chen opened the door and inquired, "What is it? You need to come quickly." Jiang Shouer urged as she tugged Lin Chen towards the command room. "Please wait while I change into my pajamas," she said. The security personnel throughout the base were taken aback. Did the esteemed Princess Jiang Shouer and the commander of the base share a bed? Was it an abuse of power or something more? This posed a question worthy of contemplation. Security Officer A whispered into the intercom to Officer B. "I just saw Professor Lin Chen being dragged away by Miss Jiang Shouer while wearing pajamas. Goodness, did you witness anything more sensational?" Officer B gasped, his mind conjuring vivid images akin to a dramatic action film. Upon arriving in the command room, Lin Chen finally comprehended Jiang Shouer's intentions. The officials in the command room regarded Lin Chen's appearance with astonishment, his toothbrush in mouth, his sleepwear loosely draped, making it appear as though Miss Jiang Shouer had just summoned him from his slumber. A recent communique from the command center had just arrived. Jiang Shouer presented Lin Chen with footage of an incident that transpired yesterday in the nation of Jianli. The footage depicted a colossal beast resembling a western dragon, adorned with mechanical wings, rampaging through the city of Huadan. According to the displayed data, this creature could not be targeted by the guidance system, possessing a mysterious energy shield and emitting a wave of energy. After reviewing the footage, Lin Chen promptly glanced at the system's mission list. Mission 1. Construct a mech. Progress. 95. Mission 2. Prevent the monster's invasion and thwart the alien conspiracy. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen was already able to ascertain that the rampaging beast was indeed the second task of the system. The absence of a countdown signified the commencement of the monster's invasion. The command center implied that the creature had upended their understanding, emerging from an unknown origin in potentially overwhelming numbers. The inquiry posed was, should such a beast breach the borders of our Huangyan Empire? Would our guided weapons be rendered obsolete? Would our mechs prove effective? Jiang Shouer reiterated the command center's concerns verbatim. After some contemplation, Lin Chen deduced that, in the absence of guided weaponry, the military would be rendered ineffective against the monsters. Furthermore, breaching the creature's energy shield would be exceedingly arduous. Overall, it was evident that mechs represented the ultimate weapon in combating these beasts. There was no doubt, victory could be achieved through sheer numbers. In conclusion, despite the monster's imposing stature of over 80 meters, while the mech stood at approximately 8 meters tall, a nearly 10-to-1 ratio, mechs possessed agility, enabling close combat without the need for weapon guidance, thus allowing for a numerical advantage. Chapter 26. The Beasts That Maintain World Peace. Upon hearing Jiang Shouer's remarks, the old curmudgeon Pu Lang began to indiscriminately cast aspersions, claiming the beasts originated from the Huangyan Empire. Not only Lin Chen, but the others too felt as though they were suffocating, as if a horde of wild horses were trampling through their minds, leaving chaos in their wake. And what of that beast? Had they vanquished it? Lin Chen inquired. It is still wreaking havoc, reportedly, after devastating Huadan City. It is now advancing towards the nearby Busan city, leaving destruction in its path, Jiang Shouer responded. Cool, Lin Chen exclaimed, raising his fist in enthusiasm. The individuals in the command room regarded him with astonishment. Soon, the commanding authority issued the latest directives to the base, urging the full-scale production of mechas, with resources being allocated without restraint. Simultaneously, shortly after the base received this news, reports began to emerge from the Huangyan Empire regarding the kingdom of Jianli being besieged by monstrous creatures. The initial reaction of the citizens of the Huangyan Empire mirrored that of their Jianli counterparts, disbelief. However, the overwhelming tide of news reports forced the populace to confront the stark reality. Was it true that the kingdom of Jianli was under attack by monsters? Could such a fortunate turn of events actually occur? After all, didn't Jianli possess Godzilla? They quickly called for Godzilla's assistance. It was rumored that the city of Wharton had been reduced to ruins. This was typical of Jianli, which conveniently attributed the monster attacks to a conspiracy against them. Today, all news revolved around the monstrous onslaught, as public attention shifted for the first time from the entertainment industry to the tangible threat of life itself. Not only in the Huangyan Empire, but also across the globe, reports of the devastation in Jianli were radiating outward. In an instant, the world was stunned. Had monsters purportedly tasked with preserving peace emerged, only to wreak havoc upon the kingdom of Jianli? The eyes of nations turned toward Jianli. In the city of Busan, Jianli's second target of the monster's wrath, the beast had successfully transformed Wharton into a desolate wasteland within a single day. preparing to launch its assault on another city. Yet, the diminutive ants on the ground had begun to inflict pain upon it. With a roar, the enraged monster unleashed a powerful sonic wave from its towering 3-story head, only to be engulfed by the cacophony of artillery fire that followed. "Strike them fiercely. We must not allow it to breach the city of Busan," bellowed the commander. The monster, forsaking the city, shifted its focus to the myriad of tiny black dots on the ground. It began to wreak havoc upon the troops. The grim news was that soldiers were perishing every second. The silver lining was that the military had successfully thwarted the creature from obliterating a second city. When the news reached the emperor's palace, Emperor Pulong sighed in relief, collapsing into his chair, gasping for breath. "Ah, we truly are the dominators of the world, at last. We have kept the monster at bay from Busan." The Minister of Internal Affairs interjected. "There are troubling murmurs from the outside world." "What do you mean, Emperor Pulong?" "Our populace believes you are no longer capable of managing state affairs, and several provinces have erupted in protests." "Fools. Do they not understand that our army has repelled the monster?" Emperor Pulong fumed. That evening, the leaders of the Jianli nation, after careful calculations, deduced that by around 5 o'clock the following morning, they could successfully eliminate the monster on the outskirts of Busan. Thus, to stabilize the domestic situation, Emperor Pulong confidently issued a declaration: "We have successfully blocked the monster from entering Busan. According to the predictions of the leadership, we will vanquish the creature by tomorrow in the suburbs. Moreover, the citizens of Busan need not panic. You can sleep soundly at home tonight. When you awaken, I trust you will eagerly rush to witness the monster's carcass. Good night, everyone." The populace, forcibly relocated from the city of Busan to a safe zone, was initially taken aback by the announcement, only to be swept away by a wave of jubilation. Ah, indeed, our esteemed empire of Jianli truly embodies the might of a military superpower. These mere beasts pose no real threat. Damn it. I shall place my trust in that old fellow Pulong once more and venture to inspect the monster's carcass come morning. As night descended, Busan did not succumb to tranquility. However, the majority had surrendered to slumber, for their weary troops had not closed their eyes for 3 days while vanquishing the beasts on the outskirts. The citizens felt an overwhelming sense of security, for the thunderous sounds of gunfire resonated more sweetly than any melody. Yet, in the early hours of the night, as if to slap the Emperor Pulong in the face, 2 legions comprising 200,000 soldiers had merely managed to delay the monstrous onslaught for a single day. And ultimately, the beast breached the city of Busan. Damn it, sound the alarm. The populace lies in slumber, and that accursed creature will undoubtedly reduce the citizens to mere pulp. The shrill wail of the alarm reverberated throughout Busan. The slumbering citizens awoke to the illuminating flashes of gunfire, witnessing the silhouette of the monster drawing ever closer. In a frenzy, they fled, hurling curses. Damn it. Didn't T. Pulong promise to eradicate the beast today? Look, those wretched black police officers are fleeing faster than us white folks. Oh no, my dear. Why have you dashed out without clothing? Do not shield your body. Cover your face instead. The audacious citizens of Busan were thoroughly panic-stricken. Hadn't the military already contained the monstrous threat on the outskirts? Wasn't the annihilation of the creature supposed to occur this morning? It turned out to be an elaborate deception. Satellites from various nations hovered over the beleaguered Jianli country, where the world bore witness to the rampaging beast, its horror surpassing even the most alarming reports from journalists. Within the ruins of Busan, the military engaged in a fierce battle against the creature, unleashing artillery fire that could rend the heavens. Yet its impact on the monster remained negligible. Meanwhile, inside the base, Lin Chen inquired of Jiang Shou'er, "Is the monster dead?" "The army is still firing," Jiang Shou'er replied. "It's on the brink of death." On the 4th day, Lin Chen asked again, "What about the monster? Is it still being bombarded?" "It's almost dead," Jiang Shou'er responded. "Compile the detailed data and bring it to me." Lin Chen turned and entered the hangar, where crew members and researchers were preparing to load the massive anti-tank gun onto the Tianlong. This weapon could easily be likened to a large-caliber cannon, with bullets comparable in size to an adult's fist, accompanied by 120 rounds, making the entire assembly weigh over 1,000 pounds. "I am a medic, not a secretary for every errand," Jiang Shou'er exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before standing her ground in staunch protest. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Jianli country, the monster, now covered in wounds, let out a mournful cry before its enormous body collapsed, crashing into a skyscraper and sending plumes of dust into the air. Had it finally met its demise? This is the collective voice of nearly 200,000 soldiers from 2 legions, in their relentless pursuit to vanquish the beast. They took turns resting and dining, and after 5 arduous days, at the cost of casualties exceeding 5 digits, they finally succeeded in bringing it down. Following thorough examination, the creature was confirmed to have fallen silent. This solitary beast had ravaged 2 major cities, inflicting immeasurable losses, with over 10 million people displaced and thousands perishing in this calamity. Such a feat is worthy of being inscribed in the annals of human history. Soon, the beast's carcass was clandestinely transported away, for the secrets it harbored were enough to enthrall all scientists of the kingdom of Jianli. Whether it be the amalgamation of machinery and flesh or that enigmatic energy shield, any progress in research promised unimaginable benefits. Upon receiving the news of the beast's demise, Emperor Pulong felt as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his chest. He readily consented to the Academy of Sciences' proposal to study the creature. He instructed his secretary, quickly, notify the press conference. I want the entire world to know of this historic day. Without our kingdom of Jianli, the beast would have obliterated the entire world. Now that the monster is vanquished, it is time to establish the grand image of Jianli as the guardian of world peace. At the press conference, journalists from various nations filled the venue, including numerous ambassadors stationed in Jianli. With purposeful strides, Emperor Pulong ascended the stage amidst the gaze of the multitude. In an instant, flashes illuminated the room. Fact, do you not have any applause? The smile on Emperor Pulong's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a shadow of displeasure. This bears no resemblance to the script he had previously envisioned. Could it be that these journalists would not greet the illustrious Emperor Perlang of the Jianli Empire, the savior, with the most fervent applause? A sparse round of applause ensued, and Emperor Perlang, feeling content, addressed the assembly with gravity. Those present may be well aware that just moments ago, the magnificent Jianli Empire successfully averted a global catastrophe. This marks a monumental day in human history. Otherwise, that terrifying beast would have obliterated the entire world. A collective deep breath was drawn by the journalists. The old man Perlang incessantly boasted, transforming the crisis in Wharton City and Bowden City into a calamity that threatened the entire globe. As if the whole world ought to express gratitude to the Jianli Empire. A Japanese journalist inquired, Your Majesty Perlang, since the global catastrophe is attributed to the beast, will the remains of the creature be shared for research among nations? No, the remains of the beast are our spoils of war. How could we possibly share them with other countries? Replied Emperor Perlang. What extent of damage did the beast cause? Our military took a full 5 days to vanquish it, and by that time, it had already advanced 35 miles, decimating 2 cities and claiming countless lives. Emperor Perlang fell silent, mourning the deceased. I have heard it was 2 entire regiments. Was it due to the inadequacy of your weaponry? Initially, we knew nothing about that beast, and in fact, we were engaging it with only 1 regiment. However, we later discovered its weakness. The beast is not as fearsome as it seems, Emperor Perlang intoned solemnly. Numerous journalists hastily recorded the events, and soon someone voiced the collective inquiry. Where did the monstrous creature originate, and does it have companions? In a nutshell, the mood in the kingdom of Huanyan was quite jubilant. However, in response to the news of the kingdom of Jianli's triumph over the beast, nations around the world fell into silence. Given the immense military strength of Jianli, with 2 legions of 200,000 soldiers bombarding the creature for 5 days until its demise, what would become of the others? Would they simply wait for their own downfall? At the same time, there was an insatiable curiosity regarding the creature's origins. As for the conspiracy theories proposed by Jianli regarding Huanyan, they were utterly absurd. If Huanyan truly had the ability to breed monsters, the entire world would have long been conversing in Huanyan's tongue. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Huanyan base, Lin Chen sat before his computer in his bedroom, diligently analyzing the monster. After a considerable time, he arrived at the same conclusion as that old coot Pulang, as long as one identifies the correct weaknesses. The monster is not formidable. Although Jianli mustered a colossal force of 200,000 men across 2 legions, the actual number of combatants was relatively low. They needed to evacuate civilians, rescue individuals in the disaster-stricken area of Huadong City, and ensure their troops had adequate rest to replenish their vitality. The primary challenge lay in the monster's sudden appearance, which led to a hasty mobilization of the legions. With clarity emerging from his thoughts, Lin Chen smiled. Breaking through the monster's energy shield and employing precise physical attacks would prove far more effective than merely raining down munitions. Alternatively, inflicting harm from within, such as poisoning the creature, could yield results. Such a daunting task was beyond the legions and helicopters, but mechs could certainly rise to the occasion. At that moment, an esteemed researcher, Old Wang, knocked at the door, and upon receiving permission, entered to whisper a few words in Lin Chen's ear. "What? The weapons on the Tianlong have already been loaded?" Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Old Wang nodded in affirmation. "Well, you may leave now," Lin Chen instructed. Once Old Wang exited, Lin Chen eagerly opened the system panel. The complete loading of the mech's weapons signified the successful completion of the task. System panel. Host. Lin Chen Task 1. Manufacture a mech. Completed. Please claim your reward. Task 2. Prevent the invasion of monsters. Fan value. 21 million. Quite impressive. Since the onset of the monster invasion, Lin Chen's fan value had soared. Although it was merely a fraction compared to those prominent stars, he felt content. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly exchange for advanced technology, such as a VR pod worth 3 million fan points, an extraordinary device that offered immersive experiences in real-life gaming scenarios, thrilling driving simulations, and engaging interactions that stimulated the senses. However, at this moment, claiming his reward took precedence. Claim reward. Ding. Acquired cockpit technology. A thunderous resonance echoed in Lin Chen's mind as a torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness. Thanks to the system, this technology felt remarkably familiar, as if it were an innate part of him, as simple as the equation of 1 plus 1. The simulation cockpit technology for piloting the mech could flawlessly train one to operate the machine. However, for Lin Chen, this achievement felt rather superfluous. Driving simulator, core technology, system technology, induction impact technology. His last reward was mastery in driving. Lin Chen suddenly felt that this reward was utterly useless. It would be better to use the VR pod, where at least one could engage in exhilarating games before sleep, invigorating the body and spirit. Chapter 28. The friendship between men and women. In the ensuing days, the base gradually returned to tranquility, and even the reports of monster attacks soon subsided. People mourned the deceased, yet life must persist. A month later, however, monsters re-emerged, launching an assault on the kingdom of Xia, plunging the world into panic once more, this time. The situation was far more dire than the previous attack on the kingdom of Jianli. Unlike before, this time a monster exceeding 80 meters in height appeared, accompanied by 12 smaller monsters deemed threatening to humanity. It became evident to mankind that the onslaught of monsters might not cease, and no one could guarantee the nature of the next terrifying encounter. Following the joint effort of the Kingdom of Xia and the Fran Empire to eradicate the monsters, nations momentarily cast aside their past grievances, uniting to determine via satellite that these creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean. The timing of their appearance remains unknown, but these monsters exhibit intelligence and can even execute rudimentary military strategies. The number of monsters may continue to increase. This is merely the beginning. Humanity requires new defensive weaponry to safeguard their homeland. As nations worldwide engage in a fervent arms race, the Huangyan Empire is diligently executing military deployments. Several legions have been dispatched to coastal cities, while simultaneously, the Empire harbors high hopes that mechas will shine in their quest to vanquish monsters. Consequently, all departments have been given the green light, leading to the successful assessment of the inaugural cohort of 60 mecha students, who are now reporting to the base. On the 37th day since the Jianli Empire eradicated the monsters and the 7th day following the Westyak Kingdom's efforts, 3 helicopters successively landed on the base's runway, releasing a group of young individuals, roughly the same age as Lin Chen. They found themselves in an unfamiliar place, bewildered yet awestruck by the grandeur of the base. The last to disembark was a middle-aged man, whose slanted eyes frequently darted towards Jiang Shou'er. He approached Lin Chen, holding pertinent documents, and with a smile, introduced himself. "Greetings, Commander Lin Chen. My name is Sun Hui, appointed by the commander's office as an inspector to assist you in managing the operations of the entire base." Lin Chen furrowed his brow as he examined the documents handed to him. Sun Hui had previously served as a secretary in the general's office before being promoted to deputy secretary general in the commander's office. Why was I not informed of this? Lin Chen inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Shou'er, who subtly shook her head in a gesture of ignorance. The situation regarding monster attacks on human cities has grown increasingly dire, Sun Hui clarified, dispelling Lin Chen's apprehensions. He then turned to Jiang Shou'er with a smile. "Hello, Miss Jiang Shou'er. It has been 6 years since our last encounter in the capital." Lin Chen sensed an insincerity in Sun Hui's smile. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he replied, Let's discuss this further inside. Congratulations, you have become entangled in the political strife of the empire, Jiang Xiao remarked. Lin Chen, perplexed, replied, what do you mean? Come to my bedroom tonight, Jiang Xiao whispered, casting a glance at the wide-eyed new recruits, aware that this was not an appropriate setting for conversation. And then she turned to leave. The new recruits stood frozen, astonished. What had they just witnessed? Professor Lin from the base surely harbored some clandestine connection with the princess. And the thought of meeting tonight. Oh my heavens, this was truly sensational. Lin Chen felt utterly bewildered but decided not to dwell on it. At worst, he would visit the Imperial Flower S chamber that evening to uncover the secret she wished to share. For now, however, he needed to attend to the new recruits, the future pilots. As he perused their profiles, an intriguing individual caught his eye. Recommended by Li Xian, yet he had passed all assessments on his own merit. Lin Chen remarked, Yi Xian, your father possesses unparalleled experience in pig farming within the Legion. Why not learn from him? Why pursue this path? Pig farming is hardly glamorous. Piloting mechas is what truly defines a man. It's exhilarating. Yi Xian, an impassioned 18-year-old, brimmed with youthful zeal. The new recruits blushed, suppressing laughter, realizing that their former rival was the son of a pig farmer. Was it laughable that his father raised pigs? He had dedicated 20 years to it. What right did they have to mock? Lin Chen felt a twinge of displeasure. Professor Lin, could you enlighten us on the primary focus of the mecha program we are applying for? Someone boldly inquired. The primary focus of the mech training program is to instruct you on how to operate mechs and to familiarize you with their intricacies. Of course, if you wish to acquire additional knowledge, you may take the opportunity to attend university for supplementary studies, Lin Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, many expressed curiosity, glancing around. Where are the mechs? Indeed, why haven't we seen them? I feel ready to soar through the skies on one right now. A group of new recruits, having never visited the base before, appeared somewhat bewildered. Lin Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he clarified, once you have completed your training, you need not worry about the availability of mech piloting. The recruits suddenly understood, eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you. Today, take a day to rest. As night fell, Lin Chen finished his dinner but did not venture to Jiang Xiao's room. Why would he go at her beckoning? It would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? It would seem as if he were obligated to heed her call. Meanwhile, in her pristine chamber, Jiang Xiao sat poised, awaiting Lin Chen's arrival to discuss the current state of the empire. However, at 9 p.m., why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he preoccupied with something? Jiang Xiao glanced at the clock on the wall, feeling a twinge of annoyance. At midnight, where is he? Jiang Xiao felt her frustration reaching a boiling point. The following day, perhaps due to the increasingly dire situation with the monsters or perhaps out of growing unease regarding the base, Jiang Mingyuan made his second visit to the facility. The personnel at the base had gathered outside early to greet him, standing at attention. Old Wang shouted excitedly. Instantly, everyone in the venue, except for Jiang Xiao, expressed their utmost reverence for Jiang Mingyuan, the emperor of the Huangyan Empire. Lin Chen, standing not far from Jiang Xiao, gazed at Jiang Mingyuan in a daze, noting that the emperor's frail state seemed to have become even more pronounced. Among the crowd, only Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao were seen as peculiar. Thus, many curious eyes turned their way. After all, these two were the exceptions in the gathering, and Jiang Xiao, being the beloved princess and the emperor's own daughter, naturally required no display of respect. However, what was Lin Chen's demeanor meant to convey? Jiang Xiao quickly nudged Lin Chen with her elbow. He, bewildered, instinctively responded, Huh? It was merely a casual gesture of reminder between friends, but to Jiang Mingyuan, it appeared entirely different. Upon witnessing this, the smile on his lips vanished abruptly, and his pallid complexion darkened at once. According to Liang Shizhong's report, Lin Chen and Xiao were merely ordinary friends. But was this truly the semblance of a platonic friendship? Was there genuine camaraderie between the sexes? Nonsense. It was nothing but a veiled desire for his daughter. Chapter 29. Global Conference on Resource Sharing. The thought of a predatory young man, ever eager to covet his daughter, made Jiang Mingyuan feel as though he had swallowed a mouthful of flies. His discomfort was palpable. He even recoiled from envisioning certain scenarios. Jiang Mingyuan's agitation was undeniable as he spoke in a low voice. Let us proceed inside. The group followed him into the base. Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of confusion, as if Jiang Mingyuan's demeanor towards him was rather unfriendly. Had he unwittingly wronged him in some manner? In the command room, only Jiang Mingyuan, Lin Chen, and the distracted Jiang Xiao were present. Jiang Mingyuan spoke in a low voice. You and Shoer have a good relationship? Well, she did invite me to her bedroom last night, Lin Chen replied after a moment's thought. And then you went? Jiang Mingyuan's expression darkened further. Two young individuals of the opposite sex were indeed at an age where they sought excitement. What could they possibly engage in at night in a bedroom if not something inappropriate? Absolutely not. I am your appointed commander of the base, if I went. It would imply I was afraid of her, Lin Chen asserted earnestly, even displaying a hint of disdain. Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath, disbelief flickering momentarily across his face. Yes, you cannot go. Going would only signify your fear of her. Jiang Shoer, who had been lost in thought, suddenly felt flustered. Her mind racing with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. Was Lin Chen truly concerned about this? Jiang Mingyuan exhaled, relieved that there was nothing untoward between Lin Chen and his daughter. He then shifted to the main topic at hand. I heard that an inspector has been dispatched by the command center to bring the first batch of mecha department students. Lin Chen nodded from across the table. How long did it take to train those individuals? You are aware of the current global situation in just 2 months. Over 10 cities have been obliterated. The pressing issue is not merely training, even if they are fully trained. The crux of the matter lies in the speed of production by the research personnel. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback and said, the mech technology is yours. You are the most knowledgeable about mechs. Do you believe they have a significant advantage against the monsters? Of course, Lin Chen replied with unwavering confidence. I eagerly anticipate that the Empire's mechs will shine brilliantly in their endeavor to eradicate the monsters, drawing the world's attention. When that moment arrives, I shall personally bestow you with honors in the capital. Jiang Mingyuan spoke with remarkable determination. This was an opportunity presented to the Empire by the monsters. A chance to add another pillar to the Empire, one that could stand alongside the likes of Liang Shizhong. Later, Jiang Mingyuan spent over 2 hours at the base before departing. As he put it, he had to visit Jianli Nation that afternoon to attend the World Conference as the Emperor of one of the 5 great empires. Are you trying to make me witness that detestable expression on your wife's face? Jiang Shoer scoffed. But she is, after all, your mother. Jiang Mingyuan was left speechless, letting out a sigh as he walked away with heavy steps. The command room fell silent, though faint sobs echoed within. Are you crying? Lin Chen inquired as he approached her. Yes, Jiang Shoer replied, her beautiful eyes slightly swollen, seemingly awaiting comfort. Oh, then feel free to cry here. I have matters to attend to, Lin Chen said, turning and leaving through the door. Jiang Shoer, with tear-streaked eyes, stared at the doorway, momentarily stunned. He just left without offering any words of solace? Meanwhile, Jianli Nation's Nyosho City served as the headquarters for the World Conference. The conference commenced, gathering the leaders of various nations in one place. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend my greetings. The Secretary General of the World Conference, Lasekala, was abruptly interrupted by the host, Emperor Pulong. He stood in the designated position reserved for the 5 great empires, addressing a multitude of second-rate, third-rate, and inconsequential nations, as well as journalists, with fervent declarations. We require new weaponry to defend against the onslaught of monsters. It is imperative that nations unite and pool their resources. For the greater good, we must cast aside past rivalries and hostilities, and all of this is in pursuit of vanquishing the beasts. I call upon everyone to share resources. We are at a juncture that concerns the very safety of our Azure planet. Our steadfast nation has already safeguarded the world once. We now require additional resources to continue our protection. As he spoke, Emperor Pulong could hardly contain his boastful rhetoric, occasionally glancing at Jiang Mingyuan beside him. Jiang wiped the spittle from his face and suggested, have some water to soothe your throat. We shall continue shortly. Thank you. A small European nation, boasting a population of around 100,000, was the first to respond, saying, if it is indeed resource sharing, I wholeheartedly agree and shall be the first to participate. Upon hearing this, Emperor Pulong scoffed disdainfully, retorting, foolishness. What resources could a nation of merely 100,000 possess? The machinations of the day's World Conference began to unfold, revealing that many were merely envious of the Huangyan Empire's mechanized technology, and the notion of resource sharing to combat the monsters was but a pretext. Some inconsequential nations, seeking to indulge and profit from the situation, were simply deluding themselves. In the Polar Empire, one of the 5 great empires, Emperor Nikolai proclaimed, I propose that the resources of the 5 great empires be shared, and that other nations sign agreements to enjoy the benefits of protection. There were echoes of agreement from all sides, especially from the empires of Fran and Ingji. This proposal, in essence, ensured that no nation would suffer losses, leading to a unanimous consensus in the conference. However, Jiang Mingyuan remained silent, acutely aware of the underlying objectives of this global assembly. The eyes of the assembly turned towards him, and he calmly stated, "Our Huangyan Empire will not partake in any resource sharing. I intend for our mech legions to drive the monsters into retreat. Is that not a delight? Fack, you old rascal. Have you not always prided yourself on offering a helping hand in times of trouble? We are in need now." Pu Lang's expression darkened. If Jiang Mingyuan abstained from participation, how would they acquire the mech technology to combat the monsters? Very well, the Huangyan Empire shall provide glass technology, Jiang Mingyuan declared. You cunning Huangyan people, does your empire not possess mechs? In this critical moment, with the world under siege by monsters, you should share your invaluable mech technology to help us all through this crisis. Pu Lang exclaimed in fury. I shall not, Jiang Mingyuan retorted. The remaining 4 empires expressed their discontent and voiced their positions. Fact, our Jianli Empire shall impose a technological blockade against the Huangyan Empire. We, the Polar Empire, shall enforce a blockade on natural gas against the Huangyan Empire. The World Conference had momentarily transformed into a forum for condemning the Huangyan Empire, as it was common knowledge that they possessed advanced mecha technology, yet chose not to share it with other nations to combat the monstrous threats. Outrage rippled through the assembly, demanding sanctions to make them aware of the world's malice. In Chapter 30, the Divine Retribution Operation, amidst the censure and various blockades imposed by the international community, Jiang Mingyuan furrowed his brow, sensing the dire predicament that now enveloped the Huangyan Empire, as if it had invoked the wrath of the masses. Nevertheless, the mecha technology must remain a closely guarded secret to ensure the empire's supremacy. After a prolonged silence, he suppressed a sudden wave of discomfort and stated, I wholeheartedly support the fight against the monsters. However, I categorically oppose any sharing of information. As for the so-called blockades, I firmly believe that any nation imposing such measures against the Huangyan Empire will receive no military or material assistance should the monsters strike again. Instantly, the fervent voices of the national leaders diminished significantly, and a palpable anxiety gripped the room. It was a masterstroke of strategic maneuvering. No one could predict where the next monstrous assault would occur. Having offended the Huangyan Empire, any nation could find itself helpless if the next beast were to emerge within its borders, likely left to fend for itself. The clamor of the World Conference gradually subsided, and Pu Lang, visibly displeased, remarked, Just wait and see as you face isolation from all nations, rendering you incapable of leaving your territorial waters. The Secretary-General of the World Conference, Rasekala, rapped the table and declared, Since no agreement has been reached at this moment, I propose we reconvene tomorrow for further discussions. This meeting is adjourned. In response, Pu Lang offered a sarcastic taunt directed at Jiang Mingyuan. Before long, the heads of state from various nations attending the World Conference departed in succession. Jiang Mingyuan sat in his chair, his pallid complexion revealing his frail state, and weakly instructed his secretary to take him to the hospital. The following day, the World Conference proceeded as anticipated. Pu Lang, with an air of enthusiasm, sought to rally allies against Jiang Mingyuan, insisting that he surrender his mecha technology. If he failed to comply today, the coalition of powerful nations would conduct a military exercise at his doorstep. That cunning yellow-skinned monkey was far too sly. In total, 2 empires and 3 second-tier nations were set to participate in this military exercise. A brief military alliance, spearheaded by the Jianli nation, was formed with the intention of coercing Jiang Mingyuan into submission if he refused to yield his mecha technology. However, as time passed, impatience grew among the assembled leaders. For Jiang Mingyuan's seat remained conspicuously empty, and even his secretary was absent. Damn it, that treacherous old fox Jiang Mingyuan must be too frightened to show up. Pu Lang cursed under his breath. Couldn't this illness have waited until after he surrendered the mecha technology? This only reinforced the determination of the 5 national leaders to proceed with the military exercise in the territory of the Huangyan Empire, convinced that they would successfully compel him to relinquish his mecha technology through force. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware of these developments, as he was engaged in training new recruits at the military camp outside the base. The camp reverberated with the sound of rapid gunfire. Following closely behind Lin Chen, the expressions of the students grew increasingly grim as they surveyed the targets. He reprimanded them. Look at your shooting skills. They are utterly abysmal. Even a blind guess would yield better results. Every single shot has missed the mark. We are here to learn about mechs, not to master marksmanship. Among the 60 students, 9 were young women, one of whom, named Aisha, voiced her discontent, believing that learning to shoot was a sheer waste of her precious time dedicated to mastering mech piloting. Tell me, what is the purpose of piloting a mech? To look cool? Lin Chen showed no mercy. To combat monsters. That is the essence of it. Understand this. If you cannot even handle a firearm, how do you expect to pilot a mech? Aisha remained baffled, questioning the correlation between shooting and mech operation. The requirements for piloting a mech are quite rigorous. While learning to shoot can enhance your physical capabilities, Lin Chen explained. Many students nodded in partial comprehension. With a swift motion, Lin Chen picked up a .54 pistol from the table and, with 3 bullets, struck the bullseye effortlessly, his single-handed technique demonstrating remarkable proficiency. Practice diligently. When you reach my level, it will signify that you are not far from piloting a mech. With an air of indifference, Lin Chen turned and strolled away. Engaging in conversation with Lin Chen about the current situation of monsters attacking human cities, all while the students stood in shock, their training rifles clattering to the ground, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, they finally grasped the astounding capabilities of Professor Lin, who was 2 years their senior. Not only could he construct mechas, but he also exhibited remarkable prowess with firearms. Was there anything in this world that he could not master? What? Could it be that I am not mistaken? All 3 bullets struck the bullseye. No, the crux of the matter is how exceptionally skilled he is at shooting. His posture is something that ordinary individuals could hardly replicate. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, suddenly, Aisha, the boisterous girl, seemed to have an epiphany. Her voice bursting forth with excitement. I know it. Professor Lin must not have a girlfriend. Could that be the legendary Qilin arm? At that moment, Lin Chen and Lin Chen simultaneously closed their mouths, directing their gazes toward Aisha, as the atmosphere grew tense and silent. Everyone present appeared bewildered, with a sense of absurdity permeating their thoughts. What on earth is this Qilin arm? I don't have a girlfriend. Could it be that I possess a Qilin arm as well? Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, immediately shouted, as if trying to validate something. At that instant, the highest-ranking officer in the military camp, Lin Xian, wore an awkward expression and exclaimed, What Qilin arm? Professor Lin was training with us recently. I may not know how to pilot a mecha, but I can assure you that possessing a robust physique will undoubtedly enhance your piloting skills. The numerous trainees expressed their incredulity. Is that true? Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed. Now, you all should focus on your training. Soon, the shooting range of the military camp reverberated with a relentless barrage of gunfire, as if bullets were in endless supply. Amidst the tension of the new recruits honing their marksmanship and the base fervently fabricating mechas, the World Conference drew to a close. Yet, a solution to the monster crisis remained elusive. However, a military exercise named Heaven's Punishment was scheduled by the 5 nations led by the Empire of Jianli. This was an exercise involving fleets dispatched by 5 countries. After evading the unverified resurgence of monsters at the beginning of the month, the allied fleet of 5 nations commenced resupply operations at the port of Japan, subsequently proceeding to the waters of the Huangyan Empire, displaying their might and coercively compelling Jiang Mingyuan to surrender his mecha technology. Chapter 31. The destroyer vanquishes the joint fleet with a single shot. As the time drew near, the fleets of the 5 nations arrived successively at the port of Japan for resupply, anxiously awaiting the agonizing passage of the early days of July. On July 1st, the sea lay tranquil, devoid of any reports of monster attacks on any nation. Could it be that the monsters are aware of the formidable firepower of our joint fleet, and thus have chosen to evade us? A colonel of the Japanese Navy stood on the deck of a cruiser, gazing out at the calm horizon. Not only was the Allied fleet perplexed, but the entire world seemed equally baffled. After all, the previous 2 monster appearances had occurred at the beginning of the month. Yet here we were, at the start of a new month, and not a trace of the monsters could be found. Troops were mobilized, and everyone was on high alert, preparing for significant developments, only to find that the monsters had chosen not to appear. What is the meaning of this? However, unbeknownst to nations around the globe, the monstrous entities had indeed arrived, lurking in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, far beyond human reach. The magnitude of their emergence surpassed all previous occurrences, resulting in a delay in detection. From the abyssal depths, a multitude of grotesque creatures surged forth through interdimensional portals, culminating in the arrival of a colossal beast accompanied by 24 smaller monstrosities. These creatures shared a singular objective with their predecessors: to annihilate all that exists on this planet. Thus, they wandered aimlessly through the ocean, eventually steering their course towards the Huangyan Empire. On the human front, tranquility reigned until July 5th, when the monsters had yet to reveal themselves. Had they been deterred by prior encounters? Meanwhile, the United Fleet could no longer remain passive. With no sign of the beasts, they had taken refuge in the harbor like timid turtles for 5 days. How could the ever-proud Navy endure such indignity? I felt compelled to inquire of the Jianli nation regarding the precise timing of the military exercises. I had grown weary of this life of retreat. General Bitter, the supreme commander of this military exercise from the Jianli nation, turned and entered the ship's cabin, shortly after receiving explicit orders from the homeland. He waved his hand decisively and proclaimed loudly, "All ships, engage." Thus, over 40 vessels of the United Fleet sliced through the waves, resolutely heading towards the maritime territory of the Huangyan Empire. On the aircraft carrier, General Bitter, peering through his telescope into the distance, addressed the deputy commanders of the 4 nations with fervor. This is a grand military exercise, aimed at compelling the malevolent Huangyan Empire to surrender their mecha technology to combat the monsters. It can be said that this military exercise concerns the very survival of humanity across the globe. If possible, I hope the world will remember General Bit as the pioneer in saving the world, of course. It would be even better if statues could be erected in major cities in my honor. General Bit, being a direct descendant of Emperor Pu Lang, possesses profound insights. And standing on the deck, he speaks with unrestrained bravado. The deputy commanders of the 4 nations, after sailing for half a day, have finally entered the territorial waters of the Huangyan Empire, preparing to exert military deterrence. However, at that moment, a destroyer from the 3rd Legion of the Huangyan Empire appeared, a solitary figure amidst the more than 40 vessels of the joint fleet. The destroyer repeatedly broadcasted, "You have entered our territorial waters. Please exit immediately." On the main aircraft carrier of the joint fleet, the deputy commander of the Sanhan nation inquired, "What shall we do? They are powerless against us. They can only issue warnings. Let us accelerate and venture into the near seas of the Huangyan Empire, allowing their populace to witness the military might of the Jianli nation." General Bit, brimming with confidence, regarded the enemy as merely a destroyer, believing that attempting to block them was akin to courting disaster. On the Huangyan Empire's destroyer, Captain Wu Anbong's expression darkened as he shouted through the loudspeaker, "I will repeat this once more. Please leave our territorial waters immediately, or you will bear all consequences." "Captain, they are still ignoring our warnings, and there has been no response from above. Should we consider retreating?" Captain Wu Anbong hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "It is our 3rd Legion's mission to safeguard our territorial waters. Fire a warning shot." A shell struck one of the escort ships of the joint fleet. Alarms blared throughout the fleet, which immediately transitioned to a state of heightened combat readiness, with the guns of each vessel trained on the target. At a mere command from General Bitter, the joint fleet could send the destroyers of the Huangyan Empire to the depths of the ocean in less than a minute. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, monstrous creatures were approaching the waters of the Huangyan Empire, their sonar signals detected by the technical personnel. They promptly reported, "Report, we have detected a group of large biological entities rapidly swimming towards us, estimated to be around 80 meters and 10 meters in size." Could it be? General Bitter's pupils dilated as visions of 2 ruined cities and that nightmarish apparition from the depths haunted his mind. The size matched. The technician continued with his report. As he spoke, the others began to comprehend the implications. Large in stature, and earlier this month. Were the monsters here? What an uncanny coincidence. Damn it. The creatures must belong to the Huangyan Empire. They had come to aid in our annihilation. Panic ensued, and everyone on deck was thrown into disarray. The monsters could not be locked onto by guided systems, rendering their ships mere targets on the surface of the sea. General Bitter hastily issued commands. "I am General Bitter, the commander of the joint fleet. All ships, retreat immediately. Head south at maximum speed." The various warships and their captains remained perplexed by the sudden retreat after a single cannon shot fired by a destroyer of the Huangyan Empire. Disappointment loomed large. They had arrived with great bravado, only to be sent fleeing by a solitary shell. What a farce for a military power. General Bitter hastily issued a new command. "Fall back immediately. A monstrous creature is approaching from the depths." In an instant, each warship adjusted its course with utmost urgency. The large vessels of the United Fleet, with the flagship aircraft carrier being the last to head south, narrowly brushed past the Huangyan Empire's destroyer. The sonar revealed that they were on the verge of escaping this dreadful place. having narrowly avoided disaster, General Bitter, no longer in a fit of rage over his decision to remain behind, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He shouted towards the Imperial destroyer, "Let it be known that our united fleet is not afraid of you. We simply cherish peace. Farewell." The crew of the Huangyan Empire's destroyer looked on in bewilderment, watching as the united fleet fled the Empire's waters. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Huangyan Empire, senior officials displayed expressions of grave concern. The united fleet, led by the Jianli Empire, was navigating the territorial waters with impunity. The pressing question loomed: should they engage or refrain from conflict? What if they were to suffer defeat? This weighty dilemma hung over everyone's heads, especially as Emperor Jiang Mingyuan's health deteriorated and Yang Ming's ambitions became increasingly apparent. As the nerve center of the empire's military authority, the command center was now grappling with the question of who would ultimately bear the responsibility for this predicament. The atmosphere within the command center was charged with turmoil. Am I still dreaming? The destroyers of the Third Fleet have successfully driven away the joint fleet led by the Kingdom of Jianli with a single cannon shot? Oh my heavens, who is this captain? I must promote him. Astonishment. The Empire has truly demonstrated its might. A destroyer dismantling the joint fleet with one shot? This is nothing short of a real-life epic drama. Such tales of concealed explosives and annihilating foes from hundreds of miles away pale in comparison. Chapter 32 indeed reveals a monstrous spectacle. Shockingly, this has brought disgrace upon the entire world. The leaders of the 5 nations are so enraged that they wish to slash the Navy's budget. Previously, these 5 nations had united to pressure the Huangyan Empire, dispatching fleets to flaunt their power within its territorial waters, coercing Jiang Mingyuan to comply. Yet, upon entering the territorial waters, the joint fleet was startled into a retreat by a single cannon shot. The thought of over 40 warships of various sizes fleeing in terror from a solitary destroyer of the Huangyan Empire is utterly maddening. The leaders of the 5 nations are in a frenzy. Subsequently, General Bitter elucidates the situation encountered by the joint fleet concerning the monstrous threat. Emperor Pulong's fury dissipates, and he ponders aloud, could it be that the monsters are indeed a scheme devised by the Huangyan Empire? Everyone is once again caught in this narrative. This so-called conspiracy of the Huangyan Empire. It is already astonishing that they can manufacture mechas. Could they also possess the capability to create monsters? The Foreign Affairs Minister inquires, should we inform the Huangyan authorities about the monsters? Emperor Pu Lang pondered the intricate relationships of interest for a moment and said, inform them. Direct the satellites towards them. We must reveal to our citizens how the Huangyan Empire's homeland was ravaged by monsters. Moreover, we must illuminate the military prowess of both nations, for only our Jianli Empire possesses the strength to safeguard world peace and combat these beasts. Meanwhile, the command center of the Huangyan Empire, having calmed from their initial excitement, began to discern the peculiarities of the situation. Was it truly the case that the Empire's destroyers were so formidable as to send the joint fleet fleeing with a single shot? This could only mean that the joint fleet encountered something they dreaded. With a cool-headed assessment, the command center began to harbor a vague suspicion and ordered the destroyer to activate its sonar. Before long, a message reached the command center. Alert! An unidentified large creature is approaching the Empire's coastal waters. The specifics indicated, indeed, it must have been a monster that inadvertently frightened off the joint fleet. Every member of the command center wore a grave expression as they reviewed the recorded images of the monsters. One large creature accompanied by 24 smaller ones heralded a calamity for the Empire. After all, there was a cautionary tale where a single large beast had reduced 2 major cities to ruins. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, the intelligence regarding the monsters allowed for preemptive battle preparations. According to the feedback received, this group of monsters aimed to land in the Luzhou province. I believe we should first evacuate the coastal city's populace and subsequently assemble heavy troops along with coastal artillery for defense. After a brief negotiation, the battle deployment was swiftly executed. Orders were given for the 5th Legion of Luzhou province to mobilize with heavy weaponry towards the coastal city, while the 6th Legion, originally stationed in Yuzhou province, was urgently redirected to Suzhou province for collaborative efforts. Simultaneously, the 4th Legion received directives to remain stationed and continue safeguarding the capital. For the consequences of a monster entering the capital would be dire. Before long, the Kingdom of Jianli sent a notification. The commanders exchanged glances, having completed our battle preparations. It seemed these foreign devils had only now decided to send a notification, perhaps eagerly anticipating our downfall. Should we notify the base? One commander inquired. Yes, Inquire how many mechs they can deploy for the battle. It is time for the weapons of the new era to be unveiled to the world. Soon, a video call from Lin Chen appeared on the screen, mounted on the wall. This is the command center. We have just received word that monsters are approaching. We would like to ascertain how many mechs you can deploy for the battle, the commander stated. The significance of Lin Chen to the Empire was indisputable. Both Jiang Mingyuan and Yang Ming understood well that, before mastering the core technology of mechs, Lin Chen must not encounter any setbacks. Lin Chen, appearing somewhat awkward, replied, "Did I ever state I would participate?" and promptly ended the call. The vast machinery of the Huangyan Empire began to hum with activity. In a moment, imperial soldiers appeared simultaneously across various regions of the Luzhou province, accompanied by heavy weaponry such as tanks, helicopters, and artillery, all advancing towards the coastal cities. Meanwhile, property prices in these cities continued to soar, never once experiencing a decline. Even the intervention of the empire proved ineffective in curbing the escalating prices, which were driven by speculators and developers relentlessly peddling their wares. Today the price is 20,000 if you don't buy. Tomorrow it will rise by 30,000. They taunted as the prices climbed ever higher, challenging potential buyers. Consequently, real estate offices remained bustling with activity as demand far outstripped supply. After all, prices had never fallen, and those who hesitated risked facing even greater increases in the future. In one such real estate office, a constant stream of visitors flowed in and out. "Sir, our housing units are the finest in this province, currently offered at a 10% discount. After a few days, prices will rise again," a sales representative cheerfully proclaimed. Before her stood an ordinary citizen, visibly pained by the financial burden. "Could you possibly lower the price a bit?" he implored, grappling with the two monumental dilemmas of his life: to become a lifelong slave to mortgage payments or remain single for eternity. "My dear sir, I truly cannot reduce the price further. You are well aware of the current societal norms. Women nowadays are quite materialistic and without property." The buyer was acutely aware of this reality. He could not pinpoint when it had begun, but it seemed that the women of the empire had increasingly embraced materialism. Just as he was preparing to make the momentous decision to purchase a home, the entire city was suddenly engulfed in the blaring sound of alarms. The media subsequently broadcasted an urgent announcement: a monster is approaching Luzhou province, and all residents in coastal cities are advised to vacate immediately for their safety. This message reverberated through every street, instilling panic among the citizens, who rushed frantically towards the outskirts of the city. The haunting memories of the previous calamities in Xia and Jianli lingered vividly in their minds. Real estate agents also found themselves in a state of turmoil, repeatedly urging potential buyers to hasten their purchases. "Buy a house? What nonsense! The monster is about to arrive. Do you take me for a fool?" The buyers hastily fled the sales office, disappearing into the throng. "Please, sir, don't leave. We can negotiate the price. A 60% discount is possible," the agent shouted desperately. However, the tide of people streaming away from the city paid no heed to his pleas. What was once a 2 million yuan property had suddenly depreciated in value with the impending arrival of the monster. As some ran, they cursed bitterly, "Damn it. Even the empire could do nothing about housing prices, yet this monster effortlessly wreaks havoc." At that moment, in Jianli's capital, Pulong was observing satellite images. In Huangyan, several cities were already descending into chaos, with throngs of citizens surging towards the outskirts. It was estimated that the populace had not yet fully evacuated the urban area when the monster began its rampage. Oh, for heaven's sake! These monsters must surely be sent by God to punish those detestable yellow-skinned monkeys. Chapter 33. Concern? For this, Pulong and numerous ministers faced immense pressure nearly every day. However, the situation has changed. The Huangyan Empire is about to share the burden, as the monsters are set to ravage their cities. This is indeed splendid news. Envisioning the imminent scene, the imperial palace is abuzz with celebration. With one colossal beast and 24 smaller ones, what can Jiang Mingyuan possibly use to defend against them? Haha, our Jianli Empire is the true savior of this world. No other nation can withstand the onslaught of these monsters. I believe we should utilize satellites to showcase the devastation in the Huangyan Empire to our citizens, reigniting their pride in being part of the Jianli Empire. Observing the jubilant crowd, Pu Lang remarked with a smile, "Our satellites should soon be hovering over the Huangyan Empire." Haha, prompted by Pu Lang's command. The ongoing events in the Huangyan Empire were broadcasted nationwide, allowing the populace to independently compare the military strengths of both nations. This was both news and live coverage. In the face of monster attacks on humanity, nations worldwide, including the Huangyan Empire, chose to remain silent regarding such broadcasts made without consent. Upon hearing this news, the voices of those parading and doubting the military capabilities of the Jianli Empire significantly diminished, captivated by the impending events in the Huangyan Empire across the ocean. Why were the first targets of the monsters the two cities upon which we built our empire? This time, the monsters are sure to obliterate their 20 major cities. I am eager to see how the Huangyan Empire intends to combat these beasts. The impending assault on the Huangyan Empire by monstrous creatures has elicited a rather perverse sense of joy among the citizens of the Jianli Empire. Embodying a warped mentality of schadenfreude, if my home is ravaged by beasts, then yours must suffer the same fate. Presently, the denizens of both cities find themselves homeless, eagerly anticipating the sight of the Huangyan people in similar despair. Within the Huangyan Empire, news of the impending invasion has spread like wildfire throughout the nation. On social media platforms, even numerous celebrities have ceased to engage in their trivial matters, such as minor injuries or basketball antics. However, in a bid to capitalize on the situation, they have rallied under the banner of supporting the Fifth Legion, urging the nearly 2 billion citizens of the empire to contribute a mere 100 yuan to aid in the reconstruction of their beloved homeland. Yet, a cacophony of dissent reverberates beneath these calls, as the stars, having long occupied their lofty perches as parasites of the empire, remain oblivious to the significance that 100 yuan holds for the common populace. The empire has not attempted to conceal the reality of the situation. Aware that any attempt at obfuscation would be futile, they have directed satellites towards the Luzhou province, broadcasting the impending events for all citizens to witness. Ultimately, the fate of Luzhou province is intertwined with the anxieties and restlessness of the empire's populace. My grandfather resides in Luzhou province. I have made 2 calls, but no one has answered. It would be best if the monsters obliterated Luzhou University. It is utterly repugnant. Will our military prevail? The citizens continue to converse, their attention fixated on Luzhou province. Do we not possess mechas? Why have we yet to receive any news regarding them? Such inquiries have sparked curiosity among many. The recent uproar surrounding mechas raises the question of why, at such a critical juncture, there has been no word whatsoever. Could it be merely a fad? A paper tiger that is more for show than for utility? In truth, the public remains oblivious to the actual circumstances concerning the mechas, and it is clear that Lin Chen and the mechas have been unjustly accused. Were he to command even a single mecha unit at this moment, it would have already been dispatched. Regrettably, the entire base currently houses only 1 experimental unit in the Tianlong, with the other 2 mechas merely reaching 75 completion. Lin Chen sat composedly in his chair, observing the developments across the Luzhou province while noting the quietly rising discourse, yet he refrained from making a statement. For it appeared that the mechas indeed bore the suspicion of being mere paper tigers. The entire empire was in an uproar. To suggest that they should remain patient for another year and a half before the mechas could be deployed to combat monsters would surely invite scorn. Are you ready? Jiang Shouer inquired, having appeared behind him. As long as you proceed, it will be an opportunity to gain prestige in the eyes of the public as well as within the Fifth Legion, she remarked. What do you mean? Lin Chen replied. The command center and Liang Shizhong have both advised me against recklessly piloting a mecha. You are truly naive, Jiang Shouer countered. Tell me, where does the true power of the empire reside? In the command center, he answered. My father's health declines with each passing day, once Yang Ming rises to power. Do you truly believe he will spare you? A few days ago, he dispatched an inspector, emboldening him to take action against you, which would inevitably lead to the demise of your entire family due to your actions, even if you choose not to intervene. Allowing one of those trainees to venture forth and meet their fate would suffice. With the last remaining mech aiding the Fifth Legion, would they not be grateful to you? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling that there was a semblance of logic in the argument, yet he had not provoked Commander Yang Ming. What motive could he possibly have to harm him? Yang Ming's ambitions were glaringly evident. You are but a remnant of my father's final coalition, now armed with novel weaponry. If you were in Yang Ming's position, how would you perceive this? Jiang Shouer interjected, I would be the first to end my own life. Lin Chen was not naive. After Jiang Shouer elucidated the intricacies of their predicament, he sensed that her situation appeared even more dire. This was because Jiang Shouer had openly expressed her stepmother's significant prejudice against her. I fear you might face a more tragic end than I. Regardless of who ultimately rises to power, it seems your fate is sealed, Lin Chen remarked. Indeed. Whether Yang Ming prevails or the old guard led by Liang Shizhong emerges victorious, Given my stepmother's disdain for me, I would surely be the second to perish. Jiang Xiu'er replied with a rueful smile. Rest assured, considering your timely warning today, I shall protect you, no matter who ascends to power. Jiang Xiu'er's body trembled slightly. If all else fails, I shall construct a rocket to send you to the moon for your settlement. To reassure Jiang Xiu'er, Lin Chen solemnly patted her shoulder, signifying that there was no cause for concern. Jiang Xiu'er appeared utterly flustered. Lin Chen paid her no mind. At present, there was only a single mech available, necessitating a solitary venture. He immediately turned his gaze towards the 60 subordinates, each face etched with determination as they absorbed Li Xian's guidance. After a considerable pause, Lin Chen sighed and declared, "It is futile. Sending them would be tantamount to delivering them to their doom. I shall go instead, for my piloting skills are unparalleled." In the realm of mech piloting, Lin Chen was an invincible force. How could he, at such a critical juncture, retreat like a timid tortoise and place his fate in the hands of a mere student? It was inconceivable. Moreover, the journey promised not merely the two advantages mentioned by Jiang Xiu'er, but also an elusive benefit, gaining fan points. As for the counsel from the commander's office and Liang Shizhong, if Lin Chen decided to act on a whim, would they have any authority over him? Indeed, he intended to wield a battle sword forged from ultra-hard chromium to cleave a gash in the monster's skull, thereby delivering a freezing projectile into its depths. The external defenses of the beast could withstand the onslaught of artillery, yet its internal fortifications were an entirely different matter. As the adage goes, the monster's physical resistance may soon reach its limit, but its magical resistance might remain untouched. Freezing projectiles? Old Wang was perplexed. Lin Chen had invested over 2 million fan points in acquiring the technology for freezing projectiles, a technique that allowed even a fist-sized projectile to swiftly encase a water surface within a 100-meter radius in ice. Indeed, the freezing projectiles would be crafted by my own hands. Subsequently, the base commenced the urgent production of freezing projectiles. Fortunately, this facility had originally been a covert armory, making the procurement of various materials a straightforward task. In this region, the 5th Legion finds itself embroiled in fierce combat against the monstrous invaders. What initially began as an offensive to thwart the beast's landing has devolved into a desperate struggle to resist their relentless advance. The sound of artillery echoes throughout the area. Have the city's residents evacuated? The Legion commander anxiously gazes at the images flickering on the screen in the command center, repeatedly inquiring of his aide. The evacuation of citizens has not proceeded as smoothly as anticipated. While a majority are leaving the city in an orderly fashion, a significant number of diehards refuse to budge. Such individuals are increasingly numerous. Thus, despite the apparent strength of the Legion, which boasts a force of 100,000, the actual number of combatants available is limited. Troops must be divided to assist these diehards in relocating, while simultaneously coordinating with the police to evacuate hospitals and other critical establishments, all while battling the monsters. Outside the command center, the combat units of the 5th Legion continue to unleash their artillery. The larger beasts pose a formidable challenge, yet it is the smaller ones that prove even more elusive and deadly. Soldiers bellow in frustration. The massive monsters, despite their size, can be targeted by artillery. But the smaller creatures, darting through the skies at incredible speeds, often swoop down to claim the lives of several comrades in a single dive. Since the onset of hostilities, merely half an hour has passed, yet thousands have already perished. At this rate, it will not be long before the monsters breach the city limits, resulting in a catastrophic calamity. The battle rages on, having persisted from noon into the afternoon. For 3 hours, the monsters have encroached upon the city's fringes, with vast swathes of buildings reduced to rubble, and the 5th Legion suffering casualties in the tens of thousands, a number that continues to rise. Where is our reinforcements? Where are they? The Legion commander cries out in despair. The battle was both frustrating and infuriating. The colossal beasts, due to their sheer size, became the focus of all heavy artillery. Meanwhile, the smaller monsters moved with remarkable speed, rendering all but helicopters ineffective in the skirmish. Even with the coordination of 50 armed fighter jets and anti-aircraft guns, nearly 20 jets had been lost to eliminate merely 5 of the smaller creatures. Was the 6th Legion engaged elsewhere in combating these monsters? Why was their arrival so delayed? The aide scrutinized the satellite images sent over, revealing that the 6th Legion had only just reached the province. The commander of the 5th Legion struggled against a relentless tide of monsters, pondering how they could possibly survive if more were to emerge. The battle raged on, and the destruction of the city was an inevitable conclusion. with 19.8-meter-tall smaller monsters still circling above, providing escort for the larger beast. The Huangyan Empire found itself utterly powerless, even with the 6th Legion's imminent involvement. No immediate change in the situation seemed possible. Meanwhile, at a base situated 1,000 miles from the Luzhou province, Lin Chen watched as an ice bomb, roughly the size of a human, was loaded onto the right arm of the Tianlong. He knew it was time for him to embark on his mission, motivated by the desire for prestige and the accumulation of fan value. The device was transported to the lift shaft, and the second hatch opened to ascend to the runway. Lin Chen communicated his orders to the command center through his headset. "Where are you heading?" inquired the base inspector, Sun Hui, appearing behind him. "Indeed," Lin Chen affirmed, donning his goggles. Upon hearing this, Old Wang and numerous researchers were taken aback, finally understanding why the decision was made to abandon the creation of mechs in favor of producing these astonishing ice bombs. However, he truly should not have been present on the battlefield, prompting a flurry of counsel from those around him. "I believe you ought to reconsider your decision. Remaining at the base to focus on technological research is your paramount duty. Indeed, the situation there is perilous. What if something were to happen to you? Even if you must go, it should not be at this moment." Lin Chen donned his uniform and ascended the lift slowly, stating, "How can you remain indifferent while witnessing the devastation wrought upon the city by these monsters, leaving thousands of civilians displaced?" The crowd fell silent, unable to deter him any longer, and even Sun Hui's expression displayed a rare seriousness, for the monsters were reducing the Empire's cities to ashes, and this was devoid of any political strife. With a whoosh, the lift reached the runway, where the crew was already prepared. "Rest assured, I will construct a rocket to send you to the moon, where you can settle down," Lin Chen spoke with utmost sincerity. Jiang Shoa tapped her head repeatedly, pondering the disparity among people. Why was there such a profound generation gap? At that moment, the base's announcement resonated. "The Tianlong is ready for departure. All navigators, please leave the flight deck. Clear the passage. Please proceed." As the base's broadcast echoed, the wings of the Tianlong ignited the air with their thrusters, and with a swift whoosh, it propelled itself forward. As the sun sets, the night quietly descends, and it is only when gazing at the distant horizon that one realizes Lin Chen's mech has transformed into a mere blue speck in the sky. His students are left in tears of regret. Was their first battle with the mech truly over? Lin Chen is en route to the Luzhou province. While the voice from the command room echoes in his ears, current airspace conditions are. How many hours until arrival? Lin Chen accelerates, though he moves swiftly. The nano windows of the mech cockpit shield him from the majority of the fierce winds. Nevertheless, he can still hear the howling breeze. At this moment, a helicopter squadron is heading towards Luzhou province. On the foremost helicopter, a captain solemnly remarks, "The situation with the 5th Legion may not be promising." Indeed, it is rumored that their helicopters have already suffered significant losses. However, once we join the fray, vanquishing those monsters will merely be a matter of time. Smiles the vice captain beside him. "We are currently piloting the Empire's most advanced armed helicopter. Aside from the dual-winged fighter, it reigns supreme in the skies, in terms of both speed and firepower." The captain chuckles, but before he can finish, his peripheral vision seems to catch a fleeting glimpse of something moving at great speed. Whoosh! Lin Chen, piloting his mech at breakneck speed, overtakes a formation of helicopters. Unbeknownst to him, the captain of the helicopter squadron, filled with doubt, murmurs, The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. He inquired, "Did something just pass by?" "Surely not. How could that be?" The vice captain chuckled confidently. After all, the helicopter they piloted was among the fastest in the world. "What is that?" "Chase after it." The helicopter captain, spotting an object resembling a large flying machine ahead, promptly commanded the pilot to accelerate and investigate. The helicopter roared to life, yet the distance between them only widened. Astonished, he realized there existed something that could outpace their low-altitude dominator. The captain hastily retrieved his binoculars, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The object appeared to be a mech, but its speed was astonishingly swift, surpassing even that of their aerial sovereign. He muttered in disbelief, "So fast." He found his gaze struggling to keep up with the contrail of the object, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight entirely. "Captain, what is that?" the vice captain inquired. "It seems to be the prized mech of the 4th Legion," the helicopter captain replied, his expression darkening. In comparison to that mech, his once proud aerial dominator felt utterly insignificant. After a brief moment, even the contrail had disappeared from view. This was outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was nearing the battlefield. In the distance, he could faintly discern the outlines of the city, accompanied by the deafening sounds of artillery fire. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen ascended into the skies, and the scene of devastation before him exceeded his wildest imagination. Amidst the inferno and acrid smoke, half the city has succumbed to the ruins beneath the feet of a monstrous beast. Helicopters circling above have themselves become prey to the minuscule fiends. Each roar from the terrifying creature, towering over 80 meters, sends chills down the spine. Lin Chen steadied himself and swiftly engaged in battle. Transformation. The humanoid mech materialized. Its right hand grasped a colossal firearm aimed at a smaller monster in pursuit of a helicopter. The beast was gaining ground. This futile retreat was not an option. It was time to pivot and confront the creature head-on, avenging fallen comrades. The soldiers roared in unison. With a thunderous barrage, bullets akin to cannonballs erupted forth. The 8-meter beast, resembling a dragon of Western lore, was pursuing the helicopter when the bullets shattered its protective barrier, showering the air with crimson rain. The mech was the ultimate weapon, akin to a giant wielding arms against the beast, far surpassing any armed helicopter. As the helicopter turned to embrace its fate, the 6 soldiers inside were momentarily stunned, witnessing their seemingly insignificant foe being vanquished by a flamboyant and formidable mech. The surrounding helicopters were equally astonished yet relieved. This mech arrived just in time, proving more invaluable than any form of support. The mech is our captain. Our savior has arrived. Tears of joy streamed down the soldiers' faces as the tension finally unraveled. Are you blind? There are still 12 smaller ones left. Aim and fire. Then we shall eliminate that larger monster. The captain cursed vehemently as he opened fire. With Lin Chen's arrival, the tides of battle began to shift from disadvantage to advantage. A certain synergy emerged. The soldiers aboard the combat helicopters swiftly comprehended their roles, providing cover fire from behind. Although the majority of their shots struck the monster's protective shields. Bang, bang, bang. The small monsters that had been overwhelming the airborne helicopter squadrons exploded like mere paper dolls, showering the skies with crimson rain. On the outskirts of the city, within dozens of safe zones, the citizens could not help but feel despondent, anxiously glued to their satellite televisions. Countless valiant soldiers were defending their homeland, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon the terrifying colossal monsters. Suddenly, the screen flickered, revealing a flurry of static. The citizens erupted in dismay. What does this mean? Are we not permitted to witness the annihilation of the monsters? I am about to explode with frustration. Moments later, as the citizens continued to voice their grievances, the static gradually cleared, leaving them astonished. The previously somber scenes transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. Several squadrons of helicopters were closely trailing a humanoid giant mech, systematically obliterating monsters that were even more fearsome than ancient pterodactyls. It is worth noting that these very small monsters had prompted the Kingdom of Xia to seek military assistance from the Frank Empire, and now, these same creatures were being dispatched with the ease of slaughtering livestock before the might of the mech? What is that? A flying giant. It is a mech, our mech. But why is there only this one? Is it true that only this one has been manufactured? Who is piloting it? This driving technique is unparalleled. I, a female driver for 20 years, am utterly in awe. The citizens' spirits have lifted, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Particularly as they watched on satellite television the scenes of monsters being vanquished, their exhilaration almost compelling them to join the fray against those towering beasts of approximately 8 meters. Meanwhile, within the command center, the commanders of the 5th and 6th Legions, upon witnessing this spectacle via satellite feed, hurried outside with binoculars to gaze into the distance, murmuring, "That is, the mecha has finally joined the battle." The two commanders exchanged glances and swiftly established communication with the base, inquiring about the identity of the mecha's pilot. He must be honored, profoundly honored. His piloting of the mecha has undoubtedly saved countless lives of Legion soldiers. I am the one piloting it, Lin Chen responded as he connected the communication, at that moment cleaving a small monster in two with a single stroke of his sword. Cheers erupted from the helicopter, but their hearts grew heavier, for they were soon to prepare for the encirclement of the final colossal foe. The ramifications of the massive figure, exceeding 80 meters, were vividly etched in the minds of all present on the battlefield. Its tough hide was formidable enough, but it also possessed a protective shield. Lin Chen inquired the commander of the 5th Legion. Indeed, and you are? We are the commanders of the 5th and 6th Legions, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong. We have met before at the base, and now we request that you withdraw from combat. Why? Lin Chen asked. It will soon become exceedingly dangerous. You can no longer risk your safety. It is late, but since I have arrived, I must accomplish something significant. Lin Chen severed communications and fixed his gaze upon the colossal beast frolicking amidst the artillery fire 2 kilometers away. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. It was the strength derived from fan loyalty, which was skyrocketing at that moment. Only a fool would retreat now. Transformation. As the Tianlong fighter jet assumed its battle form, it swiftly darted toward another battlefield. What lay ahead would be a decidedly asymmetric confrontation, for the Tianlong he piloted was merely 1/10 the size of the monstrous adversary. Yet, he was not without advantages. His unparalleled piloting experience might yet turn the tide. A slight modification was necessary as the new round of 404 approached, prompting a change in 2 names. Huang Yin was altered to Huang Yin, and Jianli became Jianli. The scene was currently being crafted, so I kindly ask for your patience. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest developments. The battlefield, characterized primarily by heavy artillery and tanks, was complemented by a few armed helicopters engaging in coordinated assaults, while occasionally, some biplane fighters returned to replenish their munitions after missing their targets. This was a true test of raw strength. The technological warfare and information tactics that humanity took pride in paled in comparison to the might of this beast. As the creature opened its gaping maw, countless strands of blue light converged within. Nearby, an urgent voice blared over the public channel. The beast is preparing to launch. Everyone, be cautious. A material, radiating a blue glow intertwined with lace, erupted from the maw of the monstrous creature, its speed rendering any attempt to evade utterly futile. In an instant, 3 helicopters vanished, followed by the obliteration of 2 tanks, leaving behind a colossal crater measuring over 20 meters in diameter. After unleashing its energy wave, the beast disregarded the small insects on the ground and ascended into the sky, its mechanical wings flapping rhythmically as it glanced at a nearby large insect. It was only with the addition of this formidable insect that its kin were swiftly annihilated. The monster stood poised in a distant standoff with the celestial dragon, making the mecha appear diminutive, merely the size of the creature's head. Regardless of the perspective, the celestial dragon piloted by Lin Chen seemed pathetically weak, utterly defenseless against the beast. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the empire of Huanyin was anxiously glued to their satellite televisions. Students paused their homework, and passengers on the city subways and buses sat in hushed silence, captivated by the screen. Even couples engrossed in their affections momentarily halted, drawn in by the televised spectacle. On one hand, this was a reality that rivaled the grandiosity of a sci-fi blockbuster. On the other, it was an unprecedented event in the empire for nearly a century. It felt insurmountable to inflict any significant damage upon the beast with merely this mecha and a handful of helicopters. If only more mecha units could be mobilized. Just 2 more years, 2 years, and our mecha forces would undoubtedly reach a formidable scale, rather than the solitary mecha forced into battle at present. We must persist, for the glory of the empire shall endure alongside you. The audience before the television seemed to be enveloped by the distant atmosphere of the battlefield, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The empire of radiant flames stood as such, while the vast majority of its citizens enjoyed peace. There remained a valiant few who persevered through adversity, carving a path through thorns. Each of these individuals was born under ordinary circumstances. Yet every one of them deserves to be remembered by the world, alongside the valiant souls who perished in battle, for their resting places serve as monuments of honor. The majority of the empire's spectators were glued to their satellite television, their eyes brimming with tears, for in a faraway land, an unequal struggle unfolded, one that could not be avoided. The commanders of the 5th and 6th Legions, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong, anxiously established communication with Lin Chen. Their voices filled with urgency. What are you dawdling for? Withdraw at once. Even if a city is lost, we can rebuild. But if you fall, everything is lost. I cannot retreat. Morale is high, Lin Chen replied, his demeanor calm as he gazed at the formidable adversary before him. The Dragon of Heaven surged forward, its cockpit illuminated by the glow of numerous lights, transforming the battlefield into a spectacle akin to daylight. Suddenly, helicopters approached, preparing to converge and annihilate this monstrous foe. Striving to prevent the tragedy that befell the Empire of Steel from repeating itself in the Empire of Radiant Flames, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he commanded the Dragon of Heaven to accelerate, unleashing a torrent of ammunition from his rifle upon the beast. Each bullet shattered the creature's protective shield, rendering it temporarily unable to reform. Dozens of helicopters followed suit, taking on the role of fire support. The monster let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a reaction that reverberated through the air. When it comes to the monster's assault, This particular move is the most difficult to evade. The blue beam of energy travels at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the dragon. At this moment, Lin Chen is in a state of transcendence. He is the dragon, and the dragon is him. Without even glancing at the indicators, he executes a series of ferocious, masterful maneuvers, almost as if guided by divine intervention. Transformation. The fighter jet form materializes. With a swift whoosh, he perfectly anticipates and dodges. Unfortunately, two helicopters behind him are caught within the range of the blue beam emitted by the monster, resulting in immediate explosions. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the public, glued to their satellite televisions, are left in utter astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Goodness, this must be the pinnacle of skillful maneuvering. The pilot inside the mech is not just an ordinary operator, he is a masterful champion. Truly remarkable. This is nothing short of extraordinary. As the dragon deftly evades the monster's onslaught, the crowd erupts in jubilation, their previously suppressed emotions bursting forth in celebration. What initially seemed to be a disproportionate battle, given the vast difference in size, now reveals its advantages. The smaller stature proves beneficial as the monster's attacks fail to connect. Thus, it appears that the subsequent encounters with the monster will be effortlessly exhilarating. With a masterful champion at the helm, the monster is merely a stubborn bronze-level fool. Concurrently, within the base, Jiang Xiu'er stood alone in an inconspicuous corner, her delicate face reflecting a tinge of complexity as she gazed up at the colossal screen above. What if he were to perish? What then? This fool. Surely his mother must have allocated all his attribute points to intelligence and charm upon his birth. She was not the only one fixated on Lin Chen. The other trainees were equally engrossed, albeit with a simpler mindset. Their expressions exaggerated, they collectively inhaled sharply as they beheld the screen, exclaiming in unison, hiss. The anticipation was palpable. The usually carefree Professor Lin, often appearing unreliable, had evidently concealed depths within him, capable of devising unimaginable inventions. And his proficiency in firearms was remarkably adept. Most importantly, his driving skills were incredibly impressive, exuding a charm that was simply irresistible. If it were oneself in his position, wouldn't it be? Oh my goodness, what a granddaughter, what a little bride, it would be a sure embrace. The base erupted in celebration, once again turning its attention to the distant battlefield. The squadron of armed helicopters that had brushed past Lin Chen had just reached the city's outskirts, and the soldiers aboard were struck with astonishment as their gaze swept over the scene, engulfed in flames and smoke. The captain rallied his spirits, conveying commands. Prepare for battle. Remember, our mission is to cleanse the area of those minor monsters. The vice captain promptly reported, we have received orders from the 6th Legion to join in the extermination of that larger beast. Our comrades on the battlefield are running low on ammunition. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. The formidable beasts, with their thick hides and robust physiques, cannot be vanquished in haste. Only by exterminating the smaller creatures can we concentrate our firepower. The captain launched into a tirade of scathing reproaches, for this is the most rudimentary tactical knowledge. Chapter 35, The Guardian. However, those smaller beasts have been nearly obliterated. What? The captain, incredulous, realized that while the smaller creatures were not particularly powerful, they were indeed troublesome. This is how it is. The communications officer elucidated the situation. The captain, in frustration, began to stomp his feet. What good is this so-called state-of-the-art armed helicopter if it has already been bested by mechs twice? Just as we arrived, prepared for battle, the mechs had already eradicated the smaller beasts. How vexing. Captain, have you cramped your foot? The communications officer asked, bewildered. If anyone dares to call our helicopter the master of the skies again, I shall be furious. After a bout of thunderous anger, the captain bellowed, go now. To engage in the mission to encircle and eliminate the larger beasts. The helicopter squadron began to accelerate. As they drew closer, the warriors in the helicopter revealed expressions of astonishment. Even from a distance, the indistinct outline of the monster instilled fear. Those who do not witness the scene firsthand cannot truly comprehend the pressure exerted by this colossal creature. Anyone encountering it for the first time would be left breathless under its imposing presence. The hunt for the monster was underway. The remaining 26 helicopters unleashed their artillery upon the monster from all directions, transforming the initially supportive tank battalions into cooperative combat units. The creature's protective shields were shattered one after another, prompting it to abandon the helicopters and ground fire, seemingly fixating on Lin Chen. As it pursued him through the skies, its gaping maw launched relentless assaults. Boom, Boom. During the chase, Lin Chen and his companions systematically dismantled the monster's defenses, with a deafening roar that reverberated through the atmosphere. The beast exhibited its fury, its massive form resembling a mountain as it bore down on the Tianlong. A terrifying sense of oppression permeated the entire battlefield, felt by both aerial and ground forces, emanating from a deep-seated dread. Some even trembled uncontrollably at the sight. This was an unprecedented display of the beast's wrath. Neither the creatures of the Empire of Jinli nor those of the Kingdom of Xia could compare to the terror before them. The monster was truly enraged, and the people felt its fury palpably. Simultaneously, the thunderous sound of an oversized rifle fell silent. In the cockpit of the Tianlong, Lin Chen's lips twitched as he deftly evaded the oncoming beast. The commander of the 5th Legion, closely monitoring the battlefield, was perplexed by Lin Chen's sudden halt and fire, urgently inquiring, "What is happening?" "The monster has only one shield left. I am out of ammunition," Lin Chen replied, skillfully maneuvering the Tianlong to avoid further confrontation. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. He drew forth the colossal sword, for meters in length, suspended from the right-wing thruster, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the monster at any moment. Suddenly, amidst the battlefield, a voice lamented, "I am out of ammunition," and the assaults came to a halt. The soldiers in this region's public channel were met with this despondent declaration. The mecha, the protagonist of the battlefield, had run out of ammo. How could they continue fighting? How could they encircle the monster? "I will dispatch a helicopter to deliver supplies immediately." Commander Ming Hong of the 6th Legion intended to urge Lin Chen to swiftly replenish his ammunition, but upon glancing through his binoculars, he fell silent. What in the world was that? Was it a repeating rifle? The caliber nearly rivaled that of a standard howitzer. Such a specialized weapon could only mean that assistance from the base in the Jizhou province was desperately needed. The latest generation of combat helicopters from the Empire finally arrived. But the commander responsible for this operation wore a rather awkward expression. They had arrived just as others were expending their ammunition. The words from the public channel echoed incessantly, agitating every nerve in his body. Was it the final shield? Leave it to us. 9 helicopters hovered in formation, and 36 soldiers readied their RPGs. Since guidance systems were ineffective, they opted for manual targeting. With a whoosh, the first round of attacks commenced, 36 RPGs trailing long flames directly toward the monster's final shield. Pulsating with energy, the last shield shattered. They could now engage in close combat. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as a cold smile graced his lips. He swiftly maneuvered the Tianlong towards the monstrous beast, which opened its cavernous maw to retaliate. The moment of confrontation had arrived. At this instant, whether on the battlefield or in front of satellite television screens, everyone held their breath in anticipation. There was a collective awareness of the mech's intent as it charged forward wielding a colossal sword, yet no one could intervene or avert the impending clash. The mech and the beast were on the verge of collision, time seemingly suspended in that fleeting second. In a desperate bid, the Tianlong surged forth with its power maximized, the twin thrusters belching flames. Lin Chen, gripping the 4-meter-long battle sword forged from ultra-durable chromium, drove it into the beast's skull. A sickening sound echoed as the creature's blood erupted, staining the white hull of the Tianlong crimson. The beast emitted a piercing shriek, its anguished roar reverberating like thunder in the ears of all who bore witness. Yet, it was not vanquished. The blow merely breached its defenses. With resolute determination, Lin Chen extracted the battle sword, his right hand open in a gesture of finality. "Perish," the display indicated. "Freeze projectile fully loaded." He aimed at the gaping wound left by the sword and unleashed an emergency-crafted freezing projectile, capable of encasing a vast area within mere moments. The display soon confirmed that the projectile had penetrated over 2 meters into the beast's flesh, unleashing an attack imbued with magical damage. In the subsequent heartbeat, the beast's movements faltered, rendering it immobile, its vitality extinguished. It plummeted from hundreds of meters above, stirring clouds of dust and triggering a miniature earthquake in its wake. 2 helicopters, equipped with powerful searchlights, swiftly scanned for the life signs of the monstrous creature. Soon, an excited voice resonated over the public channel. "The monster has lost all vital signs, with an unknown crystalline ice forming within its body." In that moment, a single voice echoed throughout the vast expanse of the glorious Flame Empire. "We have triumphed." Through various searchlights, the citizens once again beheld the imposing figure hovering in the sky, half of its body stained with blood. This mechanical guardian, alongside its valiant driver, was the protector of this city. Everyone felt an overwhelming admiration, revering it far more than any celestial superstar. Simultaneously, across foreign networks, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. As the citizens of the stalwart empire and the kingdom of West Iberia celebrated the destruction of their brother in misfortune. Ha ha ha. How delightful it is to see the glorious flame empire facing adversity. After all, when we were under siege by the monster, they chose not to dispatch troops to our aid. It is said that only after the city of Wharton was ravaged did the glorious flame empire contribute a mere few hundred million in supplies, leaving many residents there to huddle together in a single tent. What's more, reliable sources indicate that many female refugees have become pregnant. Damn, what distressing news. Why has the monster not chosen to attack our city of Chicago? Suddenly, the images broadcasted on televisions and computers left everyone breathless, their mouths forming an astonished ta shape. Unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle on the screen, the mindset suddenly shattered. Chapter 36. Observing your boisterous exclamations. Initially, it was presumed that the number of monsters this time would surpass all previous encounters, enough to reduce several cities of the Radiant Flame Empire to ashes. Yet, who could have anticipated? My goodness, the Radiant Flame Empire. We had scarcely begun to celebrate the destruction of your cities, and already, the monsters have been vanquished? No, this cannot be true. The monsters must surely be an illusion, utterly disappointing. Heaven forbid, the nefarious Radiant Flame Empire has obliterated the righteous monsters. No. This must be a fabrication. Righteous monsters cannot be extinguished. Ah, tears streaming down. Didn't the news proclaim that mechas were mere toys? Why on earth is such advanced technology not manifesting in our formidable empire, but instead in the impoverished and backward Radiant Flame Empire? How many truths has that wretched Pulong concealed from us, declaring us the global hegemon? Yet when the monsters appeared, all lies were shattered, asserting that mechas were mere toys, only for them to emerge and annihilate the monsters. Citizens across the globe gazed in astonishment at their screens, witnessing the remarkably industrially aesthetic mecha, which struck at the very foundations of every onlooker's heart. Countless foreigners were in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. The Radiant Flame Empire, which they had long looked down upon, had quietly revealed such formidable military prowess at a critical moment. How fervently do people wish that monsters could embody justice, reducing that mechanical behemoth to mere scrap metal. Alas, the righteous monster has fallen, unable to vanquish the evil mecha of the malevolent empire. In the imperial palace of the resolute empire, Pu Lang was intently fixated on the images transmitted from the satellite. Suddenly, he witnessed the monster's flawless assault fail to inflict any damage upon the mecha of the glorious Flame Empire. His already agitated spirit shattered in an instant. Damn it! Why is this monster's attack so feeble? Pu Lang bellowed. He longed for the monster to annihilate the mecha of the glorious Flame Empire with overwhelming force. Yet reality always seemed to unfold in the opposite direction. Not only were those nimble little monsters utterly obliterated, but even the colossal beast's strikes failed to land, ultimately succumbing to a humiliating defeat. Were these monsters unaccustomed to the terrain, suffering from some ailment? Beyond this, Pu Lang struggled to find a justification that could assuage his disbelief. After all, the renowned global hegemon had its two major cities decimated by a single beast, taking a full 5 days to eliminate it. In stark contrast, the glorious Flame Empire faced an even greater multitude of monsters, yet managed to eradicate them in just half a day. If that mecha had appeared sooner, it would likely have achieved the task in less than half a day. Now, the resolute empire is destined to become a global laughingstock. Oh God, must the weight of the resolute empire rest upon my great shoulders, Pu Lang? It seems that the resolute empire must also endeavor to create its own mecha. Pu Lang cast a glance at the projection on the wall, the imposing mech evoking within him a tempest of admiration and envy. After a brief revelry, he regained a mysterious confidence and instructed his secretary, fetch the head of the Academy of Sciences, Miterson. I wish to review the progress of the mech schematics. Shortly thereafter, Miterson arrived. Have the designs been completed? Pu Lang inquired, eagerly anticipating a delightful surprise. Indeed, we have conceptualized a colossal mech, towering at 80 meters. Its formidable stature is capable of crushing all in its path, and substantial modifications have been made since our previous, less refined ideas, Miterson proclaimed with fervor. Pu Lang leaned over the table, joyously scrutinizing the mech's blueprints with a magnifying glass, and then exclaimed, This, such a grand robot. I am utterly enamored. Let us name it the Dangerous Wanderer. Ah, a splendid name. Pu Lang rejoiced, his excitement uncontainable. How many years until its construction is completed? Such a monumental creation could hardly be compared to the diminutive toy-like mechs of the Huangyan Empire, yet he was curious about its fuel consumption. Miterson raised 5 fingers. 5 years. Excellent. I can wait, Pu Lang replied, his laughter bordering on the extravagant. He even fancied the notion of reigning as emperor for another 12 years, instilling pride in the citizens of the Jinli Empire. However, Miterson delivered a harsh reality check, stating, I regret to inform you, it will take 500 years. As of now, apart from its appearance, aspects such as power, operation, and transmission remain a mystery. Pu Lang's smile suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of severity and then to a grimace. Damn it, someone, throw this fool out. Pu Lang roared in a fit of madness. At that moment, 2 guards burst through the door and hoisted Medicine away, casting him out of the imperial palace. Meanwhile, within the Huangyan Empire, everyone was momentarily entranced, gazing or staring at the towering mech that seemed to touch the heavens. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony of incoherent celebration erupted. Darling, look at that. Isn't it magnificent? I must bear children for the mech pilot. Goodness, I didn't even blink the whole time. My blood is boiling. Haha. We annihilated that horde of monsters in just half a day, but in truth, with the mech's involvement, we hardly exerted ourselves. Now, 2 nations bore the brunt of humiliation. Suddenly, silence fell once more, and everyone grew serious again, for the visuals had vanished. Fortunately, a war correspondent arrived just in time, enabling the audience to witness the aftermath of the battle. The Tianlong, however, remained the centerpiece of attention, as curiosity swelled about the identity of its pilot. Breaths quickened among the crowd. Due to the correspondent's distant position, only a hazy silhouette of the mech's new form and the pilot's outline was discernible, illuminated by the firelight. They could see the pilot leap from the mech, only to tumble to the ground. At this moment, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped Lin Chen, as if his very bones were on the verge of disintegration. Without experiencing the recent intense and continuous driving maneuvers, one could hardly fathom the immense toll it had taken on his mental acuity and concentration. Where were the military medic and the sanitary personnel? Yuan Xiangrong and Ming Hong anxiously shouted while rushing towards the fallen Lin Chen. At that instant, the world fell into a profound silence. A foreboding sense of unease crept into the hearts of many, whispering the question, had he sustained severe injuries during the recent clash with the monstrous foe? On the battlefield, numerous soldiers hurried towards Lin Chen, for his presence had not only vanquished the beast, but had also spared countless comrades from eternal rest beneath the earth. Meanwhile, those outside the battlefield were preoccupied with the safety of the mecha pilot, with some yearning to accompany the war correspondent to catch a glimpse of the driver's true visage. I'm simply exhausted and resting here on the ground. While you all fuss about, Lin Chen mused, seated on the earth, indifferent to the mud beneath him, smiling as he surveyed the sea of people surrounding him. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. Chapter 37, Cultivating Exceptional Talent for the Next Generation of the Empire. Salute. The commanders of the 5th and 6th Legions, Yuan Xiangrong and Meng Hong, exchanged a glance. That singular salute spoke volumes, conveying the highest regard. In unison, the soldiers on the battlefield rendered a salute to Lin Chen. Having been engaged in such intense operations, as you can imagine, could someone lend me a hand? Lin Chen remarked. 2 striking sanitary personnel hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Drawn to strength, undoubtedly, Lin Chen embodied an explosive power. At that moment, the war correspondent exclaimed, "Make way, everyone. The citizens of the Empire are eager to know the name of the hero." The reporter pushed forward and inquired, "Hello, Lin Chen, may I ask your name?" "I am Lin Chen," he replied. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face as he glanced at the camera behind the correspondent. Having already exceeded the objectives assigned by Jiang Shou'er, his reputation was firmly established within the 5th and 6th Legions, and now it was time to cultivate his own following. It is worth noting that Lin Chen had long coveted the VR pod technology, a marvel capable of alleviating the solitude of endless nights. It promised to be truly magnificent. Yes. The war correspondent clearly recognized the name Lin Chen, yet could not recall where he had heard it before. Sensing that this individual was indeed a remarkable figure. Yes, it is I, the Lin Chen who was labeled as the antithesis of success across the internet last year. The one who delayed his college entrance exam to build mechas. Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, nodding with a balanced attitude. A collective gasp echoed among the surviving soldiers on the battlefield. Was Lin Chen truly the infamous cautionary tale of the internet? Had it not been for his mecha today, this battle might have lingered on for another 2 days, with surrounding cities facing inevitable devastation. Many were compelled to voice their outrage. The viewers at home were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the fierce mecha pilot illuminated by the flames and lights on their screens was none other than Lin Chen. Alas, has the empire of Yin truly run out of capable individuals? To think that even scientists have taken to the battlefield. It seems that I, Ping Yuyan, shall henceforth be relegated to the position of the second most handsome in the empire. It appears that Hu Hansan must now settle for the third place. Who has urinated in yellow? Quickly, awaken the slumbering Hu Hansan above. No one can tarnish his reputation. The only one capable of casting shadows upon Lin Chen is that great fiery orb in the sky. Due to this remarkable battle, Lin Chen has suddenly gained fame, a phenomenon both unexpected and inevitable. Many regard him as an idol, and some overly passionate matrons have even expressed their desire to bear his children, hoping to cultivate exceptional talent for the next generation of the empire. Meanwhile, the imperial court of the Yin Empire has also turned its gaze toward Lin Chen. A pair of striking mother and daughter sat upon a chair, their expressions not particularly pleasant. The younger of the two, the 19-year-old second princess, Jiang Yuer, bore a resemblance to Jiang Xiu'er. As she observed Lin Chen on the television, she inquired, "Mother, is he the one?" "Indeed, he is the scientist adept in wielding the ultimate weapon of battle, whom your father has courted and often referred to as the pillar of the empire. You witnessed the recent battle. Given time, he will undoubtedly surpass any esteemed general," replied the queen, a graceful middle-aged beauty whose figure remained alluring despite having borne 3 children. "I've heard from Uncle Liang that he is quite close to Jiang Xiu'er." Jiang Yuer's tone dripped with jealousy. Having enjoyed a life of luxury in the capital, receiving the finest education and mastering the most refined etiquette while mingling with the most cultured gentlemen, she couldn't help but feel envious. In contrast, that Jiang Xiu'er possesses nothing and understands no rules. She is merely a wild girl. The battlefield has only just begun to quiet. Lin Chen approached the colossal beast, and even in its death, its immense form instilled a sense of insignificance within him. It was simply too vast. A single person is but the size of a tooth from this creature. This beast is remarkable. Lin Chen examined it from top to bottom, contemplating that even a modest study of its anatomy could yield unimaginable academic knowledge. "Isn't it magnificent?" Lin Chen inquired of the 2 charming attendants who supported him, who appeared puzzled. "Have you not realized it as a treasure?" he asked. The attendants remained bewildered. "If you touch it, you will feel its significance," Lin Chen encouraged. After ceasing their assistance, the 2 attendants began to explore the lifeless body of the beast. "It is robust and majestic, evoking an indescribable sense of fear within me," Lin Chen remarked. "Indeed, that is why it is a treasure, possessing immense research value." Subsequently, he relayed certain instructions to some soldiers from the 5th and 6th Corps. As for transportation, local experts from various fields would naturally coordinate, as they too sought to procure portions of the creature. The soldiers revered Lin Chen, each accepting their orders with eagerness. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared to recall something. It was essential to review the rewards for completing this mission. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. Halt the invasion of the beasts and thwart the alien sinister plot. Task 2. Acquire one's own power. Task 3. To lead one's own faction. Lin Chen was astonished after reading this. The fan value skyrocketed to over 100 million instantly. Gaining fan value by defeating a monster. Is this for real? If such fortune truly exists, wouldn't monsters become mere trivial sources of points in the future? As for the additional tasks, Lin Chen had long since become accustomed to overlooking them in the face of fan value. Upon entering the base, he was met with a warm welcome. After the initial greetings, the crowd dispersed. Old Wang prepared to receive the corpses of the monsters, announcing that they had a new task ahead and that they were pressed for time to study the monsters. Isn't that exhilarating? Lin Chen's gaze caught sight of Old Wang, and he hurriedly approached him, one of the key researchers at the base. "Is that so? How splendid." Old Wang paused, a smile gracing his face, yet internally he thought, "Goodness, not again? Pressed for time? There aren't enough people, so we shall allocate resources." This time, 3 provincial governors have expressed their gratitude, stating they are willing to send expert teams from various fields to assist us whenever we need. "We are in dire need of that. Researching monsters will only squander our precious time in building mechs." Old Wang wore an intentionally neutral expression, as if trying to master an air of indifference. Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment, Old Wang noticed Jiang Xiu'er approaching, and his demeanor returned to normal as he nodded and stepped away, leaving the rest of the time to the younger generation. Jiang Xiu'er approached Lin Chen, gave him a thumbs up, looked him over, and asked, "Are you unhurt?" "No," Lin Chen replied. "You were too reckless." Jiang Xiu'er's lips parted once more. Due to the resounding success of the Empire's mechas in combating the monsters, the world is in awe. Consequently, there will be a commendation ceremony the day after tomorrow, and you are the focal point of this honor for your contributions in the fight against the beasts. Yang Shizhong suggests that you postpone your current obligations. What is your stance? Lin Chen inquired. Why bother attending? It would be far better to simply abstain, Jiang Xiu'er replied. Her brows knitted in contemplation. At the commendation ceremony, your efforts to win hearts and minds will be crucial. The Empire's central institutions, such as the command office and internal affairs, do not require flattery. What you should focus on is enhancing your reputation among the various legions and the populace. Are you preparing me for a rebellion in the future? Lin Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the implications. Chapter 38. The unexpected talent returns amidst a national wave. Everything revolves around garnering support from the major legions and elevating the Empire's standing in the eyes of its citizens. Is Jiang Xiu'er not preparing for insurrection? What nonsense are you spouting? Will you take action or not? Jiang Xiu'er pressed, her expression serious. We are bound by mutual interests. Your success ensures my own. The following day marked the second day since the Huangyan Empire's triumph over the monsters. As the mechas played a pivotal role in this victory, the world was astir with astonishment. Consequently, journalists from across the globe, both those who had and had not established diplomatic ties, flocked to the Huangyan Empire. The majority sought to conduct exclusive interviews with Lin Chen, hoping to entice him with various offers. Regrettably, after an extensive search, not a trace of Lin Chen could be found. Thus, an urgent press conference was convened by the Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs. At this moment, the location of the press conference held by the Empire of Bright Flames was on the lawn outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where thousands of journalists from around the globe had gathered, trampling the grass to near baldness. Such a scene could undoubtedly be deemed the most remarkable in the annals of history. The atmosphere at the commencement of the press conference was incredibly fervent, with the incessant clicking of cameras resonating throughout the air. Everyone present was left utterly bewildered, with the multitude of journalists collectively rendered speechless. Is this truly permissible? At this juncture, a reporter from the Empire of Steadfastness, sidestepping some of the more foolish inquiries, posed a question. First, let me extend my congratulations to the Empire of Bright Flames for annihilating the beasts. I wish to inquire whether your nation, having acquired such formidable mech technology, intends to share this technology with the world to collectively combat the monsters? Ever since witnessing the efficacy of mechs in vanquishing the beasts, nations have been captivated. They can fly, transform. How is this accomplished? What is the source of their power? How are they operated? Everything remains an enigma. Should our own country obtain such mech technology, our pilots would undoubtedly surpass those of the Empire of Bright Flames. The reporter from the Empire of Steadfastness trembled with indignation. How could the illustrious Emperor Pulong be compared to these detestable yellow-skinned monkeys? Subsequently, a reporter from the nation of Tianlan, who had consistently competed with the Empire of Bright Flames, began to inquire. Greetings, our nation wishes to invest 150 billion in the purchase of a mech. May I ask? No sale. The spokesperson for the press conference interjected emphatically. Why not? Your nation's mech technology is unrivaled globally and possesses the capability to dominate the world. Are you truly unwilling to sell even a single mech to aid us in combating the monsters? The Tianlan reporter pressed loudly. Utilizing one's own mech to combat monsters is far more aesthetically pleasing than seeking assistance from the mechs of the glorious Flame Empire for protection. Alas, our glorious Flame Empire has perpetually faced global hostility, rendering it the weakest nation in the world. Thus, no technology is available for sale, nor does anyone regard it with favor. Journalists from Tianlan, the Polar Empire, and the Steadfast Empire, among others, are left speechless when confronted with the incessant slander. The narrative surrounding the glorious Flame Empire, laden with accusations of subsisting on gutter oil and inhaling smog, echoes through the air, reminiscent of an endless procession of llamas galloping by. A journalist from Tianlan scoffed. Even if we do not purchase your mechs, we can still produce more advanced ones ourselves. Should monsters arise, we shall eradicate them independently, without seeking assistance from anyone. Since acquiring mechs is currently unfeasible, we shall not bow our heads in submission. Moreover, it is uncertain whether monsters will even target Tianlan. Our nation boasts the most advanced motorcycle battalions in the world. One must wonder, do monsters fear us? A single motorcycle can carry over 20 warriors. Should a monster appear, we would swiftly dispatch it. The only composed individual present was the reporter from the foreign Ming nation. Their geographical position, nestled between the glorious flame and polar empires, ensures their safety from any monstrous assault, as both empires can guarantee the security of Ming's territory. Indeed. Do not assume that only your illustrious empire of Huangyan possesses mechs. According to reliable sources, nations around the globe are urgently developing mechs. And our esteemed empire of Jinli boasts the largest number of scientists worldwide. We will undoubtedly create mechs that surpass your so-called toys in sophistication, capable of crushing all competition. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the Jianli Empire, the Minister of Internal Affairs has urgently delivered a list of personnel. Physicist, Sun Lai. Chemist, Zhang Deli. Biologist, Li Li. The list is densely packed with nearly 100 names. If they all depart, the advancement of the scientific realm in our great Jianli Empire will be delayed by at least a year, if not several. Damn it, I will not approve this. Anyone disobedient shall be confined to the basement. Pu Lang, filled with frustration, seethes. Is it because the mechs of the Huangyan Empire vanquished the monsters? Damn it, just wait. When the next monster appears, if the Jianli Empire demonstrates superior strength compared to the Huangyan Empire, we will undoubtedly attract more exceptional talent to develop within our borders. Let us proceed to our underground research facility to assess the progress on monster studies. Perhaps we can derive mech technology from the remains of these beasts. Pu Lang rises heavily. Are we not already researching mechs at our Academy of Sciences? The Minister of Internal Affairs inquires, puzzled. Damn it. Do not mention that fool Meter-son to me. He dares to claim that mechs will not be successfully created for another 500 years. By that time, our Jianli Empire will be speaking Huangyan. Meter-son must be a spy sent by the Huangyan Empire. I have heard his daughter is studying abroad in their realm. Pu Lang erupts into another furious tirade. Chapter 39. The Guardian's resting place is the monument. Pu Lang, accompanied by the Minister of Internal Affairs, traversed through several routes to arrive by helicopter at a vast expanse of desert. At the heart of this arid landscape lay a modest military encampment, beneath which was established a clandestine base. Knock, knock, knock. Pu Lang rapped upon the door. A mechanical electronic voice resonated from within. Free and mighty nation. Pu Lang began to recite the code. Click. The code was correct. The heavy gates of the barracks swung open. Pu Lang, along with the Minister of Internal Affairs, descended gradually into the depths via an elevator shaft. Can it be that the mighty empire harbors such a place? And I was utterly oblivious to it? The minister wore a disgruntled expression, feeling slighted for being the Internal Affairs chief responsible for overseeing the empire's affairs, yet remained in the dark himself. Just how much has Pu Lang concealed from others? The supreme authority of this subterranean base lies with the Council of Elders, rendering some of my commands ineffective. Pu Lang mirrored the minister's displeasure. They soon entered the inner sanctum of the underground facility. Is there any progress in the research on the monsters? Pu Lang inquired of the base's commander. Indeed, on the third day after the monsters were transported, we detected a series of mysterious signals, seemingly directives for destruction, the commander replied. An extraterrestrial conspiracy? Damn it. The Council of Elders must have had their Voyager 1 intercepted by aliens. Pu Lang's expression grew increasingly grim. Additionally, we have deconstructed the mechanical wings of the monsters and developed mechas. Mechas? Pu Lang was skeptical, and due to the influence of the spy Meter-son, he had become paranoid at the mere mention of the Empire's own mechas. The concept of mechas had nearly become an obsession for him. Should we give it a nod or 500 years? Yes, please follow me. In that moment, a mech under construction emerged before Pu Lang. The supervisor began to elaborate on the mech's intricate specifications. As it had yet to be outfitted with armor, it appeared exceedingly slender and rudimentary. Standing at a height of 16 meters, it boasted 4 blade-like legs and a colossal turbine in its abdomen, endowing it with the capability of flight. Its name was Terror Killer, or alternatively, the Terror Robot. Quite an impressive title, wouldn't you agree? The supervisor beamed with pride. Oh, for heaven's sake. Pu Lang covered his face, visibly disheartened. While its practicality remained uncertain, when juxtaposed with the extraordinarily sleek mechs of the Flame Empire, this mech, the Terror Killer, whether or not it instilled terror was debatable, but its appearance was undeniably hideous. Add a few more legs, and it would be indistinguishable from a large spider. With a couple of arms, it would resemble a colossal crab, utterly devoid of the cold menace expected of a killer. Despite its unsightly design, the supervisor assured, given time, we will undoubtedly produce mechs that can rival those of the Flame Empire. Pu Lang nodded, albeit with dissatisfaction. Although the mech's aesthetic left much to be desired. At the very least, it provided some semblance of cover. It seemed the Elder Council had managed to accomplish something after all. Once it is completed, I shall ensure the world is informed and that everyone witnesses our terror killer, Pulong declared. Meanwhile, it was already the third day since the annihilation of the Flame Empire, and Lin Chen and Jiang Shoa set forth towards the capital. Gazing at the flourishing cityscape, Jiang Shoa fell into a contemplative silence as she drove. In contrast, Lin Chen exhibited little sentimentality, his eyes sweeping over a plethora of luxury cars and elegantly attired women. Strangely, his gaze remained remarkably tranquil, perceiving the long legs of those beauties merely as modes of transportation rather than delectable treats that one could savor endlessly. Do you fancy those women on the street? Jiang Shoer inquired absently. Not particularly. None of them are as captivating as you, Lin Chen replied with an astute remark, akin to a heart of stone. Are you implying that you find me intriguing? Jiang Shoer was momentarily taken aback, her expression morphing into one of incredulity, exceeding her previous perceptions of Lin Chen. No. What I mean is that you are more attractive than them, yet my true fascination lies with mechas. Surely you can sense it, the cold, formidable texture of a mech ignites a fervor within me that no one else can evoke. Jiang Shoer's thoughts were instantly confounded. Indeed, had she not once caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's physiological response as a man, she might have doubted his heterosexuality. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the commendation ceremony, where heroes who contributed to the defense against monsters were to be honored. A multitude of notable figures from the Empire were present, and several journalists captured the event from various angles to broadcast live to viewers at home, as such coverage would bolster the Empire's sense of unity. The staff approached the two, originally intending to seat Lin Chen at the forefront of the venue according to the prior arrangements. However, Jiang Shouo had also arrived. The princess, the staff found themselves in a predicament. It's fine. I will sit at the back and observe, Jiang Shouer smiled. The staff nodded, their expression one of regret, as this was the best outcome. It turned out that such an important ceremony had led the Empire to overlook Princess Jiang Shouer. Subsequently, the staff guided Lin Chen to his seat in the front row. During this award ceremony, whether by design or happenstance, Lin Chen was seated alongside the 15 commanders of the Empire's legions. As the ceremony reached its pivotal moment, Lin Chen and the other heroes who had resisted the monsters stepped onto the stage. Jiang Mingyuan's hands froze in midair, the smile on his face abruptly vanishing. While Lin Chen's antics could be dismissed as jest in private, this was now being broadcast live to the citizens of the Empire. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Every gaze fixed on Lin Chen. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the Empire's history. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the live broadcast in the capital were taken aback. Goodness, Lin Chen is being willful at such a moment? Quickly send a mech to carry him away. Just as the venue prepared for the worst, Lin Chen proclaimed loudly, in the places where I fought alongside the 5th and 6th legions, there lie countless comrades resting beneath the earth. Every individual there surpasses my own merits. If I could, I would aspire to erect a monument at the resting place of the Guardians. For we must never forget the history of that city. With resounding clarity, each of Lin Chen's words pierced the most vulnerable defenses of the 15 legion commanders of the Empire. As soldiers of the Empire, they understood too well that their fallen comrades would soon be forgotten by the world, their names lost to time. No one inquired at the general's grave, yet the trivialities of entertainers were widely known. Lin Chen granted those who perished in battle the right to be remembered by society. We are grateful to him. Applause erupted. Jiang Mingyuan, Yang Ming, and other central figures of the Empire cast profound glances at this young man. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Empire, watching the awards ceremony on television, realized they had wrongfully judged him, and they were all moved by Lin Chen's heartfelt words, which were devoid of grandiose rhetoric. Each person felt as though they were on the battlefield, witnessing countless warriors sacrificing their lives to fend off monstrous foes. Subsequently, the trending topic on Weibo surged to the top. The resting place of the Guardians is indeed the monument, inspired by the Empire's most legendary figure. Lin Chen, Chapter 40, witnessed the miracle. On Weibo, Lin Chen dominated the charts with a single statement. All scandals of infidelity and domestic violence faded into the background. Many who had missed the live broadcast quickly flocked to Lin Chen's Weibo, where his words captivated them, regardless of age or gender. Thus, after absorbing Lin Chen's poignant expressions, the comments on Weibo skyrocketed in an astonishingly brief period. This is a genuine tale of life and death. the empire endures, while the valiant heroes who have departed move slowly. This is the utmost respect for comrades in arms. Love has blossomed. My husband has consented to allow me to bear a child for Lin Chen. The husband above truly exemplifies masculinity, showcasing a remarkable magnanimity in supporting his wife to have a child for another. As anticipated, Lin Chen, following Jiang Xiuer's method, has indeed succeeded. He has crafted a flawless image within the ranks of the various legions and among the populace of the empire, yet he has also drawn the attention of certain individuals, notably Jiang Mingyuan, the leader of the Imperial Center. After the conference concluded, Jiang Mingyuan approached, proposing that Lin Chen be invited to the emperor's palace. Behind him, Jiang Yue, with her sparkling phoenix-like eyes, smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I have heard of your esteemed name. The last encounter with the monster is still vivid in my memory. I have long wished for an opportunity to meet you." Lin Chen's timely encounter with the monster had dramatically altered his status, allowing him to sit alongside the 15 legion commanders of the empire. Most importantly, he is still quite young. "I apologize, but I am feeling somewhat unwell. And that monster must be transported for research today. I am terribly busy." Lin Chen's excuse was entirely reasonable, leaving no room for contention. "Very well. Then I shall ensure you are welcomed at the emperor's palace next time," Jiang Mingyuan replied with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and turned to bid farewell to Jiang Xiuer, saying, "Xiuer, I must take my leave." "Xiuer has arrived as well." Jiang Mingyuan turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, his eyes falling upon the solitary figure seated at the back of the conference hall. His body suddenly stiffened, as if he had, seemingly, forgotten about her. How could she arrive without giving him a hint? Was that truly my sister? It was nearly unrecognizable. Jiang Yue also caught sight of Jiang Xiuer's figure. "Dad, please don't be sad. I believe my sister might be." Jiang Mingyuan sighed at the concern he heard beside him. If only Xiuer possessed even half of Yuer's obedience. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Xiuer laughing and leaving together, Jiang Yue quietly closed her mouth, concealing the emotions hidden in her eyes. There are so few influential figures in the empire, and none are particularly easy to approach. Yet, Jiang Xiuer seemed to be so closely associated with the empire's new elite. This scene was truly irksome. She could not comprehend how that wild girl, Jiang Xiuer, could be so utterly devoid of merit aside from her looks. Despite her relentless efforts in studying etiquette and propriety, Jiang Xiuer appeared to require no such endeavors. And yet the prominent officials of the empire all rallied around her. Liang Shizhong had been like this in the past, and now Lin Chen was just the same. Inside the car, Jiang Xiuer remained at the wheel, and after a moment of silence, she asked, "What did that White Lotus sister of mine say to you?" "She expressed a desire to meet me, and then she invited me to the emperor's residence as a guest. Watch the road, drive slowly. I want to get out. That is my home. Stop the car. Stop." Lin Chen exited the vehicle in a disheveled state, feeling utterly bewildered by Jiang Xiuer's erratic behavior throughout the journey. At this moment, the transport of the monster's corpses had already arrived, and the process of disassembling the creatures for transfer into the base had commenced. Accompanying this operation were 5 expert teams from 3 provinces, who were outside the base, strategizing their forthcoming tasks. "Ah, do you see that? Is that not Professor Lin?" Suddenly, they recognized Lin Chen's presence, and one by one, they rushed over. Lin Chen is a legend in the scientific community, a figure esteemed by scientists. "Greetings, Professor Lin. We are indeed. It is the esteemed Professor Lin, still youthful in appearance." Enough with the flattery. Professor Lin is the brilliant mind behind the invention of mechas. To flatter him further would only tarnish his illustrious image. "May I request a photograph?" "Professor? It is rumored in the scientific realm that having your photograph by one's bedside wards off evil spirits. Yet, it does not end there. It is said that a trend has emerged to venerate the deity of science, Lin Chen, with incense offerings thrice daily. The arrival of Lin Chen ignited great excitement among the researchers, prompting an outpouring of admiration. In a sense, Lin Chen is a prophet of the scientific world, an idol revered by all scientists. Feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm and the intensity of their gazes, Lin Chen's heart swelled slightly. The base might soon find itself less burdened. Indeed, as Lin Chen had anticipated, the addition of this fresh force significantly enhanced the efficiency within the base. The pace of mecha production surged dramatically, and the speed of various research and development initiatives progressed at an unprecedented rate. Subsequently, regenerative samples were extracted from the blood of the monster. These samples, once subjected to further research and analysis, hold the potential to enable paralyzed patients to stand once more. These samples have been referred to by researchers as the divine samples. However, upon gaining insight into the information regarding the T-virus from the system panel, Lin Chen promptly terminated the development and ordered the destruction of all research outcomes. Following this, a mysterious signal was extracted from the monster's body, and upon decryption, the message revealed, "Annihilate all." The entire base was left in shock. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings truly exist? As time progressed to the beginning of the month, a serene stillness prevailed, with no monsters in sight, as the dimensional rift was in the process of expansion. Unbeknownst to the populace, after enduring a month fraught with anxiety, certain nations could no longer remain idle. For instance, Tianlan, which had long sought to challenge the Huangyan Empire. Emperor Mot of Tianlan was en route to a clandestine base. The emergence of monsters and mechs had already sounded the alarm across the globe. This represented an opportunity to alter the global landscape. Should they succeed, Tianlan would ascend to imperial status, potentially even becoming the global hegemon. Thus, Mot promptly issued a decree mobilizing the entire nation to manufacture mechs. Before long, he arrived at the inner sanctum of the base, exhilarated. Before him, scientists bustled about, engrossed in the production of mechs, while at the center stood an imposing mech, over 60 meters tall, exuding a metallic sheen. Mot intended to showcase to the world that Tianlan possessed not only the most advanced mechanized infantry but also mechs capable of crushing all opposition. Prepare to witness the miracle of Tianlan, the War Fortress. Chapter 41. The most powerful mech. Fortress Modi gazed proudly at the colossal mech before him. Indeed, this magnificent machine had been officially designated as the fortress by the Council of Elders, symbolizing an unyielding bastion in the theater of war. Initially, the kingdom of Tianlan intended to create a mech modeled after the dragon, characterized by its agile form and extraordinary maneuverability. However, when the actual design phase commenced, all engineers were left astounded. The precision of the mech from the Empire of Huangyan was nothing short of perfection, yet the technology behind the dragon remained an enigma. How could they develop it? How could they resolve issues of power and neural interaction? It was inconceivable to operate the mech like a mere excavator to combat monsters. Such notions were utterly ridiculous. Thus, the kingdom of Tianlan resolved to cultivate its own mech, named the Iron Fortress. Specifications included crew, 70 individuals, height, 60 meters. Power source, fuel. Emperor Modi inquired of the base's overseer regarding the progress of their mech development. The overseer responded, "It is nearing completion." Modi nodded with pride. The rapid progress was attributed to the relatively straightforward nature of mech construction for the scientists of Tianlan. They had expertly adapted tank manufacturing techniques, investing substantial resources and utilizing over 40 tanks to achieve success. Otherwise, the ambitious plans for a 100-meter-tall behemoth to crush all in its path would have remained unrealized, had it not been for the limited number of tanks available for immediate deployment. In summary, the Steel Fortress stands as the pride of the Tianlan nation. Can you specify a time? Morty inquired. Well, the day after tomorrow, the official replied with a reasonable time frame. Considering that they still needed to install a rotating head on the War Fortress to embellish its mechanized essence. After a moment of contemplation, Morty solemnly declared, "Very well. I shall unveil our War Fortress to the world the day after tomorrow. Its existence will reveal the true strength of our Tianlan nation." Upon hearing this, the surrounding scientists trembled with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. Soon, the world would witness the miracle of Tianlan nation. The following day, the deep-sea portal to another dimension had been fully expanded, and a colossal beast, defying all comprehension, surged forth from the opening, accompanied by a swarm of smaller creatures. These monsters were headed directly towards Tianlan nation. Unbeknownst to the world, including Morty, who believed that safety was assured after the beginning of the month. The global discourse swiftly shifted from the topic of monsters to that of mechas, as they announced to the world, "Tomorrow, Tianlan nation will showcase the second mecha in the world, the most powerful mecha in history, the War Fortress." To maintain an air of mystery and cultivate anticipation among the people of various nations, Morty understood precisely what needed to be done. He released only partial information, reserving the significant data about the Steel Fortress for tomorrow, when it would undoubtedly capture global attention. Once the news was disseminated, it swept across the globe like a tempest. The shocking news struck the world like a thunderbolt, leaving countless individuals in a state of bewilderment. This month, instead of the anticipated monstrous threat, the emergence of the mecha from Tianlan Kingdom took everyone by surprise. The second mecha in the world, and purportedly the strongest? Merely the mention of this phenomenon sent waves of confusion through the minds of many. A prevailing sentiment arose that the next nation to unveil a mecha would undoubtedly be one of the other four great empires, excluding the illustrious Huanghe Empire, such as the formidable Jinli Empire or the Arctic Empire. Yet, in a twist of irony, the second nation to develop a mecha turned out to be none other than Tianlan Kingdom, their peculiar habits of consuming Ganges water and cow urine notwithstanding. They had managed to create a mecha? Unbelievable. Truly, they are a nation akin to a cheat code. Moreover, the name of their mecha, War Fortress, is undeniably impressive. By mere association, the world instinctively believed that Tianlan's War Fortress would outshine Huanghe Empire's mecha in every conceivable aspect. The anticipation for tomorrow's revelation was palpable. At that moment, news of this development reached the Huanghe Empire, sparking a tremendous uproar. The citizens had long taken pride in their empire being the sole possessor of mechas globally, but now, the emergence of mechas from another nation, especially one known for its peculiar consumption habits, shook their sense of superiority. This topic reverberated throughout the entire empire. Tianlan Kingdom had actually succeeded in constructing a mecha? Wasn't it said that their engineering core was incredibly backward? A nation capable of merely transporting individuals by train had somehow acquired the means to fabricate mechas? What on earth is this War Fortress? It is incomprehensible to determine whether our empire's mechs are superior or if the War Fortress reigns supreme. The empire's populace has long been engrossed in discussions about mechs, coupled with an overwhelming sense of curiosity, as if the kingdom of Tianlan has unleashed a colossal smokescreen, leaving everyone utterly perplexed and directionless, without a suitable point of comparison. Ultimately, the citizens of the empire flocked to Lin Chen with inquiries, predominantly questioning which of the two nations' mechs is truly stronger. Lin Chen expressed his thoughts on Weibo. Well, I can't ascertain if it's the strongest mech, but the name War Fortress certainly exudes power. After posting, he scratched his head, his face a canvas of confusion. The War Fortress? One can only hope that the mech of Tianlan lives up to such a steadfast name. Is it truly powerful merely because of its name? It's laughable. Generally speaking, the more flamboyant the name, the more lackluster the actual performance tends to be, just like in gaming, where extravagant titles often belong to the most mediocre players. To the person above, your words are nonsense. I am indeed the Wild King. The online discourse regarding mechs has gradually ignited a fierce debate, with arguments erupting incessantly. After all, Lin Chen's Weibo is far from being a polished forum, leading to his followers engaging in heated exchanges. Meanwhile, the news has successfully reached the ironclad empire. Pu Lang was savoring a delectable midnight snack, contemplating the impending completion of the formidable mech, the Terror Killer. He pondered whether an announcement should be made in the coming days, showcasing to the world that the empire of Jinli was not inferior to the empire of Huanghe in the realm of mechs. He envisioned the populace uniting to petition for the erection of a Statue of Liberty in the capital, imagining himself being lauded by future generations. Even as he indulged in instant noodles, he felt as though he were feasting on rare delicacies. His spirits soared, brimming with enthusiasm. Suddenly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs rushed in, breathless, bearing news from across the ocean regarding the kingdom of Tianlan. Oh, for heaven's sake! Pu Lang's elation swiftly dissipated, replaced by fury. The kingdom of Tianlan was set to unveil their mech tomorrow, and audaciously claimed it was the strongest in the world? The War Fortress? For heaven's sake! This nation, whose mind seemed filled with nonsense, had managed to produce mechs, and in even less time than the illustrious empire of Jinli, now stealing the limelight. Pu Lang was exceedingly displeased, believing that the second announcement regarding mech ownership should rightfully belong to the empire of Jinli, a country as insignificant as Tianlan. He suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to witness the prowess of Tianlan's mech firsthand, hoping it would not merely be a case of a strong name without substance. Chapter 42. Indeed, it was formidable. News of Tianlan's mech was continually circulating across the globe, with the vast majority eager to glimpse the so-called strongest mech in history. After all, the reputation of the kingdom of Tianlan had always been remarkably poor: small territory, scant resources, a large population, and an exceedingly backward industrial sector. How could such a destitute and underdeveloped nation possibly manufacture mechs? Unbelievable. Regardless of the circumstances, Emperor Modi of the Tianlan Kingdom has successfully garnered significant attention with the unveiling of the strongest mech in history, drawing the gaze of the entire world towards Tianlan. The citizens of the kingdom celebrated exuberantly, taking to the streets to rejoice in the possession of their very own mech. Wealthier families, equipped with computers, engaged in lively discussions on forums. Oh yes, tomorrow I shall don my finest attire to welcome our mech in the capital. Just wait and see which nation dares to look down upon us now. Long live Emperor Modi. The war fortress will become a marvel for the world to behold. With the strongest mech, the war fortress, and the most advanced motorcycle mechanized forces, are we not invincible? I wonder if the Huangyan Empire will still hold us in contempt. The enthusiasm among the people of Tianlan reached unprecedented heights, marking an unparalleled celebration. Many rushed to the capital to witness their nation's pride firsthand. Countless individuals donned their cleanest garments, prepared to witness the inaugural appearance of the mech, joining in to witness this epic miracle. Meanwhile, in the emperor's palace, Modi was not idle. He issued several commands for the secret base to bring the war fortress to the capital for its grand debut, ensuring there was ample fuel to avoid the embarrassment of a fuel shortage during the unveiling. Accompanying this spectacle was a contingent of the renowned motorcycle mechanized forces. The following day, as the monstrous creature from the depths of the ocean approached the territorial waters of Tianlan, the capital of Tianlan was inundated with an unprecedented influx of visitors, numbering over 100,000. The throngs of people congested the entire imperial palace and the surrounding streets, creating an impenetrable sea of humanity. The excitement among the populace reached fever pitch, with numerous Tianlan citizens brandishing their national flags, their jubilant voices resonating louder than the bustling market. Where is it? I have been standing here all night. One could hear amidst the crowd. Our Tianlan has finally risen. We shall no longer be subjected to colonization. The fervor was palpable as the crowd cheered and craned their necks in anticipation. Modi and the Minister of Internal Affairs stood together, gazing down at the seemingly endless sea of people from the north to the south, the electrifying atmosphere affirming that Tianlan was on the verge of a monumental resurgence. The minister glanced at his watch, a hint of concern etched on his face. Can our war fortress truly prevail against the beast? Modi adopted a serious demeanor, asserting, why should it falter? The allure of our mechs lies in their robust armor confronting the creature head-on. Are the armors of our 40-odd tanks merely for show? However, the minister remained troubled. After all, the war fortress was set to make its global debut shortly. It would be one thing if its true nature remained undiscovered, but quite another if it were revealed to be merely a repurposed tank. Modi declared, there is no room for doubt. The calamity brought by the beast will inevitably alter the global landscape, presenting us with an unparalleled opportunity for Tianlan's ascendance. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, Tianlan commenced its global broadcast, heralding the imminent unveiling of the war fortress. The entire world awaits the grand debut of the war fortress at this very moment. A distant series of explosive sounds reverberates through the air. The citizens of Tianlan display expressions of bewilderment, which swiftly transform into ecstasy as they seem to recall something. Exclaiming in unison, who would have thought we could witness the pride of Tianlan today? Emperor Modi, I shall be your concubine. Look, behold the invincible motorcycle battalion. In the capital of Tianlan, prior to the appearance of the war fortress as per Modi's request, it is the motorcycle battalion that takes the stage. This very unit instantly ignites the fervor of the Tianlan populace, who cheer for these extraordinary riders. An unmatched motorcycle battalion. Each motorcycle possesses the capacity to effortlessly carry 20 warriors, an astounding feat seemingly achievable only by the nation of Tianlan. Pride swells within them, one by one. The motorcycles make their dazzling entrance, eliciting raucous cheers and fervent enthusiasm from the citizens of Tianlan. At this moment, nearly every viewer around the globe, glued to their television screens watching the mechanized marvels of Tianlan, collectively takes a deep breath. Although they have long heard of the motorcycle battalion, witnessing it firsthand is an awe-inspiring experience. Each motorcycle displayed on the screen leaves the audience in speechless wonder. How is it even possible for a motorcycle to carry 20 individuals? Moreover, the warriors depicted above exhibit an air of nonchalance, as if accommodating a few more would be a mere trifle. The entire world has succumbed to the prowess of the Tianlan kingdom. For the Tianlan people seemingly possess an invincible advantage. One can only imagine how splendid it would be to have these motorcycle performers at any celebratory event. Alas, I am blinded, utterly blinded. Truly remarkable, the Tianlan kingdom. Amidst the fervent criticisms from global citizens, the formidable motorcycle brigade finally traverses the streets. At this moment, aside from the Tianlan kingdom, Individuals from all corners of the globe set aside their prejudices, transcending racial divides, as a shared sense of astonishment envelopes them. Soon, under the world's gaze, the main event of the Tianlan Kingdom, the War Fortress, is poised to make its grand entrance. A resounding thunder echoes in the distance, accompanied by the cacophony of colossal mechanical friction and roaring sounds. The very earth trembles, seemingly in trepidation of the impending behemoth. Behold, the pride of our Tianlan Kingdom. The War Fortress approaches with an ominous aura of impending frenzy among the populace. Shortly, a gargantuan silhouette emerges, exceeding 60 meters in length. A true leviathan that nearly fills the entire street. Billowing thick black smoke from its rear, it vividly illustrates the workings of its internal engine. The War Fortress, shrouded in dense smoke, finally comes into full view of the onlookers. Wherever it passed, the cheers of the Tianlan citizens standing on the streets had faded into silence. The once pristine garments worn to witness a miracle were now stained black, and each individual seemed momentarily dazed. Is this the pride of the Tianlan nation? The strongest mecha battle fortress in history? Indeed, it is formidable. The Empire of Huangyan. The Empire of Jianli. Nations around the world. What on earth is this colossal entity? Good heavens! Is this 60-meter-tall tank truly the so-called strongest mecha battle fortress that old fellow, MOD, spoke of? How on earth has this been accomplished? Chapter 43. This planet shall be guarded by the battle fortress. In the line of sight. The mecha of the Tianlan nation undeniably embodies the term colossal. Its heavy body gleamed with a metallic sheen, designed with tank treads that guide its movement. Nearly 30 cannons adorned its entirety, ready to unleash a formidable barrage of firepower. Indeed, it is the strongest mecha in history. Just the manner of its entrance alone could overshadow Lin Chen's Tianlan. In the Empire of Jianli, Pu Lang stifled the urge to smash the television as he awaited the appearance of the battle fortress. Upon witnessing its true form, he instantly expelled the water from his mouth, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! Morty is truly formidable. A 60-meter-high behemoth of a tank is indeed capable of crushing everything." Yet, how do their soldiers maneuver this colossal tank to ascend and crush the flying monsters? Good heavens, this monstrous machine runs on fuel. A single press of the accelerator might deplete an entire gas station. Does Morty intend for their populace to live perpetually within the fumes of this giant tank? Or perhaps, if the monsters do not trample their citizens, the noxious exhaust will suffocate them instead? Behind him, Pu Lang chuckled. It appeared that the remaining spotlight was to be claimed by the mechs of the ironclad empire. Considering the horrific appearance of the fearsome killer, Pu Lang promptly contacted the underground research facility, instructing, "Make our terrifying killer more aesthetically pleasing." The head of the research facility replied, "Shall we add a pair of pincers?" "Good grief, you are crafting a mech, not a giant crab, you dolt." Pu Lang berated into his phone. "How about adding a tail? For heaven's sake, you imbeciles." Meanwhile, the world continued to observe the slow advance of Tianlan's mechs, though every individual felt a sense of déjà vu. Is this truly the so-called mightiest mech war fortress in history? Yet, it resembled nothing more than a patchwork of tanks. At last, within the gaze of the onlookers, the war fortress reached the front of the emperor's palace in Tianlan. However, the unparalleled weight transmitted from the treads to the ground, coupled with its deafening rumble, constituted an unprecedented ordeal for the prideful spectators of Tianlan nation. Additionally, the enormous exhaust outlets belched forth thick black smoke, enveloping everyone in a nauseating, acrid stench. One can only imagine the spectacle when over 40 tanks, all modified and fuel-powered, congregated, with their towering smokestacks creating a scene of sheer magnificence that left onlookers blackened with soot. Viewers at home observed with clarity as the war fortress, in its wake, transformed the faces of those who had come to witness the marvel into grotesque visages, rendering them unable to contain their retching, as if they were disoriented refugees. The citizens of the Huiyan Empire harbored an inner sense of impending overshadowing by Tianlan nation, anxiously fixated on the television to miss not a single moment. Yet, upon witnessing the full manifestation of Tianlan's miracle, they were left speechless, collectively shaken by such an extraordinary entrance. It felt somewhat peculiar, evoking laughter that was hard to suppress. Many took to the internet, filled with excitement, exclaiming that the romance of mech lay in donning the thickest armor and enduring the harshest blows. This was truly a spectacle of indulgent fuel consumption. Had it not been for that distinctive headpiece, one might have scarcely recognized this as a collection of modified tanks. Truly, Tianlan Nation is impressive. At this moment, it was not only the Empire of Flame that was taken aback, nearly the entire global audience emerged from a state of astonishment. The grandiose claims of the Kingdom of Tianlan had culminated in this spectacle. In truth, the acceptance of the war fortress by the citizens of Tianlan surpassed all expectations, for they glimpsed a flicker of hope rising before them. Despite their soot-stained and disheveled appearances, their fervor for the miracle remained undiminished. As they wiped the dust from their faces and jubilantly shouted, "The Kingdom of Tianlan has risen!" The war fortress gradually came to a halt in front of the Emperor's palace. Modi, with the prearranged loudspeaker, exuberantly proclaimed, "People, you have witnessed it. Indeed, our Kingdom of Tianlan has ascended. As monstrous creatures frequently attack human cities and the world seems powerless against them, we now possess our own mecha. Henceforth, the war fortress shall safeguard the globe." The citizens of Tianlan erupted in cheers, not satisfied with his initial proclamations and eager for the world's attention. Modi continued to extol the rise of the Kingdom of Tianlan. He announced, "Now, let our heroic pilots emerge from the war fortress to face the world and take their oaths before all." Thus, the mecha pilots began to emerge from the war fortress. A seemingly endless procession that took a full 10 minutes before they all came into view. The citizens of the Empire of Flame, the citizens of the Empire of Steadfastness, and the global audience were left bewildered. What on earth? So many pilots? The global audience is engulfed in confusion. Upon reflection, however, it seems there is little to fault. For with so many tanks amassed in one place, it is inevitable that mech pilots would be present. 70 pilots stand in a row, clad in uniforms nearly identical to Lin Chen's. Although this attire offers little protection for the war fortress, being less durable than garments made of burlap, it is a necessity for the Empire of Huangyan, and thus the pilots of Tianlan Nation must not be without it. As the dashing pilots make their entrance, they are met with thunderous applause. Greetings to the citizens of Tianlan Nation and to audiences worldwide. We are the pilots of the war fortress of Tianlan Nation. In the face of the escalating threat posed by monstrous attacks on human cities, we shall unite to operate the war fortress, transforming into the guardians of this planet, defending peace for humanity and constructing a beautiful home together. The 70 pilots, with serious expressions, solemnly pledge in unison, exuding an air of grandeur. The atmosphere becomes charged with reverence, resonating deeply within the hearts of the Tianlan citizens alongside the pilot's oath. Indeed, after the rise of Tianlan Nation, this perilous planet will require its guardianship. Furthermore, women across the globe will consider marrying a Tianlan man in honor. At this moment, MOD furrows her brow. The performance of the pilots is impeccable. However, how unfortunate it is. If only a monster were to appear now, that would be truly perfect. The war fortress has completed its debut, and the inability to showcase a display before the global audience leaves one feeling quite unsettled. At this moment, a cruiser from the Tianlan Kingdom was leisurely traversing its territorial waters, occasionally crossing the boundary to provocatively intrude upon the seas of the Huangyan Empire. Most of the warriors aboard were engrossed in a live global broadcast originating from the capital, their spirits buoyant with excitement. The rise of the Tianlan Kingdom was indeed upon them. However, just then, as the technical team engaged the sonar to probe the ocean's depths, the tranquil imagery on the sonar screen abruptly transformed. A profound silence enveloped the entire vessel as a swarm of colossal creatures began to swim from the abyss towards the coastal shallows. The warriors aboard, without a hint of trepidation, instinctively understood that these massive beings were undoubtedly monsters. Yet, their hearts were devoid of anxiety. The ascendance of the Tianlan Kingdom was an unstoppable force, bolstered by the formidable war bastion, with the capital merely half a day's journey from the coast. Thus, a mere horde of monsters posed no significant threat. To put it bluntly, these creatures were not here to assault the city, but rather to present opportunities to the war bastion. This sentiment echoed the innermost thoughts of the Tianlan warriors. They even gathered in anticipation, speculating how long the monsters could endure before the war bastion. Such insolence was an affront to the pride of Tianlan. The mere presence of the war bastion would send these beasts into a paroxysm of fear, rendering them quaking and utterly disoriented. The world has borne the agony inflicted by these monsters, and it is the Tianlan Kingdom that shall bring this suffering to an end. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness a time when women across the globe take pride in marrying men from Tianlan. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast to the victory of our war fortress. After a jubilant celebration, the soldiers will report the sonar detection results to the command of Tianlan Nation. As for the subsequent matters, They will undoubtedly be relayed to the illustrious His Majesty, Emperor Modi, who shall send the war fortress to achieve glory in battle. At this moment, the capital of Tianlan is still alive with fervent voices and exuberance. The rise of Tianlan nation is upon us. This planet shall be safeguarded by Tianlan. Henceforth, Tianlan will be the heart of this world. The citizens of Tianlan have developed an almost fanatical spirit. Their cheers so resounding they seem poised to tear the heavens asunder. It appears that in the not-so-distant future, the influence of Tianlan will radiate across the globe, and the lingua franca will be the Tianlan tongue. Observing this, Modi could not help but click his tongue, lamenting that time waits for no one. Alas, the war fortress had not yet been completed when the beasts ravaged the land. Shortly thereafter, a secretary from the command hurriedly approached, whispering, "According to the reports from our divine bullcruiser, there are monsters afoot." "Indeed? How splendid." With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Modi responded, "Ah, the monsters have finally arrived. How thrilling. It seems the heavens have been favoring Tianlan all along. Excellent. The proud war fortress of Tianlan has been eagerly awaiting this moment. This battle is destined to etch itself into the annals of human history, ensuring that the greatness of Tianlan nation is forever remembered." Confidently, Morty turned to the citizens of Tianlan and declared, "People, I have just received word from the command center that a group of monsters is approaching our coastal waters." Upon hearing the news of the monsters' arrival, the citizens of Tianlan exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they became even more fervent, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Eagerly anticipating that the war fortress would achieve victory in its inaugural battle, astonishing the world. "Fear not, for we possess the war fortress." Indeed, it is the monsters who should be afraid. The entire world is helpless against these creatures, but only our Tianlan has the capability to eradicate them. Go forth, for Tianlan rises from the very shadows of these beasts. Do not question the source of their confidence. The people of Tianlan are unwavering in their belief. They possess the mightiest mech, the war fortress, capable of crushing the monsters underfoot. With hands raised to signal for silence, Morty continued with fervor. "Today is a day of glory for our Tianlan. The entire world is watching our every move. I hereby declare the war fortress to launch its assault on the southern city of Cash to eliminate the monsters." The citizens of Tianlan clenched their fists, and the curtain of their resurgence was drawn. 70 pilots took 10 minutes to board the war fortress. Its colossal form began to move, the treads causing the earth to tremble slightly as thick black smoke billowed, slowly departing. At that moment, audiences worldwide were somewhat taken aback. Wasn't it said that the monsters would only appear at the beginning of the month? However, upon witnessing the formidable war fortress, billowing thick black smoke as it advanced towards the city, one could not help but realize that the emergence of monsters might indeed follow no discernible pattern. Yet to rely on the war fortress to combat these beasts, the global audience harbored considerable doubts regarding its efficacy. For this mecha seemed to embody the collective grievances of all. Could it truly be, as that old fool Morty claimed, capable of vanquishing monsters? Reflecting on Morty's vague depictions of the creatures and the confidence of the Tianlan populace, the global spectators hesitated before reaching a tentative conclusion. Perhaps, maybe, it might just be able to defeat the monsters, especially given that the capital of Tianlan lay in close proximity to the coastal city. They awaited the war fortress to deliver a breathtaking performance. In the empire of Jinli, Pu Lang was utterly dumbfounded while watching the live broadcast from Tianlan. During the stream, Morty, that old curmudgeon, was putting on quite the show, captivating the world's attention without a hint of restraint. Did he not realize the true nature of the war fortress? While he praised its colossal frame and formidable armor as capable of crushing all, the stark reality was that it was merely a case of the thickest armor enduring the harshest blows. One could only fear that a mere swipe of a monster's tail would render this so-called strongest mecha in history utterly inoperative. Oh, for heaven's sake. That damned fool Morty must have indulged in too much cow urine the previous night. He had clearly not yet awakened from his stupor and was spouting nonsense. The expression on Pu Lang's face was nothing short of spectacular. The citizens of the Empire of Huanyan were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Simultaneously marveling at Moti's audacity, one cannot help but be astounded that he chose to flaunt his bravado before a global audience, even as the monstrous threat loomed ever closer. Henceforth, it seems that anyone attempting to display such ostentation will inevitably find their efforts diminished. Subsequently, a multitude flocked to Lin Chen's Weibo, inquiring whether the war fortress could inflict damage upon the beasts and how to navigate the impending crisis posed by these creatures. Lin Chen, engrossed in observing the physical training of the new recruits, was suddenly besieged by an incessant cacophony emanating from his phone. "Rest in place," he bellowed. Employing advanced three-dimensional technology to project a virtual large screen in midair, the newly halted trainees were left in awe, utterly captivated by the unprecedented display of technology that they had neither witnessed nor heard of before. The prospect of using such capabilities to view certain films was simply exhilarating. Aside from a few female trainees, the rest of the young men began to indulge in wild fantasies. On Weibo, the predominant inquiry among netizens was, "Professor Lin, can the war fortress indeed inflict harm upon the monsters?" It was a question that seemed so self-evident that it hardly warranted asking. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen utilized an authentic virtual keyboard to articulate his thoughts, thus igniting a fervor across the internet, with an array of questions flooding in. Given the increasing numbers of monsters, what should we do? This query emerged as the most frequently posed. A particularly observant female fan timidly inquired, "Do the three mechas have names?" Chapter 46. The monster was frightened indeed. The machine I operate is named the Tianlong, followed by the Lialong and Panlong. Once again, we have entered a period of intense physical training, remaining oblivious to the outside world. Even the live broadcast of the Tianlong Kingdom's war fortress striking the monsters was withheld from us. 2 more mechas are about to be commissioned. The subsequent mechs will be multiples of this number, perhaps even 100-fold. How impressive, my mechas! The names Tianlong, Lialong, and Panlong perfectly align with our radiant flame empire. Devoid of any flaw, they are simply exquisite. In terms of performance, aesthetics, and nomenclature, they utterly surpass the Tianlong Kingdom's war fortress. It turns out our mechas belong to the Dragon series. How incredibly cool! As time dwindles, discussions surrounding Lin Chen swiftly escalate among the empire's populace, rapidly soaring to the forefront of various social media platforms. A certain female celebrity recently stirred up quite a commotion, only to find her moment of fame fleeting. "Where's my trending spot?" the frustrated starlet lamented. In light of the new mecha developments, the public instinctively shifted their focus away from the entertainment industry's trivialities, channeling all their attention towards the mechas, their excitement palpable. Imagining a future where the skies are filled with mechas rising to combat the monsters, akin to harvesting wheat in successive waves, is simply exhilarating. At that moment, the Steeled Empire also received this news. After all, the mecha phenomenon in the Radiant Flame Empire had stirred quite the buzz, no longer a mere secret. This marks the third significant piece of news following the war fortress and the discovery of monsters. The first 2 pieces were manageable, but the third has left Pu Lang utterly unsettled. "Damn it, 2 more mechs are about to be commissioned?" Pu Lang's expression grew increasingly grim. Their own terrifying assassins had yet to be unveiled, and now that old relic, MOD, was stealing the spotlight. Compounded by the announcement of new mechs from the Huangyan Empire? Damn, such rapid progress surely indicates the Huangyan Empire is up to something. More alarmingly, Pu Lang discerned a far more dreadful implication. The mechs from the Huangyan Empire were on the verge of mass production. Terrifying. Once the Huangyan Empire's mechs reach scale, it is likely that global scientists will turn their attention away from the Jianli Empire, instead gravitating towards the Huangyan Empire, and signs of this shift are already emerging. To assert national strength, Pu Lang promptly contacted the head of the Underground Research Institute to inquire, "When can we unveil the terrifying assassins? Our populace is beginning to question the might of the Jianli Empire." The head of the Underground Research replied, "Trust me, the first unit is nearing completion, and the second is under construction. By the end of the month, we should have 2 terrifying assassins ready." Oh, damn it. It appears we will only be able to showcase our 2 terrifying assassins to the world at the beginning of next month, allowing everyone to recognize the strength of the Jianli Empire. Pu Lang was dissatisfied with this timeline. He hoped that following the unveiling of the terrifying assassins, there would be a grand spectacle of monster annihilation to astound the globe. Otherwise, if they made their debut without any monsters to eliminate, it would be exceedingly awkward, akin to something being conspicuously absent. In this distant land across the ocean, a colossal behemoth slowly approaches, accompanied by thick plumes of black smoke and a resounding roar. After refueling at 3 gas stations along the way, it seems determined to showcase the prowess of the war fortress to the world, unleashing its full power and advancing towards the southern shores of Cache City at a speed of 70 miles per hour. Global spectators are abuzz with commentary. astonished at the incredible swiftness of the war fortress. As it glides to the southern coast, it rendezvous with a legion already assembled there, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Its massive form, with over 40 cannon barrels, is now trained upon the coastline. It truly lives up to its name, transforming into a formidable bastion of warfare, brimming with overwhelming firepower. Before long, an unusual sight emerges on the distant horizon. Monsters begin to land. With a deafening cry, the creatures seem to sound the charge. Small monsters, obscuring the sun, take to the skies, while the final large monster reveals itself to the astonished onlookers. This monstrous entity is distinctly different from its predecessors, sporting an additional 2 pairs of wings, rendering it even more massive and terrifying, far surpassing the previous large monsters. In this moment, a hushed silence envelopes the global audience. A brand new monster has emerged. Oh my, could this be a new breed of creature? Is it possible that monsters possess different tiers? Good heavens. Will humanity be confined to the depths of the earth from now on? The audience was filled with a palpable sense of unease, as if the end of the world were nigh. Regardless of the global viewers' sentiments, the Steel Fortress and the warriors of Tianlan initiated their assault, determined to prevent the monstrosities from breaching the defenses and entering Cache City. For if the beasts were to infiltrate, the entire nation of Tianlan would be in peril. Boom. Bang. A cacophony of firepower rained down upon the creatures. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. In addition to fending off aerial assailants, they were compelled to engage the formidable giants. Thus, within less than half an hour, the line of defense formed by the Tianlan Legion and the war fortress began to falter. The war fortress itself began to retreat, as their artillery struggled to inflict any significant damage on the beasts. With a mighty swipe of a giant monster's tail, the war fortress fell to the ground. The citizens of Tianlan were left astonished. Truly, it was a miracle of the Tianlan nation. The war fortress had withstood a blow from the monsters, suffering no harm beyond its collapse. At that moment, the pilot inside the war fortress, disoriented from the impact, regained his composure and urgently shouted, "Increase power to the maximum. Activate the treads to lift our mech." The massive exhaust spewed forth a thick cloud of black smoke, directed at the beast in a furious barrage. The monsters recoiled a few steps, eager to distance themselves from this repulsive entity. The Empire of Huangyan. The Empire of Jianli. Global viewers were left bewildered. What on earth was this? Could it be that the most formidable weapon of the war fortress is not its 40 formidable cannons, but rather its colossal smokestack? Oh, what a predicament! Pulin, sitting before the television, buried his face in his hands, utterly at a loss for words. In that moment, the citizens of Tianlan Nation transformed their astonishment into sheer ecstasy. Did you see it, friends around the globe? This is the miracle of Tianlan Nation. The monster has been intimidated by the robust armor of the war fortress. Weep not, for our Tianlan Nation has truly risen. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to the heroic pilots who helped rid the world of the monstrous threat. In Chapter 47, an unprecedented display of pride unfolded. The cohesion of Tianlan Nation reached unparalleled heights as the collective sentiment of the populace swelled with pride at the war fortress's triumph over the monster. This was a pride born of resurgence. The war fortress continued to emit a thunderous roar, seemingly inciting the monster's fury. With a deafening roar, its 2 pairs of wings folded, unleashing a peculiar, eerie violet energy wave, followed by the wings flapping. Blue energy materialized into densely packed feathers of light, each measuring a meter in size, cascading towards the war fortress. In that moment, the world fell silent. Humanity gained a newfound understanding of the monster. Its attacks were not singular, but rather multifaceted. As we gazed upon the war fortress on the ground, it had become a sieve. The pride of Tianlan Nation, the most powerful mecha in history, along with its 70 pilots, had perished. To the global audience, Tianlan Nation may lack strength, but when it comes to ostentation, it undeniably reigns supreme. The opening was unprecedentedly grand, yet when faced with the monstrous foe, it crumbled to its knees. How could one possibly defend the Azure Planet with such inadequacies? The mechs of the Huang Flame Empire bore no semblance of comparison. The citizens of Tianlan were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank as they witnessed the war fortress being annihilated in an instant. Was the war fortress truly reduced to a mere sieve? All the proclamations of the strongest mech in history and the rise of Tianlan were nothing but deception spun by that old trickster, Morty. Meanwhile, in the Jelly Empire, Pu Lang laughed heartily, his gaze fixated intently on the colossal new monster displayed on the television. The terror emanating from this beast exceeded his wildest imaginations. A novel mode of attack? Although the practicality of the war fortress was rather lacking, it was, after all, a tank with considerable armor. Yet, it had been rendered to tatters by the creature's feather-like assault. Pu Lang's thoughts swiftly shifted. He had initially intended for the global debut of the terrifying killer next month. But the sight of the monster instilled fear within him. Could the terrifying killer truly contend with such a beast? He hastily contacted the underground research facility, instructing, quickly, keep the secrets of our terrifying killer tightly under wraps. It must not be leaked. We shall unveil it only when we possess dozens of these machines. The person in charge, somewhat taken aback, queried, wasn't it scheduled for next month? Damn it. Do you honestly believe our two massive spiders can triumph over those monsters? Pu Lang erupted in a fit of rage. He felt as though he was bearing the weight of the Jelly Empire's fate upon his shoulders. Moving forward, the grand cities of the Jelly Empire must be adorned with magnificent statues of the Liberty God, molded in their own likeness, for the world to behold. Pu Lang pondered for a moment, yet a sense of unease lingered within him, prompting yet another call to the foreign minister and the embassy in Tianlan. He declared, all communications with Tianlan must cease immediately, and our embassy should close its doors to any Tianlan nationals. Why? The nation would undoubtedly seek our military assistance. Do you wish for our soldiers to perish, you foolish imbeciles? In former times, Pu Lang would have readily accepted Tianlan's military support, but now, Tianlan has become a repugnant burden, loathsome to all who encounter it. The celebratory atmosphere that once enveloped Tianlan has vanished without a trace, leaving chaos in its wake. From a state of extreme pride and honor, they have plummeted into an abyss of despair. The once mighty war fortress of Tianlan is no more. A truth that is difficult to bear. Currently, the monstrous threat advances relentlessly towards Cache City, with the next target being the nearest capital of Tianlan. A wave of despair, sorrow, anxiety, and doubt spreads across the land. MOD, his face a mask of embarrassment, wondered how the once promising war fortress could meet such an untimely demise. Disappointment washed over him. He had hoped to showcase its might before a global audience. This is my oversight, he admitted. Our war fortress could only vanquish the large monsters of the past, and we underestimated the strength of this new breed. In a single breath, MOD shifted the blame entirely onto the monsters, asserting that it was not the inadequacy of the war fortress, but rather the enhanced ferocity of the adversaries. The citizens of Tianlan could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Are they still boasting? The monsters are nearly upon the capital, unable to devise any solutions. The crowd began to stir restlessly. We must urgently seek assistance from the Dominion of Jinli. Indeed, the Dominion of Jinli stands as the global hegemon. They undoubtedly possess the capability to vanquish the monstrous threats. However, dissenting voices soon emerged. Is the Dominion of Jinli truly benevolent? I find the Huahua Empire to be more dependable. They possess formidable mechs, and their people are genuinely amiable. As soon as this sentiment was expressed, it was met with scorn from the proud citizens of Tianlan. Seek aid from the Huahua Empire? Such an act would be utterly disgraceful. We shall resolutely refuse. After all, if the Huahua Empire cannot even contend with us, how could we possibly rely on them? Should they venture into Tianlan, our women would undoubtedly flock to them. Do you wish to be mere caretakers, raising another's offspring? For the sake of our women, we must not allow their intervention. The populace of Tianlan began to engage in fervent discussions, the discourse escalating from minor gatherings to a nationwide debate. Currently, Tianlan had the option to choose among the 5 great empires. However, 3 were swiftly dismissed, leaving only the Huahua Empire and the Dominion of Jinli. At this juncture, the choices lay in either seeking military assistance from the neighboring Huahua Empire or appealing to the far-off global hegemon, the Dominion of Jinli. Without a moment's hesitation, Modi firmly aligned with the Dominion of Jinli. After all, they are the global overlord, while the Huahua Empire had never even crossed their minds. Unless they were willing to annex the province of West XX into Tianlan, perhaps then Modi might consider requesting military aid from the Huahua Empire. As Modi mobilized the domestic legions to fend off the monsters, he contacted the Minister of Foreign Affairs, stating, reach out to the Empire of Jinli and inform them that Tianlan requires their assistance to combat the monsters. A flicker of joy crossed Morty's face. Salvation was at hand, for the Empire of Jinli possessed experience in eradicating monsters. They promised to dispatch several legions to assist us. Go to the embassy and seek their ambassador. Yet Morty urged calmness. Do not panic. Although we cannot rely on the Empire of Jinli, we must maintain our composure. Despite the loss of the war fortress, We still possess a true trump card that remains untapped. He spoke resolutely. In any case, we will not seek the aid of the Empire of Huangyin. Let that infuriate them. The two ministers, both domestic and foreign, exchanged glances, sensing Morty's underlying intent. Indeed, the world's most advanced motorcycle mobile unit, Morty declared. This motorcycle unit was not merely the pride of Tianlan, it was also its honor. It was this very force that had unveiled the formidable nature of Tianlan to the world. Morty and the two ministers shared a knowing smile. Do you dare to ask if the monsters fear us? Chapter 48. The nation of Gaka teams up to offer sacrifices. The eyes of the world remained fixated on the nation of Tianlan. Regaining his confidence, Morty proclaimed to instill hope in the populace, fear not, everyone. It is merely a monster, not a cause for concern. I shall now deploy our motorcycle mobile unit to exterminate the beasts. The global audience reacted. This old man Morty. Does he not tire of his theatrics? His proclamation ignited anticipation among the citizens of Tianlan. Many individuals harbor the hope that their nation can vanquish the monsters, rather than relying on others for assistance. In the Radiant Flame Empire, within the confines of the base, Lin Chen entrusted Lin Chen with a report regarding the training data of the new recruits. Upon perusing the document, he could not help but acknowledge the substantial progress these trainees had made. The previous training methods were no longer as effective for them. Thus, he resolved to allow them to experiment with mechas soon, granting them an understanding of their intricate structure. With a grand gesture, Lin Chen commanded a halt to their training and proclaimed, "Your recent performance has been commendable. In a few days, you shall commence mecha training." What? The 60 trainees were astonished and bewildered. Could this mean that before long, they too would pilot mechas like Lin Chen, soaring into the azure skies to confront various formidable monsters? A group of trainees departed the training ground, chattering and laughing, except for Yixian, the powerhouse of the pig farm, who approached Lin Chen instead. Together, they began to observe the live broadcast from Tianlan country. "Professor, they must be inquiring about the monsters." "Correct?" Lin Chen remarked. "Indeed. Their capital has been devastated," Lin Chen replied, pointing at the screen. Swarms of small monsters circled ominously in the sky, each dive claiming lives by the handful, if not more. As for the larger monsters, they were akin to relentless shredders. The radiant feathers emitted by their wings became the nightmares of Tianlan's warriors. I fear that even if the Tianlan kingdom were to muster sufficient forces, their capital might still face dire consequences. Fortunately, these monstrous creatures have not appeared in our glorious Huangyin Empire. Otherwise, Professor Lin would undoubtedly vanquish them with ease. Yixian suddenly shifted his gaze to Lin Chen. In their hearts, Lin Chen's piloting skills were unparalleled throughout history. Whenever he took the helm, no problem was insurmountable, be it piloting a mech or conducting scientific endeavors. If there ever came a day when Lin Chen were to assist in childbirth, Yixian would unhesitatingly place his trust in him. Am I mistaken, Lin Chen? The last time we witnessed Professor Lin combat the beasts, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yixian rambled on. Enough of your boasting. Let us wait and see whether the anxious Tianlan kingdom seeks our empire's aid or that of the Jianli Empire. Lin Chen expressed his impatience. I believe the Tianlan kingdom will ultimately turn to our empire for assistance, Yixian continued. Lin Chen, summon a few individuals to escort this chatterbox out, Lin Chen commanded. Moments later, several burly figures stormed into the training ground and, without hesitation, escorted Yixian out to avoid disturbing Lin Chen's viewing of the live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the Tianlan kingdom, the monsters had already invaded the outskirts of Cash City, leaving devastation in their wake. Countless Tianlan citizens, having chosen to trust MOD's words, found themselves buried beneath the rubble. This was a calamity. A single legion of the Tianlan kingdom was utterly incapable of resisting the monstrous onslaught. Undoubtedly, if the advance was not successfully halted, the beasts would breach the capital by noon tomorrow. Once the monsters invade the capital, the kingdom of Tianlan will be utterly doomed, and its citizens shall forever dwell in the shadow of monstrous assaults. Confronted with such a dire crisis, the legendary forces of Tianlan act with remarkable swiftness. Troops from several cities begin to converge towards a singular destination, each motorcycle bearing valiant warriors adorned with minimal insignia. Countless motorcycle battalions unite, advancing towards the city of Cash. The roar of motorcycles reverberates through the streets, creating a genuine torrent of steel, with thousands of motorcycles densely packed together. The citizens of Tianlan are no longer paralyzed by fear. Are our motorcycle brigades finally poised to engage in battle? Invincible! Invincible! We are grateful that the kingdom of Tianlan possesses such a formidable force dedicated to our protection. It is said that each member of the motorcycle brigade is a master of their craft. Indeed, this unit is steeped in legend. While friends around the globe may be unfamiliar with our culture, they are undoubtedly aware of this indomitable motorcycle battalion. The cheers of Tianlan rise once more. However, at this moment, viewers worldwide are struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Is that motley crew truly prepared for battle, or are they merely delivering groceries? If deemed a second-rate force, one might think the monsters could crush them all with relative ease, given their scattered formation. Yet, a single motorcycle capable of carrying 20 warriors. Soon, the motorcycle battalion surges into cache, ready to deliver a devastating blow to the monsters. The colossal beast gazed down at the multitude of tiny insects that had suddenly appeared on the ground, initially retreating several steps in fright. What on earth is this? This scene invigorated the morale of the motorcycle mechanized unit. Fire! At the command of their leader, the soldiers atop their motorcycles unleashed a torrent of artillery upon the creature. In an instant, smoke and dust enveloped the gigantic beast, and even the surrounding structures crumbled under the onslaught. After a prolonged silence, the order to cease fire was given. The colossal creature lay still, as if lifeless, amidst the tranquil aftermath. In that moment, the nation of Tianlan erupted in jubilation. We have triumphed. The glory of Tianlan. The citizens rejoiced, dismissing the so-called 5 great empires as mere fabrications, paper tigers. With the motorcycle mechanized unit's emergence, they could vanquish any deity or Buddha that stood in their way. Morty smiled faintly, recognizing that this event was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Just then, as the smoke cleared, the beast remained unscathed, contrary to the injuries people had envisioned. A furious roar erupted. The beast was enraged, summoning its companions. In an instant, smaller monsters began to circle ominously above the area. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. The wings of the colossal beast folded, gathering countless blue energy particles. Then fanned out, unleashing a torrent of blue luminescent feathers that descended upon the motorcycle mechanized unit like rain. Several Tianlan warriors on their motorcycles were pierced by the radiant feathers, emitting haunting cries of despair. The smaller beasts commenced their assault, often resulting in the annihilation of an entire motorcycle crew with a single dive. Subsequently, the giant beast could easily crush a swath of soldiers beneath its foot, or devour dozens of Tianlan warriors in one bite. The monsters never anticipated how the originally scattered little reptiles would converge, as if they were collectively seeking their demise. So be it as you wish. The monsters revel, while the Tianlan warriors scream in agony. Blood stains the nearby streets. Global spectators are rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had expected the formidable motorcycle task force to achieve remarkable feats. However, they now find themselves unwittingly offering their lives to the monsters. Reports. Chapter 49. It turns out that showing off comes at a cost. This is a collective march to death. Incredible, 60 Tianlan warriors were swiftly devoured by the monsters. At this moment, global audiences are taken aback. As expected of the unflappable Tianlan warriors, they are indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the citizens of Tianlan are in despair, weeping uncontrollably. This blow is simply too severe, wailing. Impossible, it must be a lie, the motorcycle task force is invincible. Their mental state has utterly shattered. Just a moment ago, thousands of motorcycles, carrying countless composed warriors, were advancing triumphantly towards Cache City. In the next instant, they are thrown into chaos, as even a slight delay could result in a massacre by the monsters. The dream of Tianlan's rise has come crashing down. Countless Tianlan citizens begin to question their homeland. That old fellow, Morty, claimed that our war fortress was the mightiest mech in history, yet it was swiftly defeated by the monsters. Morty also asserted that our motorcycle task force could annihilate the monsters, only for them to end up as mere offerings. In an instantaneous shift, the kingdom of Tianlan transitioned from an attitude of overwhelming pride and disdain for all to one of utter humility, realizing that it was merely the old fool MOD posturing. MOD's complexion paled dramatically, with the loss of the kingdom's 2 greatest prides. What means did they possess to combat the beasts? Quickly, seek military assistance from the Jianli Empire. MOD frantically shouted to the Minister of Internal Affairs. I regret to inform you that we have completely lost contact with the Jianli Empire, came the disheartening reply. MOD was at a loss. Unable to suppress the thought, would it be appropriate to appeal to the Huangyan Empire in such a humiliating manner? He resolved never to stoop so low. Mobilize all our Tianlan warriors to Cache City to eradicate the monsters. MOD spoke through gritted teeth, realizing that posturing comes at a price. With the loss of our war fortress and motorized units, did he still expect to act recklessly? The Minister of Foreign Affairs bluntly stated, "Perhaps we should seek assistance from the Huanyan Empire." MOD seethed in frustration. Meanwhile, at the Huanyan Empire's base in City J, a video call from the command center unexpectedly appeared before Lin Chen. "Hello, Lin Chen. The Empire has just received a military request from the Kingdom of Tianlan, and we wish to seek your opinion." The command center sounded exasperated. An opportunity to assert national prestige was almost immediately agreed upon, only to realize they had no authority to mobilize forces from this base, as there could be countless reasons for refusal, especially given Lin Chen's close ties with the Grand Princess. "So your implication is that you want me to go?" Lin Chen inquired. "I'm afraid they are not capable of flight." The leadership was collectively disheartened. Could it be that scientists were once again summoned to confront the monstrous beasts? "I am willing to take on this challenge, provided that the Kingdom of Tianlan agrees to my terms." Lin Chen contemplated this. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. It was time for the trainees to witness the brutal reality of mechs firsthand. Moreover, it would allow the world to behold the might of mechs, fostering a global reliance on the base, and I could also present certain demands to the Kingdom of Tianlan. The leadership was taken aback. Such opportunities to showcase national strength were rare, yet Lin Chen audaciously sought conditions. His demands included the carcasses of the beasts, various minerals, gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, timber, natural gas, and so forth. Notably, he made no mention of monetary compensation from the Kingdom of Tianlan. In the Kingdom of Tianlan, the response was one of incredulity. The shameless empire of Huanyan was clearly taking advantage of the situation, and to expect assistance from them was already a concession, yet they had the audacity to negotiate terms? Upon witnessing the excessive demands put forth by the Empire of Huanyan, MOD was infuriated and shouted in exasperation, "I refuse to believe that our valiant Tianlan warriors cannot vanquish these monsters." Several elders of the Kingdom of Tianlan entered the Emperor's palace with grave expressions, confronting MOD with a barrage of reprimands. "What do you intend to do? Your bravado brings you satisfaction, but have you considered the heavy price our nation has paid?" MOD was rendered speechless. One of the senior elders turned to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and remarked, "The conditions proposed by the Empire of Huanyan are rather severe. Perhaps we should inquire if high-quality bovine urine could offset some of the material demands." The foreign minister contacted the leadership of the Huanyan Empire and, after a few words, turned to the elder with a countenance that was decidedly grim, stating, "The Huanyan Empire considers your request utterly absurd." Following this, a lengthy negotiation ensued at the Elder Council of Tianlan Kingdom, lasting nearly an hour. Both parties remained steadfast in their positions. Yet upon witnessing the monstrous threat advancing towards the capital of Tianlan Kingdom, the council, despite their reluctance, ultimately capitulated to the daunting terms proposed. The demands included gold and silver quantified by the ton, timber measured in millions of tons, and heavy metals in tens of millions of tons. However, Tianlan Kingdom stipulated one condition. The details of these terms must remain confidential, ensuring that the citizens would not endure any humiliation. Soon, news of the Huanyan Empire's impending military assistance to Tianlan Kingdom spread throughout the land. The populace erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Is the Huanyan Empire truly here to rescue us? We were once their vassal. This is the true essence of imperial grace. This is a testament to enduring friendship in times of adversity. Long live camaraderie. My daughter shall certainly marry a man from the Huanyan Empire. Their men embody strength and chivalry." This announcement moved countless citizens of Tianlan Kingdom to tears of gratitude. Although they had harbored resentment towards their formidable neighbor, they now recognized that the Huanyan Empire had offered assistance without any strings attached, leading the people to realize that they had misjudged the empire all along. At this moment, Pu Lang, who was watching the live broadcast, could no longer contain his disdain and mockery. How could the Tianlan nation be so foolish? Naively believing this was an act of charity? You are all deluding yourselves. Meanwhile, the Empire of Huanyan had already commenced its preparations. The formidable 15th Legion marched towards the Tianlan Kingdom, poised to seize the supplies. Simultaneously, an enormous hovering transport aircraft gracefully descended onto the runway outside the base. All the cadets boarded the aircraft, ready to witness the clash between mechas and monsters firsthand. "I trust you are mentally prepared for what lies ahead," Lin Chen announced as he waved his hand. The 3 rows of anxious cadets began to board, followed by numerous researchers and journalists. The flight deck, bearing the Tianlan, was also loaded onto the aircraft. This vessel, heralded as the savior of the Tianlan kingdom, commenced its ascent. At this moment, the world erupted in fervent discussion. The antics of the venerable elder MOD had rendered the transformed war fortress and motorcycle task force utterly unimpressive, as they were relentlessly pummeled by the monsters. But what of the mechas of the Empire of Huang Yin? Surely, perhaps, it would be fine. After all, the world had previously witnessed the formidable prowess of Huang Yin's mechas. Despite their modest size, their agility and operational capabilities had shattered all preconceived notions. The last battle had taken place under the veil of night, with blurry visuals. However, this was now a daytime confrontation. Global spectators were eagerly anticipating the forthcoming epic spectacle of battle, as the stage was set for the ultimate showdown between mechas and monsters. Chapter 50. Reinforcements have arrived. The journey from the Empire of Huayin to the city of Cash in Tianlan is anticipated to take 6 hours, after which mechs will be deployed over the city. During the flight, Cash has descended into utter chaos. Robberies, vandalism, and the forced intrusion into homes in search of women have become rampant, leaving no semblance of order. The warriors of Tianlan bravely unleash their firepower against the monsters, while the refugees frantically flee towards the outskirts of the city. Tianlan's bandits, emboldened by desperation, commit heinous acts, transforming into beasts at the sight of beautiful women and murderers in the presence of the affluent. Some even begin to launch assaults on the Tianlan warriors. The flames of war have ignited, smoke fills the air, and atrocities spread like contagion. This has become a city of madness and moral decay. The monsters continue their wanton destruction throughout the city, with no force capable of countering the beings from the dimensional abyss. The colossal forms of the larger monsters obliterate buildings with each step, while the smaller ones, akin to hawks soaring in the sky, relentlessly prey upon the helpless creatures below. The monsters advance mercilessly. The people of Tianlan hear the thunderous roars, as if ensnared in an unimaginable nightmare, desperately wailing in their flight. The monsters are like reapers of life, claiming souls in this calamity at every moment. As they flee, the people cry out in anguish and curse. "Oh, my wife and a group of villains perish beneath the feet of the monsters. Buddha, please unleash your wrath to vanquish these beasts." Cursed Morty. His mind must be filled with filth. I shall never again place my trust in Morty's words. He is solely concerned with his own pretense, indifferent to the plight of the populace. Why has the military support from the Huangyan Empire yet to arrive? If it does not come soon, I shall perish. Huangyan Empire, hasten to avenge me, for I have witnessed the monstrous horrors. I saw my beloved. The people of Tianlan nation scurry like ants beneath the feet of the beasts, their faces etched with guilt, anguish, and other negative emotions. Soon after, a colossal shadow looms, leaving not only a vast pit in the ground but also pools of crimson liquid. Any attempt to flee or scream proves futile against the monstrosities. Even if one escapes the wrath of the larger beasts, the smaller ones relentlessly hunt the little insects. The monsters rampage unchecked, threatening to obliterate the greater part of Cash City. Roar. The beasts howl, becoming ever more savage, resembling colossal instruments of slaughter. They wreak havoc upon the entirety of Cash City. A group of villains pursues a young girl from Tianlan, eager to indulge in their depraved desires, when suddenly a massive shadow descends, silencing the area. Thieves vandalize the roadside shops, and a small beast, swift as the wind, dives, raising a cloud of dust, reducing the store to ruins. Such occurrences transpire repeatedly, with no vengeful spirits remaining amidst the monster's rampage. Morty, stationed in the capital of Tianlan, gazes through his telescope towards Cash City, where he can already discern the silhouette of the monstrous figure. It is formidable and terrifying, possessing an overwhelming visual impact, particularly with its skin cloaked in a deep crimson hue, evoking a sensation that sends shivers down one's spine and weakens the knees. Farewell to the once thriving city of Cash, where only a scant few buildings stand intact, overshadowed by the dark throngs of the suspected Tianlan populace fleeing in all directions. Morty feels a pang of sorrow. While indulging in ostentation today was exhilarating, it seems a futile endeavor. When will aid from the Empire of Huangyan arrive? Morty's voice begins to tremble. Approximately 3 hours from now, the Minister of Internal Affairs replies. They must hasten. Our nation of Tianlan can offer them a greater price, as long as we can prevent the monsters from breaching our capital. Morty had initially contemplated some underhanded schemes, but realizing the monsters are drawing near to the capital, he fears that any mischief discovered by the Empire of Huangyan would lead them to abandon their support, leaving Tianlan to contend with the beasts alone. After a long wait, 2 hours later, A large transport aircraft enters the airspace of Tianlan. At this moment, the entire populace is aware that it is an aircraft from the Empire of Huangyan, carrying small yet extraordinarily powerful mechs. They have finally arrived. Given the Empire's previous effortless annihilation of the monsters, the desperate citizens of Tianlan express no skepticism, unanimously believing that the Empire will surely eradicate the beasts and avenge the people of Cash. The citizens of Tianlan await anxiously, continuously relaying the news. They are coming. They are coming. I see a colossal transport plane from the Empire of Huangyan. Quickly raise the flag of the glorious Flame Empire to welcome them. They are approaching Medisia at an astonishing speed. How impressive. Soon, as the transport aircraft traverses each city, a resplendent red banner adorned with a golden dragon ascends, marking the presence of the glorious Flame Empire. It appears as if the flags themselves are guiding the way, stretching endlessly towards the capital of Tianlan. On board, Lin Chen gazes calmly at the scene below. I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from taking such risks. Should anything unforeseen occur, the base will be unable to produce any mechas, cautioned the base inspector, Sun Hui. You underestimate my piloting skills, I assure you. I am unparalleled in the realm of mecha operation, Lin Chen replied, his demeanor unperturbed. In contrast, the trainees displayed palpable tension, as though they were preparing to engage in battle themselves. However, what is there to consider? Have you forgotten who holds authority at the base? As Lin Chen spoke, he began changing into his uniform, the aircraft nearing the airspace of Cash City. The sounds from above drew nearer to the capital of Tianlan. At that moment, the citizens of Tianlan could discern a small black dot gradually transforming into a large transport aircraft without the need for binoculars. Finally, support has arrived. Without my series of strategic measures, our capital might have already succumbed to the ravages of monsters. Holding a telescope, MOD exhaled in relief and began to boast to the interior and exterior ministers, as well as the council of elders behind him. The crowd was instantly defeated by Morty, their inner turmoil resembling a stampede of wild alpacas. Had it not been for Morty's ostentatious display before the global audience, the kingdom of Tianlan would not have had to endure such grievous consequences. And now, he was at it again, flaunting his bravado. At this moment, the citizens of Tianlan had coalesced into a sea of crimson, fervently cheering. The impact of Morty's actions weighed heavily upon them. In such a dire situation, any formidable support represented a glimmer of hope for the people of Tianlan. As the transport aircraft exited the borders of Tianlan, the pilot immediately reported via headset. Report, our transport aircraft cannot reach the airspace over Cash City. Should we proceed with the drop? The rear door of the transport aircraft slowly opened. With a whoosh, the Dragon of Heaven emerged from the aircraft, soaring towards Cash City with a trail of blue flames. It was undeniably spectacular. Chapter 51, A Devastating Onslaught. At this moment, as the Dragon of Heaven appeared from the transport aircraft, the eyes of the world were upon it. This marked the second combat mission for the Dragon of Heaven. As a representation of humanity's pinnacle of technology, the Dragon of Heaven undeniably held the title of the foremost combat machine, having genuinely annihilated monsters through its own prowess. Unlike the Empire of Jianli in the Kingdom of Xiya, which merely wore their foes down gradually. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Empire of Huangyan were the most apprehensive. Was it Lin Chen again? Why was this scientist, instead of diligently researching peculiar phenomena, so enamored with piloting a mecha into battle? Could it be that engaging in such combat against monsters was truly exhilarating, rendering one utterly captivated? The global audience, upon witnessing the emergence of the celestial dragon, felt an immediate surge of vitality in the previously stagnant atmosphere, even rallying friends and family to share in the experience. It evoked a cinematic grandeur. Indeed, our formidable empire boasts mechas that far surpass those of the glorious Flame Empire by a staggering magnitude. My wife is secretly captivated. What should I do? Should I allow her to ponder the meaning of life? How magnificent! If I possessed such a mecha, I would undoubtedly embrace it while sleeping. Otherwise, my rest would feel incomplete. As the mechas of the glorious Flame Empire approached the devastated city of Catcher, the global audience fell into a hushed anticipation, their eyes fixated on each unfolding scene. With a swift motion, Lin Chen piloted the celestial dragon, charging at a small monster with astonishing speed. Transformation. It shifted from fighter jet form to humanoid shape. The celestial dragon wielded a sword forged from ultra-hard chrome in its left hand and a massive rifle in its right. This spectacle ignited the hearts of viewers worldwide. The striking exterior of the celestial dragon, illuminated by the setting sun, bathed its white chassis in a resplendent golden glow. The audience erupted in excitement. Regardless of practicality, its aesthetic alone would earn it a perfect score. At this moment, above the ravaged city of Catcher, a small monster, having strayed from its pack, ceased its rampage. In the next instant, the celestial dragon raised its right arm, aiming the rifle and pulling the trigger. The sound echoed as bullets, akin to cannon fire, obliterated the small monster into a mist of crimson. This is truly a force to be reckoned with. In a world where humanity is exhausted from battling monstrous adversaries, only mechs stand as mankind's ultimate weapon. In the distance, several armed helicopters from the Tianlan nation soared with unprecedented morale, while the ground troops erupted in cheers. Shortly thereafter, the Tianlong made its purpose as the ultimate weapon abundantly clear, as the small monsters circling in the sky were swiftly annihilated by Lin Chen and his machine. The world was left in astonishment, perhaps, but more so in disbelief. A singular thought resonated within each individual: such formidable piloting skills. After vanquishing the small monsters, a transport aircraft from the Huangyan Empire swiftly dropped a rifle before retreating, with its ammunition replenished. The Tianlong approached the final monster, the last of its kind and a far more formidable foe than its predecessors. This unprecedented mode of attack shattered all prior notions of monsters. The large creature ceased its rampage through the scant structures of Cache City, leaving many refugees from Tianlan Nation clinging to survival. It tilted its massive head, sensing the threat posed by this great reptile, whose emergence had led to the obliteration of its kin. The ultimate showdown was imminent, a battle between humanity piloting mechs and the monstrous fiends. Tianlong versus the beast, who will emerge victorious, shall soon be revealed to the world. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Tianlan Nation continued to transmit across the globe, with countless anxious viewers fixated on their screens, eagerly anticipating the mech's triumph over the monster. Pu Lang was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment when the monstrous entity would reduce the mechas of the glorious Flame Empire to mere scrap metal, paving the way for the formidable assassins of the future empire. "Let us go," Lin Chen said with an air of tranquility, gazing at the creature that loomed 100 meters ahead. This battle could only end in victory, never defeat. With a swift motion, the Tianlong initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of bullets that detonated against the monster's protective shield. In the blink of an eye, 5 energy shields were shattered. A furious roar erupted from the beast as it ascended, its wings gathering azure energy, unleashing a torrent of radiant feathers towards the Tianlong. At this moment, viewers worldwide collectively inhaled sharply. The terror of those luminous feathers had already been validated by the motorcycle brigade, possessing extraordinary penetrating power and the ability to lock onto adversaries. The audience's hearts raced, for even a single feather could puncture the Tianlong with countless holes. However, upon witnessing the response of the glorious Flame Empire's mechas, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, most spectators had already soaked through with sweat, fully immersed in the experience aboard the mecha, which was undeniably impressive. The mecha swiftly retreated in its fighter jet form, increasing the distance before unleashing a barrage comparable to cannon fire, obliterating over half of the energy feathers. At that moment, the global audience became acutely aware of a grave concern. Were the mechas truly this formidable? Astonished, they questioned, "How is this possible? If they can launch such artillery, why can't our military?" The assessment from the upper levels was clear. Foolishness had been duly recognized. Let me elucidate. The accuracy of human operators utilizing heavy weaponry is notoriously low. However, employing mechs significantly enhances this precision. Moreover, the agility afforded by mech movement allows one to effortlessly maintain a strategic advantage. It is worth noting that no matter how formidable ground artillery may be, it cannot thwart the onslaught of monstrous entities. Only rapid mobility proves to be the most effective countermeasure. As the audience engaged in spirited discussion, Lin Chen had already employed his battle sword to shatter the remaining luminous projectiles that had been pursuing him. With a swift motion, he propelled the dragon into a sudden acceleration, transforming into humanoid form just before colliding with the beast. Utilizing the firepower of his rifle, he resumed targeting the creature's protective shield, firing with precision. The monster circled relentlessly, attempting to rend the dragon asunder, while Lin Chen adeptly utilized his mech's agility to engage and retreat, persistently depleting the creature's energy shield. A cacophony of explosions resonated as Lin Chen accelerated into the distance to create space between himself and the beast before executing a rapid return. The monster roared in fury, its massive jaws gaping as it lunged towards the dragon. The impending collision between the mech and the beast loomed, a starkly uneven confrontation, with the dragon merely a tenth the size of its adversary. Yet, Lin Chen was no fool. Rather, he was an intellectual powerhouse, a veritable prodigy in piloting. "Let us go," Lin Chen declared, his gaze fixed resolutely on the approaching monster. In a moment of critical urgency, with less than 5 meters separating them, the dragon's formidable thrust altered its trajectory, propelling it upwards. The mech soared above the monster's head, and with a sudden strike, the battle sword plunged into the creature's skull. Instantly, the global audience was left in a state of astonishment. As dusk descends, visibility remains remarkably clear. Unlike the obscured sight of the monstrous creature from the Empire of Blazing Flames during the night. Thus, the unfolding events are much more discernible. Astonishingly, everyone erupts in disbelief. How on earth is this possible? The sheer might of the mech is bewildering. What kind of propulsion could allow such a rapid change in direction? Then, as the colossal sword's hilt is seen embedded in the creature's skull, a collective gasp escapes the audience worldwide. Surely, the creature must be dead now? In Chapter 52, the mech's fame is cemented as the enormous battle sword is driven deeply into the beast's head. It is inconceivable that the creature could still be alive. No one would believe it. Pu Lang, in a fit of rage, clutches his hair and exclaims vehemently, "Impossible. I refuse to believe that the monster could perish." Meanwhile, the underground research facility of the Empire of Resolute Silence falls into a hushed silence, questioning whether this global broadcast is merely a scene from some science fiction film. What kind of power source is this? What sort of maneuvering is being employed? It is utterly unfathomable and astonishingly impressive. In stark contrast, the terrifying killer currently under urgent construction pales in comparison. The mech from the Empire of Blazing Flames is far superior, its aesthetics leaving the monstrous arachnoid looking utterly unremarkable. At this moment, the creature has not met its demise. It roars in fury, prompting a wave of anxiety among the global audience. Despite the massive sword piercing its skull, the beast's vitality is remarkably resilient. How could they possibly continue the fight? Yet, the Tianlong swiftly retaliates, withdrawing the battle sword and extending its right palm. The freezing projectile is fully loaded. A formidable freezing shell penetrated the wound in the monster's head. Despite its modest size, this shell possesses the capability to freeze an extensive area of water, transforming it into a thick layer of ice. Inflicting damage from within is invariably more effective than an external assault. The freezing shell unleashed its power approximately 5 meters deep within the monster's cranium, causing its central nervous system and blood to crystallize into ice even colder than the frost itself. The monster's thick neck twisted to glance at the Tianlong, then plummeted from the sky, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. Crackling sounds echoed as the creature's colossal form was enveloped in thick ice crystals, resembling a grand ice sculpture shimmering brilliantly in the glow of the setting sun. This beast, the last of its kind, fell utterly silent, devoid of any breath. The architect of the devastation that befell Cash City was truly vanquished. The battle between the mechs of the Huangyan Empire and this behemoth lasted less than half an hour. At this moment, the global audience was enveloped in a profound silence, oblivious to the dampness that had settled upon them. They gazed at the mech illuminated by the dying light of the sun, swallowing hard as they witnessed its solitary stand against the tide of chaos. Much like the plot of an anime, it emerged as a genuine savior, single-handedly rescuing the capital of Tianlong and countless Tianlong citizens. Subsequently, the viewers erupted in fervent discussions. The monster has perished just like that? How exactly did it meet its end, and how did its body become encased in ice? Its speed was astonishing. Swifter than my own hand. The mecha is formidable, and its pilot is even more exceptional, undoubtedly exhibiting the legendary prowess of a master operator. After 18 years of experience, even the female driver humbles herself before such skill. I yearn to meet this pilot and experience firsthand his unparalleled driving techniques for a night. This is an exceedingly unfair battle. Despite the Tianlong's past triumph in vanquishing a beast, the audience never anticipated such an effortless victory. How precisely did he slay the monster? Why did the creature freeze into ice? This remains an enigma. Regardless, viewers from around the globe, along with various factions, must reassess the mecha of the Huangyan Empire. Though diminutive in stature, it possesses extraordinary mobility. The agile machine seems to move as if it were an extension of the pilot's own body. What manner of operation could achieve such finesse? Could it be akin to maneuvering a digger? That seems utterly absurd. Many have begun to harbor a profound curiosity about the mechs of the Huangyan Empire. Upon witnessing the beast's demise, The most fervent cheers erupted from the citizens of Tianlan, who found themselves engulfed in a frenzy more terrifying than any religious fervor. Gratitude fills the air as the Huingian Empire avenges my wife. I bore witness to her being dragged away by a horde of brutish men. Her heart-wrenching screams echoing in my ears, yet I was powerless to intervene. If only I had arrived a minute earlier. Perhaps I could have thwarted the assailants from abducting my beloved. We have been saved, albeit I am now the sole survivor of my family. Were it not for the assistance of the Huingian Empire, the monster would have wrought devastation upon the nation of Tianlan. I extend my gratitude to the Empire of Huingian for their assistance. They are certainly superior to that wretched group from the Empire of Jinli. My daughter must wed a man from Huingian, for they embody true masculinity. It is said that their physiques are robust, far more enduring than those of the men from TNLN. The citizens of TNLN are jubilantly celebrating the slaying of the monstrous beast, expressing their gratitude to the Empire of Huingian. The cheers echo through every street and alley, crescendoing with fervor. In fact, numerous places have even crafted images of the TNLN to hang high as symbols of TNLN's savior. However, Lin Chen's intentions are not solely altruistic. He harbors three objectives. First, to expose his students to the brutal realities of battle, thereby enhancing their psychological resilience. Second, to acquire additional resources, such as the monster's remains, as well as precious metals and materials. And third, to gain renown and accrue admiration. The events have unfolded remarkably smoothly, and the beast has been vanquished. Yet he feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. Shouldn't there be gratitude extended to the pilots? The Council of Elders and the Ministers of Internal and External Affairs stand elated, for the monster has finally been slain. Although the city of KCH has been devastated, this loss pales in comparison to the calamities faced by the Empire of Jinli and the Kingdom of XY. Is this truly the conclusion? It seems to Lin Chen that the Empire of Huingian has exerted minimal effort. He feels a sense of loss, even questioning whether this monstrous beast might have been a ploy orchestrated by the Empire of Huingian. Why did the beast assault the TNLN warriors with such ferocity, as if under some potent influence? Every attack seems to claim the lives of countless TNLN soldiers indiscriminately. It was precisely this towering three-story mech that sent those arrogant and formidable monsters fleeing in terror. What, indeed, differentiates the war fortress from the mechs of the Radiant Flame Empire? How infuriating. Meanwhile, netizens from the Radiant Flame Empire express their pride in Lin Chen. He has truly marked the first occasion in history when the Empire's prestige has been proclaimed abroad, witnessing countless Tianlan citizens chanting in fervor during the live broadcast. The self-esteem of the Empire's populace has reached unprecedented heights. The people unanimously believe that scientists should emulate Lin Chen's multifaceted talents. Any scientist incapable of piloting a mech is deemed inadequate. If Lin Chen were to suddenly father a child, they would undoubtedly accept it without question, for there seems to be nothing in this world that Lin Chen cannot accomplish. Following this battle, the mech has achieved renown. Having emerged unscathed while vanquishing monsters on 2 consecutive occasions, what does this signify? It represents the formidable strength of the mech and the exceptional skills of its pilot. It suggests that the Radiant Flame Empire will gradually establish itself as the world's principal force in combating monsters. Over time, the entire world may come to rely on the Radiant Flame Empire. For instance, considering the current predicament of Tianlan. In the event of future monster assaults that they cannot withstand, they will undoubtedly be the first to seek assistance from the Radiant Flame Empire. Consequently, certain individuals have begun to feel restless. If the Radiant Flame Empire continues to excel, what future is left for the other great empires? Chapter 53. Inscribe me in your textbooks. The other great empires felt the pressure emanating from the glorious Flame Empire. A pressure stemming from the current predicament posed by monstrous creatures and the emergence of formidable mechs. The central authority of the Steel Empire was enveloped in silence. This time, they gained a more profound understanding of the technologies exhibited by the mechs of the glorious Flame Empire, whether it was the power sources or the operational techniques. These were the very conundrums that the Steel Empire yearned to resolve. The Steel Empire was not devoid of mechs. Their terrifying assassins were under construction. Yet, as long as the mechs of the glorious Flame Empire existed, could they dare to present their dreadful assassins? Pu Lang inhaled deeply and commanded the Foreign Affairs Minister, stating, "If only Lin Chen were a talent of our Steel Empire, then such magnificent mechs would rightfully belong to us. Immediately gather all intelligence on Lin Chen and spare no effort in enticing him to our side." Spare no effort? Indeed, if he is fond of women, we shall present him with tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauties. If he is enamored with wealth, we shall shower him with gold, silver, and jewels. Pu Lang rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of responsibility for the Steel Empire. If it were not for him, it wouldn't be long before the great Steel Empire might collectively find themselves speaking the tongue of the glorious Flame Empire. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs interjected, noting, recently, numerous voices of doubt regarding our central authority have emerged, questioning whether the Empire possesses the capability to vanquish the monsters and ensure the safety of its citizens. Damn it, it must be some foolish swine envious of the glorious Flame Empire's ease in eliminating monsters while we struggle. Pu Lang retorted. Indeed. It is precisely due to the emergence of the mechs from the Huangyan Empire that discontent has begun to brew among the populace of the Jianli Empire. After all, if they possess such advanced technology, why does the globally dominant Jianli Empire lack it? The prospect of effortlessly vanquishing monsters has certainly captured the public's imagination. Recently, the underground research facility has made significant strides in studying the remains of these monsters, extracting a liquid imbued with a mysterious and potent energy. This substance possesses terrifying destructive capabilities. If we were to apply this liquid in the realm of weaponry, could we not? After all, this is derived from the very beings we seek to combat, and thus should prove effective. Furthermore, the rapid advancement of the Huangyan Empire has prompted me to intensify our countermeasures, including raising taxes and notifying major trading nations of our capability to safeguard the world, compelling them to align with us and isolate the Huangyan Empire. Pu Lang swiftly resolved to take decisive action against the Huangyan Empire to thwart any future aspirations of global dominance. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded, and the Foreign Affairs Minister began drafting a document to ensure the unassailable position of the Jianli Empire. In contrast to the Jianli Empire's machinations, the Polar Empire has also sensed a looming threat from its neighbor, the Huangyan Empire, albeit their response appears rather straightforward, with signs of a clandestine military assembly emerging. Meanwhile, in the Tianlan Kingdom, Lin Chen, hailed as the savior of the realm, is receiving heartfelt gratitude from MOD. Greetings. Hello. Lin Chen and MOD exchange brief self-introductions. Subsequently, alongside Morty, the Minister of Internal and External Affairs, and the Council of Elders collectively gasped in astonishment. It was Lin Chen, the very genius behind the invention of the mechas. This revelation implied that the Kingdom of Tianlan had indeed acquired mechas. Morty's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, I never anticipated that the Empire of Huangyan would dispatch such a distinguished scientist. Truly, it exemplifies the grandeur of the Empire. In fact, we once contemplated inviting Professor Lin to join our Kingdom of Tianlan to contribute to the world in a modest capacity. Let us return to the matter at hand. I now represent the Empire of Huangyan to formally notify your nation that, as per our agreement, our personnel will arrive in 2 days to receive various materials. Additionally, the carcass of that monster also belongs to us, so please refrain from tampering with it. Lin Chen had no inclination to engage in trivial banter with Morty. Morty chuckled awkwardly. Let us set aside the matter of materials for now. Professor Lin, you see, these are our citizens of Tianlan. I wonder what your thoughts are on experiencing the exotic charm of our land? His intention was clear. He wished to entice Lin Chen to remain. Morty envisioned arranging for 100 beautiful maidens to ensure Lin Chen would be utterly captivated. Lin Chen, however, displayed an air of indifference. In the Empire of Huangyan, he enjoyed the adoration of millions of fans. Surely among them were countless beauties? With a mere flick of his fingers, he could indulge freely in such pleasures. Could we possibly lower the standards for the materials? The quantity is rather excessive, he remarked. Moreover, your swift extermination of the monster has left us with a sense of being deceived. Morty appeared disheartened. However, if you could ensure that my accomplishments today are recorded in your textbooks, I could authorize a reduction of the materials by half. That would certainly be feasible. Lin Chen asserted. MOT was on the verge of bloodshed. The textbooks of the Tianlan Kingdom extolling Lin Chen? Absolutely preposterous. What kind of absurdity is this? Will future textbooks depict MOT, the Emperor of the Tianlan Kingdom, suffering 2 consecutive failures in grandstanding, resulting in a monster invasion, and in desperation, beseeching Lin Chen of the Huangyan Empire to eliminate the beasts? Very well, we shall arrange that promptly. MOT clutched his chest, feeling an agonizing throb in his heart. Before a global audience, he had suffered 2 failures in his ostentation. The war bastion was lost, the motorcycle mechanized division was reduced to mere skeletal remains, and Catcher City lay in ruins. Now, he was also obligated to pay a substantial fee to the Huanyan Empire. In the future, should there be any need, they could always reach out. The Tianlan Kingdom was a long-standing client, and I could personally ensure you receive preferential treatment. Mot felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He resolved never to engage in such folly again. Even if he felt utterly miserable, he would suppress it. The price of ostentation was simply too great. At that moment, another monster's carcass was added to the base, and at Lin Chen's request. The Empire urgently dispatched a research team of hundreds. Of course, it was these researchers who would delve into the study of the monsters. Lin Chen had no spare time for such scientific endeavors. His days were almost entirely consumed with training the cadets. This is the pressurization chamber. This is the point-to-G mode launch, and this is the emergency landing procedure. Very well, do you have any further questions? Lin Chen employed simulation technology to replicate the various operational methods of the Tianlong. The cadets officially entered their final course, learning about mechas, in a spacious classroom. The group of cadets exchanged glances, each one observing the other. After a considerable time, Aisha rose and inquired, Professor Lin, may I ask when I might acquire driving skills comparable to yours? I aspire to be as formidable as you, excelling in any environment, just like an experienced driver. In Chapter 54, titled The Coffin-like Cockpit, the operations of the mecha were exceedingly intricate. Nevertheless, even amidst this complexity, Lin Chen's driving prowess had already left the monsters in awe during their previous encounters. Consequently, the students unanimously regarded Lin Chen as a paragon, fervently yearning to possess his remarkable driving abilities. I believe that once your hand speed is sufficiently swift, you'll be nearly there, Lin Chen remarked. Casting a piercing gaze at Aisha, delivering a merciless critique, the girl possessed little more than beauty and an attractive figure. Swift hand speed? Aisha pondered, inspecting her right hand. Isn't it already quite fast? Could there be specific training for enhancing hand speed? She sensed that the matter was far more complex than she had initially perceived. She resolved to discuss methods for improving hand speed with Professor Lin in private. That will suffice for today. A great surprise awaits you shortly, Lin Chen said with a mysterious smile. At this revelation, the group was taken aback, connecting it to the imminent deployment of the two mechas, which implied a significant development. Excited chatter erupted among them. Indeed, we must get the chance to operate the mechas. Wow, I have awaited this day for so long. I'm so nervous. A throng of students buzzed with excitement, for piloting a mecha had long been a cherished dream. In the stillness of night, Lin Chen activated the system panel within his bedroom. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. Prevent the invasion of monsters and thwart the aliens' nefarious schemes. Task 2. Acquire his own unique power. Task 3. Command a domain of his own power. Fan value, 110 million. These were the tasks at hand, which for Lin Chen progressed sluggishly and left him feeling perplexed. Consequently, he called one of the research heads, Old Wang, requesting his presence. Before long, Old Wang arrived at Lin Chen's bedroom and inquired, Is there something you need? I have a set of documents here containing relatively straightforward technologies for you to review. Aim to produce a prototype as soon as possible, Lin Chen replied, holding a stack of materials. This technology is, in a sense, a reward from the system. Upon glancing at the documents, Old Wang's excitement surged. This is, indeed, a pilot simulation pod. My goodness, he gasped. Once this pilot simulation pod comes into existence, it will significantly reduce the training time for pilots. We could even produce pilots en masse. Do not be overly jubilant just yet. I also have a gaming VR pod, a genuine 3D gaming chamber. This is a remarkable invention that could greatly alleviate the psychological strain faced by individuals like yourselves, Lin Chen elaborated. What? Such technology exists? Is this real? Old Wang exclaimed, astonished. It might even cater to the needs of adults. This is truly a miraculous device. Driven by self-interest? Old Wang dedicated himself to the meticulous creation of a driving simulator, successfully crafting one within a mere fortnight. This simulator bore a striking resemblance to a large coffin. When Lin Chen and his companions beheld the completed creation, they regarded him with astonishment. Apologies, the technology is exceedingly advanced, though it may appear somewhat unsightly. Have you not noticed how swiftly time has passed? Old Wang chuckled modestly. Beside him stood a 5-square-meter box, from which several cables extended to the ground, accompanied by a monitor on its side for observation. True, it is rapid, but Old Wang, what does this simulator resemble? Lin Chen inquired, circling the approximately 5-cubic-meter cockpit. A metal box? Old Wang replied. No, it resembles a large coffin even more, Lin Chen remarked. I shall be the first to try it, he declared, opening the hatch to step inside for a test run. The driving simulator authentically replicated real-world training scenarios. As he engaged in simulated driving, the surrounding environment dramatically transformed into scenes reminiscent of the base's layout, even allowing him to feel the rush of wind. Moments later, having completed his trial, Lin Chen nodded and stated, "This will suffice. Let us aim for mass production in the shortest possible time." "What of the technology?" he asked. "Let us not rush. In a few days, we must assemble more simulators to provide ample training for the students," Lin Chen suggested. Old Wang nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. Then Lin Chen began to summon a group of eager trainees to commence their training. Each face was filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as they gazed at Lin Chen. "Well, let us have Aisha go first," Lin Chen declared. Aisha swallowed nervously and hurriedly changed into her uniform in the dressing room before stepping into the simulation cockpit, her eyes wide with panic as she looked at Lin Chen, feeling completely at a loss about what to do next. "This is the indicator, and this is the limiter. You have all studied these before." Leaning halfway into the cockpit, Lin Chen provided a brief introduction before withdrawing and shutting the hatch. "Let us begin." The group gathered around the monitoring screens beside the cockpit. Should any terrifying scenario of imminent crash arise within, Lin Chen was prepared to press the red button to initiate emergency shutdown, thus preventing any lasting trauma for the trainees. Suddenly, the cockpit imagery shifted to Aisha's perspective. Although she was in a simulation, it appeared as if she had soared beyond the base. If one were unaware, they might easily believe they were genuinely piloting a mech, as everything felt astonishingly real. "Ah!" she exclaimed in terror. Within 3 minutes, Lin Chen, his expression darkening, activated the emergency braking system as she was on the verge of crashing into the ocean. Aisha's legs turned to jelly, and as she exited the cockpit, she collapsed into Lin Chen's arms, gasping for breath. Next, Lin Chen called out. The cockpit intermittently echoed with the enchanting cries of women. "Ah!" In the end, Lin Chen's face turned dark, and the other trainees were either so terrified that their legs went weak or were sick from fear. The only one who managed to endure for 15 minutes was Yu Xian, the son of the pig farm, who descended last. As soon as he stepped down, he chuckled. "That was exhilarating, though there were no monsters. I feel quite unwell." A group of trainees stared at him, expressionless, as he boasted. Night fell, and within the base, silence enveloped the surroundings. The vast majority had succumbed to slumber, Lin Chen included. However, a gentle knock echoed from the bedroom door. "Who is it?" Lin Chen suddenly lost all drowsiness. "It's me. I need to talk to you." A familiar female voice emerged from outside, laced with palpable tension and a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 55, Itchiness Without a Wave of the Brilliant Empire. Listening intently, Lin Chen soon recognized the voice belonged to Jiang Shou'er. "Is it you, Shou'er?" "Yes, it's me. Please open the door." Jiang Shou'er's voice was tinged with impatience. Lin Chen was perplexed as to why Jiang Shou'er would seek him out at such an hour. Could it be that she couldn't sleep and desired to hear him tell a story? He donned his pajamas and opened the door. Jiang Shou'er stood there in casual attire. Her delicate face suddenly flushed. "Lin Chen, I want to." "Lin Chen, it's about that driving simulator. I wish to try it, but I don't know how to operate it, so..." Jiang Shou'er explained. "Oh, I see. Let's go." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. He brought Jiang Shou'er to the women's changing room. There were only a few uniforms available, and after searching, he found the largest one and handed it to her, saying, "This uniform belongs to Aisha. It is the largest size available, as the other women find it too big, leaving her as the sole wearer." Jiang Shou'er's face flushed slightly. Then, their eyes met. After a long pause, Jiang Shou'er asked, "Do you intend to stand here and watch me change?" "I fear you might struggle to dress," he replied. Once Jiang Shou'er had changed, she stepped out of the changing room. Aisha's figure was striking, yet Jiang Shou'er's physique surpassed it, almost bursting the seams of the uniform. Jiang Shou'er entered the flight simulator, and Lin Chen leaned in, introducing, "This is the indicator, and this is the pressurization chamber. Are you ready to proceed?" "I believe I am," Jiang Shou'er replied. "Well then, I shall begin," Lin Chen announced. Almost immediately, the simulator was filled with Jiang Shou'er's frequent screams, as if she were experiencing something unforgettable within. Before long, Jiang Shou'er emerged, panting heavily, her face pale, her legs weak. She collapsed against Lin Chen and, still shaken, asked, "Is this what you use for combat every time? I can hardly fathom the rapid speeds and intricate maneuvers in the sky, all while battling monstrous foes." At that moment, Jiang Shou'er noticed something unusual about Lin Chen and inquired, "Is your body reacting?" Indeed, This is quite normal. The dopamine receptors facilitate renal vasodilation, enhancing renal blood flow, while dobutamine begins to resonate profoundly, leading to the stimulation of the central nervous system by phenylethylamine. Thus, this reaction is a collective response involving dopamine, dobutamine, and phenylethylamine. Lin Chen supported her while delivering a scientific exposition. Jiang Xiu'er blinked her eyes, somewhat bewildered, and asked in a daze, "What I mean?" The following day, the base unexpectedly received notice that Foreign Minister Zhang Lai would visit in the afternoon. Jiang Xiu'er was perplexed by the purpose of this unexpected guest. Was it to court favor or seek collaboration? The intentions eluded her. Foreign Minister Zhang Lai was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man from the empire. Upon arriving at the base, he immediately exchanged enthusiastic handshakes with Lin Chen, seemingly with a request in mind. "Hello. Greetings." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Lai broached the matter at hand. "Professor Lin, I shall not conceal the truth from you. It has come to my attention that the Jianli Empire is formulating legislation to increase various taxes on us, aiming to hinder our development. Therefore, I have come with the hope that this esteemed and largest research base of the empire can produce some technological products to disrupt the market, allowing our goods to circulate externally." Lin Chen's smile faded. He held no interest in the rivalries among nations. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "There is indeed a VR pod available. Is it the kind used for gaming? Is that feasible?" Zhang Lai appeared quite embarrassed. He hopes to take some technological products from the base to be manufactured vigorously by the Empire's enterprises, much like the Empire's glass, which coerces foreign nations to lower their taxes. This is indeed an exceptional VR pod. At present, I have no other suitable products for civilian life, as all research is focused on military applications. Why is there no exploration into civilian needs? Zhang Lai's heart suddenly jolted. A marginalized and destitute princess, a mad scientist fixated on military might. When these two converge, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Old Wang gathered the data extracted from the monster's body. Lin Chen called out to him through his headset. Shortly after, a tense report regarding the research on the monster's remains was brought over by Old Wang, marked with a prominent red stamp, "Top secret document." The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zhang Lai, glanced at it. His initial seriousness morphed into profound shock as he recalled the suspicions surrounding each monster's appearance. He hurriedly skimmed through it and swallowed hard, exclaiming in astonishment, "Various indications suggest that the monsters are part of a long-planned conspiracy." Lin Chen nodded. "The extraterrestrial plot is undeniably real, as the system has already substantiated. The researchers at the base merely presented a set of persuasive evidence. Thus, I hope Uncle Zhang can." At this opportune moment, Jiang Xiu'er interjected. "I understand now. The internal strife within the empire will ultimately lead to a cataclysmic disaster for the empire itself." Zhang Lai let out a bitter smile, suddenly comprehending much. What was the point of internal strife? Jiang Mingyuan, in the twilight of his years, faced the frequent emergence of monstrous beings. Under such circumstances, it was only natural to unite against these creatures. In a brief span, the number of monsters had begun to escalate dramatically. The affairs concerning the gaming pod were entrusted to you. The fate of the empire henceforth rests upon your shoulders. Zhang Lai was a man of great discernment, acutely aware of his responsibilities when faced with formidable foes. He also recognized the rightful path of the crown princess. As he departed, he cast a lingering gaze at Lin Chen, contemplating that had it not been for his intervention, Jiang Xiu'er's destiny would have remained unchanged. 2 months later, the entire world was enveloped in an atmosphere of eerie tranquility. The monsters, which had once appeared monthly, had abruptly vanished for 2 months. Had they gone extinct? Perhaps. People were only aware that these creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean, leading to the establishment of sonar monitoring stations at sea level. Yet, these stations had yet to yield any significant data. Over time, global skepticism arose regarding whether the monsters had indeed been eradicated. Amidst this unusual calm, the pus of the Jianli Empire found himself restless, yearning to orchestrate a grand endeavor. In contrast, the Huangyan Empire possessed nothing more than an impressive mech. However, even the most formidable mech could not rival the terror of 25 killer machines. It was no jest. These fearsome machines were equipped with cutting-edge energy cannons. Not to mention, should monsters return, they would surely shine brilliantly. With a surge of confidence, he felt an irresistible urge to seize the opportunity at hand. The thought of leading an initiative against the Huangyan Empire left him with an unsettling itch. Naturally, Acquiring the mecha technology of the Huangyan Empire would be the pinnacle of success. Thus, Pusey began to reach out to factions that had long harbored grievances against the Huangyan Empire. Hello? My dear MOD. I hear that you have always had a contentious relationship with the Huangyan Empire. Would you be interested in collaborating with us, the Jianli Empire, to challenge them? Engaging the Huangyan Empire was no trivial matter, especially considering their possession of the world's most formidable mechas. Recently, MOD had adopted a more subdued demeanor, focusing on domestic development. Upon hearing of a potential alliance with the Jianli Empire against the Huangyan Empire, he instinctively hesitated. After all, the mechas of the Huangyan Empire had previously made quite an impression in Tianlan. Damn it, our Jianli Empire also possesses mechas known as the Terrifying Assassins. Let me tell you, we already have 25 of them and are on the brink of mass production. Even if monsters were to attack, we would have the capability to protect any nation. Pusey boasted arrogantly over the phone. MOD fell silent, although he was unsure of what the so-called Terrifying Assassins entailed. The name itself was undeniably powerful. After all, the War Bastion had a similarly impressive name, and yet, what had ultimately transpired? It had been swiftly defeated by monsters. A brief note. Dear audience, we are currently en route to Lin Chen's residence, preparing to interview the first student in the history of the empire to submit a blank exam paper. In the suburbs of Jin City, a live interview vehicle is parked by the roadside. In our city, the beautiful journalist Hua Chilua stands before the camera, elucidating the situation. The lens shifts to reveal a steel factory across the street, where individuals are registering at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a man emerges from the factory grounds. He is particularly striking, exuding an air of confidence and grace, seemingly one with nature, each of his movements imbued with an inexplicable charm. Instantly, viewers watching the news are taken aback. Could this be Lin Chen, who is jesting with his future? My goodness, in this day and age, people will go to any lengths to become internet celebrities. Eating excrement is one thing, but submitting a blank exam paper in the college entrance examination is beyond belief. Among the viewers are women, some already mothers, who, upon seeing Lin Chen, cannot help but feel stirred. Is there truly a man in this world who is even slightly more handsome than my son? As the audience buzzes with discussion, the reporter Hua Chilua displays a look of astonishment. She approaches with her microphone, inquiring, "Hello, are you Lin Chen?" "Indeed, that is I. Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Chen replies with a nonchalant expression. "May I ask, Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on submitting a blank exam paper? Have you truly given up the opportunity for education?" Hua Chilua presses on. "Well, I have little interest in attending university. I am far too occupied with building mechas. Where would I find the time for college?" Lin Chen scoffs, dismissing the notion that university could offer anything but a distraction from his invaluable work in mecha construction. Hua Chilua, with her exquisite features, stands momentarily stunned, her chest rising and falling as she grapples with the situation. This is a live news broadcast, not a stage for you to flaunt your bravado. Moreover, the mention of mechas instantly conjures images of Gundam in her mind. Thus, this phenomenon referred to as Lin Chen's decision to forfeit the college entrance examination is merely an endeavor to construct mechas at home. Such an undertaking is something that nations across the globe have yet to fathom, let alone achieve. The intricate designs, convoluted wiring, and the ever-elusive power systems present formidable challenges in the realm of mecha research. After a moment, the reporter, Hua Chilua, managed to squeeze a faint smile onto her composed visage as she inquired, "Lin Chen, did your parents not resort to corporal punishment?" "Not at all. They are quite supportive of me." Lin Chen initially responded with utmost seriousness, before he continued earnestly, "As you can see, our family's situation is rather modest. We merely own a steel factory valued at several hundred million. Therefore, my parents are quite encouraging of my pursuits in the field of mecha construction." Hua Chilua was momentarily taken aback. Despite her long hair, she was no stranger to the world. The creation of mechas has long been one of humanity's greatest challenges. Proposed as early as the last century, yet no entity has successfully brought true mecha research to fruition. Yet here was Lin Chen, audaciously claiming to be constructing mechas, and of a dual-form variety no less. What was most astonishing was that his parents genuinely supported this endeavor. Intrigued, she felt an insatiable desire to delve deeper into Lin Chen's story, perceiving his family as exceedingly indulgent. It was a pity that such a handsome young man had succumbed to a sort of anime-inspired delusion. At that moment, the audience shared a sentiment not unlike that of reporter Hua Chilua. There was a collective impulse to metaphorically pin Lin Chen to the ground and deliver a sound reprimand. Did he truly believe that wealth permitted one to act with impunity? While boasting is not uncommon, witnessing such earnest bravado was indeed a first, especially given the nonchalant expression that accompanied his claims, which nearly drove them to the brink of exasperation. To comprehend the endeavors of their offspring, who have diligently prepared for the National College entrance examination for 3 years, it is astonishing that some individuals, undeterred by financial constraints, choose to submit blank papers, expressing disdain for university as they aspire to construct mechs at home. Apologies, but I am currently preoccupied and must take my leave. Lin Chen turned away, dismissing the reporter's inquiries, as his creation, a mech he had devoted 3 years to, was on the verge of preliminary testing. Their residence was situated here due to the presence of a steel factory, which necessitated their family's decision to remain outside the city to oversee the business. The original steel machinery in the warehouse had been relocated, leaving behind a rudimentary yet unconventional mech in the form of a fighter jet, quietly resting in the center of the workshop. The cold, metallic presence exuded an industrial elegance, while its ruthless and striking design possessed an unparalleled allure for men. The mech model, known as the Palamelu experimental type, is capable of transitioning between a fighter jet flying mode and a humanoid expulsion mode. The cockpit is designed akin to a motorcycle, requiring the pilot to adopt a forward-leaning posture reminiscent of riding a bike. In the fighter jet configuration, the pilot is exposed to the external atmosphere, whereas in the humanoid form, the pilot is enveloped and protected within the mech's armor. The total height of the fighter jet mode reaches 3 meters, while the humanoid mode stands at 7.8 meters. Weighing 300 kilograms and producing a thrust of 158 knots, it is powered by a nuclear reactor, fuel axis 235 absent, with a reheating system that is currently 80 complete. As for armaments, none are equipped. The prototype mech being tinkered with is the Palamelu, renowned as the divine weapon in the dragon dance of angels and dragons. Naturally, Lin Chen did not single-handedly possess the intellect to construct the mech. Rather, it was primarily the result of the system's assistance. He summoned the system panel, which displayed Host, Lin Chen, Human, Intelligence 100, Charisma 99, Emotional Quotient 60, Passing Mark 60. Task 1. Completion of the college entrance examination. Please claim your reward. Task 2. Progress on the creation of the mech Palamelu, humanoid weapon, at 70. Task 3. 1 year after the opening of the interdimensional space and the invasion of colossal beasts, thwart the alien conspiracy to occupy the Azure Star. Fan value 1. This summarizes the basic situation. The act of submitting a blank paper was merely to fulfill the system's tasks. Much like the character in Marvel who acquired the core of technology to create the Iron Man suit, Lin Chen has now gained access to the system's technology, rendering him no less capable than that character. In a remarkably brief period, he thoroughly grasped the mech technology provided by the system. After nearly 3 years of effort and significant expenditure of his family's savings, he brought the mech to its current state. Although the mech is not yet complete, lacking components such as nuclear fuel, zero-style cutting blade, particle beam gun, proton cannon, and others, Lin Chen is already quite pleased, as according to the progress, he will soon be able to officially test the mech. Subsequently, Lin Chen prepared to undertake the most critical step in the mech's creation, implementing neural interaction technology within the flight suit. This technology is the heart of the entire mech, as it necessitates the establishment of a neural interaction line connecting the human body and the mech at the base of the flight suit's tailbone. This line serves as the key to the mech, facilitating enhanced control and maneuverability. Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, an urgent phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he recognized a number that was both unfamiliar and familiar. It belonged to his girlfriend, a person he had never even touched. What use was a girlfriend? She lacked the cold, mechanical touch of a mecha, and there were no exhilarating roars to anticipate. With a serious demeanor, Lin Chen tossed the phone aside and resumed his meticulous work on neural interconnections. The following day, due to the surge in viewership from just a few fleeting shots, journalist Hua Chiluo returned to Lin Chen's residence for an interview. As Lin Chen emerged from the factory, a look of barely concealed disdain graced his face. How capricious! The eager audience echoed their collective sentiments. The college entrance examination is undeniably a pivotal moment in a young person's life, yet there he was, submitting a blank paper. Hua Chiluo's expression brightened as she approached Lin Chen, smilingly initiating the interview. Hello, Lin Chen. It's a pleasure to see you again. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen interrupted, stating, "I'm sorry, I'm currently busy building a mecha." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Hua Qilua with a bold silhouette. Standing there, Hua Qilua took a moment to comprehend the situation. Her chest heaved with indignation. He was once again using the excuse of constructing a mecha to toy with the city's beautiful reporter. Just wait and see. Soon after, candidates began to emerge from the examination hall. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's nominal girlfriend was on a date with a wealthy heir and happened to witness this scene on the news. What an embarrassment and utter disgrace. Lin Chen's girlfriend displayed a fleeting expression of distaste, prompting her to unhesitatingly accept the proposal of a wealthy heir. This affluent young man far surpassed Lin Chen in every aspect. He not only drove a luxurious Maybach, but also hailed from a family that owned a publicly listed company. In stark contrast, Lin Chen, despite his handsome appearance and a family-run steel factory, possessed little else of merit. Moreover, he had brought shame upon himself in the eyes of the entire empire. Did he wish to continue down this path of disgrace? Most importantly, the wealthy heir coveted her physically. Unlike Lin Chen, who had never even touched her hand, let alone engaged in more intimate acts, did she really want to face a lifetime of solitude? Thus, she promptly entered the opulent Maybach and called Lin Chen, declaring, "Lin Chen, let us break up. I have now found a boyfriend who loves me more." Such a straightforward man deserved to remain single for all eternity. Esteemed viewers, we are currently en route to Lin Chen's residence to conduct an interview with the first student in the empire's history to submit a blank exam paper during the college entrance examination. In the outskirts of Jin City, a live interview vehicle is parked by the roadside. The city's beautiful reporter, Hua Qilua, addresses the camera, explaining the situation. As the camera pans, it reveals a steel factory across the street, where a man emerges at the entrance. He stands out remarkably, exuding an air of elegance and charisma that seems to harmonize with nature itself, each of his movements imbued with an inexplicable allure. Instantaneously, the audience watching the news erupted in astonishment. Is this the Lin Chen who has treated his future as a mere jest? My goodness, in this day and age, people will go to any lengths to become internet celebrities. Eating excrement is one thing, but submitting a blank exam paper is truly beyond comprehension. Among the audience were several women who were already mothers, and upon seeing Lin Chen, they couldn't help but feel touched. How could there be a man in this world who is even slightly more handsome than my son? As the spectators murmured among themselves, the reporter from Jin City Television, Hua Qilua, displayed an expression of surprise. She approached with a microphone, inquiring, "Hello, are you Lin Chen?" "Indeed, that is me. Is there something you need?" Lin Chen responded with a nonchalant demeanor. "May I ask, Lin Chen, what are your thoughts on submitting a blank exam for the college entrance examination? Have you truly relinquished your opportunity for higher education?" Hua Qilua pressed on. "Well, I have little interest in attending university. I am far too engrossed in building mechas to find time for such pursuits," Lin Chen replied with evident disdain, viewing university as a mere distraction from his invaluable time spent on mecha construction. Hua Qilua's exquisite features froze in place, her chest rising and falling as she stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. This is a live news broadcast, not a stage for you to display your bravado. Furthermore, when it comes to mechas, she instantly thought of Gundam. So, this Lin Chen, submitting a blank exam, is doing so to avoid university and remain at home constructing mechas? These are creations that nations around the world have yet to decipher. The intricate structures, convoluted circuitry, and the elusive power systems present formidable challenges to the study of mecha technology. After a lengthy pause, reporter Hua Qilua managed to muster a smile, explaining, "Lin Chen, did your parents not reprimand you for this?" "Not at all. They are quite supportive of my endeavors," he replied. Lin Chen initially wore a serious expression, then solemnly declared, "As you can see, our family is in this situation. We merely possess a steel plant valued at several billion. Thus, my parents wholeheartedly support my endeavors in the field of mecha construction." Hua Qilua was taken aback. Though she had long hair, it did not imply a lack of insight. Mecha was one of humanity's formidable challenges, first proposed in the last century, yet no faction had succeeded in genuinely researching it. Yet here was Lin Chen, audaciously proclaiming his pursuit of mecha development, and not just any mecha, but one with dual forms. Most astonishingly, his parents genuinely supported this venture. She instantly felt an urge to delve deeper into an interview with Lin Chen, perceiving his family as excessively indulgent. What a pity that such a handsome young man had succumbed to an obsession with anime. At that moment, the audience shared a sentiment not dissimilar to that of reporter Hua Qilua. harboring an impulse to confront Lin Chen. Did he truly believe that wealth afforded him the freedom to act without restraint? They had encountered boastfulness before, but witnessing such earnest hubris was unprecedented, particularly given his nonchalant demeanor, which nearly drove them to the brink of exasperation. It was worth noting that their own children had labored tirelessly for 3 years in preparation for the impending college entrance examinations, while he, unencumbered by financial concerns, brazenly opted to submit a blank exam paper, deeming university a hindrance, all for the sake of constructing mecha at home. My apologies, but I am rather occupied at the moment. I must take my leave, Lin Chen said as he turned away. He paid little heed to the reporter's interview, for he was on the verge of conducting preliminary tests on the mecha he had painstakingly built over the past 3 years. His family resides here due to the presence of a steel mill, which necessitated their stay to oversee the business, thus preventing their relocation to the city. The original steel machinery in the warehouse has been removed, leaving a rudimentary and unconventional combat aircraft-shaped mech quietly resting at the center of the factory. This cold, mechanical form exudes an industrial aesthetic, possessing a striking and fierce allure that is undeniably captivating to men. The mech model is the Palamelu experimental type, capable of switching between a fighter jet flight mode and a humanoid exorcist mode. The cockpit is designed in the style of a motorcycle, requiring the pilot to lean forward as one would while riding. When in fighter jet mode, the pilot is exposed to external air, whereas in humanoid mode, the pilot is enveloped within the armor of the mech. The height of the fighter jet mode reaches 3 meters, while the humanoid form stands at 8 meters tall, weighing 300 kilograms and generating a thrust of 158 knots, powered by an atomic reactor, fuel axis 235 absent, with a reheating system that is 80 complete. Currently, this mech prototype, purportedly the divine weapon known as Palamelu from the Dance of Angels and Dragons, is being manipulated. Lin Chen, of course, did not possess the intelligence to construct the mech single-handedly. All of this is, indeed, a testament to the system's capabilities. He summoned the system panel, which displayed the following information. Host, Lin Chen, human, intelligence 100, charisma 99, emotional quotient 60, passing line 60. Task 1, completion of the college entrance examination. Please collect your reward. Task 2, progress of creating the mecha Ragnamel, humanoid weapon, at 70. Task 3, 1 year after the incursion of colossal beasts from an alternate dimension, thwart the alien conspiracy to occupy the Azure planet. Fan value 1. This encapsulates the basic information. As for submitting a blank paper, it was merely a strategy to fulfill the system's tasks. Much like the character from Marvel who acquired a technological core to create the Iron Suit, Lin Chen, having gained access to the system's technology, is not significantly inferior. In a remarkably short period, he thoroughly grasped the mecha technology provided by the system and, after nearly 3 years of effort and considerable family savings, brought the mecha to its current state. Although the mecha remains incomplete, lacking elements such as nuclear fuel, Zero-style scalpel blade, particle beam gun, and proton cannon, Lin Chen is already quite satisfied, as the progress indicates that formal testing of the mecha will commence in just a few days. Subsequently, Lin Chen prepared to undertake the most crucial step in the creation of the mecha, implementing neuronal interaction technology within the flight suit. This technology is pivotal to the entire mecha, as it necessitates the establishment of a neural interaction line connecting the human body to the mecha, specifically at the tailbone region of the flight suit. This line serves as the key to the mecha. Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, a sudden and urgent ring of the phone interrupted him. Upon answering, he found it was a number both strange and familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen finally recalled the identity of the caller. It was his girlfriend, whom he had never even touched. What use was a girlfriend? She offered neither the cold touch of a mech nor the exhilarating roar of machinery to come. With a serious demeanor, Lin Chen tossed the phone aside and resumed his earnest endeavor of crafting neural interconnections. The following day, due to the surge in viewership from just a few fleeting frames, reporter Hua Chilo made her way back to Lin Chen's residence for another interview. As Lin Chen exited the factory, a look of unmistakable disdain marked his features. How capricious! The eager audience echoed their collective sentiment. The college entrance examination is undoubtedly a paramount event in a young person's life, yet here was someone who had submitted a blank paper. Hua Chilua's expression brightened as she approached Lin Chen with a smile, saying, "Hello, Lin Chen, it's good to see you again." Before she could finish, Lin Chen interrupted, "Apologies, I'm currently engaged in mech construction and am quite busy." With that, He turned away, leaving Hua Chilua with a striking silhouette. She stood there for a moment, eventually realizing the audacity of his excuse to toy with the city's beautiful reporter. Just wait and see. Before long, candidates began to emerge from the examination hall. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's nominal girlfriend was out on a date with a wealthy heir, coincidentally witnessing this scene on the news. How embarrassing. Truly, how mortifying. Lin Chen's girlfriend's face flashed with displeasure, and without hesitation, she accepted the wealthy heir's confession of love. This affluent young man far surpassed Lin Chen in every regard. Not only did he drive a Maybach, but he also boasted a publicly traded company in his family. In contrast, Lin Chen, despite his handsome appearance and ownership of a steel mill, possessed no other commendable traits and had already tarnished his reputation across the empire. Did she wish to share in such disgrace? Most importantly, the wealthy heir desired her physically, unlike Lin Chen, who hadn't even dared to hold her hand, let alone indulge in more intimate actions. Was she destined to a life of solitude? Thus, she promptly entered the luxurious Maybach and called Lin Chen, stating, "Lin Chen, let's break up. I have found a boyfriend who loves me more." Such a naive man deserved to remain single for eternity. Chapter 56. The shift in tasks indeed. The more formidable the name, the more likely the abilities were lacking. What if a monster appeared unexpectedly? He was resolute in his decision not to put on airs, never. Thus, MOD unhesitatingly declined Pu Si's invitation and immediately hung up the phone. The busy tone echoed in his ears. Pu Si, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it. That wretched MOD will regret this. Once I finish with the Huangyan Empire, I will turn my attention to your Tianlan nation." Subsequently, he reached out to the Sanon nation. "Hello, old Pu. Are you interested in taking action against the Huangyan Empire?" "Indeed. We must retaliate for their unjust attention of our Sanon nation's genius. They must be punished severely." "Excellent. It's settled then." Pu Si was overjoyed. This was what true allies were for, never faltering when it came to matters concerning the Huangyan Empire. Subsequently, Pers united with a total of 6 nations, all of which harbored grievances against the illustrious Huangyan Empire. Upon establishing a unified front, Pers promptly unveiled a meticulously prepared bill to impose sanctions on the Huangyan Empire. That evening, the Jianli Empire issued a declaration. In light of the increasingly dire situation concerning the monstrous threat, it was announced that, in 1 week's time, additional tariffs would be levied on the imports and exports of the Huangyan Empire, with specific implementation details to follow. Following this, the other 6 nations released their own statements. Buoyed by the support of the Jianli Empire, they felt confident that the Huangyan Empire was doomed, possibly even facing a return to colonial status. The world was abuzz with astonishment. Just 2 months had passed since the monsters last appeared, and the Jianli Empire had initiated such a significant campaign against the Huangyan Empire. The 7 nations, led by the Jianli Empire, celebrated exuberantly, with their citizens taking to the streets to commemorate this monumental action. Such a remarkable initiative could only be the decree of Emperor Pers. Pers was the most capable ruler of the Jianli Empire. Under his sagacious leadership, they had vanquished the monsters and were poised to topple the nefarious Huangyan Empire. There were calls to erect a grand statue of liberty in the likeness of Pers in their capital. The imposition of sanctions on the Huangyan Empire was heralded as a boon for the entire world. The populace of the Jianli Empire wholeheartedly supported this measure, as the months of monstrous appearances had led to domestic turmoil and soaring prices, rendering money seemingly inconsequential. It was imperative to impose sanctions on the Huangyan Empire to alleviate the empire's financial predicament. In the realm of the Huangyan Empire, confusion reigns. Have the nations of the Jianli Empire lost their senses? The online discourse has erupted into chaos. What is happening? Are we to face a doubling of the prices for the goods we import? The same applies to our exports. It appears that the monsters have become the harbingers of liberation on a global scale. Only through the threat of these creatures will nations adhere to the rules. I have heard that several major trading corporations are preparing to unite in protest against the Jianli Empire. Within the Huangyan Empire, turmoil brews, as an increase in import tariffs would undoubtedly precipitate a financial tempest. In light of this predicament, the central authority has set aside their differences, ready to collaborate and dismantle the foreign blockade. After much heated debate, Foreign Minister Zhang Lai proposed a viable plan. The VR pods at Lin Chen's base might compel the Jianli Empire to yield. Consequently, the empire's leadership agreed to convene at the base the following day. On the morrow, the delegation, consisting of Queen Jifu, General Yang Ming, and members of the Elder Council, approached. Lin Chen, stationed in the command center, monitored the runway via surveillance. Over the course of 2 months, not only had the external environment transformed, but the base itself had undergone significant changes. Led by Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, and the formidable De Bo Mei, several students from Aisha had begun to pilot mechas with proficiency, while the remaining students had mastered the operation of the simulation pods. Even with the delegation's visit on this day, the training of the students continued unabated. All aircraft are prepared for takeoff. The Tianlong has ascended. The Lilong has taken off. The Panlong has departed. In the command room, the personnel responsible for initiating control announced the launch of the mecha. Whoosh! The 3 mechas soared into the azure sky. The base has truly acquired the means to fend off the monsters. Each machine maintained an altitude of 1,000 meters. And the current airspace conditions are. The voice of control echoed in the pilot's ears. Today marks the 3rd day of Yi Xian's ascent. He has come to believe in his piloting prowess, though a slight regret lingers. There are no monsters to confront. If only a creature would appear, it would be utterly perfect. He is certain he could showcase his skills before a global audience, leaving them in awe. Before long, the mechas in the sky captured the attention of the populace below, igniting a chorus of cheers. Look, it's mechas. 3 of them, taking flight. Long live the Empire, long live Lin Chen. Why aren't the monsters coming? Our mecha numbers have increased. Ha. I can almost envision the monsters trembling in fear. As they basked in the enthusiasm of the crowd, the hearts of the 3 pilots swelled with joy, their vanity thoroughly gratified. They reveled in their freedom to soar, eager to traverse the entirety of the Empire. In the command room, the control personnel observed the radar with urgency, turning quickly to report. 3 mechas are heading north, approaching Jincheng City. At that moment, they overtook a transport aircraft. Look at the plane. Yuxian cast a quick glance and promptly called to his companions. The passengers within the transport aircraft comprised the very core of the Empire, and upon sighting 3 mechs in the distance, astonishment swept over them. 3 mechs? Could it be that they have indeed entered mass production? With just 1 mech, we have already been unstoppable. How could 3 not be invincible? Alas, there are no monsters to contend with. The leaders of the Empire engaged in fervent discussion within the aircraft, deeming this the most encouraging news since the declaration issued by the Jinli Empire. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue sat on the plane. Her mouth forming a perfect S, she gazed out the window. Are these truly Lin Chen's mechs? He is remarkably exceptional. Jiang Yue was no stranger to outstanding young talents. As a princess of the Empire, she frequented venues brimming with the Empire's finest. However, in comparison, those talents thrived in the shadows of their elder's glory, while Lin Chen, through his own prowess, had begun to command the most advanced mech technology. This is what defines the Empire, indeed the finest youth in the world. In that fleeting moment, she believed she was no less than that wild girl. Had she been at this base, she surely would have excelled even more. Host, Lin Chen. Task 1. To thwart the onslaught of monsters and dismantle the aliens' conspiracy. Task 2. To establish his own influence. Progress. 5. Task 3. To dominate a faction. Fan value. 110 million. Upon reviewing the system's tasks, a subtle change emerged. Lin Chen's body stiffened as he hurriedly glanced at the 3 mechs on the radar, then turned his attention to the progress of Mission 2. Could it be that the monsters in Chapter 57 had studied military strategy? This implied that the completion rate of Mission 2 depended on those 60 students. In an instant, Lin Chen made a bold conjecture. Possessing one's own faction was akin to commanding a mech army. Indeed, it must be so. His thoughts then drifted to the hangar, where 15 mechs were being urgently manufactured. Given the exponential speed of mech production, the mission should conclude with the next batch of mechs entering service. The only lamentation was the uncertainty surrounding the mission's rewards. At that moment, the comfort team arrived. Jiang Shouer entered the room, and Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, the entire comfort team gathered in the reception room. Everyone took their seats, engaging in light-hearted chatter, creating an atmosphere that was lively, yet somewhat superficial. After a considerable time, the director, Yang Ming, spoke with a smile. He was a refined, middle-aged man. Had it not been for earlier hearsay from Jiang Shouer, one might not perceive an ounce of ambition in him. Lin Chen, you must be aware of our purpose here, he began. The Jinli Empire is currently collaborating with several trading nations to stifle our development. According to Zhang Lai, there is a VR chamber at the base, and the Empire hopes to leverage this VR chamber as our trump card to break their blockade. Upon Yang Ming's conclusion, Ji Fu, the current wife of Jiang Mingyuan, added with a smile, as long as we possess technological products that captivate the hearts of the Jianli Empire's populace. The citizens will rally in our favor to resolve this matter. She is an enchanting and striking woman, her allure only heightened by her status as a mother, which bestows upon her an air of mature seduction. Ahem. Jiang Xiu'er coughed as she entered, her concern over these cunning old foxes possibly selling Lin Chen, compelling her to take a seat not far from him. Lin Chen cast a glance in her direction. Given that this pertains to the development of the empire, we must cast aside all distractions. Our sole objective is to shatter the oppressive constraints imposed upon us by the formidable empire, Jiang Xiu'er remarked with a smile. Could you elaborate on the specifics of this VR pod? The interior minister's impatience was palpable. This technology employs the framework to achieve a realistic 3D effect, primarily utilizing the structure to deliver a gratifying experience for the populace. Lin Chen commenced a thorough explanation of the VR pod's principles. The assembly was left bewildered, grappling with the jargon presented. Jiang Xiu'er felt a pang of exasperation. Why not get straight to the point? It is quite akin to the equipment featured in the film Ready Player One, offering an authentic 3D gaming experience, categorized into high, medium, and low-tier devices, with cost prices approximately at $5,000, $3,000, and $500 respectively. The attendees in the conference room were taken aback. If this technology mirrors that of the film's equipment, it would undoubtedly incite a nationwide frenzy. Such a realistic gaming experience would enthrall individuals of all ages. Should the Huangyan Empire indeed possess this technological marvel, would not the citizens of other nations feel envious? They would likely take to the streets, protesting to compel their governments to lift the embargo. How splendid! Upon contemplating this, the weight that had burdened everyone's hearts was lifted, and their faces visibly relaxed. Should we proceed with the implementation of the VR capsule, it is certain that the current situation would be transformed. It is imperative that we act swiftly. If we were to develop this VR capsule into a counterterrorism game, would it not be a matter of time before every citizen became a soldier? I wholeheartedly agree. We must expedite its execution. The Empire's central authority ultimately turned its gaze towards Jiang Xiu'er. Previous intelligence had indicated a close relationship between Jiang Xiu'er and Lin Chen. Yet given the present circumstances, could this merely be described as a close association? Allow me to elaborate. Jiang Xiu'er truly began to shine, capturing the attention of all present as they watched her fervently perform. After a series of remarks, truly, as the Grand Princess, her idea is commendable. Following extensive deliberation, a concrete implementation strategy was finally established. The technology would be supplied by Lin Chen's base, while the Empire would oversee mass production and promotion, thereby ensuring universal accessibility. Jiang Xiu'er sat in the back, reminded by etiquette to maintain a smile at this moment. Beyond this expression, she found herself at a loss on how to conceal the turmoil within her heart, listening to the central figures of the Empire, who incessantly referred to her as the Grand Princess. She felt a surge of jealousy boiling within her. Ever since the last award ceremony, she had noticed that the title of Grand Princess, which had nearly faded into obscurity, was once again capturing public attention. The occasional mention of that wild girl stirs a tempest within her. Presently, with these individuals incessantly showing concern for the wild child and her close association with Lin Chen, she cannot help but ponder what fate awaits her, the esteemed princess, within the Empire should that wild girl truly forge a bond with Lin Chen. This scene is indeed irksome. Her heart is in turmoil, bewildered by the wild girl's unexpected popularity. Yet, as soon as Jiang Xiu'er entertains such thoughts, a sharp pain grips her heart. The purpose of the so-called consolation group was soon fulfilled, and at Yang Ming's behest, they proceeded to visit the hangar. However, upon his indifferent arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Were those 15 mechs really about to be operational? Indeed. The staff had begun to master their skills, leading to an increasingly swift progress, Lin Chen explained. Yang Ming, with a tone of gravity, inquired, "Will the monsters appear again in the future?" He harbored the hope that the monsters would not return, for their emergence had already granted undue power to this young man. Lin Chen replied, "They will." The absence of monsters over the past 2 months suggests that we are likely on the brink of an unprecedented wave of monstrous beings. A collective gasp echoed among the Empire's core leaders. Previously, they had not regarded the monsters as a significant threat, dismissing them as mere low-intelligence behemoths. Yet, after Lin Chen's words, the sense of impending peril from these creatures loomed ever larger. First, they lowered humanity's guard, and then, unexpectedly, a multitude of monsters emerged, annihilating human cities in one fell swoop. Could it be that these beasts have studied the art of war? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Professor Lin, could you enlighten us about these monsters? After all, you are the first individual in the world to have single-handedly vanquished monsters on 2 occasions. The speaker was Jiang Yuer. Unwilling to be overshadowed, Lin Chen guided them into the operations room, where they would find all the information they sought. Before long, as the group absorbed the current data on the monsters, their minds began to swirl with confusion. High physical defenses but poor internal fortifications? Is this the reason for employing freezing projectiles against the monsters? Lizard beast? 2-winged lizard beast? 4-winged lizard beast? Will there be 6-winged or 8-winged varieties in the future? Many found the nomenclature rather hasty. Nevertheless, at least they had names now, which was certainly more palatable than simply calling them monsters. Chapter 58. You are the most inept group I have ever led 3 days after the departure of the Imperial Central Relief Team. A group of several hundred engineers was dispatched to Lin Chen's base, with the straightforward objective of learning V-capsule technology. Upon their arrival, the engineers were instantly awestruck by the base's facilities, particularly in the hangar. The sight of the mechas under construction felt as if they had stepped into a science fiction film, utterly unbelievable. Who would have thought that this base was so vast? The atmosphere here exudes a sense of ritual far surpassing that of my previous workplace. It is bustling yet orderly, with clearly defined roles. A group of engineers, upon entering the base, undergoes a transformation, subconsciously diminishing their own stature in the presence of others. Here, one can witness what it truly means to be an engineer. Throughout the base, there is a palpable flow of personnel, yet everyone is diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Such a work environment is one they have never experienced before. This team of over 100 engineers stands in place, uncertain of whom to approach or inquire from, merely observing their surroundings with curiosity and occasionally marveling at the impressive construction of the base. At this moment, one of the leaders of the research team, Old Wang, arrives to greet the engineers. Upon seeing the familiar faces within the team, he is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, old son, old Zhu, old Xia, old Bai." The engineers are equally astonished to encounter acquaintances here, and they eagerly exchange greetings while simultaneously expressing curiosity about Old Wang's position. "Old Wang? I truly did not expect to see you here. Has it really been 5 years? It seems you've landed in quite a place." They inquire, "Old Wang, you're not merely running errands here, are you? Please, enlighten us." Sensing the skepticism from many of his research colleagues, Old Wang adopts a serious demeanor and states, "I am one of the lead researchers at the base, primarily assisting Professor Lin in the construction of mechas." The engineers are taken aback, incredulous. "What? You? With that brain of yours?" Instantly, they begin to express their disbelief. If Old Wang could secure a position as the head of the base to construct mechas, wouldn't it make learning VR pod technology for others akin to grasping the simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1? Shortly thereafter, this extensive team of over 100 engineers was ushered into a spacious classroom. Upon receiving the notification that the Empire's engineering team had arrived at the base, Lin Chen promptly made his way there. However, as he stepped into the expansive classroom, the atmosphere instantly intensified. Lo and behold, it is the legendary deity of technology from our scientific community. Rumor has it that simply hanging Lin Chen's photograph by one's bedside wards off evil spirits. It has been said that some prestigious technological universities are even preparing to establish a hall of reverence adorned with Lin Chen's likeness, allowing students to admire his brilliance daily through the photograph. The crowd gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fervor, even more excited than fans encountering their idols. "I am Lin Chen. The purpose of your visit has been clearly stated, so I shall not reiterate it. Our time is limited, so let us commence," he declared, offering a brief self-introduction before diving straight into the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly retrieved their pens, ready to take notes. Yet, their expressions were not marked by nervousness. Rather, they appeared relaxed and at ease. After all, if even Old Wang, with his less than stellar intellect, could construct more advanced mechas, then surely mastering this VR pod, which seemed simpler than mechas, would take just a couple of days of study. It felt effortless, devoid of any pressure. Lin Chen was utterly perplexed by the calm demeanor of these engineers, which stood in stark contrast to the anxious countenances of Old Wang's cohort. Could it be that this cohort is the most exceptional one I have ever led? Lin Chen was momentarily disoriented by the smoke bomb thrown by the opposing team and inquired, "Why does everyone seem so at ease?" "It's merely a matter of VR cabin technology, Professor Lin. Please proceed," they chuckled once more. Nodding, Lin Chen commenced his explanation, This technology employs the principles of to achieve a genuine 3D effect, primarily utilizing the structure of to facilitate interaction. Instantly, the team of over 100 engineers became alert, only to be rendered bewildered shortly thereafter. What was being discussed? Was this a foreign language? They understood nothing at all. Before long, a collective look of confusion spread across their faces. An hour later, parched and weary, Lin Chen observed the audience, entranced, and asked while sipping water, "Do you comprehend?" Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized the truth. Even old Wang, with his rudimentary intellect, could construct mechas, yet they could not grasp a technology even simpler than that. You are undoubtedly the least competent group I have ever guided. To be unable to understand, yet maintain such a carefree demeanor. Lin Chen inhaled deeply. I have the technical blueprints here. If you fail to grasp it, you may resort to watching the recordings. He regarded them with palpable disdain. These individuals were undoubtedly here to disrupt the process. A month later, the engineers from the base departed, each having mastered the principles of the VR cabin. Upon receiving this news, the Empire promptly summoned 5 major electronic corporations to initiate the next phase of their plans. After negotiations, the leaders of the 5 electronic enterprises were left in utter astonishment. Shockingly, the Empire had mastered the technology of the VR pod. Following a series of communications and the allocation of technical engineers, the 5 major corporations promptly embarked on the ambitious task of developing the VR pod in accordance with the Empire's directives. On the same day, one of the Empire's largest electronic companies, HUNGWI Technology, notorious for being one of the most despised firms by the Empire, convened a press conference. The beautiful host, standing before dozens of journalists, proclaimed, "Our company is currently devoting itself to the production of an innovative VR product. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen behind me. This product is named the VR Pod, which authentically realizes 3D technology, enabling you to immerse yourself in a truly lifelike gaming environment." After an extensive introduction, the audience of journalists erupted in astonishment. HUNGWI Technology truly lived up to its reputation as a leading corporation in the Empire. The product unveiled today was reminiscent of the equipment featured in the film Ready Player One. It was, indeed, a remarkable achievement. One journalist inquired, "How long did your company take to develop such cutting-edge technology?" The host replied, "I am uncertain about that, but I can inform you that the VR pod was developed by Professor Lin himself, and our company is merely entrusted by the Empire to manufacture it." Simultaneously, several other prominent technology firms were also holding press conferences at a frantic pace, presenting content nearly identical to that of HUNGWI Technology, the VR pod. Subsequently, news of the VR pod spread like a tempest throughout the entire Empire overnight. Under the fermentation of time, by the following day, the gaming industry erupted, and the online realm was ablaze. Chapter 59. This is a 3D game of steel guns, inundated with news of this nature. The VR pods, it seems, have infiltrated even the subways and buses, truly achieving the promotion across the entire Empire. Greetings, friends. As arranged by the Empire, our company will launch the VR pods next week, delivering an authentic 3D experience that immerses you in the game. What are you waiting for? If you are a true friend, join me in the game and wield the steel gun together. Game setting. In the face of an increasingly dire situation with monsters, we now commence the military simulation competition. Brave warriors unite, chasing dreams in the clouds. All special forces unite to safeguard world peace. The above content pertains solely to the game. The initial reaction of the populace was disbelief, swiftly followed by the notion that a few companies were deliberately casting smoke screens, suggesting the actual quality would be abysmal. However, as snippets of the game content were unveiled, they were left utterly astonished. It was indeed a remarkably realistic 3D game, and the gameplay combined gunfights with monster battles. This gaming apparatus is simply astounding. By heavens, the release of this device is bound to revolutionize the global gaming landscape. It is exhilarating, electrifying. After merely a glance, one feels an insatiable urge to purchase it. It is evident that such splendid gaming equipment is a luxury reserved for the affluent. How could such an exquisite device be accessible to us common folk? I suspect this may be a secret weapon of our illustrious empire. Nonsense. It is widely acknowledged that only mechas constitute the secret weapon of our illustrious empire of Huangshan. It is merely a worthless gaming device. Even if it were offered to me for free, I would refuse it. The streets of the empire are abuzz with discussions, swiftly transforming it into a sensational topic of the moment. On Weibo, the VR pod's popularity soared, dominating the charts and overshadowing the trivialities of celebrities' mundane lives. For instance, tales of a certain starlet's fragrant socks, or the scandalous photographs of another, or the revelation concerning a famous figure's 5-year-old son being the offspring of the neighbor, Xiao Wang. In essence, under the Empire's orchestration, the VR pod has garnered immense attention, especially as a revolutionary VR apparatus intended to breach the blockade of the Jiming Empire, naturally. The higher its popularity, the better. Meanwhile, with the covert endorsement of the Empire of Huangjin, news regarding the VR pod began to ferment within the Jiming Empire, spreading across various demographics. A device that offers an immersive 3D gaming experience? Such a remarkable invention must be tried. I firmly believe that this VR pod is destined to captivate the globe. Its experiential quality is simply unparalleled. I eagerly anticipate next week, when I shall acquire an entire suite of the finest equipment. As the VR pod begins to permeate the Jiming Empire, its citizens express great enthusiasm for this innovation. Yet they remain oblivious to a critical question. Will it even be exported to the Jiming Empire? After all, at this juncture, import and export taxes have surged to more than double their previous rates. Moreover, the increase in import duties imposed by the Jiming Empire on the Huangjin Empire can be partially attributed to the sentiments of the populace. Emperor Pus of the Jiming Empire had long been aware of the VR pods that the Huangjin Empire intended to market. However, he harbored no concerns that this cutting-edge VR technology would fail to reach the Jiming Empire, for its market is vast, and it is believed that the Huangjin Empire would not be foolish enough to withhold such devices. After all, who among the impoverished citizens of the Huangjin Empire could afford this technological marvel? It is evident that the primary consumer base would ultimately be the populace of the Jiming Empire. I have resolved to impose an additional tax on the Huangjin Empire. Pus chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the substantial profits that lay ahead. A week later, 5 major enterprises sold out a staggering 500,000 sets of equipment. Subsequently, these companies plan to manufacture multiples of this figure, possibly even tens of times more. By nightfall, the citizens of the empire eagerly followed the instructions to verify their identities, downloaded the game, and began to immerse themselves in the experience. They sculpted their avatars, adjusting their heights. As they entered the game, an explosion of excitement ensued. If it were not for the ID names displayed above their heads, most individuals would appear indistinguishable from one another, a sea of identical figures resembling Yin Zhu and Yin. Goodness, this game is absolutely incredible. I feel as though I have been transported to another world. By the way, where can I find the tutorial for beginners? Behold, a group of enchanting sisters from Jinkong is playfully tugging at the trousers of male players. Upon entering the game, the first batch of intrepid adventurers from the Empire was met with considerable astonishment. Curiosity quickly transformed into familiarity with the novice process. Before long, bypassing the introductory stages, a legion of Royal Special Forces emerged. Before our eyes, a grand sign appeared. International Defense Exhibition, Glorious Empire Pavilion. Adjacent to it, an uplifting slogan proclaimed, "Together with the brave. Pursue dreams in the clouds." In the background, transport aircraft were poised for takeoff. Charge forth, onto the aircraft. How exhilarating. The prospect of battling monsters, a quintessential fantasy that every young boy has harbored, was finally within reach. Thus, each participant joyfully engaged until the enforced disembarkation time arrived. The following day, many users who had not purchased VR cabins were utterly astounded after watching last night's gameplay videos. "Is that a real steel gun?" they exclaimed in disbelief, their excitement rivaling that of an authentic gunfight. And to think, one could even fight monsters? Which gentleman will buy me a VR cabin? I would gladly fulfill any audacious request. I am irresistibly charming, with a deep voice and a heart protected by a playful demeanor. Consequently, the citizens of the Empire began eagerly contemplating the acquisition of the next batch of VR cabins. Such an extraordinary experience must be indulged in. Nay, this transcends mere gaming. It is, in the strictest sense, an invitation to savor the allure of military competition. The release of the VR chamber has granted the Huangjin Empire a respite from the blockade imposed by the Jiming Empire, allowing the citizens of the empire to shift their focus and dispel their anxieties as news of the VR chamber proliferates. However, the populace of the Jiming Empire finds themselves increasingly agitated. Damn it, it's all a lie. It has already been a week. Why is there still no place to purchase the VR chamber? I have the money, but where can I find it for sale? The citizens of Jianming Empire are on the brink of eruption, feeling deceived after a week of anticipation only to discover the absence of any available VR chambers. In his office, Pusi mutters in confusion, "This doesn't make sense. Has the Huangjin Empire abandoned its overseas market?" The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. And the more he yearns to engage with the VR chamber. Pusi merely contemplates the matter. It would be best if the VR chambers were not sold here at all. In the future, he can simply confront anyone who dares to oppose him or annoy him. No questions asked. Now that he possesses the formidable mecha terror killer, his confidence is unshakable. The Jianming Empire currently boasts 30 mecha terror killers, while the Huangjin Empire has merely added 2 new mechas. In terms of numbers, they are undeniably superior. As the content is being updated, please refresh the page to access the latest information. Will anyone truly buy this contraption? Without a doubt, I personally would never consider it. Yet, Miss Shower has the audacity to propose selling it to the Jianming Empire for a staggering 100,000 per unit? That is an astonishing tenfold increase. You see, the exorbitance of the VR chamber stems from the advanced technology within. Moreover, as you mentioned, their populace is erupting in a gaming frenzy, compelling the Jianming Empire to lift tariffs on imports and exports. This vividly illustrates the allure of the VR chamber, captivating their citizens even more fervently than illicit substances. Jiang Xiaoer chuckled softly, her lips curling into a visible smirk of confidence. While the reasoning holds merit, Zhang Lai felt an underlying sense of insensitivity. In truth, this price remains a bargain for them. In the future, utilizing the VR chamber for identity verification will incur charges, and downloading games will also demand payment. The foreign minister, Zhang Lai, stood there momentarily speechless. The empire's emperor, Jiang Mingyuan, is a cunning strategist, and his eldest daughter surpasses him in guile. I understand your concerns. But have you considered that our reduced pricing is facilitated by the subsidies available to the empire's citizens? Jiang Xiaoer stated earnestly, leaving the foreign minister flabbergasted. Subsidies indeed. This is merely a tactic to draw the attention of the Jianming Empire by offering such low prices. Meanwhile, chaos has erupted in the Jianming Empire. Increasing numbers of citizens have taken to the streets to protest against the Huangjin Empire, demanding the opening of trade between the two nations. Even the imperial palace of Pusi has become besieged by demonstrators, with no passage remaining. Why is it that only the glorious empire possesses the VR capsules for sale? It is solely due to the decrees of that old fool, Pers, who has imposed exorbitant taxes. Protest, protest. Pers is utterly unworthy of being the emperor of our valiant empire. I have heard that netizens from the glorious empire affectionately refer to Pers as their comrade. How shocking it is that our emperor is actually a spy for the glorious empire. So Pers has deliberately barred us from enjoying the VR capsules. Let us storm the imperial palace and take Pers to the police station. I refuse to believe that this old fool can act with impunity. Outside the imperial palace, a sea of youthful men and women brandished banners protesting on behalf of the glorious empire, their voices rising in fervent waves. Chaos reigned for a time. What freedom! What a splendid, valiant empire. It's all nonsense. Due to Pers edicts, overseas goods are no longer circulating in our empire, rendering us no different from a nation of isolationists. Pers gazed down from the window. The dark throng below filled his view, accompanied by their intolerable shouts. In an instant, he was consumed by rage. Shouting furiously, "Damn it, these foolish pigs. A mere product has driven them to madness. Do they not realize they are being used as pawns by the glorious empire? This is their scheme." The Minister of Internal Affairs quietly suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider the tariffs." "Impossible. If we do not curtail the glorious empire's growth, our position as the global hegemon will be usurped," Pers sneered. "They are merely a bunch of youngsters. Once the fervor subsides, they will know what to do." As the citizens of the Jianming Empire began to erupt in protests, news of their unrest gradually reached numerous nations. Consequently, a flurry of diplomatic calls inundated the emperor's palace, all aimed at rallying a united front against the Huangjin Empire. Concerned by the reports of the Jianming populace's demonstrations, there were fears that the Jianming Empire might abruptly abandon its allies, opting instead to strengthen trade relations with the Huangjin Empire. The first call came from the Sanhan Kingdom. Faced with skepticism, Pusi launched into a vehement tirade. "How dare you question my loyalty? The Jianming Empire will never take a step back in our efforts against the Huangjin Empire." The second call was from the anti-Huangjin vanguard, the Joseon Kingdom. Once again, Pusi unleashed a storm of invective. "You foolish pigs. The Jianming Empire has always stood by its word, and under no circumstances will we forsake our allies. Pu Si spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were sworn enemies with the Huangjin Empire. However, as night fell, the young men and women participating in the protests lost all semblance of reason. The Huangjin Empire continuously sent forth enticing new gaming content, which drove the youth of the Jianming Empire into a frenzy of jealousy. Why can't we, the free and prosperous Jianming Empire, possess such delightful treasures? A voice echoed in their minds incessantly. To hell with you, old Pussy, shouted a young man of African descent. Friends, that old fool doesn't he care about our desires? Let us storm the emperor's palace and drag him to the police station. Instantly, this ignited a fervor among the crowd. Indeed, we have taken to the streets in protest, while the residence of Lord Puss remains shrouded in darkness. The future of our proud empire hinges on this very day. History shall remember our defiance for the sake of freedom. Thus, the indignant citizens of the proud empire commenced a fervent assault on the imperial palace of Puss, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. Startled from his slumber, Puss gazed out at the frenzied crowd, bewildered by their loss of reason, and quickly inquired, "What is happening?" The citizens outside clamored for his arrest, demanding a reduction in the import and export taxes imposed on the glorious empire. The steward relayed the message. Puss was taken aback. He had never imagined the populace could become so unhinged over a mere VR pod belonging to the glorious empire. It was utterly inconceivable. His expression darkened as he contemplated the implications. If trade between their two nations did not resume, would he, the emperor of the proud empire, be apprehended? Oh, for heaven's sake, these foolish imbeciles. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the demands of the crowd, agreeing to lower the import and export taxes on the glorious empire. Gritting his teeth, he instructed the steward, quickly summon the Minister of Internal Affairs. I must convene an emergency press conference to announce the reduction of trade tariffs and restore commerce between our two nations. How begrudgingly he accepted this situation. Did these simpletons' minds truly consist of nothing but nonsense? Soon after, a press conference, closely monitored by the vigilant citizens of the proud empire, was convened. At the conference, Pers stated, regarding the import and export tax issue between the Jianming Empire and the Huangjin Empire, that it was a mistake on the part of the Jianming Empire. He announced the resumption of trade between the two nations and emphasized the importance of enhancing economic development. As for those allies who conspired against the Huangjin Empire, to hell with them. The reporter from the Sanhan nation was taken aback, questioning why there was a sudden reduction in the import and export taxes for the Huangjin Empire. Wasn't the Jianming Empire the instigator of this conspiracy? Why was everyone so resolutely opposing the Huangjin Empire, yet the initiators seemed to have backed out? This was for the development of our empire, and I urged the Huangjin Empire to enhance trade circulation with us. Pers's face flushed. How could he respond? Refusing would lead to being taken to the police station. The Inu nation, an ally of the Jianming Empire, and one of the first to respond to the call for a blockade against the Huangjin Empire, found its emperor enjoying a luxurious golden bubble bath at a pleasure house. Just as the moment became most critical, the foreign minister barged in with news. The Jianming Empire had suddenly announced the cancellation of all measures against the Huangjin Empire and vowed to deepen the trade strategy between the two great empires. By the heavens, this old Pers is genuinely plotting against us, isn't he? The emperor of Inu couldn't help but scoff. With this maneuver, Pers had evidently pushed the other 6 nations into the inferno. He was the originator of the campaign to contain the Huangjin Empire, previously speaking with such righteous fervor about maintaining the front lines and resolutely curbing the development of the Huangjin Empire. It is quite absurd that that old ghost has transformed into a trade ally of the Huangjin Empire. Damn it, that scoundrel Puss. What shall we do? The Minister of Foreign Affairs inquired. Naturally, we must lift the trade blockade against the Huangjin Empire. Without the vanguard of the Jianming Empire, we are utterly insignificant. The Emperor of the Ainu Kingdom cursed repeatedly. The Minister of Foreign Affairs nodded, standing still and calmly observing a pair of individuals. Why are you still here? The Emperor of the Ainu Kingdom fumed. I am waiting for you. You go first. I need 3 more minutes, then I shall return. The Emperor of the Ainu Kingdom stated. 3 minutes? The Minister of Foreign Affairs was taken aback, surprised by His Majesty's frivolity. No wonder the Empress frequently seeks out that old rascal in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Get out. The Emperor of the Ainu Kingdom was utterly enraged. He wished to measure his time in hours, but regrettably, he lacked the robust physique of a Huangjin man. Meanwhile, allies of the Jianming Empire, such as the Sanshan Kingdom and the Xinjia Kingdom, hastily convened press conferences upon receiving the news, announcing a reduction in import and export taxes on the Huangjin Empire. Given the Jianming Empire's actions, the Huangjin Empire would undoubtedly bear a grudge against everyone. Thus, the strategy led by the Jianming Empire to contain the Huangjin Empire was shattered. Yet, the VR chambers continued their relentless advance. As for the Huangjin Empire, since its products could no longer circulate overseas, factories within the empire had begun to shut down. Upon receiving news that major global trading economies have once again reduced import and export tariffs, factories have gradually resumed operations, resulting in a chorus of cheers from the populace of the empire. At last, goods are circulating. Otherwise, our company would face imminent bankruptcy. Work has commenced, and we are grateful for Professor Lin's VR chamber. Without it, the nations of the world would still be imposing blockades upon us. Regrettably, I have heard that Professor Lin has a penchant for cold, unyielding mechs, leaving me, a soft and fragrant maiden, to appreciate my own charm in solitude. It is astonishing to discover that Professor Lin is a frigid knight. This revelation is uplifting. The citizens of the empire, filled with jubilation, have even brought a sense of exhilaration to the heart of the Huangjin Empire. Frankly, had it not been for the VR chamber inciting fervent demonstrations among the citizens of the Jianming Empire, the economy of the Huangjin Empire might have faltered irreparably. During the conference, it was a rarity for the Jiang Mingyuan group, represented by Queen Ji Fu, and the Yang Ming group to set aside their rivalries and unite for a common cause. Following negotiations between Yang Ming and Ji Fu, it was ultimately decided, in accordance with Jiang Xiuer's wishes, that each VR chamber would be sold for 100,000, with additional charges for identity verification and gaming. As the Huangjin Empire thrives in this fervent atmosphere, the base is equally industrious. There is even a burgeoning sense of arrogance, as if they believe that with one person and one machine, they could effortlessly vanquish any monstrous foe. These individuals remain oblivious to the terror and brutality of battle that such creatures entail. Among these individuals, Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, and the alluring Aisha stood out the most. Thus, Lin Chen devised a database of monsters, intending to familiarize these students with the terror of these creatures. The data regarding the monsters was loaded into the driving simulation chamber. Yi Xian inquired, "Professor Lin, what is this?" "It is a database of monsters, designed to compensate for your lack of practical experience," Lin Chen replied. The students were astonished. "Are we truly going to battle monsters in the driving simulation chamber? If we can indeed fight monsters, I could easily vanquish them with my feet, as if slicing through vegetables. I have awaited this day for far too long." "Huh, just look at you bunch of novices. At long last, we are to confront monsters. After days of training, we hardly know how many of these beasts we could slay." The excitement within the students was palpable. They yearned to rush into the driving simulation chamber and slay monsters until the very ends of the earth. Lin Chen observed their bravado, hoping that when they finally faced the monsters, they would not be paralyzed by fear. Soon, once the database of monsters was fully loaded, Lin Chen waved his hand and commanded, "Everyone, enter for practical simulation training." Consequently, all 60 students entered the driving simulation chamber, eagerly preparing for their adventure of monster slaying. However, within moments, the chamber erupted with blood-curdling screams and cries. They were utterly terrified. "Aw, this is horrifying. Oh my goodness, it's so frightening. It's enormous and powerful, and that purple-red hue is utterly revolting." A young woman, initially brimming with excitement to embark on a grand adventure, was suddenly taken aback within the realistic confines of a driving simulator by the abrupt appearance of a horde of colossal lizard beasts and winged lizard creatures. Overwhelmed by fear, she retreated hastily. Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, found his mech's dual-wing propulsion system severely malfunctioning, and as the monstrous creatures charged towards him, escape seemed impossible. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into human form, brandishing his battle sword while emitting a piercing cry. "Ah, I shall wield my sword in despair." Within mere minutes, 60 trainees stood outside the simulator, their faces pale and gasping for breath, utterly horrified. The notion of vanquishing monsters with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables, had turned into a grim reality where each of them had been swiftly defeated by the beasts. Lin Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Your individual strengths are lacking. Yet when it comes to posturing, you all excel." The trainees were instructed to continue their practice. Although this is merely data, It bears a striking resemblance to actual combat. Only through such realistic simulations can one achieve the finest training, Lin Chen asserted. He understood that they possessed the necessary skills. What they truly lacked was practical combat experience. Eagerly, a girl named Aisha inquired, "Professor, please enlighten us on the origins of your unparalleled driving expertise." Her question piqued the curiosity of all present, who turned their attention to Lin Chen. "It is acquired through practice," he replied nonchalantly, though internally he acknowledged that it was, in fact, a reward from the system for mastering driving proficiency. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered the gap between their abilities and Lin Chen's remarkable prowess. Just as the group of students began to doubt their own intelligence, a sudden exclamation erupted from Aisha, her voice filled with excitement. "I understand now. Professor Lin must surely be single. Could that be the legendary Kirin arm?" This left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What an absurd notion. They felt as if a herd of wild horses had galloped overhead. Chapter 63. The Daily Training of a Terrifying Assassin. Lin Chen cast a deep glance at the exuberant Aisha. What on earth is the Kirin arm? Why did her mention of it cause her to become so agitated she could hardly keep her legs together? Meanwhile, in the empire of Jianming, Pus sat in his office, sighing deeply. The golden opportunity to suppress the flourishing development of the Huangzhen Empire had vanished. Damn it, our populace is nothing but a bunch of foolish swine. Pus found himself utterly speechless, struggling to draw comparisons between the citizens of the two great empires. When a monstrous assault loomed over the Huangzhen Empire, their citizens evacuated the cities with an order that could rival a textbook drill. In stark contrast, during a beastly invasion of their own city, the citizens of Jianming engaged in protests, demonstrating at the slightest dissatisfaction, and nearly stormed the emperor's palace to drag themselves off to the police station. Pus clutched his hair in frustration, his expression one of utter dismay. Not long after, the Minister of Foreign Affairs entered the office, his tone serious. "Since we unexpectedly resumed trade relations with the Huangzhen Empire, the attitudes of those 6 nations have grown increasingly delicate, seemingly tinged with hostility." Pus remained silent, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. Did these insignificant little factions dare to provoke the Jianming Empire? Truly, they were courting their own demise. "Should we issue a warning?" inquired the foreign minister. It appeared that our terror weapon was poised to make its debut, casting a shadow over nations and peoples worldwide beneath the might of our formidable empire. Pur's voice was grave, and the impulse to flaunt their powers surged within him. The more hostility other nations harbored towards our empire, the more it presented an opportunity to strike a blow against them. How exhilarating! Once the terror weapon was unveiled, would they not all come groveling to our empire? The foreign minister was taken aback. He gazed incredulously at Purs, questioning his sanity. Was he truly contemplating using the empire's secret weapon, reserved for moments of dire need or to fend off monstrous assaults, as a mere tool for ostentation? "What? Do you have an objection?" Purs retorted, somewhat displeased. "I believe that showcasing the terror weapon now would not yield optimal returns. Merely instilling fear in the nations is hardly worthwhile," replied the interior minister. Purs nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. If the terror weapon were to gain renown in battle when the monsters eventually appeared, it would not only intimidate other nations, but also instill a sense of pride in the citizens of our empire. Perhaps it could even pave the way for the annihilation of the Radiant Empire. With this thought, Purs found himself eagerly anticipating the emergence of the monsters. Subsequently, he set aside his affairs and accompanied the interior minister to the research facility. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the institute. Purs inquired of the head researcher, "How is our terror weapon progressing?" "It is excellent. We are nearing mass production, and our pilots have gained proficient flying experience," came the response. The leader, accompanied by Purs and the Minister of Internal Affairs, made their way to the vast training ground. There, 30 formidable killer machines were relentlessly charging and soaring through the air. Witnessing this scene, Purs was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the essence of our training? Surely, our training cannot be so simplistic. Look at those targets adorned with monstrous illustrations. The objective of our killer machines is to swiftly dash or soar forth and shred those creature-painted targets to pieces. The leader explained. It is simply target practice. He added with a smirk. Purs nodded, observing as the 30 killer machines tore the monstrous targets into countless fragments. And he instinctively exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake." He could hardly contain his urge to critique the situation. At this moment, he could only hope that when the next monsters appeared, they would remain stationary like the targets, allowing the pilots to unleash their full fury upon them. Fear not, for the killer machines are merely our first generation of mechs. Our second generation has made significant progress, and they are genuinely humanoid mechs. The leader chuckled. Pers was astonished and elated. The concept of humanoid mechs had become an obsession for him. If he didn't indulge in watching videos of the mech advancements from the glorious empire daily, he found it difficult to sleep. Yet now, with the advancements in the second-generation mechs, it seemed that the ironclad empire would not be far from surpassing the glorious empire's mechs. Suddenly, the desire to showcase his own achievements surged within Pers. He envisioned inviting prominent figures from various nations to visit the ironclad empire, and he must not forget to extend an invitation to the scientist named Lin Chen. Let him comprehend the folly of rejecting the invitation from the formidable Jinming Empire. While simultaneously witnessing the terror of its mechas, it infuriated him. The following day, a vessel carrying 200,000 units of VR pods arrived at the Jinming Empire's port at 10 in the morning. Following distribution and logistics, major cities swiftly began preparations for sales. By noon, the entrance of a specialized VR pod store was teeming with eager customers, the scene chaotic and disorderly. By the gods, the VR pod must be a divine gift to us. Everyone, step aside. I shall be the first to purchase. My comrades, the VR pod is a testament to our freedom. That cursed old ghost, Pus, has ultimately been compelled to yield to us, the free populace. I demand a pentakill. A pentakill. Such splendid equipment is truly a waste upon the citizens of the Huangjin Empire. Within the game, Pentakill Spray Tower Q. At this moment, as the store clerk opened the door, he was startled by the throng outside, leading him to reflexively shut the door again. Alas, he had grossly underestimated the lack of decorum among the populace of the Jinming Empire. After the manager, with a scowl, inquired about the situation and grasped the events that had unfolded, he promptly opened the window and bellowed, "Form a line. No queue. No sale." With a resounding whoosh, two lengthy lines materialized in a remarkably brief span of time. They endured for the sake of the VR pods. Had it been in the past, the free citizens of the Jinming Empire would have surely dragged the few Huangjin individuals inside out for a severe beating. A young black man stood at the forefront of the queue. 100,000 per unit. The manager cast a glance at him, then pointed to the sign behind him. The illustrious Huang Jinren and the resolute Jin Mengren have perpetually harbored mutual disdain towards one another. Thus the store manager's demeanor is notably indifferent, lacking any warmth. Oh, the wretched coldness of your attitude. You, a band of bloodsuckers, sell the VR capsule for merely a few thousand in the Huangjin Empire. Yet you dare to charge me 100,000? I shall sue you for consumer fraud, the young black man bellowed in fury. At this price, purchase it or not. The manager scoffed disdainfully. Damn you, you despicable Huangjinren. The young black man seethed with rage. Chapter 64. If not now, when to flaunt? He was furious. The young black man glared furiously at the manager, having awaited this moment for an interminable time, only to be deceived by these loathsome vampires. The manager, with a dark expression, stated, the Huangjin Empire offers lower prices due to government subsidies. Without such support, the price is indeed 100,000. Let me extend my benevolence further by informing you that in the Jin Ao Empire, identity verification incurs a fee, and downloading games also requires payment. This is a blatant act of siphoning the lifeblood of the Jinming Empire. This declaration ignited a considerable uproar among the citizens of the Jinming Empire. What? The VR capsule costs 100,000? The reason it is cheaper in the Huangjin Empire is due to their subsidies. Why are we not entitled to such subsidies? Was it not promised to be merely a few thousand? The sentiment was overwhelmingly sour, filled with jealousy and frustration. Such a remarkable product, yet completely unaffordable. How infuriating. Thus, apart from a handful of affluent families who indulged in the purchase of VR pods, the vast majority were left merely staring in disbelief. That evening, discontent began to circulate across the internet. Terms such as vampire, fraud, and sugar-coated bullets emerged, revealing that the anticipated VR pods were exclusively designed for the wealthy, leaving those without means utterly hopeless. Alas, we had fallen into a trap. The VR pods were a scheme devised by the Huangjin Empire. Yet, my desire to partake remains fervent. Oh, $100,000, and the subsequent expenses are far beyond the reach of us common folk. Why are there no subsidies for us? Complaints erupted once more online. Previously, the grievances centered around the unavailability of sales outlets, while now they lamented the unaffordability. At this moment, Puss remained oblivious to the online turmoil, eagerly stepping into the VR pod. Within the game, features such as facial customization, height adjustment, and ID creation were conspicuously absent. His ambition extended beyond dominance in the real world. He aspired to reign supreme in the gaming universe as well. He yearned for all to recognize the legendary figure that he, Puss, truly was. Consequently, the character he crafted within the game was a replica of himself. Upon entering the game, he was immediately met with enthusiastic exclamations. Everyone, look, this resembles Puss. The VR pods from the Huangjin Empire possessed an inherent advantage for the masses, affordability, resulting in a surge of players that rendered global servers utterly overwhelmed with countless fervent participants. With a cold smirk, Pers jumped straight into a transport aircraft, eager to unleash a wave of carnage and carve out the legend of a formidable empire. Just as he was preparing to embark on his grand endeavor, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was it that all the players were displaying such camaraderie? A glance around the aircraft left him astounded. Inside and outside, players surrounded him, their gazes laden with ill intentions. Pers was taken aback, questioning whether he had arrived in the wrong place. Not a single blonde among the sea of dark-haired faces. The scene resembled that of an innocent maiden stumbling into a den of predators, utterly helpless regarding her impending fate. Consequently, Pers inadvertently transformed a gunfight game into an escape game. The global server's public screen continued to scroll. Pers has just disembarked from the 6th server and is being relentlessly pursued by thousands of players. Pers has fled to the 98th server. Oh no, Pers has escaped to the 99,999th server. Everyone, pursue him. Do not let him get away. Unsurprisingly, Pers indeed became a legendary figure. Ultimately, he exited the VR chamber with a dark expression. What a ridiculous game. The experience was utterly abysmal. When informed by his butler of the public outcry echoing through the online realm, his demeanor grew increasingly grim. Excellent. First, he was mercilessly hunted by players of the Huangjin Empire in the game, and now he faced the wrath of the citizens of the Jiming Empire. Suddenly, with a darkened expression, he dialed the Minister of Internal Affairs, unleashing a fit of rage. Damn it, seize all the VR pods at once. Is the glorious Empire up to mischief again, sending agents to disrupt me in the game, and now resorting to this insidious tactic? Come on. We have 30 well-trained terror machines. Let us see who ultimately fears whom. Upon receiving the order, the minister promptly mobilized personnel to execute it. Teams rushed to various cities, removing seals from the VR pods. This was undeniably a significant event. Just after Puss had held a press conference, all the VR pods were confiscated. Was the strong empire attempting to instigate a war? The managers of VR pod specialty stores glared in indignation at these brazen robbers. Meanwhile, deep beneath the tranquil sea, where silence had prevailed for months, the interdimensional passage began to stir. Colossal creatures surged forth from the depths, 8 in total, heading towards the glorious empire and the strong empire in 2 separate directions. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, this was unfolding. The following day, the world was in an uproar. Overnight, the glorious empire inexplicably confronted the strong empire, demanding an explanation, or else they would retaliate fully. Foreign Minister Zhang Lai delivered a vehement speech at the press conference, denouncing the strong empire's thuggish actions. At that moment, Puss of the strong empire wore a pleased expression and declared, "Issue a notice. Let our terror machines make a global debut the day after tomorrow. If we do not show off now, when else shall we? Not only can it intimidate various nations, but it can also compel the glorious true empire to silence its voices, ceasing its clamorous declarations at press conferences. Furthermore, an invitation for heroes has been widely disseminated. Notable figures across the globe have, to varying extents, received invitations from the fierce mighty empire to witness the grand unveiling of their terrifying assassins. In essence, it unequivocally communicates a stance of confrontation to the world, and the glorious true empire merely serves as a prop for the fierce mighty empire to showcase its prowess through these lethal assassins. After all, the fierce mighty empire boasts a formidable cadre of 30 well-trained assassins, while the glorious true empire possesses merely 3 mechs. What grounds do they have for comparison? Upon the release of this news, a profound silence enveloped the globe, accompanied by shock. The mechs of the fierce mighty empire are also set to make their debut? Indeed, the fierce mighty empire truly lives up to its formidable reputation. Yet, it remains uncertain which of the 2 empires possesses the superior mechs. Undoubtedly, It is the fierce mighty empire, for they have a full 30 units, and it is likely they may produce even more in the future. The world buzzes with discussions surrounding the mechs of the fierce mighty empire, whose names exude an ominous aura, suggesting they are exceptionally powerful machines. In an instant, many influential figures began to align themselves with the fierce mighty empire, while the position of the glorious true empire began to precariously waver. Following the global announcement regarding the impending debut of 30 mechs, the glorious true empire fell into silence, refraining from countering the fierce mighty empire any longer. Was it out of fear of the 30 fearsome assassins? Certainly not. Chapter 65. Can this even be considered a mech? The glorious true empire was merely engulfed in concern. The tenacious empire had first confiscated all VR pods, and at that moment, unveiled their formidable mecha assassins to the world. Their intentions were evidently aggressive, using their mechs to compel the glorious true empire into submission, thereby instilling fear across nations and bestowing an unprecedented sense of pride upon their own populace. The timing of this mecha debut was impeccable, achieving 3 objectives in one fell swoop. Consequently, the core leaders of the glorious true empire once more arrived at the GJ city base, for the empire had no substantial resources left to rival the tenacious empire. "Why are all of you here?" Lin Chen inquired casually, sipping his tea, while those across from him wore expressions of deep concern. The tenacious empire was about to showcase their mechs, and suddenly, there were 30 of them. The expression on Queen Jifu's face was far from pleasant. "But we have our own," Lin Chen responded with an indifferent demeanor. "We only possess 3. In terms of numbers, we are utterly outmatched, and the names of the tenacious empire's mechs are rather fearsome." "Oh," Lin Chen showed no signs of anxiety. "You are a tremendous disappointment to the empire." The impatient voice of General Yang Ming echoed. The empire had allocated all its resources to the base, deliberately avoiding any conflicts with Lin Chen, even ensuring that Jiang Xiuer was safeguarded to consider his feelings. Yet Lin Chen remained lethargic and indifferent. Lin Chen glanced at them, poised to respond, when suddenly the voice from the command room pierced through. "Report, Professor Lin. All units are being transported via the lift to the runway and are about to commence designated training. Takeoff training can proceed." Lin Chen issued the command. The surveillance from the command room synchronized, and the screens vividly displayed the newly minted mechas emerging from the launch shafts on the base's runway. Suddenly, the conference room where Lin Chen was present fell into a hushed silence. The mouths of the imperial leaders forming perfect circles of disbelief as they gazed at the unfolding scene. How could so many mechas appear out of nowhere? Was it not stated that only 3 were available? The screen showed numerous navigators, and with the sound of the command echoing, it announced, "All units are prepared for departure. The passage has been cleared. Tianlong has taken off. Panlong has taken off. Shanlong has taken off. Xianglong has taken off." With a series of 18 swift whooshes, a total of 18 mechas soared from the base, engaging in designated training within the specified airspace. These 18 mechas soared through the sky, densely packed, delivering a stunning visual impact that was both powerful and awe-inspiring. In the conference room, Lin Chen diverted his gaze from the screen and inquired, "What was it you just mentioned?" The assembly responded in confusion. Was it not said that only 3 mechas were operational at the moment? How had 18 suddenly emerged, all of which had taken flight? Yang Ming's expression turned awkward as he asked, "What is the level of familiarity these pilots have with the mechas?" The imperial leaders were unaware that the base had already equipped driving simulators, serving as tools for experience enhancement. It is precisely due to the advent of the driving simulation chamber that the trainees find themselves engaged in daily battles against monstrous foes, fostering their growth. Lin Chen directly led them to the training facility, stating, "What we lack now is mental fortitude." Each of them experiences at least one battle daily that rivals reality. The central authorities of the empire were taken aback upon witnessing the driving simulation chamber. This training was not only akin to real combat, but also the most effective form of preparation, through peripheral monitoring. It became evident that the trainees were embroiled in fierce confrontations with the monsters, each harboring unique thoughts and strategies. In summary, the rise of this young talent is now unstoppable. It can be said that every future mecha pilot will inevitably become his close ally. The sudden emergence of such a formidable contender left Yang Ming and Jifu feeling as though they could scarcely breathe from the intensity of the situation. The following day, the Jianming Empire began extending invitations globally. Notable figures from various factions and industries received the call, with many hastening to ingratiate themselves with pus. Those unable to attend promptly sent trusted delegates in their stead. The number of individuals traveling to the Jianming Empire reached an astonishing 99. 9 of those notified. Even Lin Chen received an invitation from across the ocean, which read, "Dear Professor Lin Chen, we at the Jianming Empire eagerly anticipate your timely arrival tomorrow to witness the miracle of the world and the birth of its guardians together." Lin Chen muttered to himself in disbelief, "I go, what a load of nonsense." He would not find himself idly wandering to the Iron Empire to observe the terrifying mechs, for he was presently burdened with numerous pressing matters. Relying solely on conventional weaponry to combat monsters felt somewhat inadequate. Thus, he set about the task of perfecting the mechs. Currently, there were 3 critical areas that required thorough enhancement, for only upon their refinement could the mechs be deemed true divine instruments of war. These areas included the particle beam gun, the particle beam sword, and the particle barrier. On this day, Lin Chen busied himself with drafting design and data schematics. Thick stacks of blueprints cluttering the entire laboratory. Meanwhile, in the Iron Empire, after a day's wait, the moment everyone had eagerly anticipated finally arrived. On this day, Pers devoted an hour to perfecting his appearance. Filled with confidence, Pers would not miss any opportunity to showcase the might of the Iron Empire. All satellites were activated, broadcasting signals freely to all nations. Major television networks across the globe synchronized their broadcasts. On this day, nearly half of the world's audience prepared to witness the Iron Empire's mech, the terrifying killer. The grandeur of the event was nothing short of legendary, far surpassing the unveiling of the War Bastion by Lin Guemo. The history of the Iron Empire was destined to be inscribed by the illustrious Pers. In high spirits, he gazed at the throngs of people gathered in the square, a proud smile gracing his face. At this moment of historical significance, he proclaimed, "Now, let our mech battalion, the terrifying killer, make its entrance." Suddenly, the venue fell silent, a solemn atmosphere enveloping the entire square. Before long, the ground began to tremble, and then 30 mechs, the terrifying killers, made their grand appearance. In this singular moment, the entire audience was instantly captivated. Strictly speaking, the mechas of the Jianming Empire are undeniably formidable, each towering at a staggering height of 16 meters, with 4 razor-sharp feet that penetrate the ground with every movement. One can only imagine the overwhelming sensation caused by such colossal behemoths mobilizing in unison, as their every step wreaks havoc. The spectators' mouths instinctively formed a perfect O. What? Is this truly a mecha? The mechas of the Huangshan Empire are genuine humanoid constructs, whereas these terrifying assassins from the Jianming Empire bear no semblance of humanity. Chapter 66 feels rather uninspiring. Nevertheless, they are indeed fearsome. Based on their initial presentation, they overshadow the mechas of the Huangshan Empire. For not only do the mechas of the Huangshan Empire conform to aesthetic standards, but they also possess unparalleled power. The actual capabilities of the Jianming mechas remain uncertain. However, they undoubtedly live up to their name as terrifying assassins, exuding a chilling presence both in appearance and in their capacity to devastate the ground. In this moment, the citizens of the Jianming Empire erupted in ecstatic cheers before their televisions. Finally, we have our own mechas. Long live Pus. We must petition for the establishment of a magnificent statue of liberty for Pus. How cool. Our mechas will surely obliterate the monsters. The populace swelled with pride and exhilaration. As for VR cabins, they are utterly irrelevant. Before the might of the Empire's mechs, everything else, including the VR pods, seemed but a mere pile of refuse. In the grand plaza of the formidable Empire, amidst the gaze of thousands, each individual harbored their own thoughts. The majority were preoccupied with how to ingratiate themselves with Pers. Yet, standing beside Pers, Yang Ming wore a frown, hesitating since the moment he laid eyes on those towering, fearsome killers. It appeared that these mechs were incapable of flight. "Ah, my dear Yang, what are your thoughts on these mechs?" Pers chuckled, proudly displaying his confidence. Only the formidable Empire and the glorious Empire possessed such mechs, yet the confiscated VR pods were conspicuously omitted from the discussion. "Pers, it seems your mechs cannot fly," Yang Ming remarked, his expression unperturbed. Pers, clearly anticipating this retort, exchanged a knowing glance with the Minister of Internal Affairs, who promptly understood and announced, "Now, let our mechs demonstrate their flight capabilities." Then, the massive turbines beneath the bellies of 30 fearsome mechs began to whir, gradually lifting into the air. Yang Ming was taken aback. He was not alone. The entire audience, indeed the entire world, was astonished. These 16-meter-tall mechs could actually fly? Good heavens! It appeared that the Empire's mechs were destined for invincibility. With so many flying mechs, the glorious Empire's advantages were rapidly diminishing. Truly, the formidable Empire was nothing short of exceptional. Amidst the gasps of awe from the crowd, Pers, with a smug smile, turned to Yang Ming and inquired, "How does it feel?" Yang Ming remained silent, offering no response. Yet the performance must continue. Pers intends for the entire world to remember that today belongs to the illustrious and formidable Empire. The Minister of Internal Affairs continued to announce, "Now, let our mechanized terror assassins demonstrate how to vanquish monsters." At this proclamation, nearly everyone gazed incredulously at the mechanized terror assassins. A grim realization dawned upon the crowd. Monsters had not appeared for several months. Had they all been captured and domesticated by the formidable Empire? A wave of shock rippled through the audience. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, a cacophony of two echoed from the horizon as several helicopters released targets emblazoned with images of monsters before swiftly retreating. The 30 mechanized units surged forward like a pack of wolves, tearing the monster-laden targets to shreds. Global viewers were left in awe. Indeed, the formidable Empire is truly impressive. An unprecedented display of propaganda, where mere targets were proclaimed as monsters. Do you typically train using these targets? Yang Ming could not help but inquire. Of course. If not targets, then what else? Pers responded with disdain and mockery. The operators of the mechanized terror assassins are exceptional precisely because they train with these targets. The trashy Huangjin Empire utterly fails to grasp the genuine methods of mechanized training. Yang Ming appeared hesitant, feeling that the Empire's reliance on targets for training was rather lowly. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose silence. Perhaps it was best not to undermine Pers. It would be wise to grant him some semblance of dignity. Thus, the performance concluded. Pers held an unprecedented press conference on-site, attended by a global audience. What, I ask, is the purpose behind the illustrious Jianming Empire's creation of mechs? The first to speak was a journalist from Jianming Empire. Naturally, it is to safeguard world peace and eradicate monsters. At this moment, Pers could hardly contain the urge to deliver an extraordinary speech before the international audience. Such a declaration greatly inspired countless citizens of the Jianming Empire. Behold, this is the imperial demeanor. They would never ally with the nefarious Huangjin Empire, which even sells VR pods at exorbitant prices. What else would they hesitate to do? At this juncture, a reporter from the Huangjin Empire posed a question. Might I inquire? Given that the Huangjin Empire's mechs have already achieved 2 victories against monsters, whether the actual performance of your mechs, which have only just made their debut, raises concerns? The audacity of that Huangjin reporter to cast doubts upon the mighty mech terror. Pers' countenance darkened. He felt it was high time to abandon his reticence, lest the foolish jesters of Huangjin continue to seek attention. He confidently replied, "To speak candidly, our mech performance is ahead of its time. Even if monsters were to appear now, our exceptional pilots would effortlessly annihilate them, and our mechs are equipped with super weapons that can eliminate monsters in an instant." For Pers, the objective at this moment was to flaunt his superiority in any way possible. After all, it had been several months since the last monster appearance. In his quest for ostentation, he indulged in grandiose claims, to the extent that the citizens of the Jianming Empire were utterly convinced by his eloquent boasts. After all, the illustrious Pers had woven a tapestry of grandiose claims without a single flaw. In a bid to substantiate his assertions, he even summoned the pilots to join him in his flamboyant declarations. Our mechas shall ascend to legendary status across the globe. One of our mechas could obliterate all the mechas of the Huangjin Empire. Oh, the pitiable Huangjin Empire, which, I have heard, possesses a mere 3 mechas. While we boast a formidable fleet of 30, our mechas are designed to withstand their initial onslaught, and they may very well struggle to prevail against us. Pers' fantastical rhetoric captivated the entirety of the Jianming Empire's populace. Many who beheld his confidence and unflappable demeanor suddenly felt invigorated, their hearts brimming with boundless self-assurance. What monsters? What mechas of the Huangjin Empire? Those are relics of the past. Now, the terrifying assassins of the Jianming Empire are the true protagonists of this world. The overwhelming confidence of the Jianming Empire surged exponentially. Following the exhibition of the mechas, A grand ball was held that evening at the largest hotel in the capital of the Jianming Empire. Each terrifying assassin, mecha, housed 2 pilots, making the 60 pilots the undeniable focal point of the soiree. Countless socialites and esteemed ladies cast admiring glances at the pilots, seemingly captivated by their driving prowess. Yet, amidst this vibrant atmosphere, Pers received a phone call and hurriedly departed. Before long, after undergoing numerous verifications, he arrived at the command center. Upon noticing the unusual activity displayed on the screen, he inquired with puzzlement, "What is that?" "It is the information transmitted from the sonar detection station we established at sea," replied the staff member. "So that means..." The color in Pers's face gradually began to brighten. Chapter 67. The Enigma of Confidence. "Indeed, it is a monster. How splendid!" Pers exclaimed with excitement. "It is anticipated that 4 colossal monsters will reach our coastal city, Turi City, by tomorrow morning," the staff member calculated. Clenching his fists, Pers felt a surge of confidence in the mechanized terror that awaited, yet he still ordered the complete evacuation of all residents of Turi City. An opportunity for the mighty Jianming Empire to earn its fame in battle has arrived. This time, success is the only option, for the entire world will witness that the mechanized forces of the Jianming Empire are not inferior to those of the Huangjin Empire. However, the monsters were not solely detected by the Jianming Empire. Another wave of 4-headed beasts was similarly detected by the Huangjin Empire's maritime sonar station. A tense atmosphere enveloped the room. According to the data from the sonar detection station established at sea, 4 four-winged lizard beasts were approaching the Empire, with an estimated arrival time set for tomorrow afternoon. Lin Chen sat silently in the command room, reflecting on the intelligence just received from the United Front Office, which stated that this battle would be one for the mechanized forces. An opportunity to make a name for themselves and to highlight the absurdity of the Jianming Empire's perception of themselves. Regardless of my own circumstances, the fate of the new recruits looms heavily. Their inaugural battle may very well lead to sacrifice. After all, this time we face the formidable 4-headed, 4-winged lizard beasts. Notorious for their diverse and ferocious attacks, Lin Chen cannot perpetually shield them from harm. "Professor Lin, have you summoned us?" At that moment, 18 of the most distinguished students surged into the command room. Lin Chen nodded and proclaimed, "From tomorrow onward, you will no longer be mere trainees, but rather official mech pilots." "What does that mean?" The students exchanged glances, their breaths quickening with anticipation. "I shall not conceal the truth from you. After several months, the monsters have finally emerged. I grant you a day of respite to prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, you may face casualties. Adjust your mindset accordingly," Lin Chen stated. "Are we truly to engage in battle tomorrow?" The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, only to be swiftly tempered by trepidation. The confrontation ahead would be genuine, not merely a simulation. "Mao Rong, you will remain at the base tomorrow, allowing Yi Xian to pilot the dragon warship. I will command the Heavenly Dragon as we embark on our first battle," Lin Chen instructed. "Understood." The collective response rang out resoundingly. Meanwhile, the Imperial Central Command was preparing in a discreet manner, neither overtly promoting nor concealing the impending threat. They simply issued a notice to the citizens of Linjiang, informing them that monsters would appear tomorrow and advising them to remain calm and follow directives. The populace displayed remarkable composure, devoid of unrest, as though the monsters posed no threat to their existence at all. On the following morning, the city of Turi within the stalwart empire resounded with the blaring of alarms. An alarm has sounded, and the city has activated its highest-level emergency response plan, urging all residents to evacuate Turi City. The announcement plays repeatedly. However, the citizens remain remarkably composed, merely pausing momentarily before resuming their activities. "Evacuate? Nonsense. What could a monster possibly do to me? Oh, for heaven's sake, only cowards would flee. Our mechs can effortlessly rend those beasts to shreds. Why should we fear them? Did not Pers yesterday declare that our mechs are equipped with super weapons capable of annihilating monsters in an instant?" The populace remains unfazed, for Pers did assert that the fearsome mech killers could easily dismantle the monsters, employing super weapons to vanquish them without a second thought. Naturally, the citizens believe him. Would Pers dare to boast in front of a global audience otherwise? Evacuating Turi City? Only a fool would do such a thing, destined to be ridiculed as a coward. Indeed, we shall not retreat. The valiant and unyielding fear nothing. News of the monster's reappearance spread rapidly across the globe. In response, The self-assured Pers immediately commanded all satellites to focus on Turi City, allowing the world to witness the might of the unyielding empire. Once the satellite broadcast commenced, viewership soared, ultimately reaching nearly 2 billion. At this moment, 1 in every 4 individuals was tuned in to the satellite broadcast of the unyielding empire. However, upon witnessing the current state of Turi City, the audience was left in stunned silence. The city, poised for the impending arrival of the monstrous threat, remained bustling with traffic. Astonishingly, the renowned Iron Empire displayed unwavering confidence, seemingly indifferent to the imminent danger. Surely, their mechs must possess extraordinary capabilities. Such self-assurance. In the face of this scene, Pers stood frozen, his expression blank as he turned to the Minister of Affairs and inquired, "Why have our citizens not evacuated? The public is clamoring with optimism, bolstered by your speech yesterday, convinced that the terror killers can effortlessly shred any monster to pieces." Pers felt a flicker of foreboding within, an unsettling notion taking root in his mind. If the 30 terror killers failed to obliterate the monsters, the consequences for Turi City would be dire. Oh heavens! I would be condemned as a traitor to the Iron Empire. At that moment, 4 massive, 4-winged behemoths emerged from the horizon of the ocean. A profound silence enveloped the global audience, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over them. While the 30 terror killers appeared formidable, they paled in comparison to the 4 colossal creatures, akin to the disparity between a tiger and a rabbit. In their line of sight, the 4 monsters presented an overwhelming visual impact, causing countless spectators to instinctively swallow hard. They were immense. The monsters loomed large, their grotesque, deep crimson skin exuding an aura of menace, and their elongated necks resembled those of ancient, malevolent dragons. This sight inspired a mixture of terror and awe. Surely, our mechs will be able to vanquish these beasts. In this moment, countless citizens of the ironclad empire fervently bolster their spirits, endlessly weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the monsters against the terror killers. The monsters, though large, are sluggish, whereas the terror killers boast pilots of exceptional driving prowess, equipped with formidable weaponry. This comparison instills a sense of reassurance among the populace. They perceive the 4 monsters as mere trifles, hardly a cause for concern. Meanwhile, on the southern coastline, 10 kilometers from Turi City, 30 mechs of the terror killers stand in formation, poised to annihilate the beasts. An invisible haze of tension lingers in the air, signaling that a great battle is imminent. Yet, within the cockpits, the pilots exhibit no trace of anxiety. Rather, they engage in light-hearted banter over their headsets. Their daily training has honed their skills in swiftly dismantling monsters, which has endowed all 60 pilots across the 30 mechs with an uncanny confidence. They even speculate that the command is overly cautious, deploying all the mechs against a mere 4 monsters. What nonsense! 1 terror killer is more than sufficient to handle 4 beasts. They continue to boast of their forthcoming heroic deeds, envisioning themselves immortalized in the memories of global audiences and dreaming of becoming legendary figures etched in the annals of history. Chapter 68, Dawn's Guardian Angel. Hey, guys, make sure to give me a chance to shine. Last night, I met 2 socialites. I'm just 1 step away from winning them over. After we've vanquished the monsters, I'm ready to celebrate with them. The monsters are merely 4-headed paper tigers. Even the mechs of the glorious empire can obliterate these beasts. And our terrifying killers from the mighty empire will certainly do even better. These 4 monsters are evidently here to grant us points. Yesterday, we showcased our mechs to the world, and today, monsters have come to meet their demise. This must be divine providence. Oh, the monsters have emerged. Shall we allow them to launch a wave of attacks? The pilots within the terrifying killers laughed and jested, entirely disregarding the approaching monsters, continuing their banter unabated. What harm could it do to let the monsters attack? Even the mechs of the glorious empire can effortlessly evade such assaults. The exceptional pilots of our terrifying killers are surely capable of performing even more spectacular feats. At this moment, the satellite feed continued to broadcast to the entire world. Yet global audiences were left in a state of bewilderment, staring blankly at their screens. Why have the mechs of the mighty empire not yet engaged in battle? Is this what the glorious empire refers to as being as steadfast as a rock? My heavens, the pilots of the mighty empire must possess remarkable psychological fortitude, remaining unflinching in the face of danger. These mech pilots are fearless, formidable, and outclass the pilots of the glorious empire, who only know how to flee. They are immovable as a mountain and swift as fire. The global audience, filled with doubt and speculation, ultimately concluded that the pilots of the terrifying killers possessed extraordinary mental resilience. At this moment, Lin Chen and numerous newly promoted drivers were intently observing the battle conditions of the Iron Empire. However, to their bewilderment, the mechs remained utterly motionless throughout the entire ordeal. Initially puzzled as to why they were watching the mechs of the Iron Empire, the drivers soon furrowed their brows in contemplation, only to experience a sudden epiphany. They remarked, "Professor Lin, it seems we might have grasped something. What have you understood?" Jiang Xiu'er inquired, her expression clouded with confusion as she turned to them. Lin Chen, seated nearby, also regarded them with astonishment. Professor Lin was subtly imparting the lesson that, once battle is initiated, one must emulate the drivers of the Iron Empire, facing the monstrous adversary with unwavering courage. Jiang Xiu'er and Lin Chen exchanged glances, feeling as though their intellect had been mercilessly mocked. It was merely a matter of observing the situation over there, nothing more. They cautioned, "Do not, under any circumstances, remain stationary like those fools. Remember, if you cannot prevail, retreat is paramount. Engage while evading. Forget about dignity and decorum. Just because the world is watching does not render fleeing a disgraceful act. It is only by surviving that we can seize the opportunity to eradicate the monsters." Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he swiftly corrected their misguided perceptions. Confronting the monsters head-on was the most imprudent course of action. Instead, one should leverage the extraordinary mobility of the mechs to engage them effectively, showcasing strength while avoiding weaknesses. Across the ocean, Puss was also observing the footage transmitted via satellite, but his countenance darkened alarmingly. "Why have our mechs not yet launched an attack?" he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "Damn it, these foolish pigs. If we are defeated in this battle, I shall bear the consequences." In a flurry of urgency, commands were swiftly issued to the mecha pilots. "You fools, why have you yet to launch your assault? For heaven's sake, where are your energy cannons? Bring them forth." The pilots promptly engaged in a flurry of vigorous maneuvers. 30 formidable, terrifying killers, each towering nearly 16 meters, extended gleaming, metallic barrels from their frames. This artillery was vastly distinct from conventional cannons. It epitomized a harmonious fusion of might and advanced technology, showcasing the pinnacle of cutting-edge innovation. Indeed, this was the energy cannon of the terrifying killer, harnessing a mysterious liquid derived from the remains of monsters as its power source. With a caliber of 500 millimeters, a single shot contained the potential for cataclysmic devastation, rivaling the ferocity of the double-winged lizard beast strikes. It was the presence of the terrifying killers and their energy cannons that bestowed unprecedented confidence upon the nation of Puss. Upon witnessing the terrifying killers of the steadfast empire brandish their superweapons against the four colossal beasts, the populace erupted into a frenzy of exhilaration. "My heavens! Is this truly a superweapon? It appears so massive. One shot could surely obliterate a monster. I am eager to see our pilots reduce the beasts to mere fragments." The cannon's awe-inspiring presence redefined the realm of firearms. What monsters, what mechs of the glorious empire, what VR pods. These were relics of a bygone era. From this moment forth, caliber would reign supreme, superweapons would embody truth, and the terrifying killers would safeguard freedom, with global peace resting upon the shoulders of the steadfast empire. As the monstrous creature approached the terrifying mech, the pilot within finally sprang into action. All energy cannons were aimed at a beast that rivaled a mountain. "Fire!" The pilots relayed messages in quick succession. The cannon mouth sparkled with a brilliant blue substance, reminiscent of dazzling electric arcs converging together. The energy had been brewing for nearly 5 minutes. With a resounding whoosh, 30 beams of blue light erupted from the energy cannons, their brilliance unmatched and awe-inspiring, striking the beast and erupting in a blinding blue radiance. Even in broad daylight and under satellite broadcast, the sheer power of the energy cannons left all spectators instinctively shielding their eyes, resulting in brief moments of blindness, for the light was too intense. At that moment, regardless of nationality, a singular thought occupied everyone's mind. What has become of the monster? If such a formidable attack failed to inflict any harm, the entrance of these 4 creatures into the city would herald an unprecedented catastrophe. Hearts raced in anticipation, hoping that the 30 mechs would shine brilliantly and vanquish the beast. As the dazzling blue light dissipated, the clarity of global viewers returned, and upon gazing at their screens, astonishment washed over them. The struck monster had indeed been injured. Though the injury was not fatal, it marked the first time in history that a monster had been genuinely hurt since their emergence. The creature bore no fewer than 7 or 8 wounds, its blood staining the sandy beach by the sea. How exhilarating! Puss laughed, for the threat of monsters would no longer loom over them. The citizens of the Jianming Empire are profoundly inspired, celebrating in unison. These mechas are the angels of our Jianming Empire. Indeed, they are our dawn guardians, wielding the divine skill of holy light, purging all malevolent forces. Haha. Our angels are far superior to the mere toys of the Huangzhen Empire. We strike the monsters head-on. The romance of mechas lies in their audacity, and we eagerly anticipate our angels charging forth to rend the four-headed beast into countless fragments. The terrifying killers have imbued countless Jianming citizens with confidence, particularly the residents of Tuli City, who feel an immense sense of pride. Fortunately, they did not heed the call to evacuate early. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed as cowards. With 30 terrifying killers at their disposal, what is there to fear? Even if there were 4, 40, or even 400 monsters, the angelic embodiment of the terrifying killer is more than capable of annihilating them all. At that moment, the four-headed monster raised its elongated necks to the heavens, unleashing a roar that seemed to tear the sky asunder. The resulting sound waves reached even the distant inhabitants of Tuli City, causing everyone to nearly collapse to the ground. A pervasive sense of helplessness enveloped them, as the monstrous roar sent shivers down their spines, leaving them unnerved. Chapter 69. The elation of yesterday, the discomfort of today. Indeed, the monsters are enraged. Without warning, they have been wounded by a legion of seemingly insignificant little insects. In an instant, the four-headed monsters have entered a state of frenzy, poised to obliterate everything in their path. The monstrous roars echoed ominously, heralding the impending onslaught. The creature's cavernous maw shimmered with a reflective sheen, while its colossal wings gathered energy, darkening the skies. The pilots, brimming with excitement, shouted in unison, "Let us charge forth together and rend these 4 behemoths as we have practiced." 30 formidable war machines ascended steadily, unleashing the formidable firepower of their energy cannons while preparing to engage the monsters in close combat with their razor-sharp blades. Everything felt effortlessly exhilarating. Yet, the creature's gaping maw reached a critical point, unleashing a spectral blue arc of storm that struck 5 war machines, obliterating them instantaneously. Open fire. The pilots jolted back to reality, their expressions turning grave. This was markedly different from their routine drills. Ordinarily, the monsters would behave like stationary targets, awaiting their assault. How could 5 of their brethren be annihilated at the outset? The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. In response, the energy cannons discharged in unison, casting a blinding radiance that struck one of the creatures directly. At last, one monster was felled. However, the populace of the ironclad empire fell silent. Their previous cheers extinguished, for only 14 war machines remained operational, while the fate of the 16 others lay as mere remnants along the coast. The remaining 14 machines faced 3 monsters. The situation appeared dire. Damn it. Why could we dismantle the monsters during every training session, yet now it proves futile? One pilot roared in frustration. Manipulating the mech, the intention was to pierce the monster's body with 4 sharp blades, but with a mere swipe, the creature caused it to explode midair. The citizens of the Jianming Empire remained transfixed, not daring to blink. Is this truly our terrifying mech killer? Why is it so fragile? At that moment, a profound unease took root in the hearts of all within the Jianming Empire. With a resounding thud, one monster collapsed, lifeless, while the remaining 3, as colossal as mountains, descended into utter madness. Their crimson eyes brimmed with a myriad of negative emotions: coldness, ruthlessness, and frenzy. Energy began to coalesce upon their wings, signaling the imminent launch of their spear-like light feathers. This move was nearly a harbinger of doom for humanity, having previously reduced the proud motorcycle mechanized division of the Gaka nation to mere husks. Now, the trio of monsters prepared to unleash a deluge of light feathers upon the 14 terrifying killers. Could they possibly evade this onslaught? The terrifying killers were retreating while firing. The sound of explosions erupted, as every single light feather possessed a locking mechanism, detonating upon contact with the killers. In a mere 10 minutes since the battle commenced, 30 terrifying killer units had been completely annihilated, leaving the monsters with 1 slain and 1 injured. The swiftness of the battle left global spectators momentarily stunned. Had the terrifying killers truly been obliterated? The calamity for the Jimming Empire had arrived. The remaining 3 monsters, in their frenzied state, set their sights on the city of Tuli. Ah, indeed, have the residents of Turi City not yet evacuated? Suddenly, a terrifying realization dawned upon the global audience. The inhabitants of Turi City, brimming with misplaced confidence in the fearsome killer, had not made any attempt to flee. Consequently, the monstrous entities could soon traverse the city unimpeded, eagerly greeting the local populace with their ominous presence. Meanwhile, the Jinming Empire struggled to accept this grim reality, succumbing to a pervasive sense of despair. It was inconceivable. Our mechs were the embodiment of angels. How could they possibly be vanquished by the monsters? Damn it. It must be that old rogue, Puss, orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes. I am a fool for ever trusting his words. Every time he parades his bravado, we are the ones who pay the price. Countless individuals were incensed, feeling as though they were mere fools, ensnared in a web of delightful lies, duped time and again. Promises of easily shredding the monsters to bits and superweapons capable of annihilating them with ease were all fabrications spun by that old trickster, Puss. As the monsters approached, the entire facade of deceit crumbled away. At that moment, Turi City descended into utter chaos. The once overconfident residents, witnessing the terror of the fearsome killer reduced to mere scrap metal, were thrown into a panic. Were they not to flee? Did they intend to await their fate? Crushed beneath the feet of the monsters, countless residents rushed to escape Turi City as the silhouettes of 3 colossal figures gradually emerged in the distance. The monstrous entity has reached the outskirts of Tuli City, with each movement causing buildings to collapse, raising clouds of dust into the air. The creature intermittently unleashes blind assaults on structures. A storm of bluish electric arcs erupts from its gaping maw, transforming rows of buildings into mere ruins. The light feathers emitted by its mechanical wings are terrifying, penetrating virtually any edifice in their path. The once proud architecture lies in shambles, and the devastation wrought by the monster deeply affects the hearts of the local populace. Residents are overwhelmed with despair, weeping as they flee, too fearful to halt their escape. Just yesterday, they had chosen to trust Puss, embracing the mantle of indomitable warriors and deriding those who evacuated Tuli City as cowards. Yet now, the mere recollection of that decision stings their hearts with regret. One robust African man, utterly exhausted, can no longer run. He collapses to the ground, cradling his head and weeping uncontrollably. At this moment, Puss's emotions mirror those of the Tuli City inhabitants, as he feels a chill run down his spine with each satellite image he receives. This time, it has all gone horribly awry. Oh, the frustration. The euphoria of the previous day has turned into profound discomfort. Without the formidable barrier of the terrifying assassins, the monster has breached Tuli City. If it reduces the city to ruins, the trio of beasts will swagger forth to obliterate any nearby settlement. Puss has witnessed the sheer destructive power of a single monster. Now, faced with 3 advanced creatures. Oh dear God! Puss, overwhelmed by despair, could no longer bear to entertain the thought. Summon the 10 legions of the Empire. We must eradicate these 3 beasts, he exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Although he had contemplated seeking assistance from the mecha of the Huangjin Empire, the notion filled him with shame. Do you wish to become the second Lungumo? The Minister of Internal Affairs sneered at him. Puss stood frozen in place, suddenly jolted by the minister's words. The tale of Lungumo, who had acted recklessly and arrogantly, leading to the ruin of the motorcycle mechanized division and the loss of an entire metropolis, echoed in his mind. The current situation mirrored that of the Gaka Kingdom. Should he truly mobilize 10 legions to vanquish the monsters? A cold sweat broke out on Puss's back. Even if the beasts were defeated, would the dominion of Jinming still exist? In fact, we still have 2 energy cannons. The Minister of Internal Affairs interjected. What use are 2 cannons when 30 of our terrifying killers have been obliterated? Puss's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and declared, contact the Huangjin Empire and request their mecha support. The humiliation was unparalleled. First, they refused to sell the VR pods. And just yesterday, he had boasted of the invincibility of the terrifying killers. Now, faced with the monsters, he was compelled to seek assistance from them. Each time he thought about this, he felt a wave of frustration that nearly made him retch. Damn it, he muttered. The Huangjin Empire claims they have detected 4 beasts identical to those on our side, and they have conditions for discussion only after we eliminate the monsters. Immediately redirect all our satellites to the Huangjin Empire. With a gleam of delight, Pu Si realized that the arrival of the monsters was impeccably timed, allowing him to absolve himself of all responsibility. The formidable 30 terrifying assassins had all been vanquished. Could the 3 mechs of the Huangjin Empire truly contend with 4 colossal beasts? He was skeptical, not to mention, the proficiency of their 2 new pilots remained a question mark. Soon, the satellites of the Jianming Empire reached the skies above the Huangjin Empire, issuing a proclamation, for monsters were poised to invade the city of Linjiang. At that moment, audiences worldwide were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had the monsters somehow studied military strategy to split their forces? However, the global audience held little optimism regarding the impending monster appearance in the Huangjin Empire. Could 4 gigantic beasts truly threaten them? Despite possessing 3 mechs, the uncertainty surrounding the pilots' capabilities cast a shadow over their prospects. The outcome seemed even grimmer than that of the Jianming Empire. Indeed, the loss of the highly trained assassin pilots was a significant blow. With the Jianming Empire's prowess looming large, the downfall of the 30 invincible assassins left the global spectators largely pessimistic about the Huangjin Empire. In this moment of despair, countless citizens of Huangjin erupted in a chorus of indignant roars. A band of scoundrels! How dare they underestimate us? Let it be known that although our mechs number merely 3, vanquishing monsters is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Go forth, my Tianlong, and make the monsters tremble in fear. After a moment of bravado, the inner turmoil of countless warriors gradually subsided as they anxiously fixated on the television screen. The seaside appeared eerily calm, almost as if it were the calm before a storm. Not a single seagull graced the sky, while the monsters had yet to emerge. The absence of mechas was equally perplexing. Speculations ran rampant among the crowd. Where had the mechas gone? Could it be that their engines had malfunctioned, or were they suffering from oil leaks? Meanwhile, within the confines of the base, 18 mechas slowly ascended to the launch pad. It was predicted that the monsters would arrive in 3 hours. With this announcement, the tension among the pilots began to ease considerably. All personnel, board your mechas. Lin Chen commanded with a sweeping gesture. The pilots donned their visor-like goggles and made their way to their respective machines. The remaining 30 pilots, still awaiting their mechas, looked on with eager anticipation. Before long, preparations were complete, and the broadcast from the control tower echoed through the facility. All units, readiness confirmed. Pilots, please vacate the flight deck. Clear the passageway. Departure imminent. With a whoosh, one after another, the mechas soared from the base, resembling a scene straight out of a magnificent science fiction film. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would be filled with an exhilarating fervor, yet, regrettably, the personnel at the base had grown numb to the sight. The 18 mechas, Tianlong, Panlong, Lilong, and Zandlong, charged towards the southern city by the river. Lin Chen piloted the mecha sky, casting a glance behind him at the breathtaking scene. Everyone, hold on tight and remain calm. Treat this as just another training exercise. He instructed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mecha soared through the air, emanating a series of piercing sounds. As it passed over cities, the populace was drawn to the noise. Instinctively looking up, their mouths agape in astonishment. It's a mecha. Goodness, so many mechas, they exclaimed. It was a magnificent sight, far more impressive than the fearsome assassins of the Jianming Empire. Enthusiastic cheers erupted from behind. Ah, it's blinding, they cried. That is our mecha brigade. They are truly formidable. However, the sight of so many mechas left Lin Chen's girlfriend in tears of longing, demanding he purchase one for her. Below, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. The dreams of the Empire's 42 generations had finally come to fruition. The Empire had risen. Soon, the question arose, would the monsters still instill fear? News began to spread. The Empire's mecha brigade had mobilized, a total of 18 units. The initial reaction from the masses was disbelief. After all, just a while ago, there were only 3 mechas. To suddenly have 15 more emerge in a month was indeed astonishing. In the sky, the brigade of 18 mechas, after a lengthy journey, was nearing Linjiang City. Professor Lin, it seems we are almost there, shouted Yi Xian, who was in the second row, filled with excitement. Could you please silence yourself? You have been incessantly chattering throughout this journey. Lin Chen turned around and scolded sharply. Whoosh! The mechas soared into the skies above Linjiang City, where the residents had already been relocated to safety zones. Within these zones, The troops responsible for maintaining order were so overwhelmed with admiration for the mechas that they nearly fired their weapons in celebration. However, considering the potential awkwardness of accidentally shooting one down, they opted for a salute instead. With precision, the troops unified in salute to the mechas entering Linjiang City's airspace. Before long, the mecha squadron traversed Linjiang City and approached the coastline, their speed gradually diminishing. Lin Chen commanded, "All units, transform into humanoid combat mode." Collective transformation. In the sky, 18 humanoid mechas emerged, wielding specially designed rifles that exuded an industrial aesthetic. Their formidable figures stood tall and imposing, all facing the tranquil sea surface. At a mere glance, one could sense the formidable strength they embodied. An invisible force began to manifest, leaving the world in stunned silence. Chapter 72. The maiden performance of the pilots. One can only imagine the awe-inspiring spectacle of a fleet of towering steel giants pausing in the heavens. The global audience, who had previously mocked the sparse presence of mechas in the Huangjin Empire, now found themselves confronted with the sudden appearance of 18 such machines. A striking rebuttal that left them feeling a burning embarrassment. In the aftermath of the shock, discussions erupted among viewers worldwide. Wow, the Huangjin Empire has truly kept this under wraps. I too believe they are formidable opponents. Even with their advanced mechs, the pilots must surely be hastily assembled. Perhaps once the battle commences, only the most resplendent mech will remain. Indeed, as an analyst of many years, I acknowledge the mechs are impressive, yet the pilots may not be equally so. The global audience presents well-founded arguments, collectively asserting the inadequacy of the mech pilots. After all, the mechs of the Huangjin Empire unmistakably appear to have been recently manufactured, leaving the pilots with insufficient time for training. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Huangjin Empire are engulfed in jubilant cheers. Each mech gleams brilliantly, standing as the true ultimate weapon of the empire. And the sudden display of 18 mechs is indeed a delightful surprise. It is likely that this number will soon multiply tenfold. These mechs are the epitome of the empire's technological advancements. Within the Tianlong, Professor Lin must be present. He is a marvel of the scientific community and a legend in his own right. It is suggested that the empire select a cadre of exceptional women to mate with Professor Lin, ensuring that the next generation will yield countless remarkable talents. One cannot help but envy Lin Chen. The populace feels an immense pride for the mechs soaring in the sky, charged with fervor and excitement. This is the essence of true mechs, the ultimate weapon. In contrast, the mechs of the Jianming Empire, resembling terrifying spiders, are nothing more than a grotesque sight, their only merit being a fearsome name. However, the mechs of the empire are different. Do they not perceive their sheer coolness? At this moment, it is not merely a matter of four-headed monsters. Even if 40,000 beasts were to emerge, Professor Lin, with his singular machine, could effortlessly turn them upside down. Suddenly, the sea surface exhibited unusual activity. The monsters have arrived. Prepare all machines. Lin Chen commanded. All weapons were aimed at the gradually surfacing creatures. The strategy remained unchanged, to shatter the monsters' energy shields and then deliver a powerful freezing projectile up close. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Nearly 3 billion viewers worldwide were riveted to this battle. The monsters slowly emerged from the depths. Astonishingly, it was indeed four-headed beasts. At this moment, viewers across the globe instinctively held their breath. In the sky, all the mecha weapons were already trained on the monsters. Fire, Lin Chen calmly instructed. Boom, boom. Boom, a torrent of ammunition rained down upon the monsters, shattering energy shields one after another, unable to reform in the immediate aftermath. For the pilots, such scenes were not new. They trained daily in simulation pods, achieving a high level of synergy, often operating without the need for Lin Chen's guidance as they autonomously assigned their respective tasks. The monsters were enraged. Roar. The cacophony of their furious howls generated shockwaves that reverberated in all directions. They took to the skies. Undoubtedly, airborne behemoths posed the greatest threat, dramatically augmenting their combat capabilities, thereby diminishing the effectiveness of Lin Chen and his comrades' mecha. Each machine engaged in combat independently. At this juncture, Lin Chen could not afford to attend to them. After issuing his orders, he charged directly toward a massive monster. Thus, the battle commenced, a clash of titans. With a swift rush, the battle in the skies commenced. The mechas transformed continuously, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters, all while maintaining their agility as they unleashed munitions upon the creatures' energy shields. The mechanical wings of a four-winged lizard beast began to retract, gathering blue energy particles. The monster exhibited a retaliatory response, prompting everyone to retreat. Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm, found his composure restored. Everything mirrored the training sessions of yore, where adhering to past drills ensured survival. The five mechas rapidly maximized their power, evading the onslaught. A torrent of luminous feathers surged forth. Yi Xian first unleashed a barrage from his rifle, sweeping the area, before transforming into fighter jet mode to swiftly withdraw and create distance. The sound of explosions echoed as he shattered the flurry of light feathers. At that moment, the monster's energy shield had been obliterated by his teammates. Suddenly, a mecha materialized, its extraordinary agility almost dizzying. This mecha, known as the Flame Dragon, housed the pilot Aisha, whose gaze remained remarkably calm as she calculated the distance to the approaching four-winged lizard beast. Just as a collision seemed imminent, she maximized the power. Now was the moment. Transform. In human form, she plunged her battle sword forcefully into the creature's skull, swiftly withdrawing it to insert a freezing projectile into the wound. Aisha coldly declared, "Please accept my first gift." The freezing projectile began to unleash its power within the four-winged lizard beast, rendering its movements rigid. Subsequently, it plummeted to the sandy ground with a thunderous crash, a flawless execution of the four-winged lizard beast. In an instant, the entire empire was engulfed in a fervent uproar of cheers. Behold, the adept pilots swiftly dispatched a monstrous creature, while the foreigners remained woefully ignorant of the might of the mechs. Even the global audience fell into a stunned silence. How could this be? Were these pilots not supposed to have rushed into battle without sufficient training? Yet, their performances were astonishingly proficient, a reality that was difficult to accept. Oh, Fakupis, witnessing this spectacle, felt a profound disdain, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. The Huangzhen Empire possessed 18 mechs. Although their pilots exhibited remarkable skill in controlling the mechs against the monsters, he found no joy in this fact. Today was meant to be the stage for the terrifying assassins to shine, to tear the beasts asunder, yet it had devolved into a showcase for the Huangzhen Empire's mechs. How infuriating! Nevertheless, the battle raged on. Only one monster, the four-winged lizard beast, had been slain. Aside from the one that Lin Chen had single-handedly engaged, 2 others remained. The situation was dire. Among the pilots, aside from Lin Chen, Yi Xian and Aisha showcased the best piloting skills, and with several teammates down, the remaining 12 pilots were nearly overwhelmed. Bang! One mech, the Yaolong, failed to evade in time, and its right-wing thruster was obliterated, forcing it to withdraw from the fray. This was disastrous. The others grew anxious yet somewhat relieved. Although they had lost a teammate, with the addition of Yi Xian and others, the tide of battle shifted. They transitioned from being relentlessly pursued by the four-winged lizard beast to engaging it in fierce combat. Shortly thereafter, a barrage of concentrated fire erupted. The energy shields of the four-winged lizard beast were completely shattered. Yi Xian maximized his power, charging towards the enraged creature with an indomitable spirit. He proclaimed, "From this moment forth, I shall be the protagonist of this world." In a fleeting instant, a frozen projectile penetrated the beast's body through its wound. The battle unfolded with remarkable ease, leaving little room for doubt. After an additional 5 minutes, the third four-winged lizard beast was decisively vanquished. The numerous pilots collectively exhaled in relief, but upon turning to observe Lin Chen's situation, they were left astounded. Goodness, such incredible speed. Chapter 73. Those mechs shall be ours. We shall undoubtedly excel. In the shared line of sight, the colossal four-winged lizard beast relentlessly attacked the Tianlong, unleashing either a dark blue energy storm imbued with arcs of electricity from its maw or launching bursts of radiant feathers from its mechanical wings. Yet, throughout the encounter, it never managed to strike the Tianlong. Under Lin Chen's adept control, the Tianlong evaded the assaults with astonishing swiftness, all the while continuing to assault the beast's energy shield. With a series of resounding impacts, the 2 circular energy shields on the beast's chest were shattered. A furious roar erupted from the four-winged lizard beast. Its mechanical wings folded once more, gathering blue energy to unleash another wave of radiant feathers. In a swift motion, Lin Chen piloted the Tianlong to retreat, maintaining distance while unleashing a barrage, subsequently cleaving the remaining radiant feathers with his battle sword. This entire sequence of actions flowed effortlessly. executed with such finesse that it was impossible to pinpoint any flaws. It seemed as if he was not engaged in combat, but rather showcasing a performance. An exquisite display of skill. Numerous drivers were astounded. What kind of dexterity is required to possess such exceptional driving skills? Aisha's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Incredible." The intensity of the battle was so overwhelming that it left spectators breathless, completely engrossed in the spectacle, unwittingly immersing themselves in the world of the dragon. Each attack from the monster sent a jolt of anxiety through their hearts. Fortunately, the creature's energy shield had been entirely shattered, allowing Lin Chen to engage in close combat. With full power unleashed, the dragon brandished its sword and plunged it into the head of the four-winged lizard beast. A chilling sound echoed as the monster let out a pitiful roar. Its physical defenses were nearly invincible, yet once breached, its internal protection was virtually non-existent. As the dragon withdrew its sword, a torrent of crimson gushed forth, staining its white exterior. At that moment, the four-winged lizard's 8 eyes, as large as grinding wheels, glared hatefully at the dragon. Die, it seemed to convey. Yet, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm, undeterred by the 8 hateful red eyes. Perhaps he had slain so many monsters that he had become akin to one himself. Suddenly, the dragon's right hand unfurled, and the indicator displayed, "Freeze bomb loaded." A freeze bomb penetrated deeply into the four-winged lizard's body. Lin Chen watched as the creature stiffened and crashed to the ground, its massive form rapidly encased in ice crystals. The four-headed lizard beast was utterly vanquished. Of the 18 mechs, only one sustained moderate damage. This could be deemed a resounding victory, truly a zero-casualty triumph. In contrast to the formidable mechanized assassins of the Ironclad Empire, the Mecha Dragon series of the Huangjin Empire vividly demonstrates what true mecha embodies. At this moment, the shores of Linjiang City bask in a serene tranquility. With danger dissipated, all ominous atmospheres vanish without a trace, and even the distant horizon is graced by flocks of white seagulls. However, this serene ambience stands in stark juxtaposition to the raucous celebrations permeating the empire. Ah, how exhilarating! I yearn for Professor Lin's contact information. I must present myself in the most captivating manner to win his affection. As for Professor Lin, I shall not be so presumptuous. I desire to marry the pilot of the Fire Dragon. A resounding triumph, an absolute victory. Who could have imagined the emergence of 18 mechas all at once? My word, I am utterly astonished. Are our pilots truly this exceptional? What kind of training have they undergone? The pride of the populace swells to unprecedented heights, in a world where monstrous creatures frequently manifest. Aside from the Ironclad Empire's minor skirmishes, nearly the entire globe seems powerless against these beasts. Simultaneously, nearly 3 billion viewers worldwide remain in a state of exaggerated astonishment, incredulous at the Huangjin Empire's mechas and pilots as they obliterate the monsters. While the sudden deployment of 18 mechas might be somewhat defensible, how can their pilots possess such remarkable driving prowess? Surely, it must be a fabrication. How can such diminutive mechas so effortlessly vanquish the monsters? Incredible as it may seem, I believe that if monsters were to frequently emerge in the future, the kingdom of Huangjin would be the safest haven. The audience buzzed with a cacophony of discussions, rife with various doubts and criticisms regarding the Jianming Empire. Many proud Jianming individuals fell silent. Just yesterday, their pride had been ignited. Yet since the annihilation of the formidable mecha terror killers, that so-called pride had been utterly extinguished. Now, with 3 monstrous beings wreaking havoc upon the city, it felt as though the final remnants of their pride had been thoroughly humiliated. The mechas of the Huangjin Empire were exceptionally powerful, while our mecha terror killers, many formerly arrogant Jianming citizens, buried their heads in their hands, unwilling to confront the stark reality. Originally heralded as invincible, the mecha terror killers succumbed in less than half an hour, completely obliterated. In stark contrast, the Huangjin Empire's mechas, despite facing the same number of monsters, suffered merely 1 loss while annihilating the entire horde. How could they possibly compare? Their mechas appeared to possess a slight edge over ours. It was merely a matter of superior machinery. Had those mechas been entrusted to our Jianming Empire, we would undoubtedly have outperformed them. Indeed, the valiant Jianming people fear nothing. The populace began to chatter, momentarily forgetting the ongoing devastation caused by the monsters. They began to nitpick, and before long, numerous points of contention emerged. For instance, they criticized the mechas of the Huangjin Empire for their diminutive stature and unformidable names, and pointed out that the pilots of the Huangjin Empire were nothing but cowards, retreating far away at the slightest hint of a monster's attack. At this moment, Pers was in sync with the sentiments of the populace. After a bout of speculation, he expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, for heaven's sake! Why are these mechs not from the glorious empire?" Upon witnessing the conclusion of the glorious empire's battle, Pers' expression darkened. Indeed, let them proceed. He certainly would not partake, as it would be far too humiliating. Shortly thereafter, the command center dispatched documents regarding troop mobilization. Upon reading them, Pers gasped, "Oh, for heaven's sake! The command center intends to deploy troops to eliminate the monsters? By the time they finish, at least 10 cities will have turned to ruins." This only reinforced his resolve to seek assistance from the glorious empire, perhaps even leveraging the opportunity to uncover some unspeakable secrets. Meanwhile, the glorious empire had already designated a specialized department to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. After all, beyond its bases, the empire boasted numerous scientific academies and research institutes, with several technological universities showing keen interest in the remains of the monsters. Upon returning to the base, Lin Chen had barely settled when he received a message from Commander Yang Ming. Rather than a mere announcement, it felt more like a solicitation for his opinion. Chapter 74. I see you merely come to take advantage of the chaos. Upon connecting the video call, the spirited Yang Ming appeared. Is there something you need? Lin Chen inquired with an indifferent gaze. We have received a request from the tenacious empire, hoping we can dispatch mechs to assist them. Whether or not we provide aid is contingent upon your decision, Yang Ming replied with a cheerful demeanor, contrasting sharply with the cunning strategist he had once been. Let us discuss the terms with them. We do not seek monetary compensation, only resources such as gold, silver, copper, iron, and aluminum. Lin Chen inquired, have you agreed? Yang Ming expressed his astonishment. The various research and production endeavors at the base necessitated substantial material support, yet the empire's resources remained woefully inadequate. Lin Chen shook his head, reflecting, in the past, the supplies transported by the empire sufficed. However, as the pace of mecha construction and the development of pilot simulators accelerates, I must also enhance the mechas, and thus, our resources will soon fall short. Among these, heavy metals are particularly scarce. We are currently relying on compensation from the Gakka nation. This situation is unavoidable, as many departments within the empire are similarly in dire need of heavy metals. Yang Ming offered an awkward smile before ending the call. Lin Chen approached Jiang Xiu'er to inquire about Yang Ming's peculiar behavior today. The frequent emergence of monsters has diverted the internal conflicts within the empire, compelling them to set aside their disputes and confront the beasts collectively. Overall, this is a positive development. Jiang Xiu'er smiled lightly. At this moment, in the steadfast empire, a screen displayed 3 colossal beasts resembling mountains, winged lizard creatures, having already devastated half of Tuli City. Oh, for heaven's sake, the power of these 3 monsters is overwhelming, Pusi exclaimed in astonishment. Presently, the Empire's only recourse is to employ aerial forces to delay the monsters. Meanwhile, the citizens of 5 surrounding cities are in the midst of evacuation, yet the progress is exceedingly sluggish. The Minister of Internal Affairs remarked. Pusi, perplexed, responded, many of our citizens have taken to the streets, and another wave of protests against you has emerged. Oh, for heaven's sake, these foolish pigs, Pusi lamented, his expression one of deep frustration. The radiant true empire has acquiesced to our request for assistance, yet they have imposed certain conditions. The ministers, both internal and external, cast a furtive glance at Pers, murmuring that the terms stipulate the acceptance of material aid exclusively, rejecting paper currency, and demanding 20 tons of gold, 300 tons of silver, among other resources. We seek their aid, not as a defeated nation negotiating a treaty. These wretched vampires. Pers seethed with rage. As night fell, after a protracted hour of negotiations, the conditions were finally established. 100 tons of gold, 1,000 tons of silver, and various heavy metals. The corpses of the monsters were to be surrendered to the mighty strong empire, which constituted their ultimate concession. Following the conclusion of the discussions, the radiant true empire promptly began organizing the logistics for support to be dispatched to the mighty strong empire. The next day, the Meteorological Bureau reported adverse weather conditions, necessitating a switch from air transport to naval shipping. The 3rd Legion's Baizé aircraft carrier fleet approached the coastal waters near City J. According to the orders from headquarters, The fleet was to circumvent the inclement weather and rely on the Navy for transportation. As the grand fleet of warships emerged at the port, numerous local residents were taken aback, gazing in astonishment. Meanwhile, preparations at the base were nearing completion. Aside from the mechs still undergoing repairs, 17 mechs were poised for immediate launch. The base's announcement echoed, "All units, departure preparations complete." With a whoosh, the 17 mechs ascended in succession, heading directly towards the aircraft carrier. Finally, a helicopter followed suit. Jiang Xiu'er had taken it upon herself to accompany the mission. In no time, the mechs and the helicopter began to land on the Baizhe aircraft carrier. Just at that moment, the nearby residents were taken aback by the spectacle. Why were our mechs all heading towards the warship? If our navy were to be equipped with mechs, it would be nothing short of invincible. How splendid. It seems that fighter jets may soon become obsolete. It was only when the fleet had sailed far away that the onlookers ceased their gazing, left with an abiding curiosity about the purpose of the mechs landing on the aircraft carrier. The Baizhe aircraft carrier fleet sliced through the waves, making its way toward the formidable empire of Jianming, while the mechs were all transported to the hangar to seek refuge from the rain. Lin Chen and his companions were accorded considerable attention. Although Lin Chen was merely a professor, in the current circumstances, his influence surpassed that of the Legion commander. Even during monster attacks, his words proved more effective than those from the command center. "We will be docking at the port of Tuli City. From where you shall take off," the captain reported promptly, indicating the electronic map. "These blue areas denote regions experiencing heavy rainfall, correct?" Lin Chen inquired, glancing at the several blue spots along the route. "Indeed, it is due to these areas that we have temporarily altered our transportation arrangements," the captain explained. "When can we expect to arrive at the port of Tuli City?" "Tomorrow morning," came the reply. "Very well, we shall take our rest now." "Agreed. Let us replenish our sleep and adjust our state." The Baizhe aircraft carrier fleet continued to forge ahead through the inclement weather, braving the rain. Yet within the ship's cabin, one could hardly perceive the harshness of the external environment. Every driver was exhilarated and sleepless, for they were soon to embark on a journey to the Jianming Empire as saviors, a moment worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the empire. Under the cover of night, the fleets of the Huangshan Empire and the Jianming Empire found themselves merely 30 nautical miles apart. The two fleets consisted of the Baise aircraft carrier fleet and the Freedom aircraft carrier fleet. Faced with the incursion of the Baise aircraft carrier fleet into their territorial waters, the Freedom fleet, which had traversed from the Arctic Ocean, swiftly activated a state of heightened alert without comprehending the full situation. All their firepower was directed at the fleet of the Huangshan Empire, and every Jianming warrior bore an expression of grave readiness. The homeland of the empire was already under siege by monstrous beings, and now, in the dark of night, the fleet of the Huangshan Empire had audaciously infiltrated their waters. This could only signify a sinister plot. "Leave our Jianming territorial waters at once, or we shall not hold back," a Jianming communications officer signaled to the Baise aircraft carrier fleet. "Cursed be the Pacific Fleet, those incompetent fools, had it not been for our Freedom fleet's fortuitous passage. The insidious schemes of the Huangshan Empire would have succeeded." General Bitter's countenance was as dark as water. He immediately sensed that the cunning Huangshan were seizing the opportunity under the cover of the rainy night to strike. He resolved to take a stand and reverse the tide. To avoid misunderstandings, the Baise aircraft carrier promptly relayed a message: "We are here to assist you." Witnessing this, Bitter scoffed, "Assist? I see you as scavengers seeking to profit from our misfortune. I do not trust the deceitful words of the Huangshan." Meanwhile, the captain of the Baise aircraft carrier hurriedly convened all personnel to clarify the current circumstances surrounding both fleets. The atmosphere grew peculiar, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads. Yet, not a single warrior of the fleet displayed any signs of despondency. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. Chapter 75. Returning is acceptable, but we must increase our resources. The Baise aircraft carrier fleet moved swiftly. Upon witnessing the enemy's fleet retreating on their radar, the warriors of the Jianming Empire rushed to the deck, bursting into jubilant cheers. "Ha! A bunch of cowards! Ha ha ha! Even if our homeland is besieged by monsters, we shall never permit any petty provocateurs to challenge us. The great Freedom Fleet is the pride of the Jianming Empire. Today, we thwarted the sinister machinations of the Huangshan Empire, and the populace ought to express their gratitude to us. Global supremacy is not mere bluster. While the Huangshan Empire may vanquish monsters, they tremble at the sight of our fleet. Long live the Jianming Empire. The spirits of these warriors soared, their voices resounding endlessly. General Bit, too, could not suppress his sardonic laughter, stating, "Ha ha," as the sagacious General Bit. I can readily discern that the Huangjin Empire's nocturnal incursion into our territorial waters must harbor some nefarious plot. The soldiers aboard were inexplicably in awe of him. In the capital of Jianming, within the emperor's palace, Puss sat wearily in his chair. He believed the Jianming Empire owed its current standing to him. Otherwise, who knows what fate would have befallen it. Suddenly, someone entered. The Minister of Internal Affairs had arrived. As the spirit of Purrs surged, his drowsiness dissipated abruptly, prompting him to inquire, has the mech fleet of the glorious True Empire arrived? Due to adverse weather conditions, the glorious True Empire had opted for maritime transport, which would delay their arrival by several hours, the Minister of Internal Affairs explained. This is merely a matter of some remuneration, hardly worth mentioning. However, he soon realized that the minister had not taken his leave and appeared rather peculiar in demeanor. Do you have further business? The command center has issued a commendation for Bitter, the minister replied. With a chuckle, Purrs expressed his delight. Bitter is someone I have personally elevated. He is both wise and valiant. What remarkable feat has he accomplished this time? Purrs' countenance brightened. Indeed, the divine favor had been steadfast upon the tenacious empire. The command center had just issued a commendation to Bitter, stating that the fleet he commanded had successfully driven away the Baizé aircraft carrier fleet that had intruded into our territorial waters. The minister cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone oddly unsettling. Is it that aircraft carrier fleet of the glorious True Empire? Purrs' smile faltered, his instincts warning him that he was about to hear unwelcome news. Indeed, Bitter intends to relay this exhilarating news to our citizens tonight. The minister continued. Oh, for heaven's sake, is Bitter's mind filled with nonsense? Purrs' expression darkened. While he had anticipated bad news, he did not expect it to be this dire. That aircraft carrier fleet was the very one associated with the maritime transport mechs, and he felt an overwhelming urge to retch in despair. The fool has driven away all our assistants, and yet he still has the audacity to ask me to announce this matter to our people? Puss clenched his hands against his face and began to roar furiously. If this news were to be made public, the frenzied populace would surely storm the emperor's palace and turn themselves into the police. What shall we do now? On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, General Bitter was reveling in the thought that his actions in repelling the Huangjin Empire's fleet today would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a hero within the Jianming Empire. At such a time, wouldn't all the young ladies and brides be eager to bask in his glory? However, this fleeting joy was short-lived. The messenger received a direct communique from the emperor's palace addressed to the commanding office. The fleet fell immediately silent. A rush of panic swept over everyone. What? The Baizé aircraft carrier fleet was indeed coming to our aid? Bitter was instantly bewildered. All those conspiracies of the Huangjin Empire were nothing but nonsense. Thus, the free aircraft carrier fleet strained with all their might to pursue the Baizé fleet. They caught up. A group of Huangjin Empire soldiers stood excitedly on the deck, braving the drizzle, peering into the distance with binoculars. What were they pursuing? Not much. We had sailed 10 nautical miles, and that should amount to 10 tons of gold. Surely they would agree. Jiang Xiuer remarked. Captain of the Baizé aircraft carrier, 10 tons of gold. Is that all? That would be equivalent to the size of 10 microwave ovens. Oh, damn these wretched vampires. Bite's countenance darkened. A fervent desire to pin those detestable Huing Jinren down on the deck and deliver a sound thrashing surged within him. Yet, merely after traversing 10 nautical miles, they audaciously demanded 10 tons of gold. He recalled the brazen demeanor of the Bay's aircraft carrier fleet, which, upon the slightest delay, would promptly turn tail and depart. Ah! The indignation. Once the Jianming Empire possessed true mechas, they would never again seek assistance from others. 2 hours later, dawn broke. The Bay's aircraft carrier fleet approached the port of Tuli City, and at that moment, all personnel from both fleets were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The lifeless ruins lay in desolation, structures dilapidated to the extent that even a gust of wind could topple them. While many may not have been familiar with Tuli City, the vast expanse of wreckage made it easy to surmise the city's former splendor. Silence enveloped the crowd. Soon, coordinates for the four-winged lizard beast, wreaking havoc 30 miles north of Tuli City in Tusai City, were dispatched from the command of the Jianming Empire. Consequently, the hangar of the Bay's aircraft carrier began deploying mechas. This spectacle was precisely witnessed by the nearby Bite, who felt a surge of jealousy. All machines, take off. Lin Chen commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the mechas soared into the azure sky, heading toward Tusai City. This sight made General Bite pound his chest in frustration. How could an empire as formidable as the Jianming require external aid to vanquish monsters? At that time, Tusai City was the second city under siege by the monstrous four-winged lizard beast. The emergence of the three-headed, four-winged lizard beast wrought devastation upon the land, compelling countless brave warriors of the ironclad empire to momentarily abandon their resistance against Pus. A frenzied exodus ensued as they surged towards the city's outskirts, each individual vying to be the first to escape Tusai City, resulting in a chaotic disarray within the city's confines. The more they hurried, the slower their escape became, engendering a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness. Despair began to envelop the multitude. Suddenly, amidst the turmoil, the mechanized forces, having benefited the ironclad empire, arrived promptly. Various humanoid forms stood ready for battle. Lin Chen calmly declared, "Transform." As desperation loomed over the ironclad warriors below, 17 towering humanoid mechas emerged, each standing 3 stories high. Each mecha exuded a regal aura, bathed in golden light under the morning sun. They descended from the heavens with the grace of saviors. Chapter 76. The Holy Light has arrived. Accompanying the mechas was the dawn of the eastern sun, its warm rays illuminating the earth and bestowing Tusai City with the embrace of morning warmth. In a city where many had succumbed to utter despair, their spirits chilled. A sudden wave of comforting sunlight broke through the gloom, akin to the lifting of a veil, igniting a flicker of hope. Was this the holy light? Did the holy light bring forth hope? The residents, yearning for salvation, wept joyfully, exclaiming, "Holy light, protect our city." Amidst the fleeing populace and those seated on the ground, helplessly weeping, all were momentarily stunned, their eyes drawn to the radiant fireball above. They were soon shaken by the sight of the mechas that had materialized in the sky. The mechas, adorned in golden light, exude an extraordinary valor. They must be angels, destined to rescue the city of Tusa. Upon witnessing this beacon of hope, the citizens of Tusa felt their fears dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming courage, and they began to cheer exuberantly, their voices rising in a crescendo. "Look, the angels have come to aid us. It is the mechas of the glorious empire. They have surely been sent by divine will to protect us." Huh, did you see that? In our moment of peril, only the glorious empire has come to our aid, while that old fool, Pers, merely sits in his office tweeting all day. I adore them. The once fearful hearts of countless brave souls have transformed. Their fervor is more intense than ever before. Even as their throats grow hoarse from shouting, they struggle to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the capital of the brave nation, Emperor Pers initially felt a sense of relief upon seeing the satellite feed that displayed the timely arrival of the glorious empire's mechas. After all, the earlier they arrived, the fewer the losses in Tusa. However, upon witnessing the foolish citizens of Tusa frantically cheering for the mechas, the content of their cheers was inaudible. He was instantly incensed. Oh, for heaven's sake, these imbeciles are pleading for these mechas to annihilate the monsters, and we have paid a heavy price for this. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards the magnificent Emperor Pers. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he seized his phone to unleash a torrent of tweets. The spamming mode was activated. At this moment, in the city of Tusa, a scoring event is unfolding. With over 1 billion viewers worldwide, the formidable three-headed, four-winged lizard beast continues to wreak havoc upon the city structures, drawing the gaze of the entire globe. As monstrous creatures frequently emerge, the competition among nations will pivot to the annihilation of these beasts. Although this shift alleviates some international tensions, it has essentially become a spectacle solely for the illustrious Huangjin Empire. Oh, and let us not forget the Jianming Empire, which will also seek to assert its presence, albeit with inevitable failures. Consequently, nations have become increasingly resolute in their plans to bolster military capabilities, at the very least acquiring the energy cannons of the Jianming Empire. In such a scenario, when monsters reappear, there will be some semblance of defensive power. At that moment, numerous pilots turned their attention to the frenzied Jianming warriors. Yi Xian inquired, "Do they seem to perceive us as angels?" Aisha retorted coldly, "If you keep babbling, I shall stuff a used sanitary pad in your mouth." Lin Chen remarked, "Today presents a splendid opportunity to accumulate practical experience. Apart from Yi Xian and Aisha, the remaining pilots should prepare for battle." Understood. The pilots of Xianglong, Songlong, and others nodded in unison. Their achievements may not shine as brightly as those of Yuxian and Aisha, yet they are equally determined to enhance their strength. Eager to claim the first blood from the four-winged lizard beast. Bang, bang, bang. The 14 mechas launched their assault first, employing a sparrow harassment tactic, directing all firepower at the severely wounded four-winged lizard beast. One by one, the projectile struck the energy shield of the four-winged lizard beast with precision, causing it to erupt in a cascade of ripples. The already severely injured creature, taken by surprise, let out a furious roar as its long, purplish-red neck twisted to gaze upon the source of the disturbance. Its 8 disc-sized, crimson eyes fixated upon the great insect soaring in the sky, each eye resembling an abyss, filled with loathing and savagery. An overwhelming terror surged forth, sending shivers down the spine and amplifying the innate dread within. The 14 mechs stood motionless, their pilots frozen in a stupor. What are you waiting for? Attack! Lin Chen's voice thundered in their ears, rousing the drivers from their stupor. Die! Shouted the pilot of the Xianglong as the energy shield of the four-winged lizard beast shattered. With a fierce determination, he rapidly cranked up the power to its maximum, diving downwards with an aggressive momentum. The battle sword pierced through, launching a freezing projectile, all executed in one fluid motion. The freezing projectile swiftly unleashed its power within the four-winged lizard beast, halting all its vitality. A series of cracking sounds emanated from its body as ice formed from within, culminating in an explosive release of icy essence. The beast was utterly vanquished. With its massive form losing balance, it crashed to the ground, colliding with 2 towering skyscrapers. As the dust settled, a colossal ice sculpture resembling a mountain emerged, shimmering under the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. How splendid! Our angel has vanquished a monster. Mechas, once more guard this city of Tusui. Presently, the majority of the great Jianming Empire sings praises of the mechas from the glorious Zhun Empire. Leave the rest to us. Before the words were fully uttered, the Azure Dragon and the Black Dragon mechas charged towards the 2 remaining four-winged lizard beasts. A barrage of bullets erupted towards the creatures. Occasionally, a stray shot veered off course, resulting in significant destruction of buildings, the pace of devastation rivaling that of the four-winged lizard beasts. To the global audience and the citizens of Jianming, are you certain you are battling monsters and not wreaking havoc upon the city? Oh, for heaven's sake. They must be intentionally misfiring. Pus covered his face with his hands. Ultimately, after a relentless effort from the pilots, the last 2 four-winged lizard beasts were reduced to ice sculptures, utterly lifeless. The skirmish lasted less than half an hour, concluding the mission to eliminate the monsters at the behest of the Jianming Empire. The city of Tusui fell into a profound silence, its inhabitants gazing vacantly at the 3 colossal ice sculptures in the distance. After a lengthy moment, the residents, as if freed from a heavy burden, sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with relief from their narrow escape. How wonderful it is to be alive! Grateful to the holy light, grateful to the mechas. Had it not been for the friends from the glorious Zhun Empire, who set aside past grievances to aid the Jianming Empire, perhaps less than 30% of the city's residents would have survived the onslaught of the beasts. Chapter 77. Pus declares Lin Chen is handsome. The entire Jianming Empire was in a fervor. Countless individuals flooded the streets, jubilantly celebrating this newfound joy. Celebrating the illustrious achievements of the Huangzhen Empire in assisting the Jianming Empire in vanquishing the monstrous threat, a remarkable feat in the annals of human history. However, upon witnessing the jubilant throngs of citizens, he felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of flies, his joy utterly extinguished, his countenance darkening further. What a herd of foolish swine! The spoils are all reaped by the Huangzhen Empire, while the burdens rest solely upon his shoulders. Oh, how vexing! The battle concluded. Subsequently, Lin Chen and his companions were invited to the capital of the Jianming Empire, where they awaited a press conference and a luncheon of gratitude, during which they would also discuss the matter of remuneration. Outside the imperial palace of Pus, a throng of journalists had gathered, the scene quite grand. Given the recent exploits of the Huangzhen Empire in slaying the beasts, nations were eager to glean any information regarding the monsters. Of course, the Jianming Empire's achievements were equally impressive. Their invincible mecha, the terrifying killer, had astonishingly held its ground against the beasts for 10 minutes and 9 seconds before being reduced to scrap metal, an unbelievable feat. The area was densely packed with spectators, a myriad of flashing lights illuminating the scene. Lin Chen strode confidently at the forefront, shaking hands with Puss at the center of the venue. Greetings, Mr. Puss. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. This was not only a moment of immense public attention, but also a historic occasion, broadcasted globally for all to witness. It was indeed a day of pride for the Huangjin Empire. Their mecha displayed formidable prowess in Tusa City, and they were even to be thanked. How could one not feel a sense of pride in such an achievement? You are even more impressive in person than on television, Puss remarked with a continued smile. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Pu Si felt an awkwardness in the atmosphere, perhaps sensing his own lack of enthusiasm. He quickly added, "You possess half the charm I had in my youth." Lin Chen and the ever-present Jiang Xiu'er were struck speechless. The ambience in the room fell to a profound silence, leaving everyone frozen in place, their expressions blank, as 1,000 thoughts raced through their minds. "Hello, Mr. Pu Si." Jiang Xiu'er graciously extended her right hand, alleviating Pu Si's embarrassment. "Hello," he responded, instantly feeling an increased fondness for Jiang Xiu'er, adding, "This beautiful lady must be Mr. Lin's girlfriend." "I am the crown princess of the Huangjin Empire," Jiang Xiu'er said, her face flushed with embarrassment, inexplicably feeling a sense of sympathy for the citizens of the Jianming Empire. "I have heard of you, Jiang Yuer. I never expected you to be even more stunning and poised than the legends portray." Pu Si regained his composure. "I am her elder sister, Jiang Xiu'er." To prevent further awkwardness, Pu Si unleashed his ultimate move. "The press conference will now commence." With that announcement, the press conference officially began. A journalist from the Jaka Kingdom eagerly rose to pose a question. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Could you share some insights regarding the monsters?" "Certainly," Lin Chen replied. The journalists rejoiced, and even Pu Si leaned in with keen interest. "It is widely acknowledged that there are currently 3 known types of monsters, which we have designated as lizard beasts, 2-winged lizard beasts, and 4-winged lizard beasts." At that moment, Lin Chen's naming of the monsters began to resonate globally, transcending the simple label of monsters. As the crowd observed Lin Chen fall silent, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Was that all? Indeed, it was. The journalists present exchanged glances of disbelief. "Could you not divulge even a hint on how the beasts were vanquished?" The atmosphere grew tense with this newfound quiet. The 4-winged lizard beast was a calamity, yet its remains represented an unparalleled treasure, Lin Chen remarked. "The contents of the prior negotiations between the 2 nations stipulate that the remains do not belong to us." A wave of astonishment swept through the journalists. Was the Huangjin Empire truly so naive? Meanwhile, the representatives from the Huangjin Empire stood in stunned silence, their disappointment palpable. The audience of the Huangjin Empire, watching from their screens, shared in this disillusionment. To think they were offering assistance without any expectation of recompense. Even the empire's rising star, Lin Chen, could not escape the tradition of ingratiating himself to the Jianming Empire. How utterly revolting. In stark contrast, the viewers from the Jianming Empire exhibited a sense of elation, their faces adorned with smiles. It seemed that the people of the Huangjin Empire were indeed commendable. They were, after all, selfless in their efforts to assist us in battling the beasts, asking for nothing in return. To entrust the extermination of the 4-winged lizard beast to the Huangjin Empire was a mark of respect. They indeed had the audacity to seek benefits from the illustrious Jianming Empire. Fortunately, they possessed the wisdom to recognize their position, otherwise, they would inevitably find themselves in dire straits in the future. At this moment, Jiang Xiu'er perfectly supplemented Lin Chen's unfinished statement, saying, "The corpse of the 4-winged lizard beast is something we, the Huangjin Empire, have no interest in. Instead, we require 110 tons of gold, 500 tons of silver, and various heavy metals, among which 10 tons of gold is due to a general named biter." Pu Si's expression changed dramatically. Realizing the looming disaster, he thought to himself, "This is bad. The foolish pigs of the empire will undoubtedly protest upon hearing this news." As soon as Jiang Xiu'er finished speaking, the press conference collectively gasped, revealing expressions of astonishment. The Jianming Empire truly is a global titan, brimming with wealth. After merely half an hour of combat in Tusa City, they demand such an abundance of resources. And who exactly is this general biter? Simultaneously, a remarkable reversal occurred among the audiences of both the Huangjin Empire and the Jianming Empire. Countless spectators from Huangjin doubled over in laughter, while the Jianming audience was left in a state of fury, hands clutched to their heads in disbelief. The great Jianming Empire, it seemed, was to pay a price? Reflecting on their previous expressions of gratitude towards the Huangjin mechas, They realized they were nothing but vile vampires. How infuriating. If I ever encounter a Huangjin mecha, I swear I will make them experience the might of my Hadouken Iron Fist. We do not require the assistance of Huangjin Empire's mechas. Oh, for goodness sake. That fool biter must be a spy for the Huangjin Empire. He must have deliberately driven away the Bei's aircraft carrier fleet, for only then could they exploit the situation to extort us. If it were not for Bit, the mechs of the Huangjin Empire would have arrived much earlier. And my fiancé, you would not have been brutally trampled into a pulp by the monsters. Why is Pers willing to offer such exorbitant rewards? Now, the audience of the Jianming Empire harbors resentment towards everyone, Pers, Bit, and the Huangjin Empire. They care not for Pers' good intentions or the potential devastation the four-winged lizard beast could wreak in the absence of mechs. All they know is their current fury. They cannot believe they have been offered such outrageous resources. The more they think about it, the angrier they become. They must take to the streets to protest. Chapter 78. The shy warrior woman. Countless citizens of the Jianming Empire surged onto the streets, prepared to orchestrate a significant event. They were determined to apprehend that old fellow who does nothing but sit in his office tweeting all day and bring him to the police station. At this moment, the press conference had concluded. In the reception hall of the emperor's residence, lunch was already prepared, resembling more of a symposium. Pers inquired, Mr. Lin, what is your perspective on the Jianming Empire's efforts to fend off the monsters? Quite commendable, Lin Chen replied, somewhat puzzled. Pers' expression brightened, and he quickly signaled the Minister of Internal Affairs to ready the camera, urging Lin Chen to continue. Your active development of military capabilities to combat the monsters, while not yielding ideal results, is still remarkable. Could anyone else achieve what you have accomplished? Pers felt a surge of joy. Indeed. Why should the outside world fabricate accusations against themselves? It could only be attributed to a miscalculation of the monsters, the four-winged lizard beast's power. I am indeed the greatest emperor in the illustrious history of the Jianming Empire, without exception. Were it to have been anyone else, one can only speculate what fate might have befallen the empire by now. In an instant, Pu Si's confidence surged once more. Although his recent attempt at bravado ultimately backfired, he ought not to be disheartened. Rather, he should strive for excellence in the future. What is your perspective on Professor Lin's insights regarding neural interaction? Inquired the head of the underground research facility of the Jianming Empire. The empire had made numerous groundbreaking advancements in the study of beast corpses, one of which was the development of the second-generation mecha. Unfortunately, a critical flaw had emerged concerning the neural interaction. One pilot could not adequately support the mecha's movements, while two pilots evidently introduced additional complexities. Professor Lin is indeed a luminary in the scientific community after a month of our own fruitless endeavors. Your succinct remarks have illuminated the path forward, exclaimed the director of the research facility, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. The facility had contemplated the possibility of two pilots, but had refrained from a definitive conclusion due to the inevitable exposure of each other's secrets. However, given Professor Lin's recent assertion, it undeniably corroborated their previous considerations. Should this conundrum be resolved, it would not be long before the second-generation mecha would come to fruition. At that time, the Jianming Empire would possess three formidable weapons: the energy cannon, the first-generation mecha, a terrifying killer, and the colossal second-generation mecha. Moments later, the Minister of Internal Affairs whispered a few words into Pu Si's ear. The latter, face-palming in exasperation, lamented, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Those foolish swine intend to drag me to the police station? Our empire has urgent matters to attend to, and thus we cannot retain your presence any longer. The previously negotiated supplies will be dispatched in 3 batches to the Huangjin Empire." Pu Si inhaled deeply, suppressing the agitation within. After Lin Chen's departure, Pu Si promptly directed the Minister of Internal Affairs to disseminate the content of Lin Chen's discourse to the populace, ensuring they comprehend that without the steadfastness of the Jianming Empire, it might have already faced annihilation. Hence, those foolish individuals outside should feel a sense of pride in themselves. Following the unique promotion of Lin Chen's dialogue, the populace, who had been contemplating unrest, erupted in discontent. The streets of the Jianming Empire became a tableau of immobility, the atmosphere thick with incredulity. Had we misjudged Pu Si? If it were not for him, the devastation wrought by the beasts would surely have been far more severe. As people reflected, they conceded that Lin Chen's assertions held merit. The blame could not rest solely on Pu Si, for the ferocity of the beasts had taken everyone by surprise. Yet, The thought of hundreds of tons of gold and silver being handed over to the Huangjin Empire incited frustration. What to do? After much contemplation, they found themselves at an impasse. Nonetheless, since they had already ventured forth, retreat was not an option. The Huangjin Empire, having received this assistance from the Jinming Empire, experienced a significant augmentation of resources. Consequently, the pace of production could be aptly described as unprecedentedly rapid. The second batch of supplies from the Jinming Empire had arrived. Inspector Sun Hui was meticulously verifying the supplies, and for each item accurately checked, a forklift would transport the goods into the base. On the runway of the base, Lin Chen addressed the numerous drivers, proclaiming, "I shall grant you 5 days of leave. Indulge in whatever pursuits you desire." The drivers, elated, dashed away with exuberance. Aisha, standing still, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her ears ablaze with warmth. Burying her face in her chest, she murmured, "Professor, I wish to." The fierce woman was suddenly shy. Lin Chen inquired, "What do you wish for? Speak, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your desires." Aisha replied, "Well, once Sun Hui completes the verification of the supplies, I can collect from him." Lin Chen remarked, "That sounds reasonable." Sun Hui's expression grew increasingly grim. 5 days later, within the laboratory of the base, Old Wang entered and commenced his report on the recent achievements of the nearby base. 40 driving simulators and 15 mechs have been completed. Additional mechs will be ready in 2 days and within a week. Lin Chen expressed his astonishment. How could this progress be so swift? Old Wang clarified, "While the mechs will be of use to us, these devices. The quantity of mechs does not yet match the number of drivers. However, the driving simulators are already in ample supply at the base, even to the point of surplus. Let us store them for now." Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. The driving simulators would eventually be of use, but certainly not at this juncture. Who is it? That Aisha? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and hesitantly concluded, she must have matters at home to attend to. A week later, a new batch of pilots has successfully acquired their respective Mecha Dragon series. Apart from Lin Chen's Heavenly Dragon, 32 pilots have been outfitted with their exclusive mechas and have obtained the rights to minor personal embellishments. Yet, where could they have disappeared to? Lin Chen pondered in confusion while seated. The surveillance system encompassed the entire base, excluding only the major laboratories. In the training area, those pilots who had not yet received their mechas were relentlessly honing their skills, while those who had secured their mechas diligently polished them, refusing to allow the maintenance crew to lay a finger on them. The expressions of affection on each pilot's face, Lin Chen could assure, were more intense than mere concern for their most vital body parts. Take Yi Xian, the son of the pig farm. For instance, he was fervently caressing a certain part of his mecha, oblivious to where his affection truly lay. Everything seemed normal, except for the conspicuous absence of one particular girl. Surely, she hasn't defected from our empire? This incident even caught the attention of Jiang Xiu'er, undoubtedly the empire's first batch of pilots. In terms of both qualifications and experience, would become formidable figures in the future. If such individuals were to defect, they would undoubtedly be given special consideration by other nations. Chapter 79. The significant discovery brought back by Aisha. Lin Chen remained silent. His phone was turned off, and calls to his home went unanswered. In any case, he could not fathom that Aisha would be swayed by the influences of other nations. Let us contact the police in Guizhou province, Jiang Xiu'er suggested. Control room. Get in touch with Guizhou province, Lin Chen instructed. At that moment, a voice from the control room inquired, "We have just received a call request from Guizhou province. Shall we connect?" "Connect," Lin Chen replied. "Greetings, Professor Lin. I am Lu Feng, the chief of the police bureau in City A." A vigorous middle-aged man appears in the video. "Hello, Officer Lu. May I inquire if there is a young woman named Aisha in your vicinity?" Lu Feng, without further pleasantries, directly states his purpose. "Indeed, what has happened to her?" Upon hearing the response, Lin Chen and Jiang Xiu'er instinctively exchanged glances, suddenly sensing that the situation might be more serious than anticipated. "We have received a report from her family. She has gone missing while visiting Gongjing Mountain. We suspect she may have met with misfortune," Lu Feng continued. Lin Chen and Jiang Xiu'er concluded their conversation with Officer Lu Feng. Immediately, Lin Chen commanded all 32 mechas from the base to mobilize and head to Gongjing Mountain in Guizhou province to search for Aisha. With a whoosh, the 32 mechas took off, one after another, from the base. In the sky, the mechas sliced through the air, breaking through the clouds, racing southward at incredible speed. This spectacle was captured by the citizens of every city the mechas passed over, leaving the populace in awe of the breathtaking scene above. "Oh my goodness! Could it be that there are monsters again?" exclaimed one. "Last time there were only 18 mechas, and now there are 32. Another remarked. "There's nothing to envy. At this rate, they will surely recruit more mecha pilots this year. Could it be that monsters have been discovered once more?" The citizens of the empire gasped in astonishment. The ripple effect triggered by the events was monumental. In a flurry, the various embassies of the Huanjin Empire dispatched urgent messages to their respective nations. The Huanjin Empire has detected another monster, and they have deployed 32 mechas. It is imperative that we commence a vigorous enhancement of our military capabilities to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The reception of this news sent all nations into a state of alarm. Although the monsters were headed towards the Huanjin Empire, their frequency of appearance was alarmingly high. In the Jianming Empire, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Pus was incensed upon reviewing the information relayed by the Huanjin ambassador. "By the heavens, they have unveiled 32 mechas, while our second-generation models remain in production. This is infuriating." The limelight had once again shifted to the Huanjin Empire. He swiftly contacted the Research Institute, demanding, "What is the status of our mechas? Why is it that each time the Huanjin Empire showcases their mechas, the numbers only increase, while ours have yet to make an appearance?" "Ah, Your Majesty, the progress is rather slow, as you well know," came the response. "You use this excuse every time," Pus retorted, his fury unabated. "Indeed, this mecha exceeds 80 meters in height, a true humanoid machine. Pray tell, it cannot be 500 years," Pus exclaimed, immediately recalling the foolish ideas of medicine. Medicine's theories had proven correct, and they had achieved significant breakthroughs from the four-winged lizard beast, applicable to neuroeducation and power transmission. Thus, the mecha he envisioned could indeed be realized, the project head reiterated. Upon hearing this, Pus was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy as he exclaimed, "Oh, my God, this news is simply magnificent. I eagerly await that day when our mechs will undoubtedly obliterate the Huangjin mechs with a single punch." All eyes from around the globe were fixated on the Huangjin Empire, with satellites from various nations hovering above its skies. The spectacle of global attention led to a flurry of calls directed to the command center of the Huangjin Empire. The lines were inundated. Meanwhile, the military command was engulfed in confusion. "Monsters have arrived? How come we are completely unaware?" The underwater sonar detection stations reported no anomalies. This was unacceptable. Immediate evacuation plans had to be instituted to ensure the safety of the populace. Thus, a call was made to the mech base, inquiring, "Are there monsters?" "None at all," replied Lin Chen. "Then why did all the mechs suddenly take flight? Now the entire world knows we are facing monsters again. One pilot has gone missing, and I dispatched them to search," Lin Chen responded with confidence. The command center acknowledged, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the Empire's most dazzling star. You are causing global chaos simply to locate one person." 2 days later, Aisha was located, or rather, she made her presence known. Upon disembarking from the mech, she was swiftly escorted to the command room by a cadre of heavily armed guards. "My phone is out of battery." At that moment, Aisha resembled a wild creature. Her attire tattered and revealing patches of bare skin, especially around her chest, adorned with lace. "Is this your justification for such recklessness?" Jiang Xiu'er furrowed her brow and softly admonished. Aisha found herself enveloped in a profound state of confusion, glancing towards Lin Chen, who stood at the doorway. "We were all quite worried about you during your disappearance," Lin Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Ignoring Jiang Xiu'er, Aisha retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. "You should take a shower first." "Very well." Once her phone was charged, Lin Chen opened it and began to peruse the photos and videos, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "Old Wang, please come to my command room. And the Journey to the West Quartet should join us as well." Lin Chen, donning his headset, summoned several key research personnel from the base, including the Journey to the West group, who had remained after their studies in the VR chamber. Before long, 5 bewildered researchers hurried in. "Take a look at this," Lin Chen instructed, employing image processing technology to display the videos and images from the phone for everyone to see. The primary content on the screen depicted a black the size of a mung bean, hovering inexplicably at a height of 1.5 meters above the ground, defying the laws of nature, rendering its existence seemingly impossible. "This is," Old Wang exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly from his chair. The members of the Journey to the West Quartet followed suit, gazing at the screen in disbelief. Indeed, it appears to be a singularity. Lin Chen's face bore a serious expression. A singularity? Jiang Xiu'er inquired, perplexed. Space is indeed susceptible to distortion, much like how a black hole warps the surrounding cosmos. When this distortion reaches its zenith, a singularity emerges, capable of tearing apart the fabric of space until equilibrium is restored. Lin Chen turned to her, providing a thorough explanation. In the 80th chapter of Nicholas's Reluctance, the concept is simply put as a passage connecting to another celestial body, commonly referred to as a wormhole. To their astonishment, what had been merely theoretical was revealed to be a tangible reality. Old Wang swallowed hard, a mixture of delight and apprehension flooding him. This implies that the passage could eventually link to another realm, another planet. His primary concern was that the technology of that planet should not be excessively advanced. If so, the collision of two civilizations could result in a catastrophe far more terrifying than any monstrous entity. Reflecting upon Lin Chen's profound exposition, she cast a resentful glance in his direction. However, there was no need for excessive worry. Presently, this singularity remains quite unstable, with a significant probability of vanishing on its own. Of course, there is also a chance that it may indeed develop into a passage. But according to Aisha's observations over the past few days, the worst-case scenario would still require a considerable amount of time for such a formation. Could those monsters have originated from this wormhole? Jiang Xiu'er inquired. The monster's wormhole likely lies beneath the Pacific Ocean. Judging by their characteristics, they appear to be backed by some mysterious force, suggesting that this wormhole is a technologically breached spatial barrier, while this singularity represents a pure distortion of space. Lin Chen elucidated. Jiang Xiu'er listened with partial comprehension. Should we report this to the higher-ups? Old Wang asked. Well, I believe it is unnecessary for the time being. Since the worst outcome of the singularity necessitates a considerable amount of time to manifest a portal, we should first focus on repelling the monsters while simultaneously advancing our military capabilities. Jiang Xiu'er contemplated thoughtfully. Lin Chen nodded in agreement with Jiang Xiu'er's sentiments. The uncertainties surrounding the singularity are far too numerous, and there exists only a minor probability of a connection being forged to another world, with an even lesser likelihood of that world's civilization surpassing that of Azure Star. Subsequently, Lin Chen plunged into the laboratory, continuing his work on the three major quantum technologies for the mechs. A week later, a monumental invention was completed, the particle beam gun. Old Wang re-entered to report progress, stating, all of our mechs have been refined, achieving a truly operational mech army. Have we succeeded in equipping each pilot with their own mech? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed. We currently possess 16 fully operational production lines, and there are over 80 surplus pilot simulators, Old Wang replied. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that the pilot simulators could be deployed. Indeed, this year's recruitment of pilots is considerably larger than last year's scale. Suddenly, Old Wang noticed the sheets of paper covered in equations before Lin Chen. Particle weaponry? He gasped, taking a sharp breath. You should take a look. These will eventually be integrated into the mechs, Lin Chen remarked. Old Wang was astonished. The particle weapon consists of two primary components. 1. The particle beam generation apparatus, which includes the particle source, particle injector, accelerator, and other related devices. The energy system serves as the power source for the various components of the particle beam weapon, functioning as a pulse power supply that energizes the weapon system and acts as the arsenal for the particle beam weapon. If the mecha were to be equipped with particle weaponry, would it not become invincible? Overwhelmed by excitement, Old Wang took all the drafts away, experiencing a sense of fulfillment that surpassed all previous achievements. After Old Wang's departure, Lin Chen rose and made his way to the hangar, where he gazed pensively at the nearly 100 surplus pilot simulators. After a prolonged contemplation, he concluded that a significant decision must be made as a precaution. It was time to recruit a new batch of mecha pilots. He summoned Jiang Xiu'er, his capable assistant, and stated, I believe it is time to recruit pilots once again this year. Jiang Xiu'er nodded in agreement. With so many pilot simulators that we cannot utilize, you should find a way to ensure they are put to use. Lin Chen reiterated. Jiang Xiu'er looked at Lin Chen with surprise. The following day, as the military academy in Jili approached the college entrance examination, an announcement was made that sent shockwaves through the community. In light of the increasingly severe situation regarding the emergence of monsters, our academy has acquired a batch of pilot simulators. Those who pass the training assessment will be eligible to become mecha pilots. Basic requirements include no fear of heights, with 300 candidates selected based on merit. Those who do not pass will be refunded to their second-choice school. Once the news was released, the internet erupted. Wow, a new recruitment for mecha pilots has begun. I want to go, I want to go. Riding a woman does not count as a skill. Riding a mecha is true prowess. Brothers, I'm off to try my luck. If I fail, I can only say that my own qualifications are insufficient to defend our homeland. As the news spread further, it began to radiate to the surrounding regions, gradually reaching the other 13 military academies of the Huangjin Empire. The Huangjin Empire boasts a total of 14 military academies. With the exception of the 1st Legion, each legion, large or small, is affiliated with its own military academy. Upon receiving the high-profile announcement from the Zhili Military Academy, the 13 legion commanders were collectively filled with frustration, wishing they could spit blood. Why do such valuable opportunities always fall to Liang Shizhou? A myriad of envy, jealousy, and resentment arose among them. However, in order to accommodate the sentiments of the other military academies, Jiang Shou'er candidly addressed the current situation, skillfully soothing the discontent born from envy. Meanwhile, abroad, upon learning that the Huangjin Empire had resumed recruitment for mech pilots, various institutions immediately sprang into action. Were we, the Polar Empire, destined for decline? Emperor Nikolai of the Polar nation sighed deeply while seated in his carriage. He reminisced about the past, when the global stage was a contest between the Polar Empire and the Jianming Empire, competing across various domains. Back then, the Huangjin Empire merely existed in the crevices. Yet, who could have imagined that in just a few years, the glory of the Polar Empire had faded, while the Huangjin Empire surged forward, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the Jianming Empire, now ambitiously recruiting 300 pilots. Even the monsters had begun to look down upon the Polar Empire, preferring to attack weaker nations like Zhajiaka rather than considering any assaults on the Polar Empire. The Huangjin Empire possessed mechas, the Jianming Empire too had mechas and superweapons. Yet the Polar Empire found itself devoid of any such advancements. This was indeed a source of great discontent. Do not worry, brother, Nicotine reassured. Our secret research base has promised us a surprise today. Perhaps it pertains to the advancements in mechas. Nevertheless, Nikolai remained troubled, for the frequent emergence of monsters had begun to alter the global landscape once more. From the moment the first beast appeared, he had issued orders to develop mechas, determined to seize this opportunity to shift the balance of power. Regrettably, there had been no news from the Polar nation regarding their mechas, while updates from the glorious empire and the stalwart empire flooded in. Chapter 81. Nations begin to compete for pilots before long. The brothers Nikolai and Nicotine arrived at the secret base of the Polar Empire. This facility had once represented the empire's glory, with the majority of its weaponry originating from here. The security measures were exceptionally stringent, with guards stationed every few steps, ensuring that not a single blind spot went unmonitored. The atmosphere buzzed with activity as researchers moved about busily. Charles, what do you think today's surprise will be? Nikolai inquired, glancing at the head of the base. Please, follow me, Charles replied, leading the way. In a short while, they arrived at a vast square. The brothers stood in awe, gazing at a breathtaking sight before them. At the center of the square stood a humanoid mecha, nearing completion. Indeed, this is our very own mecha, Charles remarked with a smile. To create it, a significant portion of our empire's scientists have been assembled here, and even those from the aerospace engineering sector have been redirected to this project. The mecha towered over 40 meters in height, its only flaw being its somewhat cumbersome physique. However, Nicola perceived this as a display of formidable strength. Are there any concrete statistics? He inquired. Charles presented him with the data on the mech. Mech data, name, alpha drivers, 2 gunners, 2, with 2 secondary weapon operators atop the shoulders, height, 42 meters weight, 908 tons main armor, constructed from titanium alloy weapons, indiscriminate missile cannon, laser cutting blades secondary weapons, shoulder-mounted dual rotary cannons power source, nuclear energy, capable of short-term flight using thrusters. Upon reviewing the mech's data, Nicola was elated, patting Charles on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. This is a true mech, a genuine instrument of war." The diminutive contraptions of the Huangjin Empire merely tarnish the very essence of what a mech represents. While the so-called terrifying killer of the Jianming Empire is hardly worth mentioning, merely a colossal spider in comparison, the romance of a mech lies in its formidable firepower. It seems the glory of the Polar Empire is destined to return. Nicola immediately dismissed the mechs of the other 2 empires as utterly insignificant. What is the manufacturing speed? Nicola inquired. If we exert ourselves fully, we can produce 3 units per month, and the pace will only accelerate thereafter. However, the resources required will be akin to an insatiable abyss, Charles replied. Fear not. Let us unite the might of the Empire to construct the Alpha. Without the advancement of our military capabilities, our glory shall be irrevocably lost. Nicola was an emperor of ambition. Otherwise, 5 legions would not have been dispatched southward to await the changing tides during Jiang Mingyuan's critical illness. However, not only did Jiang Mingyuan survive, but the core of their empire also began to unite in the face of the monstrous threat. It is infuriating. That evening, the Polar Empire convened a press conference to grandly announce the recruitment of 500 mecha pilots. Although the recruitment was conducted within their own empire, the majority of the journalists present were from various nations, clearly showcasing their intent to flaunt their prowess to the world. They aimed to demonstrate that the glory of the Polar Empire still shone brightly, equally proving their worth against the Huangjin Empire. While the Huangjin Empire sought to recruit 300 pilots, the Polar Empire boldly claimed 500. One cannot help but wonder if the Huangjin Empire felt the sting of competition. Simultaneously, in the Jiaming Empire, Pers arrived at the Jiaming base in exceptionally high spirits, as everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The super weapon energy cannon and the fearsome mecha killer units were rapidly reaching a formidable scale. Most importantly, the second-generation mechas had made significant advancements and were poised for a grand unveiling soon. The Jianming Empire was finally on the verge of showcasing a true humanoid mecha. This time, he vowed to deliver a flawless performance that would astonish the world. However, as he entered the base, his expression immediately darkened upon encountering a familiar figure. Oh, Fack, Metzen, how did you, this fool, end up here? Pers exclaimed in a fit of rage, clearly still harboring grievances against this imbecile. Metzen, with a gloomy countenance, replied, Without my presence, our perilous wanderers would require at least 500 years to come to fruition. The head of the base approached and remarked, Indeed. We must extend our gratitude to Metzen for his assistance. Our mech is nearing completion. I wish to examine the data. Puss felt somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, various data regarding the mech was displayed before him. Mech, dangerous wanderer. Height, 80 meters. Operators, 2. Weight, 2,000 tons. Structure, 12-9 nuclear-powered turbine engine, integrated nuclear reactor. Weapons, I-19 plasma cannon, chain sword, energy cannon. The more Puss observed, the more astonished he became, ultimately shedding tears of exhilaration. The Jimin Empire finally possessed its own humanoid mech. Ever since the emergence of the Kaishan Empire's mech, he had been entranced, fervently wishing for the Jimin Empire to unveil a true humanoid mech. The previous generation's mech, the terrifying killer, resembled a giant spider. He had endured it, as it at least counted as a mech. But now, oh God, you must be favoring our Jimin Empire. Puss shouted skyward. This time, he was confident in completely vanquishing the Kaishin mech. With the colossal form of the dangerous wanderer, it would be effortless to obliterate the Kaishin mech with a single blow. Before long, news arrived at the base regarding the recruitment of pilots by the Kaishin Empire and the Polar Empire. The entire base immediately fell into hushed discussions. The influx of information left Puss momentarily bewildered. The Kaishin Empire and the Polar base were recruiting pilots? He then let out a cold laugh. The Huangjin Empire was recruiting 300 pilots, a considerable number indeed, yet they possessed mechas. But what was the Polar Empire? While others might be oblivious, the Jianming Empire was fully aware. The Polar Empire had long since been engulfed in chaos at the hands of Jianming. What once was a glorious past had now devolved into nothing more than a mere facade. Did such an empire even deserve mechas? They were devoid of even a single mecha, yet they aspired to recruit 500 pilots? Goodness! Were they perhaps in need of 500 excavator operators instead? The researchers behind Puss also displayed expressions of disdain. The Polar Empire had the audacity to hold a press conference, announcing to the world their recruitment of 500 pilots. The dangerous wanderer is nearing completion. We too must recruit pilots, declared the base commander. Puss scoffed and added, We must recruit mecha pilots. Not only should we recruit, but we must also ensure this news spreads globally. We shall recruit 800 pilots. We cannot afford to be outdone by the Polar Empire. I disagree. We simply cannot produce that many mechas. The commander promptly rejected. Chapter 82. The Huangjin cadets are merely inexperienced novices. News slogan. Uniting global forces, cultivating mecha elites. The press conference commenced with an electric atmosphere. A spirited Jianming reporter eagerly inquired, with both the Huangjin and Polar Empires recruiting pilots in succession. What is your perspective on this? Pers sneered with derision. There is no need to look. It is merely petty. Our second-generation mechs tower over 80 meters, while the Huangjin mech is nothing more than a diminutive toy. As for the Polar Empire, perhaps they are simply in search of excavator operators. His opening remarks were laced with mockery, and Pers stood confidently at the forefront, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the audience. Journalists collectively recalled the awe-inspiring war fortress that had stunned the entire world, while the expressions of reporters from Huangjin and the Polar Empire soured noticeably. Was this old fellow once again putting on airs? Subsequently, a reporter from Jianming inquired, have the recruitment matters for Jianming Empire pilots been resolved? Pers replied with eloquence. In light of the increasingly dire situation with the frequent emergence of monsters, the Jianming Empire now boasts both first and second-generation mechs, and thus we are recruiting 800 mech pilots. Truly, the Jianming Empire is remarkable for its recruitment of 800 pilots. Their strength is indeed astounding. Naturally, our Jianming Empire, equipped with 800 invincible mechs, cannot afford to be as petty as certain other empires. With a composed demeanor, Pers internally reveled in his moment. How exhilarating it was, especially witnessing the astonished expressions of the many journalists present. He regretted not having prepared a draft beforehand. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to boast even more. That evening, the news of Huangjin Empire's recruitment of mech pilots, the Polar Empire's uncontainable ennui, and the Jianming Empire's grand press conference radiated across the globe. Countless individuals were left astonished and bewildered. Have these three empires once again found themselves at odds? Many believed that the recruitment of mecha pilots by the Huangjin Empire seemed somewhat reasonable. However, what was the situation with the Polar Empire and the Jianming Empire? One sought to enlist 500 pilots, while the other aimed for 800. With nearly 100 billion people globally, over half were immediately daunted by the ambitious endeavors of these two empires. The more they boasted, the more the populace began to believe, especially with the assertive proclamations from these two empires, which instilled unwavering conviction in nearly everyone. Truly, they are two venerable empires, their strength indeed unfathomable. Remarkable. That evening, many instinctively embarked on a bold comparison of the mechas from the three great empires. Although the mechas of the Huangjin Empire had consistently performed admirably, there had never been any mention of optimization or the development of a second generation. In contrast, the mechas of the Polar Empire belonged to the new generation, and thus, in terms of performance, they were expected to utterly surpass those of the Huangjin Empire. As for the mechas of the Jianming Empire, they were already in their second generation, equipped with superweapon energy cannons capable of obliterating Huangjin mechas with a single shot. Consequently, following this comparison, public sentiment towards the mechas of the Huangjin Empire grew increasingly unfavorable. Meanwhile, the Huangjin Empire had commenced a rigorous selection process for the registered mecha pilots. After an extensive series of evaluations, 300 reserve pilots emerged, collectively referred to as trainees. These trainees were not immediately assigned to simulator training. Instead, they were directly dispatched to the military camp under the command of Lin Chen. There, they underwent grueling training day after day, month after month. The monotony of their lives once again gave rise to a chorus of grievances. After a month of rigorous training, I have yet to encounter a mecha. It would be delightful to discuss the intricacies of mecha knowledge. Alas, I came here to become a mecha pilot, not merely a soldier. Each time I witness the previous cohort of pilots taking their mechas out for training, my heart longs for that experience. 300 trainees are organized into 3 rows, engaged in physical training, enduring a 4-kilometer weighted run while voicing their grievances. As they jog near the military camp, a jeep suddenly approaches. It is Professor Lin. The trainees at the forefront gasp in astonishment. Tales of Lin Chen's heroic deeds are recounted almost daily in anticipation of their future commander. Oh heavens, Professor Lin is out for a joyride with a young lady. How infuriating. What is there to be angry about, you ask? My frustration stems from not being that young lady. The trainees murmur among themselves as Lin Chen and Jiang Shouer drive closer. Stand at attention, Lin Chen commands through a loudspeaker. In an instant, the 3 rows of trainees come to a halt. I have heard that you have been complaining frequently. What, pray tell, do you have to complain about? Lin Chen's voice is icy. No one responds. They bow their heads, adopting a posture of contrition. Do you think this is a virtual reality chamber, where you can perish at will? Operating a mecha demands utmost physical concentration. If your endurance falters, how can you even contemplate piloting a mecha? Lin Chen's voice reverberates once more, plunging the scene into an oppressive silence. At this moment, Jiang Shouer's voice served to soothe their spirits, saying, "Do not be too disheartened. Given your current training progress, it won't be long before you enter the next phase of training, the very one you have long yearned for. However, it is imperative to pay close attention to the operation of the mecha. Will we be able to train on the mecha soon?" Someone voiced the collective thought. Sort of. Jiang Shouer replied with a mysterious smile. Although they were not yet permitted to engage with the mecha directly, they could certainly interact with the driving simulation pod, which offered a scenario akin to genuine mecha piloting. Once these individuals completed their initial round of training, they would gain access to the large coffins that would enhance their driving experience. Meanwhile, in the Polar Empire's secret training facility, another group of beleaguered trainees was undergoing grueling training sessions. After nearly 2 months, this nation, which once vied with the Jianming Empire, began to unveil its unparalleled military-industrial potential. 4 alpha units were born. Yet, 500 trainees limited daily. With only 4 mechas available, each requiring 4 pilots, how could they allocate the limited resources? Despite the impressive number of trainees sounding formidable to outsiders, the reality was quite grim. Each trainee had minimal time to engage in actual mecha training, spending the majority of their days running laps around the training ground like frenzied bulls. This was compounded by their daily obligation to showcase their progress to the Huangjin and Jianming empires. Claiming that the pilots had become proficient in mecha combat and had even achieved notable results, each acquiring their own unique mecha. In truth, these claims were entirely fabricated. "Professor Charles, why are our mechs so scarce while the number of trainees continues to swell? Our quartet has been stationed at the base for 2 months. Yet we have only piloted Alpha for a mere 6 hours. Doubts and dissatisfaction reverberate in the hearts of all. Be grateful, Charles," the base commander retorted with disdain. According to reliable intelligence, the 300 trainees from the Huangjin Empire have yet to lay hands on a mech. At least you have garnered some experience in piloting. The crowd erupted with joy upon hearing this news, momentarily feeling as if they were dwelling in paradise. Their sense of superiority instantly inflated. The trainees from the Huangjin Empire had never even touched a mech? Meanwhile, our own trainees were beginning to pilot mechs, rendering their counterparts as mere novices devoid of any piloting experience. If a joint mech exercise were to be organized in the future, wouldn't it be a breeze to outperform the pilots from the Huangjin Empire? Chapter 83. Confidence Source. It is not just the Huangjin Empire and the Polar Empire that harbor grievances. As one of the 3 great mech empires, the Jianming Empire, PUS is acutely aware of the significance of mechs. Consequently, production has surged, and a new era of weaponry is being ceaselessly manufactured. In the span of 2 months, the statistics for the production of new era weaponry are as follows: 10 colossal energy cannons, 20 units of the first-generation mech, the terrifying killer, equipped with energy cannons, and 3 units of the second-generation mech, the dangerous wanderer, designated as Dangerous Wanderer 1, 2, and 3. However, some weapons have yet to experience any significant technological advancement. The only comforting aspect is the continuous increase in the number of mechs, particularly the second-generation models. This brings great satisfaction to PUS. As he carries a smile on his lips throughout his workday, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of monsters, envisioning the moment when the second-generation mechs will truly shine. With the protection of energy cannons and terrifying assassins, no monster, no radiant mech, nor the excavation machines of the Arctic Empire can withstand a single blow. Similar to the Arctic Empire, the recruitment of 800 mech trainees has astonished the outside world, leading many to regard the mighty empire as formidable. In reality, however, the internal situation of the mighty empire is quite challenging. Among the 800 trainees, only a select few are permitted to pilot a mech for an hour each day due to the immense strain on the pilots and the limited time available. As a result, the vast majority spend their time engaged in grueling training. Consequently, their mech piloting skills remain rudimentary, yet they have honed themselves into drivers worthy of elite warriors. Alas, I have truly had enough of this life. Someone finally voiced their frustration. It is the age of bravado, yet each day is consumed by this tedious training. How can one endure this? They long to show off, to pilot mechs and combat monsters, to be adored by socialites. Oh, why do we have so many mech trainees? At this rate, will it not take years before we can all possess mechs? The issue at hand is that an hour of piloting the mecha is utterly insufficient to complete several training exercises. Consequently, 800 trainees began to express their discontent and frustrations. Upon receiving news from the training base, Pers swiftly arrived to calm their spirits. I understand the challenges you face. Yet you are exceptional, he reassured them. Our intelligence department has informed us that the trainees from the Huangjin Empire have yet to even touch a mecha, while the situation for the Polar Empire is slightly better. Ultimately, he unveiled a pre-prepared simulation video. It depicted perilous wanderers effortlessly obliterating Huangjin mechas with a single punch, and terrifying assassins reducing them to rubble with a volley of fire. The monstrous adversaries could not be vanquished with just one energy cannon shot. If necessary, two would suffice. In essence, Pers employed every means to soothe the trainees' discontent, and his persuasive rhetoric worked wonders. Oh, dear God, we must surely be living in paradise. The mecha students rejoiced. Comparatively, the mecha trainees from Huangjin and the Polar Empire appeared to be nothing short of provincial. Negative sentiments of doubt and dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence, even a burgeoning eagerness to venture into the Huangjin Empire and seize their mechas en masse. For the second-generation mechas of the Jianming Empire, the perilous wanderers are invincible. Thus, you need not fret over the present circumstances. Trust me, it won't be long before you all have mechas to pilot. Pu Si gazed upon the faces of the trainees, which were brimming with determination and confidence. Unconsciously, he too was swept up in this atmosphere. With such prodigious talents in the Jianming Empire, how could they possibly fail in their grand endeavors? His self-assurance soared to extraordinary heights. It seemed that the Jianming Empire could no longer afford to remain low-key. Meanwhile, at the seaside perimeter of the Huangjin Empire's mech base, the area was strewn with rocks, and the base's research and security personnel had long since gathered in the vicinity, preparing for the launch. Ready, fire. Lin Chen instructed through his headset. Above them, Aisha piloted the skyship, wielding the newly developed particle beam gun, present to test this innovative weapon. With a swift motion, the particle beam gun in the hands of the Lai Long discharged a beam of violet light as wide as a bowl, traveling at an astonishing speed. Rocks were pierced through until the beam plunged into the ocean, only to be swallowed by the surging waves. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, with everyone taking deep breaths, the only sound being the relentless crashing of the ocean against the rocks. After a considerable pause, the personnel at the base erupted into cheers. Our particle weapon has succeeded. The power of this particle weapon was formidable. Calculations indicated that the energy shield of the monster was nearly equivalent to that of their particle weapon. The combat capability of their mechs had doubled. It was astonishing. They now possessed the ability to safeguard the globe and demand tribute from the world. The crowd was ecstatic. The advent of the particle weapon would undoubtedly alter the balance of power in the world. In an era where monstrous beings frequently assault humanity, the advent of particle-light guns has rendered these creatures no longer a threat. As days gradually return to tranquility, the more serene the world becomes. The more the Polar Empire and the Stalwart Empire yearn to incite unrest, particularly with the emergence of new mechs. The impulse within them becomes increasingly difficult to suppress. The Polar Empire, in particular, believes itself to be at the forefront of mech technology, constantly seeking opportunities to showcase the alpha mech in a spectacular global display. In stark contrast to the Stalwart Empire and the Polar Empire, who alternate between training with mechs and have little time behind the controls. The training at Lin Chen's facility is markedly different. Here, there is no possibility of cadets being unfamiliar with the mechs, nor is there a lack of combat experience. The base boasts over 100 pilot simulation pods, a veritable treasure trove for honing skills, ensuring that, with minimal training, a cadre of experienced mech pilots can be cultivated. Today marks the first attempt by the cadets to engage in training with the simulation pods. After familiarizing themselves with the relevant functions, they eagerly enter the pods one after another. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the room. The first participant emerges, pale and shaken, having lasted less than 3 seconds inside. His legs trembled in fear as he exclaimed, "That was incredible. I felt as though I were piloting a real mech." Others quickly gathered around, buzzing with excitement, asking, "What was it like? How did it feel?" It was exhilarating. Moreover, the simulation pod is synchronized. I even saw the previous batch of pilots still battling monsters inside. Although it was merely a fleeting glance before being abruptly ushered off, the trainees were profoundly astonished by the driving simulator. Training within this apparatus bore no distinction from piloting a mecha, devoid of any unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, multiple simulators could operate in synchrony. Could it be that in the future, they would join the previous cohort of pilots in battling monstrous foes? The thrill was exhilarating. It was indeed a veritable score-boosting marvel. Following the first trainee's enthusiastic remarks, the others grew increasingly impatient. One by one, they excitedly entered, only to emerge moments later, vociferously exclaiming their exhilaration. The experience was nothing short of euphoric. Truly, piloting a mecha bestowed upon men an unparalleled sense of elation. I barely mustered the courage to breathe after merely 5 seconds inside. I exited after 6 seconds, utterly exhilarated. To my astonishment, I witnessed the previous cohort of pilots showcasing their prowess within the simulator. I observed one mecha attempting to pierce a monster with a battle sword, striving to penetrate its defenses. Such audacious piloting could only belong to the inimitable senior brother Yu Xian. As the trainees grew increasingly animated, discussions inevitably turned to Lin Chen. Although they were merely encountering the driving simulator for the first time and beginning to grasp the mechanics of the mecha, each individual was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's remarkable piloting skills. With him present, none dared to claim supremacy in the art of mecha piloting. Do you think Professor Lin's expertise stems from this very experience? It must be so. I believe Professor Lin is undoubtedly diligent. At that moment, Aisha had just exited the flight simulator and, upon overhearing their conversation, could not help but interject. Professor Lin has never undergone any training. Please, who are you trying to fool? Upon hearing this, the crowd was rife with skepticism. How could Professor Lin, without any training, pilot a mech to battle monsters? Unbelievable. However, upon realizing that it was the legendary senior Aisha speaking, they immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, for Aisha was regarded as a goddess among these new recruits. Had Professor Lin truly never trained? The moment Aisha spoke, the male students transformed their doubt into astonishment. Of course, Aisha affirmed with a nod. But how does he possess such exceptional piloting skills? The answer lay in Professor Lin's unparalleled hand speed, a talent that none of them had experienced and thus could not comprehend. With a cold smile, Aisha departed, leaving the new recruits to ponder how they could possibly grasp the terrifying prowess of Professor Lin. The crowd nodded in a semblance of understanding. So, it turned out, Professor Lin possessed an unmatched hand speed. Observing the admiration on Aisha's face, the students felt certain that she must have witnessed Professor Lin's extraordinary piloting experience firsthand. Meanwhile, a few female students flushed with embarrassment, shyly closing their legs, their meaning obscured in their bashfulness. In the hangar of the base, staff clad in yellow were engaged in mech operations, as machines were hoisted by cranes into designated areas. Lin Chen appeared in the hangar and inquired of the nearby old Wang, "How is our particle beam gun coming along? Currently, we possess a total of 107 mechs. Yet we are equipped with only 72 particle beam guns." When discussing the production capacity of the base, old Wang displays an expression of pride. The sole drawback lies in the issue of materials. The pace is acceptable. However, while we have secured long-range weaponry, the production of other particle equipment must not be neglected, Lin Chen remarked. Old Wang fell into silence, yet inwardly he felt a flicker of anticipation. Indeed, the stronger the combat capability of the mechs, the more exhilarated he became. This was a manifestation of his obsession with the prowess of mechs. As Lin Chen and Old Wang whispered to each other, their interaction captured the attention of many, particularly the quartet from Journey to the West, Old Sun, Old Ju, Old Sha, and Old Bai, who had consistently been in competition with Old Wang. The four exchanged glances, and with an unspoken understanding, they approached. Lin Chen said nothing, instead leading them to his private laboratory, where he gestured toward 2 stacks of meticulously prepared drafts. The group stared in astonishment. What was this? Particle beam sword and particle barrier, which can also be referred to as a particle shield, Lin Chen elucidated. As they examined the drafts, their astonishment deepened. They felt that although these were evidently technical challenges, they appeared deceptively simple at present. Was the process of particles truly so straightforward? Haha. The world's first particle beam sword shall emerge from our base. Please keep your voices down. I believe I have had an epiphany. The process of particle weaponry is quite intricate. Since viewing Lin Chen's drafts and calculations, the group began to perceive that, in essence, particle weaponry was merely child's play. It was astonishingly uncomplicated, especially since they already possessed some experience with particle weapons. Cease your boasting, Lin Chen remarked, having reviewed the answers. The formula for particle weapons is quite straightforward. I expect you all to equip our mechs with fully functional particle weapons in the shortest possible time. That is not a problem. 2 years is more than sufficient, someone responded. Unacceptable. It must be completed within 6 months, Lin Chen insisted. A chorus of astonished voices echoed. 6 months? That is far too quick. Presently, within the base, efforts were concentrated on studying the corpses of the monsters, constructing mechs, developing pilot simulation chambers, creating freezing projectiles, and designing particle beam rifles. Adding the 2 items from today's draft would be an overwhelming challenge. What are you all so flustered about? If you lack resources, does it not ring a bell that those who fall behind shall be beaten? Lin Chen reiterated. Now, get to work. A tranquil month passed on Azure Star. Throughout this period, the world did not forget the calamity brought by the monsters and vigorously developed its military capabilities, particularly the 3 great empires equipped with mechs. The strength of the Jianming Empire experienced a remarkable quantitative leap, with the terrifying killers reaching a staggering fleet of 50 units. And the formidable 80-meter-tall Wandering Danger had 7 units. With such an arsenal of New Age weaponry, Puss could no longer contain his restless spirit. The previous setback was merely an accident. This time, glory would undoubtedly illuminate every corner of the Jianming Empire. We can no longer remain low-key. A serious expression adorned Puss's face as he turned to address the Minister of Internal Affairs, who wore an air of arrogance. The true strength of the mighty empire remains a mystery to the entire world. I have resolved to prepare a grand display of our power for the globe to witness. You shall draft a plan for me. Puss chuckled. The following day, the Minister of Internal Affairs hastily devised a plan for the Pacific Rim mecha competition. In light of the current situation, where monstrous assaults are frequent, the mighty empire shall take the lead in hosting the inaugural mecha competition, inviting enthusiastic participation from all nations. With the venue set on the western coast of the mighty empire. Oh, what a splendid plan. Puss quickly skimmed through it, his delight burgeoning. This competition will not only showcase the might empire's prowess to intimidate the world, but will also serve as a perfect opportunity to trample upon the Huangjin and Polar empires. A truly exhilarating prospect. Naturally, the participating nations will include the mighty, Huangjin, and Polar empires. If they choose not to attend, well, have they succumbed to fear and conceded defeat? Puss had countless strategies to seize this opportunity for promotion. The singular core objective of this competition is to determine the superiority of the mechas. Hurry, hurry, I must convene a press conference to announce this to the world. Puss was brimming with excitement, his entire being quivering with anticipation. This time, the 3 great empires will engage in a display of bravado before a global audience. And the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be the mighty empire. Chapter 85. A new storm has emerged. With the Minister of Internal Affairs of the mighty empire bustling about, a grand press conference was once again convened. At this moment, outside the imperial palace of Puss, no less than 1,000 journalists had gathered. Such a modest scene left Puss feeling somewhat dissatisfied. As the press conference commenced, an air of silence enveloped the room. Puss, addressing a throng of journalists, spoke with the confidence and flair of a performer in a personal showcase. In light of the recent onslaught of monstrous entities targeting human cities, it is imperative that humanity sheds past grievances and unites to confront these threats collectively. It is well known that these creatures possess intelligence, and having not been seen for 3 months, their next appearance is bound to herald a true catastrophe. Trust me, if we rally under the banner of the mighty empire and stand together, the monsters will no longer instill fear. The opening remarks were a fervent declaration, which, once expressed, brought a sense of relief. Many reporters were left perplexed, and the audience from the mighty empire appeared equally bewildered, struggling to grasp the significance of this press conference. An awkward silence lingered until a journalist from the mighty empire interjected, "Excuse me, may I ask, what is the purpose of this press conference?" With a serious demeanor, Puss replied, "In light of the persistent monster attacks on our world, the mighty empire intends to take the lead in organizing a mecha competition, inviting participation from all nations. The event is scheduled for the 6th of next month, to be held on the western coast of the mighty empire." A reporter from the Earth Nation, seemingly ingratiating, inquired, "Will the mecha competition truly proceed as planned?" This inquiry was less about seeking information and more about a subtle flattery. For the Earth Nation stands as the most loyal ally of the mighty empire. It was only with the support of the mighty empire that the Earth Nation had the audacity to provoke the Huangjin Empire, thereby securing its status as the foremost power in the Middle East for nearly a century. This is a mech competition, an endeavor in which humanity actively resists the monstrous threats that loom over us. Without such contests, the advancement of mech technology would stagnate. Peirce smiled, and many journalists found his statement quite reasonable. A reporter from the land of Tukey inquired once more, will the mech competition be conducted fairly and justly? Indeed, the competition is solely proposed by the Jinming Empire. As for the specifics of the event, I regret to inform you that we do not possess that information. To ensure global confidence, the entirety of the competition's details has been meticulously drafted by the Secretary-General of the World Council, Peirce replied with a grin. The reporters nodded in agreement, acknowledging the thoroughness of the world's dominant power. That evening, this news rapidly spread across the globe. Due to the emergence of the monstrous beings, there has been a widespread surge in interest regarding mechs, and the competition proposed by Peirce has undoubtedly become the most trending topic worldwide. Would mechs from Jinming, Huangjin, and GD truly compete? It is unlikely that any would abstain, as this contest pertains not only to reputation but also to honor. Rumor has it that numerous nations are preparing to participate. I must witness firsthand which mech reigns supreme. Across the globe, many engaged in fervent discussions. The central theme of the conference was also the mech competition. In the nation of Jaka, Lengomo, upon receiving this news, displayed a profound sense of reluctance. He had initially believed that the war fortress would become a global marvel, yet it ultimately faltered and became a source of ridicule. Thus, he promptly set off to the secret base of Jaka. The war fortress has become a mere joke, yet the nation of Gaka endures in silence, ready to unleash its true strength. Following the demise of the war fortress, a week was spent consolidating resources, and the production of the second generation of mechs has officially commenced. At the heart of the secret base stands the colossal mech currently under construction, a testament to Gaka's advancements in the realm of mechanization. However, it remains a mystery why the production has come to a halt. Why have we ceased manufacturing? Longuemont inquired, perplexed, addressing the person in charge. We are facing a shortage of resources. The second batch of related equipment purchased from the Empire of Huangjin has yet to be delivered. How many excavators did we acquire this time? 16 excavators. And they even heard about our mech production and graciously sent us a loader. The person in charge beamed with delight. Longuemont nodded, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. The reason for employing excavators in the construction of mechs is due to the lack of technical challenges they present. If we had access to the technology of the Huangjin Empire, who would resort to using excavators to create mechs, we would have long since manufactured a mech capable of accommodating hundreds, showcasing it to the world with pride. Ultimately, resorting to excavators for mech production is a poignant reminder of Gaka's technological shortcomings. It is a pity that even if we successfully construct such mechs, we would still be destined to finish last in any mech competition. Longuemont's expression was one of deep discontent. Competing would only lead us to further embarrassment. Better to avoid such disgrace altogether. Meanwhile, Emperor Nikolai of the Polar Nation received news regarding this upcoming mech competition. Indeed, that old rogue puss is attempting to flaunt his prowess through this mech competition. It seems he holds the Polar Empire's mechs in utter disdain. Nikolai sneered coldly. It is true that the Polar Empire and the Steadfast Empire are inherently adversarial forces. Whatever the Steadfast Empire seeks to accomplish, they invariably harbor intentions of sabotage. With Puss orchestrating the mech competition, it presents a perfect opportunity to humiliate him. This time, he must learn that posturing before the Polar Empire comes with consequences. We must participate. Otherwise, given Puss's habitual arrogance, he will exploit this situation to claim we are cowardly and afraid. Nikolai's brother, Nicotine, spoke slowly. Indeed, we currently possess more than 10 alpha mechs. We shall deploy 5 to showcase our might to the world in this competition. Only then will other nations be compelled to provide us with opportunities for extortion. Nikolai had long recognized the potential ramifications of the monstrous occurrences, which is why he fervently pursued the enhancement of mech capabilities. Possessing mechs grants us the privilege to demand protection fees. Without them, we become victims of exploitation. In truth, the Huangjin Empire shares a similar mindset. Following Puss's announcement of the mech competition, discussions within their base led to a unanimous decision. They cannot afford to miss this event. It is a prime opportunity. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can we secure a continuous flow of resources for our endeavors. Thus, ultimately, the two mechs, the Fire Dragon and Black Dragon Z1, were deployed, escorted by the Kirin-class aircraft carrier fleet of the 3rd Legion to the western coastline of the Jianming Empire. Simultaneously, in the abyssal depths of the Pacific Ocean, a portal connecting to another dimension, having lain dormant for 3 months, exhibited peculiar activity once more. A creature, defying human comprehension, had emerged, standing sentinel over this interdimensional gateway like a figure carved from clay. As the portal began to usher forth monsters from the alternate realm, one after another, none anticipated this turn of events. This unexpected occurrence went unnoticed as the Jianming Empire's Pusi fortuitously released a colossal smokescreen at the right moment, successfully capturing the world's attention. Everyone was engrossed in preparations for the mech competition. However, a new tempest was brewing. Chapter 86. The Pacific Rim Mech Competition commences. An unprecedented crisis was festering beneath the Pacific's surface. The populace remained oblivious until the beginning of the month, when, after 2 days of waiting in vain for the appearance of any monsters, nations began their advance towards the Jianming Empire. Numerous warships of varying sizes traversed the ocean's surface. In stark contrast to the anxious demeanor of other countries, the Huangshan Empire maintained an air of tranquility. Although the empire's mechs were typically understated, their track record of victories could only be described as overwhelming, leading to an ingrained perception of their invincibility. What was there to fear from the monsters? The empire's mechs were more than capable of effortlessly turning the creatures upside down. It was akin to a child in elementary school sneaking a toy, the Dragon of Heaven, out of their backpack during class, reveling in play while their classmates looked on, enviously. For instance, each time the mecha toys are released, they are swiftly snatched up, serving as irrefutable evidence that the Empire harbors no fear of monsters. On the 4th day of the month, the Kirin aircraft carrier fleet of the Huangshan Empire docked at the port of Jin City, prompting the citizens of the Jianming Empire to embark from J City in the capital. In the sky, 2 mechas destined for the competition gracefully descended onto the Kirin aircraft carrier, gradually being transported into the carrier's hangar. Subsequently, over 20 military vessels provided cover as the carrier fleet navigated towards the Jianming Empire, cutting through the waves. The base personnel relished a rare moment of relaxation. Jiang Xiu'er quickly sought refuge, as accompanying her were the offspring of Jiang Mingyuan and the queen, Ji Fu. The sight of their repugnant faces filled her with disgust. Initially, Lin Chen failed to comprehend Jiang Xiu'er's peculiar demeanor, but he soon understood, as he found himself increasingly vexed by Jiang Yu'er. He wished he could obtain a used sanitary napkin from Aisha to shove into Jiang Yu'er's mouth. All being of the same lineage, how could there be such disparity? One knew what was appropriate and what was not, while the other had incessantly babbled since boarding the ship. This was Lin Chen's first experience aboard a warship, and he anxiously pondered whether their mecha would emerge victorious, his heart racing. Jiang Yu'er, with her high-pitched voice, clung to Lin Chen, incessantly prying into matters, trying to establish familiarity. Now, you need to distance yourself from me immediately. I require rest, and have no time for your incessant chatter. Lin Chen could no longer endure. Jiang Yu'er's expression shifted, and jealousy surged within her once more. Was she not good enough? Why do Lin Chen and that wild girl share laughter while feeling exasperated with themselves? Fortunately, this state of affairs does not last long. The following day, the fleet successfully arrived at the western coastline of the Jianming Empire. At this moment, the port on the western coast was bustling with warships, and the Qilin aircraft carrier formation was anchored in a relatively secluded area. As soon as the group arrived at the competition venue, they were immediately taken aback by the atmosphere. At the competition site stood 3 towering mechs, each exceeding 80 meters in height, undoubtedly the focal point of attention. Anyone standing beneath them would experience a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness. Representatives from various nations were particularly drawn to these second-generation mechs of the Jianming Empire. On one side were several fearsome, spider-like machines of terror, which, despite having been reduced to scrap metal by a monstrous foe last time, still garnered considerable interest. On the other side were 5 mechs from the Polar Empire, each nearly 40 meters tall, their might not to be underestimated. Bulky and resembling portly figures. Many believe this to be a sign of strength. However, it was merely a reflection of insufficient technical prowess. Swish, swish. Transformation. 2 humanoid mechs descended into the designated area, guided by the flag of the ground navigator. The spectacle of their transformation immediately drew a flurry of commentary from representatives of various nations. The Huangshan mechs are truly impressive. Each transformation ignites my fervor. The Huangjin mechs were once the most formidable, yet they had never undergone any upgrades. Times have changed, and so has their power. Much like tanks that were once invincible 200 years ago, are they still invincible today? I believe the mechs of the Polar Empire are the most formidable. Their armor thickness could undoubtedly withstand a confrontation with a monster. However, I find the second-generation mechs of the Firm Empire even more impressive, exuding an aura of cutting-edge technology. In contrast, the mechs of the Huangjin Empire appear rather petty, with only two diminutive models resembling oversized toys. Representatives from various nations expressed their opinions, and the overwhelming majority began to doubt the prowess of the Huangjin mechs. Mechs are akin to smartphones. Only through constant innovation and upgrades can they keep pace with the market. Undoubtedly, the Firm Empire and the Polar Empire have achieved this, while the Huangjin Empire remains ensnared in the illusion of invincibility from a bygone era. Of course, there are a few nations that still hold a favorable view of the Huangjin mechs, primarily those that have historically maintained amicable relations with the Huangjin Empire, such as Kiba and elegant nations. Professor Lin, long time no see. At this moment, Lungumo was the first to approach with a cheerful greeting. It's been a while, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lungumo remarked, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Lin Chen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Princess Jiang Shoer of the Huangjin Empire, she said graciously. I apologize. No worries. The last time Mr. Pers also misunderstood in the same manner. The three engaged in light-hearted conversation. Overall, the atmosphere at this year's Pacific Rim Mech competition was lively, with renowned figures from around the globe already in attendance. Particularly on the other side, Pers and Nicola had long begun to confront each other. It seemed as if they harbored some long-standing grievances, as they exchanged sharp barbs from the moment they met, each clinging tightly to the other's weaknesses. People from various nations expressed their helplessness. The highly anticipated mecha competition was set to commence the next day. At this moment, the confident and formidable empire of Jinming would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for publicity and vindication. Satellites were deployed. Major television networks around the globe were tuned in. Furthermore, 10 military helicopters, carrying live reporters, awaited at various locations, prepared to broadcast the event worldwide. The empire of Puzi, bolstered by its overwhelming confidence, had never entertained the notion of defeat. Simultaneously, Emperor Nicola of the Polar Empire was equally unwilling to concede. Military satellites were activated. Damn it, Nicola, you foolish pig. You finally did something right. Puzi's cold smirk remained unaltered, for Nicola's foolishness inadvertently served to promote his own agenda. Subsequently, the competition officially began. Representatives from various nations eagerly awaited the ultimate outcome, curious about the nature of the competition. The competition's events, drafted by Secretary-General Rasekala, were to be officiated by him, leaving little room for doubt. He first took the stage to deliver a speech before proclaiming, I hereby announce that the events of the mecha competition will include ground racing, defense, maneuverability, and several other challenges. Instantly, the expressions of Lin Chen and the base personnel shifted dramatically. Chapter 87, The Huangjin Empire's Violation. The mechas of the Huangjin Empire were born for combat and were only suited for battle. Of the events just announced, perhaps only the maneuverability challenge would allow the Huangjin mechas any chance of victory. However, in competitions such as mecha confrontations, not only Lin Chen, but also Foreign Minister Zhang Lai would confidently guarantee a resounding victory this time. Yet, what on earth are these competition events? Ground racing? Are the robots racing? Just look at the towering heights of the Polar Empire and the Fierce Empire. With each stride, how could one possibly keep up? It would be far more sensible to concede outright. Uncle Zhang, could you inquire with Secretary-General Lasacola about the possibility of altering some of the competition events? Jiang Showa suggested to Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai nodded and promptly took the stage to clarify the situation and request a change in the competition content. The Secretary-General, Lasacola, understood the rationale. I empathize with your sentiments, but I cannot simply procure a few monsters for you to compete against. Beyond that, Lasacola truly struggled to identify any more suitable competition events. Mecha confrontations? Absolutely unfeasible. Should the mechas be destroyed, would that not incite a mecha war? Jiang Showa furrowed her brow. Lin Chen remarked, let us try one match first. If it doesn't work, we can concede. As the subsequent competition commenced, everyone took their positions. The atmosphere in the venue momentarily fell silent. On your marks, get set, bang. The gunshot signaled the start. The mechas of the three great empires surged into motion. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated mecha was the dangerous wanderer of the fierce empire, whose immense form covered considerable ground with each step, creating a sensation akin to an earthquake in its wake. Following closely was the Alpha from the Polar Empire. As for the Huangjin mecha, it found itself trailing at the very back from the outset of the competition. As the world marvels at the formidable prowess of the Huangjin mechas, a significant transformation unfolds beneath the Pacific Ocean. With the emergence of monstrous entities, the energy of the interdimensional portals begins to dissipate, leaving us to await the replenishment of this energy before any further incursions. However, after an extended period of emergence, the number of these beasts has escalated to a truly alarming figure. The ocean floor is shrouded in a sea of grotesque and malevolent eyes. Subsequently, they commence their advance towards the mainland. Unbeknownst to humanity, the underwater sonar detection stations, limited to coastal areas, have failed to sense this new tempest brewing beneath the waves. The Pacific Rim mecha competition continues as scheduled, with an atmosphere charged with excitement. The fierce rivalry between the Jianming Empire and the Polar Empire has captivated over 2 billion global spectators, marking this as the inaugural mecha competition in human history. Satellite feeds reveal that the second-generation mecha, the Dangerous Flow, from the Jianming Empire, leads the pack, closely followed by the Polar Empire's Alpha. Trailing behind are formidable arachnid-like killers, while the Huangjin Empire's Fire Dragon and Black Dragon Z1 lag increasingly behind. Why is the Huangjin mecha so sluggish? Oh my heavens! The Jianming Empire truly reigns supreme. Their colossal mechas capable of crushing all in their path. Is the Polar Empire's Alpha suffering from some ailment, moving at such a crawl? Pursue relentlessly, pursue with fervor. Global viewers are captivated by the free broadcast streaming from the Jianming Empire's western coast. The Pacific Rim mech competition is nearly as captivating as the monstrous assaults on human cities. Amidst the spectacle, Nicola's expression darkened increasingly as he witnessed three perilous wanderers pulling further away. This was intolerable. Did it not imply that the Polar Empire was inferior to the tenacious empire? Enraged, he bellowed into his headset, "Pursue them at once, employing our ultimate technique, rolling charge." In response, 5 Alpha units received the command, transforming their unwieldy forms into a colossal metallic sphere, hurtling forward at an alarming speed in pursuit of the 3 elusive wanderers, leaving destruction in their wake. The shockwaves reverberated through the onlookers, drawing the astonished gazes of dignitaries from various nations, each mouth agape in a perfect O. Such a formidable maneuver could surely incapacitate even the fiercest of monsters. It seemed the glory of the Polar Empire remained intact. Oh, for heaven's sake! You Russians have breached the rules. Poos erupted in fury. Get lost, you imbecile. The only criterion for this competition is that the mech must not leave the ground. Do you understand anything? Nicola retorted with disdain. At that moment, the 2 mechs of the Huangjin Empire lagged far behind. Lin Chen communicated through his headset, "Engage takeoff." Fighter jet mode, full power. The Fire Dragon and Black Dragon Z1 ceased their running and swiftly ascended. Transform. Fighter jet mode, full power. The blue flames of the dual-wing thrusters surged dramatically. In an instant, the 2 mechs vanished from sight. The crowd gasped, and Nicola and Poos exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively redirecting their ire. Foul play. A foul has occurred. The mecha of the Huangjin Empire has committed an infraction. This is a ground race, not an aerial competition. It seems they underestimated the agility of their own mechas. A murmur of whispers filled the venue as the audience reacted to the violation by the Huangjin Empire. Referee Lasekala stepped forward to announce the results. The first place goes to the Polar Empire's Alpha, second place to the Stalwart Empire's Dangerous Wanderer, and third place to the Terrifying Killer. The Huangjin Empire is disqualified and will receive no ranking. At that moment, upon hearing of the Huangjin Empire's disqualification, several nations harboring animosity towards them displayed amused expressions. The global audience stared blankly at the screen, struggling to comprehend the situation, their minds racing with thoughts of, the Huangjin Empire has committed a foul? What is the purpose of this mecha competition if flying is deemed a violation? Zhang Xiaoer was the first to voice her doubts. Through conversation with his assistant, Lasekala became aware of Zhang Xiaoer's identity. He smiled and replied, "Miss Xiaoer, please understand our predicament. Since mecha technology is still in its infancy, we are all unfamiliar with its intricacies, which is why we have opted for these relatively safe competitive events, primarily aimed at testing various aspects of performance." His reasoning was sound, leaving no room for counterarguments. The crowd fell into silence. Lasekala offered a polite smile to Jiang Xiuer and continued in a clear voice. We shall now proceed to the second competition, which will evaluate the mecha's defensive capabilities. Upon hearing the details of the competition, Puss and Nicola exchanged knowing smiles, clearly confident in the mecha's defensive prowess. However, Lin Chen and his companions were entirely different. The more they listened, the more unnatural their expressions became. After a while, Lin Chen extended his right hand and declared emphatically, "Wait a moment." Chapter 88. The monsters are merely a bunch of wild beasts offering points. Many gazes turned toward him, their expressions filled with confusion, all focused on Lin Chen. "You must be Mr. Lin Chen," Rascalora remarked with a smile. "I've seen you in photographs, but I must say, you are even more handsome in person." Lin Chen surveyed the surrounding crowd, noting the silence that enveloped them, save for Jiang Xiuer, who nodded in agreement. "I represent the Huangjin Empire and concede defeat," Lin Chen continued, believing that the competition need not proceed any further. Initially, he had anticipated an effortless victory, showcasing the might of their mechas, yet he realized that the event was merely a facade, with competitions that were more for show than substance. The full name of the Huangjin mecha is Palamelu, a final weapon. Participating in such a fashion show-like competition would undoubtedly lead to failure. It was akin to a battle-hardened female warrior being thrust onto a fashion runway. Could the warrior prevail? Certainly not. The entire competition venue fell into a hushed silence upon hearing Lin Chen declare the Huangjin Empire's concession. Many were taken aback, unable to comprehend that their mecha was truly facing elimination. At that moment, the broadcast by the Jianming Empire transmitted the unfolding events to every corner of the globe. The world was in an uproar. In the grand mecha competition of the three great empires, the Huangjin Empire had, under the guise of a violation, opted to forfeit. Among those most delighted by this turn of events were Nikolai and Puss. Although such thoughts lingered in their minds, the two approached with expressions of sympathy. "Hello, Lin Chen. We meet again. I personally feel quite sorry about your announcement to withdraw from the competition. After all, the formidable wanderers of the strong empire are undeniably powerful. Your mechs appear merely as diminutive toys in comparison." At first, Puss's demeanor conveyed concern, but soon it transformed into unabashed arrogance. "Greetings, Lin Chen. I share a close relationship with your commander Yang Ming. Yet business is business, and personal matters are separate. Your decision to withdraw from the competition was undoubtedly prudent. After all, our alpha mech from the Polar Empire is the most formidable in the world." Nicola exhibited a similarly haughty expression. Puss, visibly displeased, interjected, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Nicola, what foolishness are you spouting?" Simultaneously, countless citizens of the Huangjin Empire gazed at their televisions in disbelief. Why did he represent the empire in conceding defeat? This is unacceptable. In a one-on-one match, we would obliterate them. Many had anticipated victory for their mechs, only to be shocked by the disqualification. "Our mechs are combat machines, not mere performers." The populace of the empire erupted into frenzied complaints. The Pacific Rim mech competition continued unabated, undeterred by the withdrawal of the Huangjin Empire. With one opponent gone, the rivalry between Puss and Nicola remained unresolved, as the two rival empires mechs prepared to face off. The two long-standing adversaries, having encountered each other yesterday, commenced a series of sharp jibes and sarcastic remarks, reminiscent of a live-action mecha competition. The representatives from various nations nearby expressed their bewilderment. As dusk approached, the inaugural global mecha competition reached its conclusion. The Secretary-General, Rezo Kalora, solemnly declared, "In light of the results, after meticulous consideration and deliberation, I must announce a fair and just outcome. The Dangerous Wanderer and Alpha have each achieved victory, thus both are deemed winners." Upon hearing this proclamation, both Puss and Nicola were left dumbfounded. Incredulous that they had both secured first place, they reacted as if they had just ingested something revolting. That night, at a banquet on the West Coast, Puss and Nicola sat facing each other, both enveloped in gloom. Each had aspired to claim the top position and revel in the other's humiliation. Yet this outcome was simply too intolerable to accept. They sighed in unison, wishing that a monster would appear. If a decisive victor could not be determined in the mecha competition, perhaps they could settle the score by battling a monster. Otherwise, their pretensions felt utterly unsatisfying. Meanwhile, no one at the banquet noticed the unusual demeanor of Emperor Samu of the Turkey nation. Since the beginning of the event, he had been engaged in hushed conversations with his secretary, his expression growing increasingly grave. Eventually, he rose to make a phone call, and a sudden hush fell over the gathering. Just moments ago, our Turkey nation's 11th Maritime Sonar Monitoring Station had detected signs of a monster. Instantly, the room erupted in commotion. What? Yet another monster. The monstrous entity has not manifested for 3 months, indicating that its severity must surpass all prior occurrences. Curse it. Why are we utterly incapable of grasping specific information about the creature, relegated to a position of passive defense? Upon hearing the news of the monster's reappearance, many on-site were visibly shaken. After all, a creature that emerges only once every 3 months must herald a calamity of unimaginable proportions. The inhabitants surrounding the kingdom of Tachiki are particularly restless if Tachiki fails to contain the monster. Yet, amidst the panic, a handful of individuals remain composed, recalling the existence of mechs. It is noteworthy that 3 empires now possess mechs, showcasing humanity's enhanced capabilities. Aren't there mechs present? What is there to fear? Surely, the mechs of the 3 empires can withstand the monster. The crowd, previously in a state of disarray, suddenly found a glimmer of hope. Indeed, with mechs in play, what is there to dread? The boasts of Pers and Nicola still linger in memory. Tales of the perilous wanderer obliterating monsters with a single blow, and the Alpha boasting robust armor to confront the creature head-on. The invincible mechs, once they arrive in Tachiki, will transform the monster from a catastrophe into mere trivial adversaries. Pers and Nicola exchanged knowing smiles. Only those with mechs are entitled to demand protection fees. Those without must resign themselves to slaughter. Of course, Zhonglai remains oblivious to the fact that after his departure, the Emperor of Tachiki had no intention of seeking aid from the Huangjin Empire, given the long-standing enmity between the 2 nations. On the contrary, seeking a mecha that has been disqualified due to violations rather than striving for first place is quite absurd. Why has the 89th chapter not yet approached us? Emperor Samu of the Tukey Kingdom is not foolish. He is acutely aware of the long-standing grievances with the Huangjin Empire. Thus, even if he were to solicit a mecha from Huangjin, the requisite compensation would undoubtedly be astronomical. Unlike the Jiming Empire, which competes with the Polar Empire, these 2 will merely drive the remuneration to its lowest point. What if, as Pu Si and Nicola boasted, they indeed managed to vanquish the monsters? To take a step back, it would not be too late to seek assistance from the Huangjin Empire once these 2 empires falter. Therefore, without hesitation, Samu chose to seek aid from the Jiming Empire and the Polar Empire at the very first opportunity. Why are you so excited? Lin Chen asked, utterly perplexed. Monsters have appeared, attacking the Tukey Kingdom. The naval forces and officials from the Foreign Affairs Department have always held an unfriendly stance towards the Tukey Kingdom, especially since Zhang Lai hailed from the Navy. The captain of the Chilean aircraft carrier explained with a smile. Lin Chen's mind was in utter disarray. Jiang Yuer was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the discourse. Jiang Xiuer chimed in from behind, clarifying the context as Lin Chen began to grasp the historical animosities. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuer blinked with a look of confusion, having devoted years to studying etiquette and embodying the essence of a princess. She was entirely oblivious to these matters and had never shown any interest in them. Subsequently, a group convened to negotiate a reasonable compensation: 500 tons of gold, 2,000 tons of silver, and various quantities of heavy metals. Then, half an hour passed. A group of individuals sat anxiously aboard the aircraft carrier. Having waited an interminable time without receiving any news regarding the nation of Tukey, all eyes turned towards Zhonglai, their expressions filled with frustration. Was it not said that the monsters were to assault Tukey? Zhonglai mirrored their discontent. If the monsters were indeed attacking Tukey, why was that old man Samu so unfazed? Could it be that he was indisposed en route? They had already negotiated their remuneration. Once the agreement was in place, they would set forth to confront the monsters. At this moment, both Zhang Lai and the captain of the Chilean aircraft carrier fervently wished for Samu to arrive promptly or to send a vehicle for his swift retrieval. Their pent-up desire for retribution was becoming unbearable. Ultimately, Zhang Lai made a phone call to the embassy in Tukey, elucidating the situation and urging them to investigate why assistance from the empire was not sought. Half an hour later, the ambassador to Tukey returned the call, stating, "I regret to inform you that I just communicated with Tukey on behalf of the embassy. They claim that the remuneration offered is excessive, and due to the competitive nature of the situation, they believe that the Jianming Empire and the Polar Empire are better equipped to eradicate the monsters. Everyone, return home." Meanwhile, In a makeshift meeting room, Puss glared with displeasure at Nicola, who was encroaching upon his business. Samu, you ought to recognize the prowess of our mecha alpha. Confronting the monsters head-on is well within our capabilities. You must agree to the remuneration I proposed. Samu, tempted by the offer, nonetheless sought a more economical arrangement. In a moment of indignation, Puss expressed his dissatisfaction with the formidable empire, asserting that the perilous wanderer could effortlessly obliterate monsters with a single strike. He felt an overwhelming urge to showcase his prowess before a global audience. Missing such an opportunity would leave him feeling profoundly unsettled. Suddenly, Samu contemplated seeking assistance from the formidable empire, but a brilliant idea emerged in his mind. Why not request the aid of both empires together? This way, their compensation could be alleviated, and the mechs of both empires could share the burden while simultaneously vanquishing monsters to determine superiority. Both Nicola and Puss understood each other's intentions without dwelling on any underlying motives, and without hesitation, they consented. Each sought to prove whose mech reigned supreme in this battle. Samu exhaled in relief. As long as the agreement was secured, he felt content. In terms of compensation, he believed they were not at a loss. Not at all, especially considering the exorbitant demands proposed by the Radiant Empire, which were more than double the combined requests of the formidable and polar empires. He was grateful he had not pursued assistance from the Radiant Empire and quietly commended his own ingenuity. Subsequently, the two great empires began their preparations. Upon connecting to the monitoring station of the Earth Awakening Nation and observing the significant life signs, both Puss and Nicola gasped in astonishment. There were densely clustered life signs numbering nearly 100. At last, they could showcase their abilities. The anticipated arrival of the monsters was projected to occur in 36 hours, a time frame that was neither overly ample nor excessively urgent. In a moment of urgency, Nicola promptly commanded the mobilization of all Alpha units to engage in battle in the land of Turkey, determined to annihilate the monstrous threat and demonstrate to the world that the Polar Empire had not yet fallen into decline. Meanwhile, Puss displayed remarkable ambition, deploying energy cannons, the formidable mech terror killer, and the perilous wandering danger, all set for action. This battle, this time, must not falter in its display of grandeur. News of the impending monster assault on the land of Turkey swiftly swept across the globe like a tempest, capturing the attention of all. Whether from the Polar Empire or the Stalwart Empire, confidence surged as they prepared to showcase their mechs in a demonstration of might against the beasts. To ensure an optimal viewing experience and to highlight the prowess of their mechs, all military satellites from both empires were activated, transmitting signals continuously, 24 hours a day. The scale of this event was unprecedented. The two empires united to eliminate the monsters, competing for supremacy in the realm of mechs. The online audience surged dramatically, with statistics indicating that over 2 billion individuals tuned in to witness this extraordinary battle spectacle, a true global phenomenon. Naturally, both the inhabitants of the land of Turkey and the worldwide spectators felt little trepidation regarding the monster assault. After all, memories of Puss and Nicola's grand proclamations during the previous Pacific Rim mech competition lingered vividly in the minds of the people. Daily boasts from Puss had nearly indoctrinated the masses, and now with Nicola emerging alongside him, who could possibly harbor doubts? Chapter 90. The new giant monsters resembling cows and frogs, the mechs of the Ironclad Empire and the Polar Empire, have been transported to the kingdom of Turkey. Standing along the coastline, 20 kilometers from the city of Doran, are towering mechs that rival colossal sculptures. Each mech exudes a striking visual presence, as the finest pilots within adjust their excited states of mind, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the monsters. To instill a sense of exhilaration, Pers and Nicola have also arrived in the capital of Turkey, intent on witnessing firsthand how the mechs will obliterate the monsters with a single punch. Pers stands leisurely in the temporary residence of Turkey's capital, a smirk on his face as he watches the formidable and menacing wandering danger on the screen. This battle promises to rewrite the annals of human history. He appears unperturbed, never contemplating the possibility of defeat, for not only does he have the second-generation mech, the wandering danger, but he has also assembled all manner of terrifying assassins, alongside 10 large-caliber energy cannons. The non-existent millimeter caliber has been replaced with a modified 1-meter caliber energy cannon. There is no monster that cannot be resolved with a single shot, if necessary. 2 shots will suffice. He commands, instructing the soldiers to devise a method to strike down the Polar Empire's mechs, the 10 Alpha models, known for their capability to confront monsters head-on. Before long, Emperor Samu of the Kingdom of Tukey convenes a press conference. Pers and Nicola, as esteemed guests, are interviewed on site. They begin by urging the residents of Doran to evacuate, but soon shift to a competitive banter, engaging in a variety of boastful exchanges. In conclusion, it suffices to be stronger than the adversary. Consequently, the monsters were subjected to various forms of disparagement, giving rise to an array of invincible versions of our mechs. The perilous wanderers, equipped with superweapons such as the plasma cannon, effortlessly annihilate the monsters. The Alpha, armed with its relentless missile artillery, ensures that the monsters experience the true baptism of artillery fire. The formidable presence and unwavering confidence of the duo instantly inspired many, spreading their fervor through television to the vast majority of the citizens of the Kingdom of Touch. When the residents of the city of Doran, the first targeted by the monsters, learned of the impending threat, their immediate instinct was to flee. However, upon witnessing the spirited and self-assured speeches of Pers and Nicola on television, a profound sense of invincibility began to take root within them, convincing them that the monsters would surely meet their demise. Why evacuate Doran? With the protection of the Iron Empire and the Polar Empire, the safety of every corner of the Kingdom of Touch seemed assured. Yet, paradoxically, this very assurance gave rise to an overwhelming sense of unease within Emperor Samu. He could not shake the memory of Lungu Mo's world-shaking speech, nor could he forget the grandiose declarations made by Pers on the global stage. It seemed that the more ostentatious the bravado displayed by Lungu Mo and Pers, the more catastrophic their subsequent failures. Now, with Pers and Nicola together engaging in unprecedented bravado, Samu's disquiet deepened. He abruptly concluded the press conference, summoned the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and quietly instructed him to reach out to the Huangjin Empire to gauge their stance. Do they think this is a market for pork? How dare they consider raising prices? Samu fumed with indignation. After the price increase, it amounted to 1,000 tons of gold and 4,000 tons of silver. Collectively, this constitutes a reserve resource equivalent to at least 20 years for the Kingdom of Tukey, the detestable Huangjin Empire, the Jinming Empire, and the Polar Empire's mechas are undoubtedly capable of annihilating the monsters. Samu snorted. He simply refused to bow his head and become the laughingstock of the world, unwilling to allow the Kingdom of Tukey to fall into perpetual decline. However, the consequences arrived swiftly. 3 hours later, the monsters began to emerge. Shadows appeared on the horizon, and a multitude of creatures began to land. Just as the sonar detection station had reported, there were nearly 100 of them: lizard beasts, 2-winged lizard beasts, 4-winged lizard beasts. Yet, Pus and Nicola felt no fear. Exceptional pilots paired with outstanding mechas were more than capable of crushing anything in their path. After all, the first-place winner of the mecha competition could effortlessly slay a few monsters. At this moment, they were eager to showcase the remarkable capabilities of their mechas to a global audience. They aimed to demonstrate to the world that the mechas of the Huangjin Empire had declined, much like the once mighty British Empire. With their formidable firepower and the bold proclamations of Pus and Nicola, each pilot was imbued with a blind confidence. Soon, once the battle commenced, they would turn the monsters upside down. Just then, the final monster made its entrance, instantly capturing the attention of the entire world. A creature resembling both a bull and a frog emerged, its massive form towering at twice the size of a 4-winged lizard beast, nearly 200 meters in height, resembling a moving mountain. The creature, a monstrous quadruped devoid of wings, evidently lacks the ability to soar through the skies. Its back is adorned with menacingly thick spines, evoking an illusion of formidable resilience. Atop its head, 2 formidable horns protrude, each resembling the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree. A thunderous roar reverberates, shaking the very heavens, as if it were tearing the sky asunder. This is undeniably a new breed of monster. In this moment, the confidence of all citizens of the Earthquake Nation wavered, particularly that of the residents of Doran City. The drivers were left in a state of astonishment. How immense! What manner of beast is this? And why had they never heard of it before? Never seen nor spoken of it? Amidst the murmurs through their headsets, someone suddenly posited, could this possibly be an entirely new monster, one for which no data has been recorded? Instantly, all drivers steeled themselves, their gazes fixated upon the creature that resembled a hybrid of a bull and a frog, filled with fervor. It was as if they had transformed into a throng of infatuated admirers, confronted by a beautiful maiden stripped bare. How delectable, given the rarity of this opportunity. Let us seize the moment, comrades. A tremor shook the earth as the battle officially commenced, with both the Alpha and the dangerous Wanderer demonstrating remarkable combat prowess. The diminutive lizard beasts proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the newly unveiled weaponry. Indeed, even the once feared four-winged lizard beasts were cleaved in two within a mere 5 minutes. The two Alpha units wielded laser swords to slice through the bodies of the four-winged lizard beasts, unleashing a torrent of redundant missiles and dual-linked cannons into the gaping wounds. The perilous Wanderer frequently unleashed its cannon, shattering the energy shield before plunging a blade into the body of the four-winged lizard beast, subsequently channeling a surge of energy to strike at the wound. The combatants engaged in a truly resplendent strategy, first breaching defenses, then inflicting damage from within. This proved to be the most effective approach. Amidst the fierce battle between the mighty Empire and the Polar Empire, only a single mech was rendered inoperative due to malfunction. The scales of victory were decidedly tilting in favor of humanity. Chapter 91. A frightening submission. Witnessing this spectacle, audiences from both the mighty Empire and the Polar Empire, who were tuning into the live broadcast, erupted in ecstatic cheers. Previously, they had only observed the resplendent mechs battling monsters. However, the Empire now demonstrated through sheer strength that after enduring a prolonged period of hardship, we, too, can confront the beasts. The crowd was electrified. Oh, heavens, behold our Wanderer. Truly magnificent. One might wish to be embraced by its pilot for a night, to experience his valor. How exhilarating, wow! This is indeed our mech from the Polar Empire. Our glory endures. Look, that is our Alpha, fully aware of the impending attack, yet bracing itself with unwavering fortitude, only to be rendered inoperable. At this moment, both Puss and Nicola breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was a disastrous turn of events during the live broadcast. For history had shown that anyone who showcased immense power to the world ultimately faced a downfall. At this juncture, it could be deemed a stroke of luck. At the very least, they had not been obliterated by the monster. A one-for-one exchange was a worthy outcome. To speak of the demise of two mechs, one must attribute it solely to the incompetence of their pilots. Over the course of several months, each of these pilots possessed dozens of hours of experience. Yet they still failed to comprehend the capabilities of their machines. Truly, they were nothing short of inept. Meanwhile, Emperor Samu of the Terran Empire did not share the relaxed demeanor of Puss and Nicola. His expression grew increasingly grave. The mechs of the two empires had successfully vanquished two four-winged lizard beasts, tipping the scales of victory in favor of humanity. However, the loss of two mechs was irreplaceable, and the ferocious skirmishes between the terrifying assassins and the smaller lizard beasts remained fiercely contested. The 10 energy cannons exhibited significant power, yet their lengthy charge time, over 10 minutes for a single volley, was a considerable drawback. From any perspective, it appeared that humanity had suffered a setback. Furthermore, there loomed a monstrous entity, surpassing human understanding, which had yet to make its move. It is often the case that the unknown instills the greatest fear. The battlefield was ablaze with intensity. The pilots' blood surged and boiled as they shouted with fervor, releasing the pent-up frustrations that had long been harbored within. To engage in combat with the monsters was a dream cherished by all, a fantasy that had consumed countless nights. In the past, it was always the mechs of the Huangjin Empire battling the beasts, while they could only watch enviously from their screens, feeling a mix of bitterness and discomfort. But now, at last, this disgrace had been rewritten. The mechas of the Radiant Empire are no longer the ones battling the monsters. The thought of countless socialites vying for their affection once this battle concludes invigorates the pilots within the mechs. Hey, comrades, let us embark on a grand venture. A young African-American man exclaims loudly. Once the fight is over, he dreams of riding triumphantly atop the high and mighty, an endeavor that promises immense satisfaction. Suddenly, a legion of towering steel giants, each standing 80 meters tall, charges wildly towards the largest monster. They are poised to vanquish the beast and inscribe humanity's legacy. The ground trembles violently with each step of the formidable wanderers, creating deep craters a meter wide. The remaining 9 Alpha units are dissatisfied. If you manage to slay that unprecedented monster, won't it merely prove that the Polar Empire pales in comparison to the stalwart Empire? This is intolerable. In a frenzy, all the mechas converge upon the enormous creature, treating it as a delectable prize. A sense of foreboding washes over Samu as he watches the unfolding events on television. His unease intensifying. The swarm of mechas races forward with remarkable speed, disregarding the previously encountered monsters. Their singular focus is to eliminate the colossal beast. Resembling a bullfrog with formidable horns. With a resounding roar, the gigantic monster unleashes its might. Its massive horns radiate a mysterious glow, causing visible waves of arcane energy to ripple across the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. The energy pulses emanate outward in concentric circles. A cacophony of thuds resonated as a formidable group of mechas, intent on amplifying the situation, unexpectedly faltered and knelt. What on earth transpired? They seemed utterly immobilized. The pilots, in a state of frantic urgency, fumbled with various controls within their mechas, yet the mechanical bodies appeared to have lost all connection, rendering them nearly impossible to command. At that moment, kneeling before the monstrous foe was tantamount to courting doom. The expressions of the pilots swiftly transformed from exhilaration to a pale anxiety. Such incompetence was a disgrace to our polar empire. Nicholas, witnessing this debacle through surveillance, collapsed to the ground with a thud, overwhelmed by a surge of hypertension. Oh, for heaven's sake! Hers, possessing remarkable psychological resilience, had repeatedly regrouped after each failed display, embodying the spirit of falling and rising again, in that instant. The global audience was left in utter shock. What did this signify? They had rushed in with great fervor, anticipating that the mechas would upend the colossal beast, only to find themselves cowed by its presence. The citizens of the Huangzhen Empire erupted in laughter. This was indeed unfortunate news. Hers had once again faced a humiliating failure. Hilariously, these were the champions of the mecha competition, truly impressive in their ability to be so thoroughly intimidated. It had become a pattern. Each time they boasted of unprecedented feats. They also faced unprecedented failures. Within the base, Lin Chen and his companions were rendered speechless. The mechas of the Polar Empire and the Jianming Empire exhibited a quintessential display of reckless bravado. As you observe the periphery of those energy circles, the Earth begins to collapse, indicating that this the bullfrog beast, is capable of launching attacks through its formidable horns. Employing a method characterized by a powerful gravitational reaction, Lao Wang, pausing the television, discerns the attack strategy of the beast referred to as the bullfrog by Lin Chen. With the assistance of this bullfrog beast, the subsequent engagement with these mechs may prove arduous. Lin Chen's gaze is profound. Within the base, particle beam guns have been disseminated among the mechs. Otherwise, relying solely on antiquated rifles would be quite ineffective. The Empire's mechs are clearly defined, exhibiting high mobility and output, classifying them as combat mechs. Without particle weaponry, they would be precisely countered by this great bullfrog. Fortunately, the battlefield of the Earth Enlightenment Kingdom has also identified the characteristics of the bullfrog beast. Crack. The ground continues to cave in. As the mechs of the two great empires struggle to maintain their stance, transitioning from kneeling to prone positions. Puss, where the hell is your energy cannon? Nikolai, suppressing his physical discomfort, forcefully kicks open the wooden door and bellows. Puss promptly commands the energy cannons to provide cover for the mech retreat. 10 energy cannons, each with a 1-meter diameter, finish charging, their barrels brimming with immense blue energy orbs, surrounded by flickering blue arcs. Fire. Pew, pew, pew. 10 beams of blue light, imbued with tremendous force, are unleashed towards the bullfrog beast. The bullfrog beast is compelled to retract its gravitational reaction, evading the assault. Shielded by the energy cannons, the mechs manage to narrowly escape the gravitational zone. There are no cheers, only silence envelopes the scene. The mechs have been spared. But how will the battle proceed from here? Can they truly rely on those 10 energy cannons? My heavens, the preparation for a single charge takes over 10 minutes, during which time the monstrous creature would have already obliterated the energy cannon. Chapter 92, Complete Retreat. Roar. The colossal bullfrog beast began to unleash its might. Waves of gravitational force radiated outward, and the monsters commenced a large-scale counterattack. Initially caught off guard upon landing, 2 of their kind had already been slain by what they perceived as monsters. Once they regained their wits, the beasts launched a coordinated assault. In a fleeting moment, 2 mechs were rendered inoperative, and the fearsome killer became the target of the beast's aerial pursuit. The situation began to deteriorate, unfolding into a one-sided affair. Run, comrades! A pair of pilots frantically maneuvered their mech toward the direction of Doran City. Their blind confidence had been ruthlessly shattered by reality, and the retreat commenced. The flight of one mech triggered a domino effect among the surrounding machines. The mechs of the Polar Empire were even more formidable. Special move, rolling charge. An alpha unit transformed into a massive metallic sphere, 40 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Doran City. The mechs, originally intended for monster combat, fled in a frenzy. This battle was unwinnable. The monsters fought with an intensity akin to a sudden enhancement, especially the colossal bullfrog beast that bore a buff. As the mechs retreated, the facade of bravado crumbled once more. The boasts of Puss and Nicola echoed loudly, as if the monsters had come to torment humanity's cities. But the speed of the mech's retreat served as a stark contradiction to their earlier claims. Other than the initial exchange of two monsters for one, there were scarcely any commendable achievements to speak of. The chain reaction triggered by the mecha's retreat shattered the sense of superiority within countless steadfast warriors and denizens of the polar realm. Oh, for heaven's sake. No, our mecha is the mightiest. Why must we flee? No, we must rally and protest against these utterly incompetent pilots. Countless steadfast warriors watched in despair as several perilous wanderer-class mechas dashed uncontrollably, clutching their heads in anguish, shouting incessantly. The situation in the Polar Empire was even more dire than that of the Steadfast Empire. After all, the citizens of the Steadfast Empire had experienced their fair share of humiliating failures, resulting in a generally heightened sense of vigilance. However, the Polar Empire was different. This was an opportunity to showcase the enduring glory of the Polar Empire to the world. Just a moment ago, they had felt pride in the Alpha Mecha, but now they experienced profound shame. Meanwhile, the residents of Doran City were left dumbfounded as the thunderous roars grew ever closer. Gazing into the distance, they beheld vast shadows blotting out the sky, drawing nearer by the second. Ah, that wretched mecha has lured the monsters here. Everyone flee. Pers and the monsters are in cahoots. He deliberately instilled a false sense of security, only to now let the mecha draw the beasts into Doran City. And then there was Nicola, who claimed the monsters were merely there to provide easy points. Suddenly, the alarms of Doran City blared, plunging the order into chaos. Countless individuals surged frantically toward the city's outskirts, all eager to escape, for the monsters and mechas were drawing ever closer. A moment's delay could mean their demise alongside the city itself. Pers, upon observing the chaotic scene of Toronto from above, was instantly overwhelmed with frustration, leading him to overturn the table in exasperation. Oh, for goodness sake. Another failed attempt at boasting. Previously, such failures could be overlooked, but now, having exchanged a mere shotgun for a cannon, he found himself facing yet another humiliating setback. He recognized that the situation had reached a critical point. The sheer scale of the mechs made it exceedingly difficult to eradicate the monsters, prompting him to turn a blind eye to the mech's retreat. However, he was acutely aware that once the disaster caused by the beasts had passed, the external world would undoubtedly find ways to malign his reputation. A frown settled upon his face. Simultaneously, a similar expression of despair was mirrored on the faces of Nikolai and Emperor Samu of the Turkey nation, particularly the latter, who was so anxious that it seemed he was clinging to consciousness. At that moment, the Emperor's eyes turned a fierce red as he pondered. What on earth should we do? With so many monsters, if we do not intervene, half of Turkey might be lost. It was particularly disheartening that both Pers and Nikolai, those two old men, had proven to be utterly unreliable, impressive in appearance, but ineffectual in combat. They had boasted of their capabilities, yet when faced with the monsters, they faltered miserably. Furthermore, the mech from the Huangjin Empire had yet to make an appearance. The Minister of Internal Affairs spoke up. The mech from Huangjin have merely 32 units, and they are quite diminutive. They could not even contend with the likes of the Polar and Jianming mechs against the monsters. What could they possibly contribute? Samu's expression shifted abruptly as he declared, "No, this is unacceptable. Their mechs are insufficient." The minister replied, "Let them arrive, and we shall see. Even if they are ineffective, it would bear no consequence for us. We can only blame their mechs for their lack of prowess." Yet, the emperor lamented, "Their compensation is exorbitant, 1,000 tons of gold." Samu was acutely aware of the long-standing animosity between the two nations. In the past, the Tuchi kingdom detained their aircraft carrier prototype, subjecting the Huangjin Empire to various forms of humiliation and extortion, rendering it a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. And now, they seek assistance from the Huangjin Empire? What value does a city of Dwalun hold? What if monsters were to annihilate 10 such cities? The Minister of Internal Affairs spoke once more. I understand now. We shall approach the Huangjin Empire. Before long, Samu, weary in body, arrived with the Minister of Internal Affairs at the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. There, they established contact with the Huangjin Empire. The video call was answered by Zhang Lai, the Foreign Minister of the Huangjin Empire. May I inquire if there is something you require? Zhang Lai's expression betrayed no emotions. Although internally, he was nearly bursting with joy. We seek your esteemed nation's assistance, they pleaded. Certainly, Zhang Lai replied. Samu and the core leadership of the Tuchi kingdom felt a surge of hope. Could it be that their request would be granted? Indeed, the Huangjin Empire seemed benevolent. A mere plea was sufficient to erase past grievances. This nation truly deserves to be mistreated. Assistance can be provided, but there is a condition. Zhang Lai presented a densely packed list of stipulations and began to articulate the terms. This is unacceptable. You are taking advantage of our predicament. Initially, you stated 500 tons of gold, then it escalated to 1,000, and now you demand 1,500 tons? Samu erupted in fury, nearly shattering the video call. Other ministers from the Tuchi kingdom mirrored his indignation. The nefarious Huangjin Empire had clearly orchestrated this. Within such a brief span, they had tripled their demands. Robbery. A century ago, you obstructed our aircraft carrier prototype, and I recall the numerous hardships you imposed upon us. In comparison, I deem this price exceedingly fair. Zhang Lai chuckled coldly. The remuneration tripled, purely a manifestation of his personal initiative. This was a retribution for the disgrace of the empire from years past. Absolutely unacceptable. Such a substantial reward was beyond our means, and we must lower our standards. Samu gritted his teeth in persistence. At this price. Otherwise it will increase again by tomorrow. You. With a mocking smile, Zhang Lai was about to hang up the phone. We agree. But your conditions are exceedingly harsh. I would like to substitute some items with others, and furthermore, you must eradicate all the monsters to fulfill the contract. Even if Samu were to refuse, what could he do? A refusal now would result in losses from the monster's destruction of the city that would be astronomical. We can offset with materials. The eradication of the monsters is assured, so you need not worry. Zhang Lai smiled slightly. Chapter 93. Her words are my words. After both parties reached an agreement, the Kingdom of Tuki swiftly drafted a list of remuneration. The list included everything from daily necessities to military arms and various heavy metals. Had it not been for the Huangjin Empire's disinterest in personnel, the central figures of the Tuki kingdom, led by Samu, even considered using the women of Tuki to offset part of the materials. However, it seemed the Huangjin Empire held little regard for the beauty of Tuki women. Samu was quite displeased. The wretched Huangjin truly did not understand the allure of Tuki women. Regarding the contract, both parties scrutinized it no less than 5 times before it officially came into effect. It must be said that Zhang Lai had indeed set a shameless precedent for Samu, demanding compensation for the Huangjin Empire's potential failure to fulfill its obligations. Sam immediately instructed the foreign minister to issue a global announcement, asserting that the glorious true empire could not act in bad faith under the gaze of the world. If the monsters were not eradicated, or even if just one remained, how could they still demand resources? Not a chance. In light of the monster attacks, our nation, the land of Tuki, has reached an accord with the glorious true empire, obligating them to assist in the extermination of all monsters, while our nation shall compensate the glorious true empire with various resources. Once the announcement was made, it caused an uproar worldwide. The land of Tuki was undeniably facing substantial losses. However, the citizens of Tuki harbored no such concerns and erupted into cheers, especially in cities close to Doran City. Regardless of whether the mechas of the glorious true empire could indeed vanquish the monsters, there was at least a glimmer of hope. As for how many resources would be paid to the glorious true empire, who cared? The priority was to eliminate the monsters first. Upon hearing this news, Pers was momentarily taken aback before letting out a cold laugh. Damn, Sam is truly cunning. With all 32 mechas of the glorious true empire engaged in battle, could they truly eradicate the monsters entirely? If not all monsters were destroyed, the land of Tuki would not pay any compensation. Pers' mind began to race with anticipation, eager to witness how the glorious true empire would freely aid the land of Tuki in combating the monsters. It was bound to be quite entertaining. Meanwhile, in the glorious true empire, Foreign Minister Zhang Lai promptly contacted the mech base. Upon explaining the situation, both Lin Chen and Jiang Xiuer were taken aback. Wasn't it said to be 500 tons of gold? How did it suddenly triple in Zhang Li's account? The kingdom of Tuki has its stipulations. Payment will only be rendered upon the eradication of all monsters. This poses no significant challenge, Lin Chen remarked. Here lie the most exceptional pilots. Wielding the finest mechs equipped with cutting-edge weaponry, vanquishing mere monsters is but a trifling task. Following an urgent communication with the 3rd Legion, the Legion commander, upon grasping the situation, bypassed the command center and issued orders for the 2 carrier battle groups, the Heavy Ming and the Bai Zhe, to approach the respective ports. Commence the operation. Lin Chen waved his hand before the landing helicopter. While the outside world is led to believe that the Empire possesses merely 32 mechs, unbeknownst to them, the number within the base has surpassed 100, with 16 fully operational production lines at its disposal, in accordance with Lin Chen's directives. Aside from the 11 mechs stationed at the base, the remaining 100 mechs are to engage in battle. Each mech has been outfitted with modified particle beam rifles, though the particle beam swords and barriers have yet to be manufactured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 100 mechs exited in succession, taking a full 2 minutes. It was a truly spectacular scene. If the previous display of over 30 mechs showcasing their might in the Jinming Empire stirred the blood, then the sight of 100 mechs soaring from the base left every onlooker agape, mouths forming an astonished O. At this moment, the sky served as a magnificent backdrop to the entire mech battalion. Meanwhile, the 2 carrier fleets of the Huangjin Empire, due to malfunctions, leisurely made their way to the maritime domain of Tuki. Currently, more than 10 cities in Tuki have been reduced to ruins, with countless individuals having lost their homes. A profound atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the kingdom of Tuki. The malevolent forces of the Jinming Empire and the Polar Empire proved utterly ineffectual. Why had the support from the Huangjin Empire not yet arrived? Samuel sat in his office, frantically shouting in despair. In merely 2 days, monstrous creatures would invade the capital of Tuki, which had once thrived, but had now transformed into a desolate ghost town devoid of human presence since the day before. He had previously dispatched legions to eliminate the threat, yet the results were disheartening. Within a single day, 100,000 warriors were lost. News had just arrived that 2 aircraft carriers from the Huangjin Empire had entered our waters, the Minister of Internal Affairs announced. Quickly, disseminate this uplifting news, Samuel commanded without hesitation. The moment the official announcement regarding the imminent arrival of aid from the Huangjin Empire was made, it reverberated throughout the entirety of Tuki. Countless individuals felt a surge of excitement. The mechs of the Huangjin Empire, remnants from a mech competition, could they truly vanquish the beasts? Perhaps, at the very least. They offered a glimmer of hope amid despair, illuminating the path from darkness to dawn. We yearn for the mechs of the Huangjin Empire to bestow upon us a semblance of hope. Oh, my wife was devoured by a beast. My newly purchased girlfriend was crushed by a monster. How do I inflate her again before she deflates? Let us fervently hope that the Huangjin Empire does not falter like the Jinming and Polar Empires, which boasted loudly yet delivered little. Regardless of the past grievances between the 2 nations or the resources expended, at least in this moment of desperation, the Huangjin Empire has brought a ray of hope to the people of Tuki. Meanwhile, off the coast of Tuki, 2 aircraft carrier fleets cut through the waves with determination. Jiang Shouer stood on the deck, her gaze fixed ahead through a telescope. The battle-scarred beach remained untouched, the remnants of conflict still hauntingly vivid. Further afield, the once thriving city of Duluan had long succumbed to desolation, now a mere ruin. Do you think we have gone too far? Lin Chen, standing nearby, expressed his discomfort. He felt that, despite the deep-seated enmity between the Empire and the Tuki nation, particularly represented by the Imperial Navy and the foreign affairs officials, the common people seemed utterly innocent. Had the aircraft carriers not proceeded at such a leisurely pace, perhaps more lives could have been spared. Jiang Shouer remained silent. Behind her, the decks of the 2 carriers were fully laden with mechs, 100 in total, all awaiting the command to launch. Most of the pilots were taking deep breaths, unable to quell the tension and anxiety within, regardless of their attempts to steady themselves. All units, take off, Jiang Shouer commanded with poise through her headset. Yet, a gentle breeze swept by, and the deck continued to bear the weight of the mechs. Her words are my words, Lin Chen said, removing her headset and relaying the command to all pilots. Whoosh. In an instant, the mechs activated in succession, their dual-wing thrusters igniting with blue flames as they ascended into the azure sky. Soon, all mechs were airborne, soaring towards the Tuki nation. Lin Chen harbored no worries. After all, these pilots had long been adept at utilizing their score-boosting devices. To one side, Jiang Xiu'er lifted her eyes to him, her gaze filled with complexity. After a long pause, she shifted slightly. Lin Chen, is it cold? Lin Chen instinctively spoke. You're underdressed. I've already donned my thermal underwear. Chapter 94. The Luminous Weapon, How Exhilarating. On the aircraft carrier, the events that transpired between Lin Chen and Jiang Xiu'er remain shrouded in mystery. No one knows what ultimately occurred between this man and woman. Moreover, no one is aware that it was Jiang Xiu'er's first time feeling enraged since she met Lin Chen. Her chest heaved with emotion, wishing to pin him down on the deck and unleash her frustrations upon him. However, the emergence of 100 mechs soon captured widespread attention. The mechs soaring through the sky darkened the heavens, broadcasted by satellites across various nations, reaching every corner of the globe. The world was astounded. It is difficult to articulate the emotions of that moment. It felt immensely spectacular, igniting a fervor within. Indeed, goodness, there are suddenly so many. It felt as though one were immersed in a science fiction war film. Everyone was swept up in the fervor. This was a battle between human machinery and terrifying creatures. And the victorious side would undoubtedly belong to the mechs of the Huangjin Empire. At that moment, Pers sat before the television, eagerly anticipating the Huangjin Empire's blunders, hoping they would become his unfortunate counterparts. However, the screen suddenly displayed 100 mechs. Oh, for goodness sake! Pers sprang to his feet in shock. Weren't there only 32 mechs? How did they suddenly produce 100? This must be a fabrication. It simply cannot be true. I must take to Twitter to expose their deceit. Thus, Twitter was inundated with posts, spawning various disparaging versions of the Huangjin mechs, such as claims that the pilots of the Huangjin Empire lacked sufficient driving experience. For instance, these mechs are utterly incapable of vanquishing the monsters. Each version articulates its claims with such conviction, as if these mechs and their pilots were entirely under their command. All information is relayed to the Jianming Empire, prompting an overwhelming wave of jubilation among the Jianming people. Indeed, Pu Si is exceptional, managing to amass such a wealth of intelligence in a remarkably short span. It seems that the Huangjin Empire is poised to follow the path of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Nicola is disinclined to witness this spectacle. It is nothing short of a disgrace for the Polar Empire. Having exerted the Empire's might to create 10 alpha units, he thought himself formidable, only to be outdone by the sudden emergence of so many mechs from the Huangjin Empire. At that moment, a vast array of mechs tore through the sky, accelerating towards their destination. The mechs of the Huangjin Empire have arrived. What an impressive display of might. Why does it suddenly feel as though our Tukey nation has been saved? In that instant, countless Jianming citizens watched through satellite television as those valiant mechs soared through the sky. Although these mechs are the failed contenders of the Pacific Rim mech competition, each individual exuded unwavering confidence in this mech battalion. In the sky, the mech force has locked onto the coordinates of the monsters based on the messages transmitted from the Empire. They are now less than 10 kilometers away. With a swift motion, the colossal mech battalion ramped up their power to the maximum. The outlines of the monsters below became increasingly distinct. The Huangjin Empire deployed 100 mechs, yet the monstrous adversaries numbered nearly 100 as well. In terms of appearance, the mechs appeared to be at a disadvantage, resembling mere miniature toys in the presence of such formidable beasts. How immense and powerful they are! Aisha exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed down at the astonishing scene unfolding below. In a fleeting moment, the distance between the mechs and the monsters diminished rapidly. The hearts of the global audience, the inhabitants of the earth, and the people of the Huangjin Empire were all in their throats. The distance closed further. Everyone engaged in combat as per their training, ensuring they stayed clear of the gravitational response zone of the colossal bullfrog monster. Safety mechanisms disengaged. Transformation initiated. At that moment, each mech aimed its particle beam weapon at the monstrous foes. Fire. With humanity possessing genuine superweapons, the monsters would no longer be a calamity. A barrage of particle beam attacks ensued for several minutes, resulting in the death toll among the monsters exceeding 50%. Each one met with a decisive blow to the head. In an instant, 100 mechs and their operators showcased their extraordinary piloting expertise, transforming the scene into a veritable slaughter. Creatures that no nation across the globe could vanquish had now become the targets of the Huangjin Empire's relentless onslaught. Although the mechs were not particularly large, they exhibited remarkable agility and striking power. Silence enveloped the world. Every viewer stared blankly at their screens, momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness, what kind of weaponry is this? It emits light and can effortlessly penetrate the monster's energy shields, a versatility surpassing that of the energy cannons of the Jianming Empire. Truly remarkable. I am now increasingly curious as to why the pilots of the Huangjin Empire possess such exceptional driving skills. Are they employing some sort of cheat? The mech competitions seem utterly trivial. How could such formidable mechs possibly be deemed in violation? The mechs of the Jianming Empire and the Polar Empire are mere boastful constructs, while those of the Huangjin Empire are battle-ready machines, naturally at a disadvantage in competitions. Presently, many individuals believe that their previous concerns were entirely unfounded and no longer fear the calamities brought forth by the monsters. As long as the Huangjin Empire stands, the world remains in harmony. The battle lasted approximately 20 minutes, during which the monsters were nearly annihilated. Only the last colossal bullfrog beast remained, solitary and forlorn. At this moment, all the mechs, having completed their respective objectives, collectively aimed their particle beam guns at the bullfrog beast. Fire! Aisha commanded with a firm voice. The air was filled with a barrage of beams, each carrying the power to obliterate anything in its path. Directed at the massive head and dual horns of the bullfrog beast, a deafening roar echoed as the immense energy impact sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. Yet, the mechs continued to unleash the remaining energy from their particle beam guns. After a brief moment, the onslaught ceased and the dust settled. The gigantic bullfrog beast lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, even its gravitational buff fading away, as its horns had been severed by the overwhelming firepower. Yi Xian, Aisha called out. Understood, assault troopers, follow my lead, classic tactics. Following Yi Xian's voice, 20 mechs dove from the sky. Before long, the colossal bullfrog beast, resembling a mountain, transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture, shimmering with a blinding radiance under the light. This battle could only be deemed an overwhelming victory. The mechs of the Huangjin Empire once again solidified their title as the Guardians of Dawn, embodying the very essence of dawn that now enveloped the city. The metropolis welcomed the light, basking in tranquility. Yet, countless citizens of the Tuchi nation found themselves engulfed in a fervent celebration. Initially, they only hoped that the mechs of the Huangjin Empire would vanquish the monsters, but they never anticipated such an effortless annihilation. The monster is dead. We, the Tuchi nation, have been preserved. I yearn to join the ranks of Huangjin. They are simply magnificent. The atmosphere of indignation in the Tuchi nation dissipated, replaced by a pervasive sense of relief and joy following the calamity. Waves of jubilant cheers surged forth, with some even bowing deeply towards the east, in gratitude to the Huangjin Empire. Meanwhile, Puss, in stark contrast to the jubilant Tuchi people, was consumed by fury. Even after overturning the table in his rage, he remained seething. He shouted vehemently, Damn it! Damn it! This is impossible! It cannot be!" This outcome was a far cry from all the scenarios he had previously envisioned.